Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the fourth part of What If Vigilante Deku Became Spider-Man? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A few hours ago, Mirio Togata continued to walk down a hallway behind his mentor as the expression on Sir Night Eye's face hardened. They had just got done discussing on how Night Eye had to make an improvised plan, something the man hated to do. However, it was necessary due to the circumstances. But as they continued to walk, Mirio pulled out a folder and stared at a certain paper inside this. Sir? Night Eye came to a stop and glanced back at his intern. Yes? One more question. Mirio replied as he continued to stare at the folder. This Spider-Man, you said in the meeting that the Hero Commission put a bounty on him now. That's correct. Why do you ask? Mirio looked back up at his mentor. Why did they do that? Night Eye responded by pushing up his glasses. What do you mean? Well. Mirio's eyes went back down at the papers, this one showing a picture of the vigilante. I mean, everything on him says he's a teen and he's done nothing but good. Why do the Hero Commission think he's that big a threat? Mirai SCKED in a long breath at this before saying, vigilantes are special cases. He took off his glasses at this and seemingly created a cloth to wipe the frames. The Hero Commission believe that if a vigilante is allowed to go free for too long, two things will happen. 1. They will upset the hero system that now exists in our society. The vigilante will literally influence others that it is okay to use their quirks in public. That alone will disrupt all manners of heroics. I get that, sir. Mirio replied while closing the folder. I just don't get why a kid would have that kind of bounty? Wouldn't it be better to just try and make some sort of plan to recruit him? Night Eye put his glasses back on and shook his head. While there is logic to that, the vigilante known as Spider-Man is breaking the law. Even if you think the commission is overreacting, the facts are still the facts. Those who commit crimes while using their quirks are villains, even if it is just the crime of vigilantism. Besides, there is also the second reason. What's that, sir? The second is. Mirai took another deep breath. The second is that if a vigilante is allowed to go free, death will follow. Death? Mirio tilted his head at the word. You think he'll kill someone? Not necessarily, Night Eye responded, but chances are high that he will eventually either become a killer. Or his actions will lead to an unnecessary death. One that could have been prevented if he had just gone down the hero path instead. The hero then walked up to his intern and grabbed his shoulder, Mirio flinching at the gesture. The hero in training had a conflicted look on his face, one that Night Eye did not want to see. As such, he continued to speak. Listen, Mirio. You have a good heart, and a wonderful way of looking at the world. It is something this world constantly needs. I know, sir. I know you do. That is why we must set the better example. He then took the folder from Mirio's hands and flipped to the page on Spider-Man. This vigilante is a wild card, one that is using his powers for good, but also using his quirk in the wrong way. He is misguided, and those who are misguided have the potential to be very dangerous. That's why the commission has issued a bounty and villain ranking on him. Night Eye handed the folder back to his intern. That is why. If you do encounter him tonight, do not hesitate to bring him in. I will admit, his current record in terms of the villains he has faced is impressive, but he must be stopped at some point, even if that point is today. Do you understand? Hearing this, Mirio responded with a swift nod. I understand. I won't let you down. The present. Time seemed to stop as the vigilante known as Spider-Man and the hero in training Lemillion charged at each other. Both were soon mere inches away from each other as lightning poured out of Izuku's arms, only for the vigilante to swing a hard right at the intern. In response, Mirio activated his quirk, allowing the punch to go right through his head just as he swung his own right fist at Izuku. But as the punch came for the vigilante, Izuku just tilted his head, barely dodging the blow before his whole body went through Mirio. What the heck? Izuku mentally yelped as he came to a stop before spinning around, only for his spider sense to ring out. He went wide-eyed as he saw that Lemillion had already spun around and moved another punch, the teen ducking under this one before seeing the intern swing his other fist into Izuku's stomach. Seeing this, Izuku closed his eyes, allowing his spider sense to take over as he reflexively spun just as the fist hit his chest. And with a quick fluid motion, the fist only skidded across Izuku's costume as Izuku continued to turn his body, making Mirio go wide-eyed this time before just phasing through Izuku entirely. Lemillion paced a few steps at this before turning around, only to see Izuku had also spun around as well. Electricity cackled around the teen, Izuku's exposed eye glaring at the intern. So your quirk can do that too, huh? Izuku growled. Guess it doesn't help with murder that much, does it? Murder? Lemillion yelped. I haven't killed Dash. Shut up! Izuku interrupted before pointing an electrified finger at the intern. You'll pay for what you did to Mr. Lee and Eri. Mr. Lee? Lemillion muttered out, only for Izuku to charge at him with 2 electricized fists again. Taking a deep breath, Mirio's lower half of his body instantly shrunk down into the floor, easily dodging the next 2 punches from the vigilante. What? Izuku yelled as his opponent's body fully vanished from sight. He began to dart his head around. Where did you dash? Danger. Feeling his spider sense yell at him, Izuku's brain instantly surmised that Lemillion was now behind him. He quickly ducked down at this, only to feel the breeze of a punch touch the back of his neck. Izuku then spun around with a venom punch, only for it to go right through Mirio's stomach, Izuku's spider sense ringing again at the same time. Pow! A left fist smacked Izuku's face, knocking him back before his spider sense rang out again. Another fist came for the vigilante's face as Izuku closed his eyes, the teen blindly sidestepping the punch in a split second. This was followed by 2 more jabs from Lemillion, Izuku backpedaling from both as he kept his eyes closed. And as this happened, the moon that shined over both began to hide behind a cloud, covering the duo in darkness. Mirio saw that his opponent was slowly vanishing from his eyes thanks to the night's darkness, only for the electricity around the teen's fists to fizzle out as well. A few seconds later, Mirio couldn't see a thing. Shoot! Mirio thought as he quickly shuffled back, his eyes staring straight ahead. I thought for sure I had him after I got that first hit in. How did he dash? The intern's thoughts came to a stop as he heard the sound of footsteps ring out on that rooftop. And as they made noise, the cloud covering the moon began to move. Light began to shine back down on the rooftop, only to reveal nothing. Spider-Man was gone. Huh, was all Mirio could think before glancing over at the certain girl on that rooftop. She was still knocked out cold, the sight making him grimace before. Pow! A fist slammed into Mirio's face, clocking his jaw. The blow made him spin around, his feet scrambling to keep him standing. This was followed by Mirio instantly activating his quirk, only to feel something go right through him. He couldn't see it, only for Spider-Man to just suddenly appear in front of him. Izuku followed this by another punch to Mirio's face, only for it go right through the intern as well. Mirio saw the vigilante hesitate at this, trying to backpedal as he fully recovered from the earlier blow. Lemillion move a punch for Izuku's head, only for the teen to duck under it. This was followed by a 2-punch combo that Night Eye had taught him, one being a solar plexus punch before a jab at the opponent's chin. However, Izuku shifted his body at the stomach punch before tilting his head, Mirio's fist nicking the teen's chin. This was followed by a counter-punch to Mirio's face, Lemillion activating his quirk to dodge the blow. And as this happened, Izuku then hopped back, dodging another punch from Lemillion. This caused the duo to be on the other side of the rooftop from the knocked-out Eri, both glaring at each other as the fight continued. Meanwhile, just a few minutes ago, Sir Night Eye could feel his eyes twitching as he stared at the man before him. The Rose. A low-ranked, underground hero that worked for the Hero Commission. He appeared a few years ago and quickly became infamous in the criminal underworld, a supposed organizer of crime that the Commission hired to keep tabs on villain gangs. What a joke. Night Eye knew that was a total lie, as it was suspected by multiple investigative heroes, Night Eye included, that the man was involved with all sorts of crimes, villains, and just about everything else. The man was infamous for his ability to seemingly appear in certain cases, quickly have the Hero Commission come in and push the heroes away, erase the evidence, and then vanish like the wind. And no matter how many cases were made against the man, no matter how much evidence or proof, the Hero Commission always made sure the Rose would get out scot-free. And now the Rose was here, interfering with yet another hero case. What are you doing here, Rose? Night Eye hissed. I just told you. Rose replied while pointing to his phone, by order of the HPSC, this operation you are doing is cancelled. The heroes behind Night Eye all shared glances, Rock Lock speaking up, who the heck is this guy? Night Eye opened his mouth to respond, only for the purple-masked man to do a slight bow. Hello, Rock Lock. I am the Rose, hired underground hero for the HPSC. And what is a commission agent doing here? Ryukyu chimed in while crossing her arms. And what's with the wall of vines? For your second question, the vines are my quirk. Rose replied while snapping his free hand, causing a small rose to appear in it. Snapping them again, the flower disappeared before he added, as for why I am here, I was ordered from the higher-ups to stop your operation effective immediately. You mean you need your thugs to finish their crimes and then you get away scot-free? Night Eye growled, Fat Gum, Mr. Brave and Rock Lock all turning to the hero. I don't know what you're talking about. Rose responded with a slight chuckle. I am merely a humble agent for Dash. Shut it. Night Eye interrupted, we both know why you're here. He then pointed at the purple masked man. I suggest you take down that vine wall right now or dash. Or you and your comrades will lose their hero licenses. Rose replied as he pointed at the phone again, that is why I am here. All the heroes behind Night Eye went wide-eyed at this, only for Rose to add, and that is why you will not move an inch until I say so. And as he said this, Night Eye glanced over at Ryukyu, an intense glare coming out of his eyes. The heroine saw this, only to give a slight nod. She silently nudged Fat Gum right beside her, the large hero looking down at her as Night Eye stared back at Rose. I suppose you think you've got us, don't you? Mirai asked, unable to see the now narrowing eyes of the Rose. Considering what I just said, yes. Rose responded with a slight snark, you will not dash. A child's life hangs in the balance, Rose. A child that needs to be rescued by a hero. Sir interrupted before reaching into his pocket and pulled out a hyperdensity seal. Even if our licenses are on the line, we will save that child. The hero then flexed his wrist, showing he was about to throw the tiny weapon. What will you do if we don't cooperate? Rose stood there while still presenting his phone, only to let out a long sigh. Figures with an All Might fanboy like you would do this, thinking you can just break all the rules with no consequences. Rose spun the phone around and shut off the screen, the vines behind him now rustling. He began to snap his fingers, only for his phone to start vibrating. Feeling this, he glanced back at its screen and saw a text had just come in. His eyes instantly skimming it over, he smiled under his mask before saying, then again, perhaps luck is on your side, heroes. Seems my work here is done. Snapping his fingers next, the vine wall behind him instantly shrunk down into the ground. The sight made all the heroes tense up, only for Rose to give them a small bow, and with that, I bid thee adieu. No! Night Eye yelled as he threw the seal at the man, but with a small snap of his fingers, a wall of vines appeared before Rose, instantly blocking the tiny weapon. And as it bounced off, Sir let out a small growl before walking over and picking up the seal. He then glared back at his comrades, Ryukyu, fly us out of here. We need to find the Yakuza now. Understood, she exclaimed, only for the vine wall behind them to suddenly go into the ground as well. Seeing this, she ran out to the exit of the alleyway and transformed, the group hopping on a second later. Hope we're not too late. Crust added as he got on the dragon last. Here's hoping. Rocklock finished as he helped the hero onto the transformed hero. Meanwhile, Eri. That was the word Kaichisaki kept repeating as he tried to climb a building. He had checked alleyway after alleyway for the girl, only to find nothing but a dead body. A man in a white suit that he didn't recognize. Another disease-ridden being he failed to save from this quirk-infested world. Eri. Must find Eri. He hummed as he continued to climb some stairs on the side of a building, his legs now weak from everything that had happened today. And as he went up another flight, he found himself on the rooftop of the building. Seeing this, he glanced around, only for the moon to shine down on a rooftop just a few over from him. One with a certain knocked-out girl on it. Izuku stared at his opponent, his breath slightly hitching as he felt the adrenaline in his body struggling to keep going. It was basically all that was keeping him going at this point. After all, he had already been zapped, blown up and now smacked around by this final enemy, all to save one little girl. And yet, despite his injuries, despite his body wanting to go out, he could still think clearly as he stared ahead at the plain-faced blonde hero in training in front of him. I don't get it. That was what Izuku was thinking as he stared at Mirio. He knew the fact wasn't completely true, as he had hit his opponent twice now. And that was also on his mind as his next thoughts came through. Why can't I hit him? No matter what I do, I can't seem to touch him most of the time. And it's not some kind of phasing quirk or I wouldn't be able to hit him at all. Is it permutation? Could that really be part of his shapeshifting quirk? If that's the case, can he willfully alter his body that much? Izuku closed his eyes at this. Think, Izuku, think. If he really can change his body this much, there must be some kind of flaw. A click goes off in Izuku's brain, causing him to open his eyes, or a limit. That must be it. That's why he hasn't shapeshifted again. He can only do so much with that body of his. Izuku takes a long deep breath as lightning continues to spark around his arms. What a magnificent quirk. And yet it's being used for evil. Evil that killed Mr. Lee. That thought made electricity appear all over the vigilante's arms, the sound of electricity crackling as sparks began popping around the teen. The sight made Mirio tense up, the in turn staring the vigilante over. I don't get it. Those were the words going through Mirio's head as he slightly moved his legs, trying to tense up into a fighting stance. Every time I think I've got him, he dodges at the last second. It's like fighting someone who can reflexively dodge everything. But his fighting style doesn't display that at all. Opponents who were better at fighting than him was nothing new for Mirio Togata. His best friend, Tamaki Amajiki, was the best example of this. Despite his depressive personality, Amajiki was a fighting machine when he got serious. Mirio fought him at the semi-finals of this year's sports festival, only to barely touch the man before losing despite having a quirk that literally let him not get hurt. Amajiki was infamous in Class 3 of being probably the number one of the top 4 of UA, and him winning this year's sport festival proved it, having beaten Hato in the finals. Amajiki's fighting skills were top-notch, allowing him to improvise, yet cleanly and accurately take down anyone. It was something Mirio had fought repeatedly over the years to help both of them become better heroes, and he felt that training truly helped him become the hero he wanted to be. However, despite it being a good example of fighting someone who can fight Mirio at a reflex level, that was not what Mirio was looking at right now. The opponent before him was clumsy, swung way too wide, and seemed to have issues constantly keeping balance. It was like he still didn't fully understand his own strength, something that shouldn't be possible. Mirio could tell that Spiderman was probably just a year or two younger than him, but he fought like he had just received his quirk. And yet, Mirio also couldn't hit him. Every time he tried, the Vigilante would seem to dodge at the last second. It didn't matter what kind of punch he tried, nothing seemed to work. For instance, phasing into the floor and slipping out behind the opponent was one of Mirio's bread and butter techniques, but even that failed. It was if Spiderman had eyes in the back of his head, as every sneak attack failed. As this thought entered his head, Mirio felt a gear shift in his brain. What do I do? It's nothing like the file Sir gave me. It said that quirk analysts thought Spiderman has a spider mutant quirk mixed with some kind of electric quirk. Yeah, the mutant quirk would give him better reflexes and strength, but it's like he has no training. Sure, he obviously has some experience. His eyes darted over to the still knocked out Eri before back to Spiderman, only for him to take a deep breath before trying to smile. Forget about that. Remember what Sir taught you. There are times where words are pointless. Instead, you need to just smile and fight the good fight. I will win this. And with that, Lemillion charged with a small smile on his face. He had just gotten over the second rooftop, his legs barely moving as he dragged himself along. Eri. That was all Kaichisaki could say as he got closer, his form stumbling over the next rooftop. Just 2 more buildings over and she would be his. The sight was like a million miles away for the man, but he would not stop. Not until he had her. Not until he had Eri. For she was key to this world's salvation. She alone would let him cleanse this world. Ra! Izuku roared as he swung another punch, his fist going right through Mirio. It was a feeling Izuku was getting used to as he missed hitting the intern for what felt like the 100th time in those few minutes of fighting. The two hadn't said any words, Mirio now feeling a little uncomfortable as he had never fully done a fight without some talking. Even against his friends at school, he felt some dialogue was necessary, but not tonight. Instead, Mirio spun around and moved a punch directly at Izuku's head just as the Vigilante went through the hero in training, only for Izuku's head to tilt, dodging the blow. Spiderman then spun. His whole body with a leg stretched out, only for the leg to go straight through Mirio's chest. This was followed by 2 more punches, both going through Mirio's face in rapid succession. Releasing a small breath, Mirio tried to counter with a quick jab to the Vigilante's face, Izuku tilting again at the last second, only for a second jab to go for Vigilante's stomach. And as it was about to hit, Izuku backpedaled, the blow almost nicking the Vigilante's costume. This was followed by an upward moved kick to Mirio's face, only for the foot to go right through the intern. And as this attack missed as well, Izuku fired a shot of webbing behind him and pulled, yanking himself a few feet away from Lemillion before he could even try to counter the teen. Skidding to a stop a second later, Izuku felt his body tense up. Certain aches and pains were now flaring in his body. The electrocution from Electro, the explosions that Lee had hit his back and side with. He could feel it now. His body was out of adrenaline. No, Izuku thought as he stared at Mirio, the moonlight shining down on the hero in training. He saw a calm smile, one that made Izuku's eye twitch. It was like the person before him was mocking the Vigilante. Mocking that he killed Mr. Lee. And yet, he felt his body slow down. His muscles cramping up. His tendons flaring in pain. Not yet. Gotta keep going. Electricity flared around his arms again, slowing rising to an awkward boxing-like stance. I haven't even hit him with a venom punch. He then saw his venom powers already sputtering, the electricity barely sparking at this point. The sight made Mirio's smile grow, knowing this might be his chance. As such, Mirio stood tall, lowering his fists as he said, "Give up." Izuku's eyes went down to his fists, seeing the electricity trying to form before looking back up at Lemillion. "What did you just say?" "I said, give up." Lemillion replied before presenting a hand to the Vigilante, "I know this isn't like you. I've read your file, and you're a good person that could be a great hero. I don't know why you think I'm bad, but I also know that you're misguided. And as those words entered Izuku's ears, his mind flashed to the scene of Mirio shooting Mr. Lee, the calm, uncaring look on the individual's face as they did this deed. Misguided? Misguided? Izuku screeched before electricity began to flow again in his arms, only for the teen to flinch. The lightning sputtered out at this, making Izuku slightly stumble. Listen, we don't need to fight anymore. Just let me dash. Shut up! Izuku screamed, his exposed eye seeing nothing but red before charging at the intern again. And as he did this, Lemillion tensed up and activated his quirk. Only for the vigilante to suddenly vanish. Realizing that Spider-Man had used his invisibility again, Mirio quickly backpedaled as his eyes darted around, trying to see some sign of the incoming attack. But as Lemillion did this, he felt the back of his feet suddenly lose grip with the ground. Glancing back for a second, he saw he was at the edge of the roof, his eyes now looking down an alleyway. Across the alley was another building, this one being 2 floors higher, complete with several broken windows. And as he glanced back at the rooftop he was on, he felt it. In that split second of hesitation as he shuffled to the edge of the roof, he had turned off his quirk. Pow! A fist slammed into his face, pushing Mirio back a slight half-foot. Bam! A second blow swung into Mirio's stomach, making him tense up as he felt the wind get knocked out of him. Hi-ya! Izuku roared as he turned visible, moving a third punch straight for Mirio's jaw. And in that split second, Mirio's quirk activated, Izuku's fist going straight through him before Mirio took one step forward and spun around. Spider sense screaming at the vigilante, Izuku tried to sidestep the now incoming kick from Mirio. Only for his muscles to flare up in pain. Wham! Crash! Ugh! Izuku yelped as the kick knocked him off his feet, the teen flying off the rooftop, over the alleyway and into the nearby building's window. Glass flew everywhere as his back collided with the frame, Izuku's body soon smacking the floor inside as darkness covered him thanks to the night's shade. And as the sounds of tumbling rang out into the night, Lemillion stared at the shattered window and let out a gasp of air. Finally, I finally got him. He tensed himself up to leap off the roof next, ready to phase through the wall and finish the fight. Airy. One word hit his ears, making Mirio spin around to see a certain bird-masked man picking up the still knocked-out girl. The moon's light was barely shining down on the rooftop at this point, but it was enough for Mirio to see Kai Chisaki's deranged, wrath-filled face. I finally have you again. Chisaki muttered as he took her in his hands before glaring up at Mirio. You. Let her go. Lemillion said as his smile switched to a frown, the teen pulling his arm back to wind up for a punch. Never. I will never dash. Thwack. Bluff. Chisaki yelped as something suddenly smacked the side of his face, making his form slump over a second later. Mirio went wide-eyed at this, only for to see a certain familiar hyperdense seal now lodged into the side of Chisaki's face before falling off the man. The sight made him smile before glancing over and seeing his mentor hopping off the dragon hero Ryukyu. Sir! He exclaimed before running over to him. Mirio, report. Night Eye responded while walking over to pick up the seal. Yes sir. And as Mirio began to speak, Crust and Fat Gum hopped off the dragon as well. They quickly helped pick up Eri and put her on the dragon's back while Night Eye listened to his in turn. The night sky then covered the moon, quickly taking that last bit of moonlight the group had just as a certain vigilante crawled up to the window he had crashed through. Gotta get up there. Izuku to himself as he started to go through the window. And as he did this, the heroes on the dragon's back pulled out some flashlights, giving themselves some light as Izuku turned invisible and crawled onto this new building's roof. But as he did this, he saw the dragon floating over the rooftop he had just fought on, the sight making him go wide-eyed. What the why is Ryukyu here? And on her back that's Rocklock, Mr. Brave, Crust and Fat Gum. So cool. He could feel his inner hero fanboy explode within at this, not realizing he had forgotten about the fight he was just in. That is, till he shook his head. Wait. Why are they here? Why would Dash? His thoughts came to a stop as he saw Eri was now in Fat Gum's hands as Crust and Mr. Brave looked her over with their flashlights. They have Eri. I should dash. He pointed his wrist at the dragon only to lower his arm a second later. What am I doing? They're heroes. His thoughts halted again as he was reminded of something his mom told him back when he was hunting Tombstone. But don't go too far. If something goes wrong, call the heroes. Got it. Oh yeah. That's a good point, Mom, he mentally reminded himself before glancing back at the rooftop he had just had a fight on only to see nothing. The moon's light was gone, and the night had covered the roof in darkness. He got away. Chameleon. He could feel his hands tense up into fists at this, anger boiling in his mind again, only to hear a small gasp. Making him glance back up, he saw that Eri was waking up in Fat Gum's arms, the girl's body slightly moving in the teen's eyes. Seeing this, the anger ceased. The words, hospital, and don't worry, came out of one of the heroes' mouths, though Izuku couldn't tell who it was, only for Ryukyu to start flapping her wings. A second later, the dragon took flight. Before Izuku could even do anything, they were gone. But the sight was enough for the teen. Goodbye, Eri. Izuku whispered before looking back at the rooftop one last time, only to still see nothing. Chameleon. He felt his body tense in pain again. And in that moment, he realized it was hopeless. He was in no shape to go after the killer. Darn it. I guess that I better go too. He glanced back up at the sky Ryukyu had vanished into and said, hope everything goes well, Eri. I know the heroes will help you. With that in mind, the invisible vigilante leapt off the rooftop and fired a line of webbing, soon swinging away into the darkness of the night. The Rose was wearing a half-smile under his mask. Despite how good the day had started, after his calls from Chameleon and Fancy Dan, the overall results were mixed. They had told him that they had succeeded in wiping out all Yakuza, but Chisaki, Martinly, was dead, which was probably a good thing now that he thought about it, and Eri had gotten away due to a certain vigilante. Spiderman. The vigilante had been interfering quite a bit recently. Granted, he was just fumbling into the Rose's boss's operations, but it was still annoying. Even in this hero-flooded society where it was so easy to control the rules, there were still rule-breakers. How truly, utterly annoying. As such, Rose continued his stride down an alleyway, taking a deep breath before doing a sharp right turn. There, he saw a van with 3 riders in the back. Ox, Montana and Electro, the latter wearing a scowl on his face. His eyes then turned to the only person standing outside of the vehicle, Rose, assuming Dan was probably in the driver's seat. The person standing outside of the van was Chameleon, her usual smirk on her face. Her ponytail was slightly moving thanks to the night wind as she walked up to Rose and pulled something out of her pocket. It looked like a tiny object wrapped in paper, Rose taking it and unwrapping it. A second later, he saw the object inside, a flash drive. Is this Dash? Yup. Chameleon chuckled, Chisaki's trigger formula. His latest stuff, ingredient lists, and other prototype versions. Good. Rose put the drive in his suit chest pocket, at least this whole debacle wasn't a total waste. And my money? Chameleon instantly asked, only for Rose to gesture to the van. I'll give it to you at the hideout, along with everyone else's pay. Nice. Chameleon laughed before hopping in the vehicle, Rose quickly shuffling up to the passenger seat as Ox closed the back doors of the van. Let's get out of here. I have a lot to report to the boss. Rose commented as laid back in his seat. Understood. Dan replied before hitting the gas. A few seconds later, the vehicle was gone. Ugh. Izuku grunted as his body landed onto his home's rooftop, his invisibility turning off. He rolled across the surface, his mind just now going over everything that had just happened. The fights, Eri and the death. The day was finally over. And Izuku was not happy. His brain hadn't thought of a thing as he web-swung home. His mind was muddled, barely able to process the past few hours. He wasn't even fully sure how he had gotten home. All he knew was that it felt wrong. Everything felt wrong. As such, he just laid there for a minute, closing his eyes as he remembered everything. Only for one image to appear in his head. Martinly. The man he admired, who had helped him find a path. Was now dead. Dead in an alleyway, a bullet splitting his heart in two. A puddle of blood surrounded the image in Izuku's head, making tears began to form in his eyes. Before he knew it, he was crying again. Izuku was always a crier. His whole family was, at least on his mom's side. The Midoriyas were just known for crying, and Izuku was no different. Water poured out of his eyes as he took off his mask so it wouldn't get too wet. Mr. Lee, he muttered as he slowly got up, oh, Mr. Lee. Tears continued to fall at this, the teen not sure how long he stood there, crying over the one image in his head. He hadn't let himself mourn over what had happened, as Eri was there and Izuku knew he needed to help her. But now it was laid bare in his mind. His friend was gone, and there was nothing he could do about it. And after what seemed like hours, though it was only a few minutes, Izuku turned invisible again and crawled down the roof and to his room's window. He glanced inside and saw it was closed and empty, just like usual. Slowly opening the window, as he assumed his mom and Himiko were probably already asleep, he slid into the room before quietly closing the window behind him. Guess I still have a long way to go. He told himself as he now stared at his bed. Danger. Izuku went wide-eyed as his spider sense suddenly went off, making him spin around. The sound of a door creaking open came next, only for the teen to see his mom peek through. Light from the room she was in shone through the door's opening, showing her son's face to the woman. Izuku? You okay? She asked as she saw those tears. Mom, he slowly said, I dash. Greetings, Spider-Man, interrupted a voice, making both Midoriya's jump in place. Izuku glanced down, as he heard the noise coming from that direction, only to see a certain stoat standing there. A huge grin was on his face as he added, hello there. Am I a mouse, or a dog, or a bear? None of those matter because I am the principal of UA, Nizu. His smile grew wider at this, soon splitting his face as he finished, and I've been wanting to meet you for quite a while now, Izuku Midoriya. Mirai Sasaki pushed his glasses up his nose for the umpteenth time that day. The man has his usual stoic yet serious look on his face as he stared at the sight before him. It was an alleyway filled with bodies, all of them being the main members of the Shai Hasaikai, along with 2 destroyed vehicles. The site was a police lab nightmare, a kind of crime scene that would cause most officers to leave to a different department than deal with the mess that was in front of the pro hero. It seems we were too late. Mirai sighed as he stared at the alleyway. I knew there would be conflict, but I did not expect this kind of full rout. It seems Rose's men decimated them. I'm sorry, sir. Mirio chimed in, the hero turning to his intern as Mirio added, I was so focused on finding the girl, I didn't try to stop this carnage. Night Eye responded by glancing back at the scene before replying, I won't say you're wrong, Mirio. His intern blinked at this, Mirari taking a deep breath before continuing, this whole night didn't go to any plan I had. We should just be glad we saved the girl. I suppose, sir. Lemillion slowly replied before noticing Night Eye walking away from the scene. He quickly followed, the 2 walking down an alleyway or 2 as Mirio asked, where are we going now? We found and apprehended Chisaki on that rooftop you were on while all his subordinates were in that alleyway. Even if he saw them all as disposable, he had to have been doing something else. You said you were fighting Spider-Man, yes? Yeah. Well, I saw no webs in that alleyway. That means dash, the hero's words came to a stop as he took a turn, only to see a giant coating of webbing all over an alleyway. It was the one that Izuku had shot out after being blinded by the chameleon, though the pro hero and in turn didn't know it. As for the duo, they walked around the webbing before stopping in front of a body. It was a man in a white suit, though blood had soaked through at least half of it by now. Night Eye leaned down at the figure, the moon's light shining down on that alleyway as he asked, now who is this? Subtlety was something that Nizu, despite all his intelligence and understanding of the human psyche, still had some trouble with. For when he interrupted Inko Midoriya and walked into Izuku Midoriya's room, its owner being someone he had wanted to meet face-to-face for some time, he soon realized his own mistake. The teen before him was not the vigilante that had impressed him time and time again, with his ability to take on villains with no fighting or quirk experience, or his seemingly perfect route of hiding his identity with his quirklessness. That was not what he was looking at right now. The one called Izuku Midoriya that stood before him was banged up, his costume having several cuts and scorch marks, its mask having looked like it had gone through a war dot, and the teen was crying. Tears were flowing down his face, and his expression wasn't much better. He looked like he had just gone through some tragedy, possibly a long-winded battle that resulted in him losing a friend and failing to save someone. But that was just Nizu's guess. However, the stoat was also known for being blunt as he spoke up and said, my apologies for intruding. It seems something has happened. And as those words left his mouth, the one known as Izuku Midoriya just stared at the principal. The one called Nizu was a kind of enigma in the hero world, an animal with a quirk. Izuku has notes on him just like he had notes on every hero he could look up. However, those notes were very minimal. The Dean of UA was a hidden figure, a being that publicly was shown as an individual with heightened intelligence as a quirk. But that never convinced Izuku. He was sure there was more to it, though he had to admit, he had never thought of a situation where he met the stoat. Well, without being a student of UA. Unfortunately, there was a stream of tears still going down his face, which wasn't the best first impression as he stared at the being before him. As such, Izuku opened his mouth to say something. Only for nothing to come out. The sight broke his voice box. His mind couldn't form a word, and his mouth just quivered. Inko stared at him at this, seeing her son just freeze up. It had been a long time since she had seen that. In fact, she couldn't remember the last time it had happened. Seeing this, Inko turned to Nizu and slowly spoke up, Mr. Nizu? Her question made both Izuku and the stoat turn to her. She showed the softest expression she could possibly display as she asked, Could you give us a minute? Nizu opened his mouth to respond to this, only for Inko to add, I promised to get him out of his room and talk to you, but that won't happen right now. She glanced back at her son, seeing the still frozen expression on his face. The sight made her grimace before looking back at Nizu. He just needs me and only me for a moment. Nizu blinked at her, only to turn to Izuku. He saw a deadness in the teen's eyes, one that made the stoat want to frown. The principal prided himself in not showing too many expressions on his face, and he knew that whatever was happening here was bad. But as his eyes went back to Inko, he saw the expression on her face. It was a true mother's face, one filled with compassion and worry. Very well. Nizu replied as he spun and walked over to the room's door, nudging it open before saying, "Take all the time you need." With that, he walked out of the room, Inko getting up and grabbing the door's handle next. She shut the door next, the woman taking a long deep breath before spinning around and walking over to Izuku's bed, slowly sitting down beside him. Taking another breath, she spoke up, "Sorry about that. Him and a few others just came to the house a bit ago. And as you can see, they know you're Spider-Man." "Yeah." Izuku muttered out as he stared at the floor. His mother stared at him at this, her mouth trying to form words as she looked him over. It looked like her son had just suddenly aged. He looked tired, and not the out of energy tired. No, this was of life had just hit you really hard, tired, something he should not have been dealing with for some time. The sight made the frown on her face grow, sighing before asking, "So what happened? Why are you crying?" Izuku glanced up at her, tears still flowing down his face. It looked like the face of true misery, one that Inko remembered seeing only once, when he was told he was quirkless. When her son was told by that horrid doctor to give up on being a hero. The moment that destroyed everything for her son. And now it had happened again. Something terrible had happened, and now he was back in that state. She didn't know what it could be, but then Izuku opened his mouth and said these 4 words, "Mr. Lee is dead." His mother went fully wide-eyed, reflexively whispering out, "What? Mr. Lee is dead." Izuku instantly repeated. What do? Inko tried to reply, her mouth now fumbling words as she blinked at her son. And after she took a second of thought to go through her head, she slowly asked, What do you mean Mr. Lee is dead?" Her son's eyes slowly turned to her, water dripping from them as he whimpered out, "He was killed." "So who is it, sir?" Mirio Togata asked as he stared at the body his mentor was looking over. Night Eye stood up at this and pushed his glasses up his nose. "I'm not sure. I don't see any identification on him." He stared down at the corpse, a slight glare in his eyes. "If I'm completely honest, I can only say one thing about this body." "And what's that, sir?" "Whoever murdered this person, the murder was basically instant." Mirio opened his mouth to ask how his mentor knew that, but Mirai was one step ahead. "It seems the bullet that killed this man went straight to his heart." "Oh," was all Lemillion could say at that. He had to admit, that sounded horrible, to be instantly snuffed out like that. As such, he took a small breath and asked, "Who do you think killed him?" "I don't know." Mirai replied while putting a hand to his chin, "But considering all the webbing around here, it's obvious this is also part of tonight's case. Spider-Man was here. But I've seen no records of him using a gun." Night Eye turned to his intern. "Did he use a gun on you?" The hero in training shook his head. "No. He only used his fists and that webbing of his." Night Eye glared back at the body. "Then something else is a part of this." He put a finger to his bridge of his glasses as he began to think, was it a minion of Rose's who did this? It would be up their alley. But if that's the case. A long sigh escaped his breath next before glancing back at his student. "Very well. It seems this is all we can do tonight. Let's call the police and set up a crime scene." Mirio nodded at this. "Yes, sir." It had taken a while, but after what was probably a good 20 or so minutes, Inko had gotten Izuku to tell her everything. As it turned out, today was the worst possible day for her son. He had gone out on a basic patrol, only to find himself fighting villain after villain. Not only that, they were after a small girl, one that when she asked why, he couldn't answer the question. That alone was beyond bizarre, but nothing compared to when he started talking about Martin Lee. When he got to that part, he described the battle in graphic detail, even showing her the broken lens on his mask. He told her how he somehow went into the man's mind, only to fight what he considered to be some kind of giant masked demon. What followed was him unmasking in front of Lee, trying to appeal to the man's humanity, only for Izuku to come to a stop. It took him a few minutes to explain what happened next. There was stuttering and pauses as he described how Lee had sacrificed himself for Eri. And when he got finished, his mother found herself crying with the teen. All in all, it had been a horrible day for the Vigilante. And it was not over. Not by a long shot. For after that long spiel, she began to explain why Nizu was here. She explained that Nizu had figured out Izuku's identity, and how both Nizu wanted Izuku. And Aizawa obviously did not. She warned the boy about the man, saying he was skeptical about all Izuku had done, which Izuku was slightly confused about, along with the praise Nizu had given about Izuku. "Wait, they think I'm already UA material?" "Yes." Inko replied while nodding. But that's impossible." I failed to get into UA. Izuku responded before glancing down at himself. I mean, all I've done as Spider-Man is fail. I'm still just a worthless Deku. Izuku, his mother yelled, you are not worthless. I am. Izuku instantly barked back, making Inko flinch. The sight made him flinch as well before glancing away. Sorry. I didn't mean to yell. I. His words muttered out at this, the boy beginning to cry again. Oh Izuku. Inko sighed and shook her head, rubbing her face next as she thought, this is all my fault. If only I hadn't been so scared. If only I had told off Bakugo sooner. Shaking her head again, she whispered to herself, no. You're here for him now. Taking a deep breath, she reached over and took the teen's hand in her hand. The gesture made him glance back at her, only to see a look of pure determination on her face. Listen Izuku. You need to stop thinking like that. You have worth, and you had it before that spider bit you, alright? But No. Inko interrupted, making Izuku flinch again as his mother leaned up into his face. You are my son, and if I say you have worth, you have worth. You are a sweet, intelligent and brilliant boy with a kind heart that's so big that I don't know how it fits in your body. You. She took a deep breath at this, knowing that there was a part of her that hated these words, but she knew they were true. You're my hero, you're Himiko's hero, and you were born to be a hero. Izuku went wide-eyed at hearing those words. His mind kept repeating certain phrases as he heard that. You'll never be hero. You're just a worthless pebble. Listen here loser, if you really want to be hero. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Even now, he still believed in those words. He still thought about killing himself and hoping his next life would turn out better. After all, that was he had been told time and time again, all his life. And yet, here was his mother, the one that always seemed scared to support him. Just telling him to be a hero. Just like Mr. Lee had. It was what he always wanted. He wanted it more than anything. He wanted to be told that, to accomplish that dream, to go out there and save lives with the biggest smile on his face. He wanted that so much. Only to shake his head at this, soon glancing away as he remembered those words again. You're wrong. I'm just a worthless Deku. Inko stared at her son as he said those words, only to see him shrug and add, I couldn't even save Mr. Lee, heck, I couldn't save one little girl tonight. Izuku. Inko started to say, you. You were definitely right about him making this difficult, chimed in a voice, making them turn to see the room's door open, revealing a blank-faced Nizu. My apologies, but after waiting for so long, I started listening in. Turns out, I'm glad I did, as it seems we have quite the wall to climb to help young Midoriya here. Izuku and Inko shared a glance before turning back to Nizu as Izuku asked, what do you mean? Nizu began to shine his signature grin at this. Why don't you walk into the living room and we discuss what I mean by that? Izuku wasn't sure what to think when he walked into the living room. For one, he was still in his Spider-Man costume with the exception of his mask. 2. His mother had told him about the 3 that were now in their house, the UA principal Nizu, the detective Naomasa, and the man called Aizawa. Inko had mainly talked about him, how the man had been skeptical about Izuku, though she seemed to hesitate on anything else about the man. Then there was Himiko, who as he turned to look at her, he saw she was just curled up on the end of the living room couch. One of her eyes was glaring at Aizawa while the other was staring at Izuku, a look of well, Izuku wasn't sure what it was. He knew he wasn't the best at reading people, but it looked worry and anger were battling for dominance on her face. Don't worry young Midoriya, Aizawa here will not bite. In fact, thanks to his recent outburst, I will be making sure he doesn't bite. Nizu chuckled before glaring at the man, Aizawa opening his mouth to respond, only to let out a long growl. Satisfied at this, Nizu turned to Naomasa, same with the detective. He's here to help us not hide anything. I've been told you've met before. Izuku glanced over at the man, a vague memory popping into his head, yeah. But it's been a while. Good. Just know that the good detective will be using his quirk for the majority of our meeting here. My apologies, but it's a necessity when dealing with what we will be talking about. Quirk, Izuku whispered out, only to remember his last encounter with the man. Lie detection. That made sense now in the teen's head as he wandered over to the couch and sat down, Inko sitting right beside him. She put her hand on his shoulder, making the teen glance over at her for a second before looking back at Nizu. That is, till his eyes wandered up at Aizawa. They scanned the man over, and the teen couldn't help but think the man looked familiar. Very familiar. But before his mind could come to a conclusion, Nizu clapped his paws, Izuku turning to the stoat and seeing he had sat down in a chair. He stared directly at the vigilante and began to speak. Now, where to begin? I will start by reintroducing myself. My name is Nizu, principal of UA. Behind me are Shoyuta Aizawa and Detective Naomasa, and we are here to discuss your how you say, secret vigilante identity. Izuku flinched at that statement, only to see the stoat smile and shake his head. Now hang on, you're not in trouble. At least, not in any kind of major trouble. Let's just say that there's a lot to do, and I hope to get something going tonight. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, only for Nizu to flash a paw. Hold on there. Let me explain first, then we can get to questions and explanations. For starters, I'll explain how we found out about your secret identity. Considering our recent. Nizu glanced over at the teen's mother. Arguments due to certain understandings and misunderstandings. I believe it's best if I come clean first. He looked back at Izuku. I just wanted you to be here so we can get everything in order. Taking a deep breath, the stoat began to talk. He told Izuku how the vigilante has first been reported due to him stopping the bank robbers, Nizu praising the teen's quickness in fighting the criminals. And it was here that Nizu noticed exactly what Inko was talking about earlier. Izuku flinched at the praise, as if he thought it was lie or some kind of sweet words to trick the teen. Seeing this, Nizu knew that Inko was truly right, even more so after listening in to the teen and his mother earlier. As such, he continued to talk, telling how a case was set up on Izuku after fighting the criminals and then praising Izuku over fighting the vulture. Seeing the teen's reaction again, Nizu decided to change strategies, and instead just began laying out the facts with no compliments in between. He told Izuku about the inner demons, which Izuku commented he didn't realize they were called that, Naomasa going wide-eyed at the statement, Nizu laughing at this, and Aizawa's right eye twitching before Nizu continued, about how the police began to create a full file after the Mysterio bank robbery, which Izuku also asked who that was, only to realize it was Fishbowl Head, Gentle Criminal, Scorpion, Spinner, and finally the gang fight that happened outside of the sports festival. But it was here that Nizu began to praise the boy again, stating that thanks to this, he had become front-page news, the stoat telling Izuku how amazed he was over the footage he saw. He told Izuku how surprised he was that one teen took on both villain gangs, only to then go after the hero killer. And as he said this, he saw Izuku's face switch to something he didn't fully expect. Up to this point, Izuku's face showed a cross between worry and slight intrigue over finding out the police had created such a file, only for it to switch to pure disbelief. You're joking, right? What do you mean? Nizu asked while slightly tilting his head. I mean, you said that I was amazing to fight those gangs and the hero killer? Izuku responded as the frown on his face grew. Why yes. Nizu exclaimed, clapping his paws once. You alone took on a force that most heroes would struggle with, and that's not counting the hero killer. You meddled into others' affairs to help whoever is in need without any offer of reward or publicity. That is a sign of a true hero. And as he excitedly said this, Nizu almost showed shock on his face as Izuku replied, but anyone could have done that. Heck, any F-rank hero could have done what I did that day. The statement made the room turn silent. A pin could be heard if it was dropped in that moment. Nizu's eyes turned to Inko, the mother showing a sad frown, confirming what he was thinking. Naomasa couldn't believe what he had just heard, especially when Nizu turned to him. He nodded to the stoat, confirming his quirk hadn't gone off. Izuku hadn't lied, he sincerely believed what he had just said. And then there was Aizawa. The man was seeing red, his teeth gritting as he heard the statement. He couldn't believe it. This kid was Spider-Man? Aizawa opened his mouth, ready to yell, only to see Himiko glaring at him. The underground hero was about to glare back, only for her face to suddenly change in his mind, changing back to that retired hero at Feast. Stop sneering. You're just like me before I became a hero. I'm betting you couldn't care less about others until something bad happened to you or someone you cared about, and now you're a hero because of that bad thing that happened to you. And now, you act like a JRK with his head held up high and mighty, sneering at them as you think you're always right because you've seen the worst humanity has to offer. Am I wrong? That worthless retired hero. Aizawa mentally growled, why do I keep thinking about that? His eyes went back to Izuku, seeing the disbelief on the child's face, the sight making him twist up inside. And as Aizawa stewed in his thoughts, Nizu spoke up again, I see. Well, let's get back to the investigation. With that, Nizu explained how they started to investigate Feast after Martin Lee's arrest, Izuku flinching at this, but Nizu told the teen it was necessary. The principal didn't tell the teen that he had sent Aizawa, as he knew that would just make his goal of getting Izuku to UA even harder, and then declared he figured it out after this by examining the support exams. Also, I would like to apologize over the support exams. Unfortunately, I am not the one that runs them, and as such, I didn't realize you could have taken that exam to get into my school. He did a small bow, I'm deeply sorry. Izuku shook his head, no, it's okay. Don't worry about it. The teen glanced down at the floor at this. I did fail fair and square. You shouldn't have to apologize for my failures. Nonsense, young Midoriya. I wouldn't apologize unless I wanted to bring you into UA. Izuku went wide-eyed at this. Nizu hadn't really said anything about UA up to this point, it had only been about the investigation. As such, the teen began to mutter out, Surely you're joking. I failed to get into UA. I don't deserve such a thing since I failed. I am not joking. Nizu replied, after everything I have said over our investigation on you, surely you must realize how valuable you are. He shined his signature smile at this. Izuku Midoriya, your mother has told me much about you and dreams of becoming a hero. As such, between what I have gone over with you and the accomplishments you have already done, I would like to invite you to become a student of the hero course at UA. The teen flinched at those words. He felt like he was going to curl up into the couch, shrinking as he didn't want to think about what the stoat had just said. However, that soon came to an end as Izuku sputtered out, You're joking, right? You're not pulling my leg or anything, right? I know I was quirkless and dash. I don't care about that. Nizu interrupted before hopping off the chair. His smile was gone as he put his paws behind his back. Granted, I want to later investigate your abilities and how you got them, but you, Izuku Midoriya, as I have stated before, are extraordinary. Everything I have gone over tonight is evidence to show you are more than worthy of being a hero student. Izuku opened his mouth at this, only for Nizu to add, You wish to be a hero, do you not? Well, this is your way to do it. A way to get your hero license and everything. He then did a long bow, and I for one would be honored to have you as a student at UA. Izuku's eyes couldn't get any bigger as he stared at the sight before him. The principal of the greatest hero school has said it would be an honor to have him as a student. That alone made Izuku tremble. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Is this a dream, he thought, quickly and silently pinching himself. Ow! And as he did this, he turned to his mother. There, he saw a face filled with tears, yet a big smile was on it as well. She gave him a small nod before whispering, It's not a dream. They want you to be a hero. Indeed I do. Nizu chimed in, both glancing back at the stoat. I believe you, Izuku Midoriya, have true potential beyond any hero we are currently training. You have shown abilities and skills that most heroes train all their lives for, and I believe that you could one day become one of the best. You just need mainly legal help more than anything. He then presented his paw. Will you accept my offer? Izuku stared at the hand, but he couldn't move. His whole body froze up as he stared at the stoat. He just couldn't believe what was in front of him. And with a slight gulp, his body began to move on its own, slowly taking the hand. Nizu quickly shook it, only to feel how weak it felt. It felt powerless, feeble and shaky. Nothing like the vigilante he had watched over and over with what little footage they had. Mrs. Midoriya is right. The boy is nearly broken. Nizu thought before glancing up at the teen's eyes. There, despite how dead they looked, there was a fire there. A blazing inferno, one filled with passion and strength. And yet there's fire there. A truly unstoppable spirit. Yes, he's perfect for the job. He can do it. And as the hand-paw shake ended, Nizu hopped back onto the chair with a giant grin. Thank you. Now, where to begin? Nizu chuckled to himself as rubbed his paws together. To start, in order to get you into UA, we will need to get your bounty lifted. Bounty? I have a bounty on me. Izuku yelped, Inko mentally facepalming as she forgot to tell him about that. That, and she was wondering why Nizu hadn't brought that up till now. Nizu did a small nod back. Yes. You see, the Hero Commission has confirmed you as a threat to the Hero Society, and as such, put a villain ranking and bounty on you. Izuku went wide-eyed at this, letting out a gasp. What? BB, but I'm not a criminal or a villain. You are. Aizawa chimed in, only for Nizu to turn and glare at the man, the underground hero, then adding, You're a vigilante kid. That's basically a criminal. But now hold on. No need to panic. Nizu spoke up, the stoat looking back at Izuku. After all, as I said before, I am here to get you into UA. That includes helping you get your bounty lifted. That will also include taking you out of the villain rankings. The principal glanced up at Aizawa again, and you will not be saying another word. Nizu be quiet. Nizu snapped, his usual blank expression showing a hint of anger for a second, only to switch back a moment later. You lost, remember? We'll be talking about your punishment for your earlier outburst later. In the meantime, you will be stand there and say nothing. You will only be observing your future student. Aizawa let out a small growl at this, the man's eyes narrowing at the stoat. One of his hands was gripping his scarf, the other shaking into a fist. There was hatred in his eyes, and he really wanted to express it despite his usual dour stance. And with a small snort, he glanced away, making Nizu chuckle before the stoat went back to Izuku. But as this happened, Aizawa's eyes drifted to the others on the couch, only to see a giant smirk on Himiko Toga's face. This can't be happening, Aizawa thought as he stared at the scene. This is Spider-Man. This is the vigilante that beat up gangs that heroes wouldn't touch? The one who beat the hero killer? Impossible. Maybe those records from Aldera are false now that I'm looking at him, but how could he do any of that? The kid can barely think for himself. Those had been his thoughts for quite a while as the situation had unfolded, only to repeat in his head again. And as Aizawa's thoughts continued to spiral, Nizu took a small breath before beginning his explanation. Now young Midoriya, due to your recent exploits, the Hero Commission deemed you a threat to the current hero society. Izuku opened his mouth at this, only for Nizu to flash a paw at him. Let me speak. I'll answer your questions after I've explained everything. Oh. Okay, sorry. Izuku muttered out, the stoat chuckling at his response. It's fine. Anyways, as I was saying, the Hero Commission has become very paranoid over the recent years. Due to certain changes in the current hero society, they have issues with anything that could change the status quo. They are firm believers in the law, and wish to see all that do good to be regulated as such. Nizu's eyes drifted over to Himiko, the girl's stare showing she didn't agree with such a thing, making him smile as he added, as you can probably guess, I'm not the biggest fan of it either. Thankfully, there are always loopholes. Nizu glanced back at Izuku as a smile shined on his face. You see young Midoriya, as I stated before, I wish for you to join UA. Even now, considering everything that I have investigated about you, I believe you are already several steps ahead of students your age and grade. Izuku opened his mouth again, but Nizu shook his head. Please don't interrupt. I know what you think and how lowly you think of yourself, but what I'm saying is fact. However, society dictates you still need to go to hero school in order to get your license, which is why I want to help you get into UA. Nizu's grin began to disappear at this. As you can guess, in order to do that, it will require a difficult task for you to complete. That being, the removal of your bounty. The teen didn't respond, his mind still going over Nizu's words, only for Nizu to then add, in order to do this, I will have to go to Hero Commission and make them take it down. However, such an act is not easy. The best way is for me to give something the Commission wants. As such, I will be giving you a task to complete, one that will get you on the Commission's good side. Izuku just continued to stare, making the stoat sigh before adding, I'll keep it simple. I need you to help me take down a villain. This caused Izuku's mind to shift back to reality, his mouth moving reflexively as he asked, a villain? Nizu nodded back, yes. It is one that well, let's say that if you get rid of it, the Hero Commission will have no choice but to acknowledge you. Especially if I push them. Izuku leaned back at this. Of what he knew of the Hero Commission, they were basically the government section that handled all hero matters, and they had great political power. Otherwise, he didn't know much except they determine if someone gets a hero license or not. That was something he needed if he wanted to be a hero. Okay, who's the villain? He is called Fisk, also known as the Kingpin. As those words left Nizu's mouth, multiple reactions flooded the room. Naomasa was flinching at the name, knowing what it meant. Aizawa just sighed, muttering how this was a waste of time under his breath. Himiko tilted her head, her mind going over how weird the name sounded. But it was Izuku and Inko's reactions that intrigued Nizu the most. Izuku instantly went wide-eyed, hitching a gasp while Inko's whole body flinched, the woman now remembering Izuku talking about that name after he had started investigating Martinly. The sight made Nizu shine a huge grin as he asked, this is unexpected. You've heard of the man? Aye. Izuku tried to say, only to shake his head before replying, I didn't know he had a name. I honestly wasn't sure the Kingpin actually existed. Nizu tilted his head at this, why do you say that? Izuku and Inko shared a glance, his mother doing a silent nod. Seeing this, Izuku leaned back into the couch and began to speak, so Mom told me that she told you about everything I've done so far, right? The stoat nodded back, well, when I was trying to get Mr. Lee, I searched his office and I found some folders over over a lot of stuff. I took pictures of it all on my phone and went over them on my computer, and one name reappeared multiple times. The Kingpin? Nizu asked, instantly knowing where this was going. Izuku nodded back before continuing, the teen placing a hand to his chin, yeah. I didn't understand it at the time, as the stuff he had in his office also had maps with locations across several districts. After a bit, I figured out which were his hideouts, along with a map where he was trying to determine where Tombstone was operating from. And then you went and confronted Martinly. Nizu continued, the smile on his face growing. He knew the vigilante had a knack for investigation, but he didn't expect it to be this good. This keeps getting better and better. To think he would already have investigative experience. Yes, he's definitely the one, the stoat thought as Izuku began to recount what happened next, only for the principal to flash a paw, telling the teen to stop. Let's skip that and get back to the Kingpin, shall we? Okay. Izuku tilted his head at this. So who is he? He in the simplest terms, is a villain. A villain that no hero or even the police can touch. At least, not without grave consequences. That made Izuku go wide-eyed, only to see the stoat raise a paw. Now, I know that unbelievable, but there are circumstances. Ones that I will get into. With that, Nizu took a small breath before he began, the stoat rubbing his paws as he spoke up. To begin, there are certain things that I will be skimming over, as they are considered confidential. The three on the couch blinked at this, only to see the principal shine a tiny smile. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. It's just certain information I will be going over is not allowed to reach most ears. As such, I will be giving a simple overview of the facts that led into why I need you to take on the Kingpin. Okay. Izuku slowly replied while putting his hands together, the teen now twiddling his thumbs. So, to start, your mother told us you are a big fan of All Might, correct? Izuku rapidly nodded back, a big smile appearing on his face. The stoat chuckled at the sight, Aizawa squinting as Nizu continued, good. Now, as you probably know, All Might has been the symbol of peace for decades now, but can you tell me how long he's been a hero? Izuku put a hand to his chin, the teen's mind instantly going through the amount of trivia he knew on his favorite hero. Let's see. I don't know the exact date he became a hero, but I do know he's been around for over 30+ years. Nizu nodded back, correct. However, how long do you think the peace he created has lasted? The vigilante blinked at this, soon tilting his head. What do you mean? Hasn't he been the symbol of peace since he became a hero? Izuku put his hand to his chin again. At least, I know he's been the symbol for 20 years. It was before I was born. The stoat shook his head. Not bad, but unfortunately, you are incorrect. The truth is, the peace that he created has only lasted around 5 years or so. Izuku went fully wide-eyed at this, the teen gasping before stuttering out, but that's impossible. All Might's presence alone has caused crime to go down in Japan for years now. Everyone knows that. Nizu's smile started to shift to a slight frown. On the one hand, that is true. However, on the other, it couldn't be more wrong. It is because most heroes don't do their jobs. Himiko suddenly chimed in, making everyone turn to her, seeing a cold dead expression on her face. Himiko! Izuku yelped, only to see the girl shrug. I'm just calling it like I see it. But she's not wrong, but that's not the reason. Nizu interrupted, the teen glancing back at the stoat. He then raised a paw at this. If you don't mind, please don't interrupt this next part, as it is the confidential part that I will be skimming over. Hearing this, Izuku leaned back into his seat as Nizu took a small breath to begin. For starters, it is not because most heroes are media powerhouses these days. In actuality, the main reason was entirely covered up. Covered up? Nizu nodded, yes. You see, despite All Might's presence as the symbol of peace, certain crimes never went down. The basics that interrupt normal life, such as acts of villainy, were severely reduced, but how you say, the crimes hidden from the public never were. In fact, once All Might came into the picture, these crimes skyrocketed for some time. Izuku went wide-eyed again. The idea that All Might's presence helped make more crime happen sounded crazy to the teen. But that was just the start as Nizu continued, this was due to a certain villain. This villain had vast connections, one that reached all over the country of Japan. As these words left the stoat's mouth, Inko surprisingly spoke up, something like that exists? Wait, you're not thinking of Nizu shook his head again, no, Mrs. Midoriya. The individual I am talking about was defeated. He is not what Izuku will be taking on. The stoat slightly shifted in his seat. He knew he had to pick his words carefully now. The villain he was talking about was the infamous All for One, the Quirk Boogeyman, and a being he had spent much time helping take down. And thanks to the USJ incident, it seemed that time may have been wasted. Taking a small breath, he continued, in fact Mrs. Midoriya, I would like to confirm that if that villain was still around, I would not send your son. That individual is something entirely different. Inko's face scrunched up at this, only for her son to ask, okay. So, what does this have to do with the Kingpin? The stoat snapped his paws at this, I'm getting to that. You see, when All Might confronted this villain, it was after a long and lengthy search. The man was a master of hiding and managing his crimes from the shadows. However, due to a slide of luck along with an investigation I helped with, we found the villain. However, that is where the Kingpin comes into the picture. Was he in league with this villain? Good guess, but no. In fact, it was the exact opposite. We didn't even know of his existence until the villain was defeated. However, that's not the point. Nizu put his paws together in a temple-like formation. What I will be explaining next will be difficult, so I'll try to keep it simple. Basically, when we found this villain, the Hero Commission stepped in. They argued that it was too soon to take out the villain, as they believed if he was taken out, a power vacuum would open up in the criminal underworld, one that would cause chaos throughout all of Japan. Inko just stared at the stoat, the mother now lost before turning to her son. She saw that Izuku was now in a certain pose, one she was very familiar with. It was when he had an idea, but was stuck on executing it. He had done it hundreds of times when making gadgets and gizmos, but this one had a different edge to it. She then looked back at Nizu, the stoat staring at the teen, as if he was expecting some kind of response. A second later, one came as Izuku spoke up, so let me get this straight, this villain was so powerful that he controlled the criminal underworld, and the Hero Commission believed there wasn't enough heroes to deal with the fallout? Nizu snapped his paws, correct. He shined a small grin at this. I knew you could follow what I was saying. Yes, the Commission believed the Hero Society was not ready for the consequences of taking out this villain. But All Might refused to wait. He wanted the villain taken down. Immediately. Izuku showed his own grin at this. Well, of course he did. He's All Might. No villain can beat him. The stoat just chuckled at this. That is true. And as Nizu said this, Aizawa growled at the statement, but Nizu ignored him as he continued. However, the Commission was not wrong. There would be fallout, one that would result in a massive power vacuum like no other. And as those words hit Izuku's brain, a gear shifted inside as he responded, but that didn't happen, did it? Nizu nodded again. Indeed. The exact opposite happened. The stoat's grin vanished. When the villain was beaten, the Hero Commission was prepared to send agents all over the country, ready to stop both villains and criminals. It was even suggested that a vigilante uprising would soon happen. However, that never happened. Izuku crossed his arms in thought, the teen soon saying, the only way that would happen is if someone instantly closed the power vacuum. His eyes began to grow at this. Wait, you don't mean Dash. Indeed I do. The Kingpin is the one who closed the vacuum. Nizu replied while putting his paws together again. You see, the individual known as the Kingpin came into the I suppose you could call it Darklight since he is a criminal, out of nowhere. Izuku could only stare at the stoat at this, his mind quickly putting down the Kingpin's name as Nizu continued. The Kingpin did not have connections like the villain that was defeated. But he did have the money. So much that it is suspected he paid off most criminal gangs and villains right after the power vacuum was opened. But it's not just that, is it? Izuku instantly caught on. If he could do that, why is he still around? Couldn't the heroes also take him down? You catch on quickly. Good. Nizu chuckled before showing the teen a dour frown. I'll be completely honest with you here. When All Might defeated that villain 5 years ago, the Kingpin instantly came in and seized power. In response, a force was created to take him down, only for something human to happen. Human? Greed. Nizu responded, Izuku grimacing as he heard this. The stoat shook his head. I'll be frank. The Kingpin made sure to put his hands into multiple pockets, and unlike the other villain, he has the money for it. This includes the Hero Commission. Wait, but that means Dash. The Kingpin has a financial hold on the Hero Commission. It is why heroes cannot touch him. Nizu slowly said, now seeing the shock appearing on the teen's face. He knew this would happen. It was why this case was such a problem. The villain had political power, unlike All for One. All for One, the original villain that had control over the underworld, was one that used power and only power. He saw no need to play politics, as he believed his power would allow him control of the world and nothing else was needed. However, the Kingpin was different. He was one that Nizu would describe as an individual who ran his criminal empire like a business. That alone was a truly scary thought, and it was here he was demonstrating exactly why he needed Izuku. But as he thought about these things, he saw Izuku's brain turn. The gears inside that skull were moving, but they hadn't got there yet. Instead, the stoat turned to Inko, who just looked both confused and scared, and Himiko Toga just wore a big frown. And as he glanced back at Izuku, he saw the teen begin to speak. So if he has some control in the Hero Commission, he can remove hero licenses, can't he? Nizu nodded again, and if he has that kind of money, that means he probably can prevent the courts and the police too. Izuku went wide-eyed at this. Wait, he can't touch a vigilante, can he? The stoat snapped his paws again. Exactly. Nizu then shook his head, but it's not just that. If the Kingpin had just power by using money and politics, it would still be possible to touch him. The principal shined a small smile at this. Can you guess why? Izuku leaned back again, going over what he had just learned. The facts all lined up. But he knew Nizu was right. There would have to be something else, something that would allow Kingpin to roam free. Especially if the Hero Commission knew he existed. And as he reviewed the facts a third time in his head, a click went off in his brain. The power vacuum. That wasn't the only thing that happened, was it? He muttered out before staring directly at the stoat. That villain you said that ruled the criminal underworld. He must have caused something else to happen that the Kingpin also fixed. That's the only way it would have worked. Excellent. Nizu cheered, the stoat clapping at Izuku's response. He then snapped his paws and pointed at the teen. You get all marks. He put his paws back into a temple-like formation, indeed. You see, the villain that once ruled the underworld was just as wealthy. He was an individual that well, he wasn't a man of politics, but he understood business well. He just also found such things beneath him. The stoat's grin grew at this. Can you guess where I'm going with this? A few more gears turned in Izuku's head before he responded. If I had to take a guess. You said he saw it was beneath him. That means his quirk must have been something else to gain that kind of control. Another click went off in his brain. He created a disaster, didn't he? Nizu nodded in response. Correct. A disaster that the Commission believed would cost millions to repair. Millions they didn't have at the time. So the Kingpin paid for it all, and probably helped them cover it up. Izuku added, Nizu nodding once more. But if he's willing to do that, they should still be able to touch him. Not if he owns most of their stock, along with just about every major news company in Japan. Nizu added, making Izuku go wide-eyed. Wait. He can control the media. Indeed. And the media is what the Commission is all about. They care not for society compared to how much they care about their image. Izuku opened his mouth to respond to this, only to see Nizu shake his head. I know, it's displeasing. But it's the facts. It's how the hero society works. Izuku leaned back at this, slumping into the couch. His mind, which was already exhausted, tried to go over every bit of information. And as he continued to skim through it all, he felt his body telling him to go to sleep. The day had been so much, only to be moved into something like this. But the teen's mind said otherwise. It pushed through as he thought up a new train of logic. If what Principal Nizu says is true, this is corruption all the way to the top. How could I possibly stop that? With that thought going through his head, he spoke up. So. What do you want me to do? Nizu shined a new smile at this. Simple. I want you to stop his illegal operations. In particular, his drag trade. Izuku blinked at this, only for the stoat to continue. You see, the drag trade he runs is his biggest moneymaker, and the best way to make him lose power is to go for his wallet. However, he makes sure to do in districts where the heroes there are not allowed to touch certain streets without fear of losing their licenses. Granted, there's a bit more to it, but as a vigilante. Well, that is a different story. A vigilante can shut down these operations. That is why I want you on board with this. Izuku put a hand to his chin and thought at this, only to glance over at his mom. Inko stared at him, showing she hadn't exactly followed everything, but she knew what she needed to say. Izuku. This is your choice. I trust you. Staring at her for a second, he did a small nod and glanced back at Nizu. I still have questions, and I'm betting we'll go over them, but if this will let me be a hero, and well, I need to know why Mr. Lee was after this guy. So. I'm in. Nizu's grin grew at this, reaching out his paw again for a shake. Glad to have you on board. Another hour had passed after Izuku had accepted Nizu's offer. The two discussed many things despite Izuku's tired state. He told the stoat he wouldn't be able to instantly go into Spider-Man mode until at least a day of rest, which Nizu was fine with. Nizu informed the boy that it was the weekend now, so he had his own free time to make plans with Izuku before he really got to work. Not only that, Izuku then showed Nizu his room, the principal commenting on his little workshop before asking to take the spider in the jar. He told the teen he knew some chemists and biologists he trusted could take a look with much better equipment. This was followed by Nizu reading some of the teen's journals, impressed by his notes as well before giving the boy his phone number and telling him he would contact him soon. And as Nizu left with Naomasa and Aizawa, he had the biggest grin on his face. That is, till Aizawa spoke up as they got to their car. Nizu. You still can't be serious about what you just did. Aizawa growled, making the stoat glance back at him. I'm 100% serious. Nizu replied, and don't think I haven't forgotten your outburst. That's not the point. Aizawa added, you and I both know that kid is not right. The teacher turned to Naomasa. You saw that, didn't you? That kid looked like he was going to have a panic attack any second. Naomasa tried to say, only for Nizu to speak up. Now, don't be jealous that I found something better than your star student. Aizawa's veins on his face pulsed, and that's another thing. Don't think for a second I'm gonna let you touch one of my students. But you will. For you see, starting today, you no longer have the right to expel students. Nizu instantly replied. What? Aizawa screeched, you have no right dash. I do have the right. Nizu continued, I've always despised your method, though I will admit it sometimes works. Last year's class was bad, but it left our sports festival last year to be lacking. You. Be quiet. Nizu spat, making Aizawa tense up before the stoat continued, starting tomorrow, I will be investigating Katsuki Bakugo's entire past, and you cannot stop me. Not only that, but you will also not have your privilege to expel students given back to you unless all your students pass the final exams. And I do mean all. But they're already all going to fail. Most of them are dash. And that's not my problem. That's yours. Nizu chimed in, Aizawa's face contorting in anger. However, this didn't deter the principal as he added, I know you're missing a vital component to your class, which is why 2 days from now when school starts again, I will let you use the top 4 to help your class. Until then, SCK it up and deal with it. Aizawa continued to growl, only for Naomasa, who had been mostly silent all night, spoke up, so Nizu. The stoat turned to him, what about the whole commission blaming the police over Spiderman thing? The chief is not gonna be happy. I'll handle him and the commission. Nizu added as they hopped into the car, only for Aizawa to glare at him again, what? That Midoriya kid is not ready. He's barely mentally stable. He should be going to therapy, not trying to be a hero. Nizu shook his head, oh Aizawa.so naive. That boy has a fire you'll never have. The stoat then pulled out a folder out of nowhere, especially since you decided to pull out a dirty trick like this. You dash. You had no right to do what you did. Nizu interrupted before opening the folder, these records from Aldra. They're too ridiculous to be true. TCH. Of course you would believe that. Aizawa grumbled as he slumped down in his seat before glaring back at Nizu, and you're the naive one. What did you think will happen when Kingpin starts going after that mentally unstable brat? He'll die. That won't happen. Oh, come on. Aizawa spat, did you not see how he was acting? He was tired Aizawa. He's unstable. And that's a human life you're toying with Nizu. One that the Kingpin will snuff out in an instant. I know. Nizu calmly responded, but I also know the Kingpin. And Spider-Man has proven to take on monsters that heroes could not, and I know that he is not even on Kingpin's radar. In fact, Izuku will have given me the leverage I'll need before Kingpin will start acting against him. I can count on it. Meanwhile, in a half-darkened room, a large man sat behind a giant marble desk, his pearly white teeth opening as he released the cigarette holder from his mouth. He put the holder onto a nearby ashtray, letting out a long sigh as he watched a certain individual open the main doors into the room. He wasn't the only one watching the frames, as in a seat in front of the desk was holding a flat-headed man called Hammerhead. The man had a scowl on his face, his teeth gritting as the doors to the room slowly swung open, revealing a purple-masked man called the Rose. Rose, the man behind the desk slowly said as the masked man walked across the room. Rose walked up and did a small bow before reaching into a suit pocket and took out a small device. As you requested, the Yakuza's trigger formula. The one behind the desk stared down at the USB placed on his desk, his eyes narrowing at the device before glancing back up at Rose, and the bullets? A second of silence followed this, Rose feeling a small lump go down his throat as he responded, I am sorry sir, but the source of the bullets was taken by the one called Spider-Man. I see. And you didn't pursue him, why? The man replied in a low, grumbling voice. Well, due to circumstances and heroes interfering, we dash. Shut it, the man behind the desk interrupted, Rose's whole body flinching at this. The man's tone was firm, steady and very, very deep. And with one swift motion, the man ascended from his chair, the room's shadow still looming over him. A massive hand reached down into the desk and pulled open a drawer, the hand then taking out a small case inside. With a small clicking noise ringing out, the case opened to reveal a set of high-quality Cuban cigars, the man taking one out before shutting the case and putting it back in the drawer. And as he closed it, Hammerhead quickly rose from his seat and walked over to the man, taking out a lighter. A small flame soon hit the cigar as the man behind the desk came into view. Hammerhead put the lighter away a second later as Thug sat back down, Rose still standing as the now cigar-smoking man walked up in front of him. He towered over Rose, who was a fairly tall man, as the shadow over him faded with the light of the cigar. Before the Rose was a cleanly shaved bald man of over 6 feet, his body a giant mass of muscles packed tightly in a pure white tuxedo, long dark blue dress pants, and shining polished heeled dress shoes. His teeth were pearly white, and his hands looked as if they could snap a steel beam in two, and yet he delicately took the cigar out of his mouth as he began to speak. You failed, Rose. I wanted the Yakuza dead, their trigger formula under my drag rings, and their quirk-erasing bullets under my control. He put the cigar to his mouth and sucked in, its light slightly flickering before he let out a giant puff of smoke. And yet you only did 2 of these things. You, one of my most trusted, let a vigilante ruin the operation. I gave you full control, yet you failed. The Rose stood there, his whole form shaking before bowing. I am sorry, sir. No excuses, the man interrupted before pointing to the cigar at Rose. Tell me, Rose, who am I? Rose glanced back up from his bow. You are the Kingpin, sir. That's right. Kingpin replied as he walked around the desk and sat back down, leaning back into the chair. And how do I run my empire? As a business, sir. Exactly. Kingpin replied before taking another smoke. You see, the thugs of the criminal underworld believes it can be run through things like loyalty and gang violence. They believe that they can just commit crimes and whoever does the best will be on top. He put the cigar down on an ashtray, but that's not how it works in my business. For you see, the criminal underworld that exists today is mine. A deep dark glare shined from the man's eyes. I run the underworld. I run its criminal rackets. I created a system that makes sure the so-called heroes can do nothing to us. I replaced All for One, and I will always be superior to him. Do you agree? I agree, sir. Good. Kingpin replied before reaching over and taking the USB drive on the desk. He then turned to Hammerhead, and if you understand that, then you know that what I'm about to do is not personal. It is just business. With a slight push, the drive was sent sliding across the desk, stopping in front of Hammerhead. Hammerhead, the trigger formula is yours. I want you and your boys to set up some drag labs. Find a few locations and I'll buy them. Just get them set up ASAP, as I want this stuff on the streets yesterday. Rose went wide-eyed under his mask at this, about to open his mouth before Hammerhead took the drive and said, Understood, boss. With that, the thug rose up and started to walk out of the room. And as he did this, Rose turned and watched the thug go, only for Kingpin to speak up. Remember. This is nothing personal. Rose looked back at Kingpin, the man now putting both his hands together in a focused temple-like formation. Instead, for your failure, you get a new assignment. Rose flinched again at this, only to quickly straighten himself. Yes, sir. What is it you would like me to do? 2 things. 1, you get me the source of the bullets. That girl with the rewind quirk. I want that power. Rose did a small nod back. And the other? The other is even simpler. As you know, we have ways of dealing with heroes. Like with any business, they can bought and sold with ease. Vigilantes on the other hand. Kingpin took the cigar in his hand again, only to crush it in his palm. They will not be tolerated. His eyes glared back at Rose, the focus of them deep and deadly dark as he added, So your other assignment is this, kill Spiderman. Shoyuta Aizawa was angry. Granted, he was always in a bad mood, but he was very angry this morning. The reason? 2 days ago, he had met Izuku Midoriya, also known as Spiderman. Now, the man would admit that he probably overreacted 2 days ago when he had met the teen, or more precisely, the teen's mother, Inko Midoriya. What followed was a disaster, one that had been boiling for some time. After all, after finding out that Izuku Midoriya had been influencing his class into being vigilantes, got the teacher humiliated and kicked out of feast, and now the teen's mother had made Aizawa lose power in his class, things had turned into a total disaster for Shoyuta Aizawa. Not only that, thanks to the teen's mother, Nizu was about to get his paws on his current best student, Katsuki Bakugo. Aizawa would admit the kid still needed a ton of work, in particular his attitude, but his drive. He had good grades and a true drive to be a hero. That was so rare. And yet, that too was now being messed with. As such, the man was not in a good mood. At least he could admit that there was one good thing about to happen. He had a new tool to get his class in shape. They were nowhere near ready for final exams. Heck, they were just lucky in the sports festival this year. However, that would change since Nizu had still agreed to let him use the top 4 third years as teaching assistants. This led to where he was now, stomping down the hallway to his classroom. He could hear the students talking though, meaning they were still not alert enough. How annoying. Taking a deep breath, he stopped at the room's door and grabbed the handle. And as he shifted the frame to the side, the students zipped to their seats, silence instantly hitting the room. 2 seconds. Aizawa grumbled as he walked up to the podium in the room. Villains would have still killed half of you, but you're doing slightly better. The class flinched at this as they saw their teacher's face, his usual bored expression now showing something they hadn't seen before, genuine anger. That alone made at least half of them internally gulp as Aizawa let out a long sigh before saying, 2 things this morning for homeroom. His eyes shifted over to Katsuki Bakugo, the anger slightly receding as he spoke up. the first thing is you, Bakugo. The student raised an eyebrow at this, one of the few not showing fear on his face. Principal Nizu wants to speak with you this morning before regular classes start. He pointed to the door, the teen letting out a TCH before getting up and pacing out of the room, the teacher glancing back at his students. Don't ask what it's about. A moment of silence followed this, Aizawa taking a small breath before speaking again. All right, now to the second thing. As you know, it's 1 month before final exams. As such, we at UA usually put the students through the paces in order to prepare them. However, Aizawa's eyes squinted at this, a glare behind them. At your current rate, all of you are going to fail. Fear washed over the whole room, some going wide-eyed as others opened their mouths to speak. However, nothing came out as Aizawa glared at them, the stare enough to keep them all quiet as he continued. You are all not even close to being successful first years. Due to this, I originally asked the principal if I could expel all of you and blacklist you all from every hero school in the country. He let that statement sit for a second as he saw almost every student shiver in their seats. Students like Ashido and Kaminari were filled with fear, while the quieter students were taken aback by the ruthless proclamation. Good. That fear would push them to do better. Aizawa let out a low grumble at this. However, due to a certain incident, my request was rejected, so I have to stick to a plan B. The students knew that this was part of his tactics, the fear of expelling to push the students. They had seen it firsthand with his quirk exams at the start of the semester, where he did actually expel a student. Granted, there was a chance this was nothing but a lie, a deception he loved to use, but it was still very possible this was real in the students' minds. It was the very thing that kept them all in check in the teacher's eyes. As such, the students knew not to question it, instead listening as Aizawa added, so that in order to fix this, I have whipped you all into shape to pass the final exams. To do this, I've been given a special weapon to help prepare you for the tests. He turned and walked over to the class's door and opened it, glancing outside as he muttered out, come in. One by one, 4 individuals walked into the room. The first was a girl with long striking purple hair with a big shining grin on her face. Hello. I'm the third-year Nijire Hato. She exclaimed while doing a short bow. Nice to meet you all. And as she opened her mouth to say more, a second individual shuffled in. This one had short indigo-colored hair, pointed ears, and a deep frown on his face. He shivered at the sight of the first-year students, only to spin around and mutter out, I'm Tamaki Amajiki. Also a third year. The students all blinked at this, unable to hear the young man. Seeing this, Nijire hopped in front of him and said, that's Amajiki. He's a bit shy. Her grin grew at this. Don't worry, he's here to help like the rest of us. Us? Tsuyu spoke up, the first student in the class to say anything since Aizawa had entered the room. That's right, exclaimed a third student as he strided into the room. This one was tall, with striking blonde hair designed to look like a cowlick, and had the plainest face possible. His eyes in particular looked like old cartoon beady eyes, and he had a big grin on his face. My name is Mirio Togata, and myself along with these two are the top 4 of UA. The first-year students just stared at the trio, Aizawa letting out a small cough before anyone could say anything. As you can see, these are all third years, and they will be helping you with your training. Like they said, they're the top 4, meaning they placed in top places in the sports festival, that being gold, silver and 2 of them tied for bronze. The teacher leaned over his podium and stared at the classroom door. Say, why hasn't he walked in yet? Mirio turned to the door, no idea. He was right behind me before we dash. Sorry, a 4th third year said as they suddenly appeared in the doorway, the student putting away his phone in his pocket. Last-minute message. And as he stated what he was doing, the young man walked into the room. Just like the other 3, he was wearing the typical school outfit for UA, though his main features were also entirely different from the other third years. This individual had a very short yet striking hair, its colors being a combination of red and black, complete with a wavy-like complexion. His face was simplistic with slightly pointed characteristics, in particular being his eyebrows, which could almost be described as pointy and thick, but not quite there. Finally, his smile was simple yet pleasant, his teeth a nice shining white as he came to a stop right beside Mirio Togata and grinned at the class. Hello everyone, I'm also one of the top 4. The name's Harry Osborne. A few hours later. The one called Izuku Midoriya fired a small web line as he swung across a few blocks. It was midday now, as he slept in that morning. He had honestly slept all yesterday, his body's healing factor repairing his body while trying to get any ounce of energy after the horrible day he had just had. Even now, that day was replaying in the teen's head, the death, surprises, and everything in between. But at least I got something out of it, he thought as he swung down another block. The teen was wearing his usual Spiderman attire, which his mom had helped stitch back up. However, the mask's lens was still broken, something he put down in his notebook to get fixed later. As such, he then took a sharp left while he pulled out his phone and stared at a map app. It had a certain location marked, one that Nizu had given him. The very idea of just following orders from someone to become a hero was still a bit foreign to the teen as he mindlessly kept web swinging, but he knew this was what he had to do now. And as he went down another street, a small yawn escaped his breath before a new thought went through his head. Okay Izuku, this is your first step to getting into UA and becoming a hero. It's what you've been trying to do ever since you started being Spider-Man. You can't mess this up. Or anything else. With that statement going through his head, he thought back to when he had met Nizu 2 days ago. Now, we still have quite a bit to talk about, but considering your condition, I suppose that can wait. Nizu commented after he had shaken hands with the teen. Izuku shook his head at this. No, I'm okay. I'm just. He let out a long sigh, tired. The teen got up from the couch at this. Please, at least let me show you what I've got on the kingpin. Though it honestly isn't much. Very well. Nizu replied while hopping off his chair, and if you don't mind, I'd also like to see this spider that bit you. Sure. Izuku responded as he slowly shuffled over to his room, everyone now noticing how the teen was slightly off balance. It seemed the long day had really hurt him more than he was showing. Despite this, he directed the stoat in, Inko following along next. Naomasa and Aizawa came after that, the latter glaring at the room before him. What followed was Izuku showing Nizu his notebooks, along with the photos he had taken from Lee's hidden office. Nizu had Izuku put the photos and notes onto an USB drive, which Nizu somehow had on his person. After that, Izuku showed the stoat his notes on the spider, along with the insect in the bottle. Taking it, Nizu glared at the vial before putting it away, telling the teen he would have some chemists and biologists take a look at the dead bug. And as he did this, he pulled out a small device to give the teen. Here. This is a specialized burner phone that will only call to me. Izuku stared down at the phone, only for Nizu to add, you'll use it to contact me. We'll need it to be off main connections due to well, let's just say the commission love trying to see my phone calls. Okay. Izuku replied as he took the phone. He then glanced up at his desk, staring at his equipment before looking back down at Nizu. Say could I ask you something? Absolutely. Well it's actually two things. Nizu tilted his head at this, wondering where Izuku was going as the teen continued. First, if I'm going after this kingpin guy and you said that if I do that, I can go to UA, is there uc? Izuku glanced away, his face slightly flushing before asking, is there any way I could have access to the support lab at UA? The stoat blinked once at this, his eyes then glancing around the room. He once again saw the equipment Izuku had scrapped together, as if it was a small lab made from a junkyard. Humming to himself, he replied, you wish to create support equipment to help yourself as Spider-Man? Yeah. Izuku responded while nodding. As you can see, the teen glanced away as he muttered out, I dumpster dive a lot for my stuff. Nizu let out a small chuckle, I can see that. The stoat then shook his head, I will admit that the request is sound, but I won't be able to get you into UA as you are now. Izuku's head spun back to Nizu, what? But I'm sorry. In order for you to pass the UA barrier, you'll have to be in our system. Nizu interrupted, that includes our databases, which the Hero Commission does check regularly. It's part of it's just part of the hero system in place. Izuku opened his mouth at this, only for the stoat to flash a paw. That being said, I won't leave you out to dry. It will take a bit, but just because I can't put you in the system yet, it doesn't mean I can't send support item parts to you. Izuku went wide-eyed at that last statement, Nizu shining his usual grin at this, we'll discuss what you want later. Now, what's the second request? Well. Izuku began to twiddle his thumbs at this, it's about what happened earlier tonight. You see, there was this girl named Eri. The present. Izuku fired another webline, zipping over a street block. Another hour or two had passed, the afternoon sky now appearing. Nighttime was soon approaching, and even though he had been web-swinging for a while now, he knew it was best to do this at night. After all, it was the best way to avoid any heroes coming after him. That was still quite new to him, the fact that the Hero Commission had declared him a threat, and Nizu had warned him that heroes would eventually come after the teen. However, that wasn't all on his mind, as he remembered something else. It was when he had asked Nizu about Eri, only to get 2 sentences in response. You said Ryukyu saved this Eri, correct? Well, she is an alumni of UA, so I should be able to contact her about the girl. That was all Izuku could get about Eri. Granted, he wanted a lot more, but also knew the girl was probably in the hospital right now. The thought alone had made him come to a stop, taking out one of his notebooks, this one over villains he had encountered since becoming a vigilante. Opening it, he turned to a certain page, this one being on the villain known as the Chameleon. Unlike other entries, he had actually included a drawing, the sketch being of the blonde-haired individual that he had fought that night, complete with his beady eyes, cowlick hair, and that mockery of a hero costume he wore. That and several arrows pointing at the drawing with the words, pure evil, and must find nearby. Chameleon. I forgot to ask Nizu about him. He snapped the notebook shut. Then again, I should probably consider Chameleon a separate case like I did with Gentle Criminal or Tombstone. One I'll figure out in my own time. The teen put the notebook away at this, letting out a small sigh before taking out the special burner phone Nizu had given him. This one had a single text, which showed the address, 100 Ryloth Street before a few other details. The text went over how this location was a warehouse in a district that heroes, both Spotlight and Underground, could not touch. The building in question was, on the books at least, technically Hero Commission-owned property, though Nizu had explained that most places Izuku would be going to would be considered as such. This Kingpin guy has that much power, huh? He thought as he stared at the nearby building, seeing the street address number on it. The warehouse was more long than wide, and was basically wide open. I don't see anyone on the roof. Better be safe. And turn invisible though. Still. Seems wild that villains can just openly go to a place like this while All Might is out there. Guess that's why I have to do this to get into UA. Turning invisible, Izuku fired a web line before swinging over to the rooftop of the building. He landed on the side, knowing the top would make too much noise before crawling down to a nearby window. Squinting at this, he stared inside and saw what looked like a warehouse filled with boxes. Blinking at this, he stared at the mountains of crates, only for the sounds of a vehicle approaching to ring out. Turning to the side, he now saw a large semi-truck come to a stop by the warehouse before going in reverse, soon turning and placing its back into the main doors of the warehouse. Seeing this, Izuku invisibly crawled over to the main giant doors of the warehouse, holding in his breath for a second. What's this? The teen mentally asked as he watched a large man hop out of the semi a second later. The man was large and bulky, complete with a rough face, giant boots, and a brown leather jacket with a bear logo on the back. He was wearing what looked like a permanent snarl on his face as he walked up to a group of thugs inside the warehouse. All right boys, Hammerhead wants some of this stuff moved pronto. Get to it. You got it boss, the thugs all replied before moving over to the mountains of crates. Hammerhead? Who's that? Izuku thought before feeling his invisibility start to fade. Sensing his brain couldn't take concentrating to stay invisible much longer, he quickly crawled through the top of the giant warehouse door and slithered up to the rafters of the warehouse before turning visible. Oof. That was close. Seeing no one had saw him, the teen pulled out a notebook and quickly wrote down the name Hammerhead before putting the journal away. His eyes scanned the full building now, the lights coming on as the night sky began to appear as the sun set. And as he did this, he saw one of the crates in the middle of the warehouse was open, allowing the teen to see what was inside. Guns. And really big ones, he thought as he watched two henchmen put a lid on a box filled with what looked like a set of rifles. The teen's eyes squinted as he gazed over the whole area, watching more thugs take crates into the semi. There was around 10 men or so, making it look like this was some quick job for them. Seeing this, Izuku began to think about why he was there. Mr. Nizu said this place was one of the most known operations from the underground crowd. Wait, are they gun smuggling? Is that what this is? And as he watched another crate be lifted into the large truck, the teen reached into his hoodie and pulled out a pair of web cartridges. Better fill up first. He refilled the webbing in his shooters a second later before glancing around again. Now. How should I do this? As that thought went through his head, he remembered what Nizu had told him after giving him the location. The Stoat had called him for this first mission earlier today, saying he knew the teen would need to understand how to catch these criminals that for all intents and purposes, could get away with their crimes normally. This was why the Stoat gave Izuku the special burner phone. Essentially, Izuku would have to catch all the thugs he could, then call the police as an anonymous tip. Or a Spiderman tip, as Nizu told him it didn't really matter, as the police would have to respond since there was now a bounty on the vigilante. Due to this, Izuku stared down at the thugs below, soon staring at the man with the bear logo on his jacket. He's got to be the leader. Guess I should start with him. He thought before his eyes caught something in the corner of the warehouse. It was a thug walking around a mountain of crates, now out of sight of everyone else. The man pulled out a cigarette and lighter, the teen blinking at the sight. Then again, maybe I should try what I did at Tombstone's hideout again. If I can knock a few of these guys out without anyone noticing, it'll make my job easier. He flinched at his own thoughts. Wait. Did I just call this my job? The teen put a hand to his chin. Guess it is. At least, so I can get into UA. His brain began to think about the heroic school, the chance of meeting his greatest hero all might now swimming through his head. That was a dream come true. Not only that, he began to see the images of Ochako, Tsuyu, Ida, Kirishima, and Ashido. More began to appear, the teen smiling at the thought. They were all there. Only for the image of Bakugo to appear. You'll never be hero. The teen flinched at the sudden memory, his body almost beginning to move. He stopped himself before even trying to lose balance, the teen now rapidly shaking his head before taking several deep breaths. No. That's not you. Mr. Nizu believes in you. You can get into UA. You. Alright, that's it, yelled a voice, making Izuku shift himself back into reality. He glanced down and saw the large man pointing at a few thugs. Just put the next few in and then we'll head out. Hammerhead needs the extra muscle tonight. So much for stealth. I gotta stop distracting myself. Izuku thought while staring down at the thugs, guess I should join the party. I think I got a quip or two in mind. He tensed up his muscles at this, ready to hop down, only for a bulb to go off in his head. Actually, before I do that. The teen reached into his hoodie again and took out a small spider tracer, placing it in his shooter before firing it at the bumper of the semi. That might help in the long run. Cricking his neck next, the teen pointed his wrists at two thugs that were transporting the last box into the semi. They had just picked it up and began to walk over, only for two globs of webbing to hit their feet. Ugh, they both yelped as they hit the floor. A split second later, the box's top flying off as the weapons inside fell out. What are you two doing? The bear jacket man yelled. Sorry boss. We just dash, one of the thugs replied as he tried to get up, only to feel something tugging his foot. What I can't get up. The thug glanced down at his feet, his eyes going wide as he saw the webbing. What the heck is that? What is it? The other thug asked. It's my calling card, chimed in a voice, just like these little gifts of mine. Thwip, 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 thwip. Several strands of webbing hit the two thugs that had just been tripped, the webs now sticking them to the floor. Flinching at this, the bear jacket man glanced up, only to see a certain spider-themed vigilante hop off a rafter and fire another web line. And with a wide-angled swing, he slammed his feet into a third thug as he exclaimed, web swing kick. It's Spider-Man, yelled another thug. Get him, screeched the bear jacket man while pointing at the vigilante. I got him, exclaimed another as they charged at the teen just as he landed from his earlier kick. The thug's hands turned into what looked like morning stars as he moved both at the vigilante. He swung the two at Izuku's head, his spider sense yelling before he ducked under the attack. A punch to the thug's face came next, knocking him off his feet. This was followed by two more thugs opening a nearby crate. They grabbed a rifle each, only for Izuku to see this and fire two weblins, the webbing hitting the weapons before both thugs felt themselves being yanked. The two let out yelps as they were tugged off their feet and headfirst into the box of guns, only for more webbing to hit their now exposed backs, sticking them to the crate. And that's another two webbed up. Izuku commented before glancing over to the rest of the warehouse, seeing only three more men, along with the bear jacket thug. Who's next? Me, the bear jacketed man replied before pointing to the semi. Get going. I'll handle this. You got it boss, one of the remaining thugs responded before cutting into a sprint. Not so fast. Izuku exclaimed as he fired another line of webbing, only for the bear jacket man to suddenly sidestep and reach out and grab the web line, his right hand seemingly slicing the webbing in two. Seeing the webs fall to the floor a second later, Izuku felt himself almost backpedal as he glanced back at the man. Or not. Name's Grizzly, Bug, the thug said as he removed his jacket in one quick motion. As he did this, his hands began to change, morphing into large brown claws. The nails were pearly white and sharp, extending to be several inches while whole body began to bulk up. Brown fur appeared all over his face, turning his once human head into a bear head, a loud snarl escaping his breath. Izuku stared at the man as he grew about a foot in just a few seconds, seeing the clothes on the thug's body now stretching to fill out this transformation quirk he had just activated. Oh. Time to die, Bug. Grizzly roared before charging at the vigilante. Spider sent screaming at him at this, Izuku fired two weblins upward, quickly yanking himself just as the villain got close. Barely dodging a claw swipe, Izuku fired another webline, swinging himself across the warehouse. And as he did this, the sounds of a truck starting rang out, making he glance over and see that the rest of the thugs had closed the semi's back and were now fleeing in the truck. He then glanced down, seeing his tracer was still on it, making him smile before turning back to Grizzly. Okay Izuku, you can do this. You've fought big villains like this before, you can do it again, he thought before the thug charged at him again. A claw went straight for the vigilante's head, Izuku letting his spider sense take over as he reflexively ducked under the attack. This was followed before a sidestep as Grizzly moved a second claw, Izuku quickly dodging the blow. Electricity began to charge in his right hand at this, Izuku pulling back a fist a split second later. Venom punch, the teen yelled as he moved the punch right into the thug's chest. Raf! Grizzly yelled as the fist made contact, electricity surging through his body due to this blow. And as he got hit, his whole form slid back just an inch, but the thug kept his balance as the lightly sparked around him. You little dash, he moved another claw at Izuku, the teen ducking again. Danger! As Izuku ducked under the attack, a giant bulky knee suddenly slammed into his face, knocking the teen stumbling back, only for a diagonal claw swipe to come next. Spider sense yelling at him, Izuku began to backpedal, the claw's nails almost nicking the teen as he tried to regain his balance. But before he could, a boot slammed into his stomach, smacking the teen off his feet. Blaff, he yelped as his back hit the floor. Eyes now closed as he felt pain strike his body, the same boot from before slammed into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. He felt the boot begin to push down a second later, causing the teen to slowly open his eyes. There, he saw the villain grinning at the sight, the thug soon laughing before pointing at the teen. Ha! This is the great Spider-Man. You're weak. Ahahaha, he guffawed, putting a hand to his stomach in laughter, to think this is what some of my boys are afraid of. His grin grew at this little weak, worthless bug. And as those words hit the teen's ears, more memories surfaced. It was the usual. It was Bakugo, telling him he was worthless. Telling him that he was nothing, and would never be anything. Telling him to kill himself. It was always like that. No matter how much he tried, it would always lead back to that. That is, till new words appeared in his head. You are my son, and if I say you have worth, you have worth. You are a sweet, intelligent and brilliant boy with a kind heart that's so big that I don't know how it fits in your body. You're my hero, you're Himiko's hero, and you were born to be a hero. And as those words from his mother surfaced, Izuku saw Grizzly pull back one of his claws, ready to move it into the teen's face. Closing his eyes at this, the thug saw the eye in the open lens close, making him grin. Too easy, he chuckled as he prepared to go for the kill. That is, till Izuku raised both hands and grabbed the thug's boot currently resting on the teen's chest. And before the thug could react, the vigilante yelled out, Venom shock. Electricity instantly consumed the leg, making Grizzly let out a scream of pain as the lightning surged up his body. He began to stumble back at this, electricity sparking all over him. He yelped as the visible brown fur on his body began to tense up, making him continue to backpedal. And as he did this, Izuku scrambled to his feet, only to see the electricity calm down around the thug's body. But as this happened, Izuku charged at the thug and slammed a fist into the villain's face, only for another punch to hit the thug's gut. Bluff! Grizzly spat out as the fist pushed him back. His reflexes kicked in at this, quickly trying to move a claw at the vigilante's head, only for Izuku to duck under it and slam another jab. Into the villain's face. Blaff! You little dash! Lights out, Harry! Izuku responded as electricity covered his right hand, Venom punch. Pow! A fist slammed into Grizzly's face, lightning zapping his whole body at the same time as he was knocked off his feet. There was no scream this time, only a grunt as the thug felt his back now smack the floor. And as he landed, Izuku pointed both wrists at the man, webbing coming out a second later. It wasn't long till the bear thug was covered in webbing from neck to toe. You little dash, Grizzly growled as he tried to move against the sticky substance, only to find he couldn't move an inch. You're a dead man. You got that bug? When I get out of this, I'm gonna rip you in half. But those threats fell on deaf ears as Izuku stumbled over to a nearby wall, placing a hand on it and balancing himself as he felt the adrenaline wear off. And as he did this, the bear man now starting yelling profanities, ones that would make some grown men blush. However, that didn't really affect the teen as he stared back at the work he had just done. Basically, all the thugs that he had caught were still webbed up, and he had beaten what he presumed was the biggest threat in the building. I did it. I actually did it. Just like Mr. Nizu said. He smiled underneath his mask, I stood my ground and won. How about that? He let out a chuckle as he walked out of the building, only to remember those words his mother had said to him, ones that had pushed him to keep fighting. Thanks Mom, he muttered to himself, I couldn't do it without you. The teen let out a long breath at this, only for another thought to enter his head. Time to call the police. And then probably Mr. Nizu. He glanced back at the warehouse, not bad for my first mission to take down the kingpin. An hour or so later. A small, almost delicate hand grabbed a desk drawer knob, pulling it back to reveal a thin tall bottle of whiskey. The hand gripped the vial side and placed it on top of the desk, a long sigh coming from the hand's owner. It was the Hero Commission president, a long brooding expression on her face as she filled a small glass with the alcohol. Taking a sip of whiskey a second later, she muttered out, "Why can't anything go right these days?" She slammed the glass down on the desk, a low growl escaping her mouth. "I've worked my hide off for years to create a perfect heroic society. I've done so much, and yet it's barely hanging on." Her eyes glanced up at a screen in her room, the monitor showing a picture of Spiderman, along with a police report about one of the commission's properties being raided by the cops. Blasted vigilante. And as she poured another bit of whiskey, her desk slightly vibrated, making her turn to her phone. Seeing the shaking device, she picked it up and saw the number on it. "Oh great." She groaned as she tapped the screen before putting the phone to her ear. "Yes? What do you need, Mr. Fisk?" A low grumbly voice replied through the phone, the president putting a hand to her forehead and sighing as she listened to the man. Taking another sip of whiskey, she responded, "I know. And as I've told you before, I'm bringing in one of my best agents to deal with the vigilante." More noise came through the phone, the woman taking another drink in response before replying, "Yes. They'll be here soon." Another minute later, the call ended as the woman let out a long sigh. She put her head in her hands as she leaned over her desk. "Ugh, what a mess." "Seems there's always a mess when you ask for me," chimed in another voice, the president opening her eyes at this. Glancing up, she saw the owner of the voice. She was a tall woman with long silver-colored hair, the individual being someone that most would consider to be young and beautiful. She was wearing a white bodysuit and jacket, along with a belt with a holstered pistol on both sides. A few knives were also on that belt, along with a vest holster going across her body diagonally. The woman put her hand down on the right holster as she added, "Silver Sable, reporting for duty." The sound of delicate yet firm footsteps rang out as a certain individual walked down a sidewalk. To most walking by, the person would seem natural in this quirk-filled world. They were wearing a thin white overcoat, one designed for the more spring into summer-like weather, which accompanied their long flowing silver hair. Her name is Sylvija Sablinova, though the few that know her know the woman by her other name, Silver Sable. As such, she was walking down this certain sidewalk for one simple reason, her mission, which was to find and kill the one called Spiderman. TCH. She muttered as she took a sharp right, her eyes glancing up to see a giant warehouse coming into view. Around it was a few police cars, along with a strand or two of long yellow tape. She had been given the rundown of the situation already by her boss, the Hero Commission president. Spiderman had attacked a warehouse that the commission owned, which contained what the commission considered to be private arms and goods that were sometimes borrowed by other organizations. In other words, criminal smuggling guns. Now, Sable knew all about the Hero Commission's dirty deals. You would have to be fooled to not know as soon as you started working for them. However, the commission also had something the woman wanted. It was goal that she had been trying to accomplish the past few years by doing dirty jobs for the commission, the release of her master, Lady Nagant. Due to the incident that caused her master to be sent to Tartarus, the courts had put Lady Nagant under a triple life sentence. A ridiculous sentence to be sure, as she had been arrested for killing one person, but Sable didn't know that part. All she knew was that her master had turned against the commission, and had paid a price for it. As such, she was now the commission's new Lady Nagant, one that does the dirty jobs. She takes out the trash that no one else would, and every job meant a few years off her master's sentence. That also included this job, which if she succeeded, would mean another 10 years off her master's sentence. Due to this, she came to a stop at the warehouse and took out a small badge, showing it to a police officer behind the yellow tape. He took it and squinted his eyes, only to gesture for another officer to come over. Silver Sable, one officer read as the other stared at the woman. His eyes went up and down, a slight blush on his face as he saw how beautiful she actually was, only for his thoughts to be interrupted as the reading officer turned to him and asked, "Think she's real?" "Huh?" The officer glanced over at him before looking back at Sable, a grin shining on his face. "Nah. I think she's fake." "Excuse me?" Sable instantly responded, her voice sounding sharp and precise. "Yeah." He looked her over again before liking his lips. He then leaned over to the other officer and whispered, "Come on, do you think the commission would bring some hot chick to a place like this? Heck, just look at her." The other officer stared at her now, admiring what he saw. Except her face. Her face was showing a cold hard expression, one that looked like she could slit your throat any second. Intimidated for a bit, only for his eyes to glance back down, the man soon showing the same smirk the other officer was wearing. Chuckling to himself, he pointed at the badge, "So, Miss Silver Sable. Sorry, but I don't think you're a hero." "And why would you think that?" she replied, her response just as instant as last time. Well, I've never heard of ya. And if you're that good looking, I'm pretty sure I would have heard of ya. The first officer cackled. Yeah, the second officer guffawed. I mean, yeah, the commission would definitely hire you for your looks, but I've never heard of you either. But since we're such nice guys, we'll give two options, either leave right now or... He liked his lips again. Well, we could make an extra fun exception if you want. Sable didn't respond to this, her eyes glaring holes at the men as she stared at their expressions. It had been a while since this happened, but she wasn't surprised. With everything she had already seen in her life, this was no different. Holding back a sigh, she leaned over the tape and presented her hand. Give me back my badge. The two officers stared at the hand before one of them gave the badge back with the biggest grin on their face. So is that a no to the exception? The other chuckled. No, I decided for a third option. Both officers' grins disappeared at this, one asking, third? Yeah. Sable replied as she stared at the duo. The officers blinked at this, only to notice her blue eyes turn white for a second. Their brains instantly told them that she was using her quirk. Only for both to feel a sharp pain in their necks as she side-chopped them both with her right hand. The two hit the dirt a second later, their bodies slightly shaking before losing consciousness. Pathetic. Sable spat as she then walked over the police tape, shaking her head as she headed inside the warehouse. Letting out a small breath, she glanced in and saw what was already reported to the commission, a warehouse filled with boxes containing private arms and goods, or in other words, weapons to be smuggled. Not only that, parts of the place were destroyed as signs of a fight were everywhere. Despite this, she had to admit that the police had taken good care of the crime scene despite how incompetent those two from before were. But that didn't matter. She was here to investigate, and even if she didn't find anything physical, she knew it would give her ideas as she whispered to herself, now, let's see what my new prey is all about. The day truly began for Izuku when the phone Nizu had given him began to vibrate. The teen had slept in, only to wake up and do a few of his online classes. And just as he got finished, the device began to move, making him take it out and put it to his ear. Hello, he robotically said, only to hear a familiar voice. Hello, young Midoriya. I must say, you are already proving yourself very well. Izuku blinked at the compliment, soon asking, what do you mean? A small chuckle came out of the phone before Nizu replied, don't worry about it. I was just complimenting on your success yesterday. That location has been on the radar for some time, but the Hero Commission has kept it down lock and key despite what it probably looked like. The teen sank down in his chair at that statement, remembering yesterday's events. He's not wrong. It was pretty easy for me to get in there. Though maybe that's because I am a vigilante. As Izuku had found out last night, Nizu contacted the police shortly after he had beaten Grizzly and was able to get a warrant going. Turns out, the fight had created just enough noise to make a disturbance, and with an extra anonymous tip from Nizu, the police got the warehouse shut down in no time. Not only that, Izuku had found out that the one called Grizzly was a C-rank villain that worked for an A-rank villain named Hammerhead. Izuku had asked Nizu about Hammerhead that night after overhearing the name, only for Nizu to guide Izuku to the public villain database. If Izuku was honest, it was half what he was expecting when he saw Hammerhead's profile. The man looked close to what you would guess with the quirk he wielded. Not only that, he was also a very public villain, one that moved around a lot in the underground scene, yet only had a few crimes on his rap sheet. Nizu explained to Izuku that Hammerhead was a villain that was good at making others do his dirty work, which meant they could take the fall for him very easily. It was why most couldn't catch him, as they never could get proper evidence. Izuku just decided to add both to the villain notebook and put in they would just be part of his path to taking down Kingpin. With that in mind, his conversation with Nizu continued as the Stoat asked, so, you told me last night that you got one of the Spider Tracers, which by the way I love that name, on a semi that left that warehouse, correct? Yeah. Izuku responded, instinctively nodding despite no one in the room with him. Alright. I had 2 more locations I want you to check that are part of Lee's notes that you gave me, but if that semi was transporting the amount you said, we will delay that. Instead, I want you to skim the city and see if you can find that semi. Izuku's eyes glanced back at his desk, his tracer detection device sitting beside an empty web cartridge. Taking it in his hand, Nizu added, is that acceptable? Sure. Izuku put the device back down. I mean, you said to beat this Kingpin guy, we have to go for his wallet, right? Gun smuggling sounds like a big moneymaker. Oh, it is. Not as much as the drag trade, but it's still up there. Nizu chuckled, only for the sound of keys clicking to ring out. One moment. I'll be right back. As Izuku waited, he spun around in the chair and grabbed his mask that was also sitting on the desk. He had just put in a new lens, glad he could find something in such short notice. His eyes then glanced over to a certain piece of tech also sitting on the desk, the little bit he popped off of Fishbowl Head's helmet. I still want to upgrade my stuff. Sorry about that, but I'm back. Now dash. Say, Mr. Nizu? Yes? About the dot support materials you said you could send me. You wish to make a request? Nizu instantly chimed in, I had a feeling you would, and considering you've already proven yourself by taking down one of Kingpin's places, I'll try and see what I can get you. What would you like first? Izuku stared at his mask again, then the piece he had chipped off the helmet before turning to his web shooters that were also sitting on the desk. Humming to himself, he soon responded, I want to improve my web shooters. Can I text you a small list through the phone you gave me? Absolutely. Any more questions? Yeah. Izuku's eyes went back to his mask. I was gonna ask if you got any update on Eri. There was a moment of silence after this question, only for Nizu to respond, if I'm honest, I haven't gotten anything yet. It seems Ryukyu has been very busy these past few days. Meanwhile, the Dragoon hero was slowly walking through a hospital walkway with a cup filled with coffee in her hand as she took a sharp right. A second later, she came to a stop in front of a door before taking the knob and twisting it. Opening it a moment later, she peeked in to see a certain white-haired girl laying down in a bed, white sheets covering her. Small, almost silent snores were escaping the little one's breath as she lay there sleeping. Still nothing? She asked a nurse that was standing beside the bed. The nurse shook their head. No. She hasn't responded ever since we had to. You know. I know. The statement made Ryukyu grimace as a certain memory played in her head. After they had rescued the poor girl that night, they had taken her instantly here to hospital. The doctors were thankfully swift, quickly examining the girl and finding how both malnourished and just badly injured the little one was. In particular, there was a nasty bruise on her face, obviously from a fist to the face, and she looked like she was seconds from death. All the heroes that had brought her were disgusted at how Chisaki could have done this to such a tiny child. Crust cried over and over, Mr. Brave and Fat Gum muttering how horrible it was, while Rock Lock whispered that he would never let his child be like that. However, things somehow got worse when Eri woke up. The girl instantly started screaming and thrashing, trying to escape without explaining why she was so scared. In response, Ryukyu tackled and hugged the girl, the warmness of the woman slowly calming the girl down, only for her to fall asleep. She hadn't responded since then, and as such, Ryukyu agreed to watch over her if the other heroes would do the paperwork, all agreeing to do so. As such, she had been going back and forth with the hospital, as Night Eye had came a day ago and told the hero that the girl could still be in danger, so a solution would be needed. Ryukyu didn't like his attitude, but she knew he was probably right. Unfortunately, he wouldn't try to help with the solution part, saying he needed to investigate everything that had happened that night. As such, she was stuck, but also knew that until the girl was better, she wasn't going to let anything bother her. I still haven't gotten any response. I see. Izuku sighed as he leaned back in his chair. Well, sorry Mr. Nizu, but I need to eat lunch first. Then I can go and find the tracer. Don't apologize for having to eat, young Midoriya. Nizu chuckled, take your time. Don't think you have to rush everything. There is a lot of work to do, and it's something you can't just instantly do in one go. I understand. Izuku replied before slumping down, and Mr. Nizu? Yes? Thank you. For giving me a chance to become a hero. Izuku could feel the smile on Nizu's face as the stoat replied, you don't have to thank me for that. Now, go eat and prepare for the rest of your day. Until we talk again. Got it. Thanks. With that, the phone let out a click, ending the conversation. Izuku cracked a smile at this, quickly texting Nizu a list of supplies before getting up and walking out of his room. And as he did this, the smell of food hit his nose, making it twitch as he turned to see his mother and Himiko already at the dining table. Just in time. Inko chuckled as she put a plate of food down. Did you get your schoolwork done? Yeah. Izuku replied as he walked over and sat down, I was just talking to Mr. Nizu. Already got you working hard, doesn't he? Inko asked as Izuku made a plate of food. Yup. Izuku responded before fixing his plate. Thanks Mom. No problem. Inko giggled as she sat down. The woman saw the calm smile on her son's face, something that she hadn't seen in quite a while, just like every other happy expression he would show recently. This one was a bit shallow though. As if there was a bit of an edge to it. She figured it was because he still hadn't really gotten over some of the things that had happened recently, in particular Martin Lee, but she knew better. This was Izuku's work mode, which meant he was focused, even if it was technically a distraction for himself. As for Himiko, the girl started eating as she watched Izuku. Himiko had to admit, every day she realized more and more how similar she was to him. Izuku was just like her in terms of their place in the world. She was rejected due to her quirk, and Izuku was rejected due to not having one. He constantly kept a shell around himself, and even if he wanted to come out of it, he kept himself hidden. It was if Izuku needed to find a certain someone, perhaps someone he idolized to really make him come out of his shell and become something more. Until then, he kept himself to himself, something she had great experience with. The difference was that Izuku was trying every way to escape that. She wanted that too. But she also knew why she had such problems with escaping. She didn't trust anyone. Granted, she didn't know if Izuku had trust issues, but he seemed like a trusting person compared to her, but that wasn't it though. Izuku was a good person, unlike her. He was a good guy in a world that treated him like garbage. A world that hated him. And that world hated her too. It was like an unending bad dream, but Izuku was trying to find a way to wake up while she just sat there. Maybe one day, she thought as she continued to eat. And as she did this, Inko stared at her, only to mentally sigh and shake her head. These two. Inko thought before taking a sip of a drink, only for her mind to no longer think about anything else. She decided today, she would just enjoy eating with the two. A few minutes later, Izuku was finished. The teen quickly put the plate away, thanking his mom before retreating to his room. And as he did this, Himiko spoke up, "He's going out again, isn't he?" "He is." Inko replied, nodding. "And before you ask, both of us can't stop him." "I know." Himiko responded before finishing her food. "Think he'll still be able to come with me on my court date?" "Of course." Inko nodded before giving the girl a small smirk, "I'll make sure of it." "I'm going out." Izuku chimed in as he poked his head out of his room, his face already covered by his Spiderman mask. "Be careful." Inko replied as Izuku shut the door behind himself. Taking a deep breath, the teen checked his web shooters one more time before turning invisible and slipping out his window. Closing it as well, he crawled up the building before firing a web line, soon swinging into the city. "All right, little spider tracer." Izuku commented to himself as he reached into his hoodie and pulled out a small gadget. "Where are you?" A teen with long dark green hair sat at a cafeteria table, her face showing a mild frown as she tried to eat the food on her plate. She had just gone through one of the harshest classes ever. It was a combat trial, where the class she was part of would battle for third years while also being attacked by her teacher at certain intervals. The teacher deemed it as random unfairness that would happen once they were out in the field. To her, it felt more like the teacher was doing this just because he could, not because it was a lesson. The girl's name is Tsuyu Azui, and she was sitting beside her friends Ochako Uraraka and Tenya Ida, both who were showing even bigger frowns as they ate their lunches. A second later, 3 more people sat down at their table, all across from them. "Hey everyone," muttered out a voice, the trio raising eyebrows as they saw the voice's owner. It was Mina Ashido, the usually peppiest member of their class. Though right now, she looked as if someone had taken all the fun out of her, along with her 2 friends now sitting beside her. One was Kirishima, who just looked exhausted, while the other was Hagakure Toru, who was invisible, but they could all tell based on her hunched-over clothes that she was feeling what they were all feeling. The trio didn't respond to Mina's "hello," all just continuing to eat for a minute before Mina spoke up again. "So does anyone know why Aizawa-sensei is on a warpath today? And yesterday?" Everyone grimaced at that, Ochako replying, "I don't know, and I'm really afraid to ask." "Same, Karo." Tsuyu added as she took a sip of her drink, "He just suddenly came in angry yesterday, and it's like he's taking out his anger on us for some reason." "No kidding." Kirishima responded as he gulped down a piece of beef, like, "I'm all for the workout he's giving us, but it's almost too much. I hate it." Mina whined, slumping over and placing her head on the table, "It's like he went into Super JRK mode or something." "Indeed." Ida chimed in, the group turning to the usual stiff student. They were surprised he would agree since out of all the students, he would try to follow everything UA did the most. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, "I do understand that our teacher wants to prepare us for the final exams in a month, but it feels almost too far with these lessons." "No kidding." Toru added, I'm glad that the third years are so nice, but what Aizawa-sensei is having them do is too much." She shivered as she remembered getting attacked by several random boulders, which were just sandbags, while dodging the student Nijire Hato, who could shoot spiral energy blasts. "Yeah. I really like that manly Togata guy, but the exercise we did was nuts." Kirishima commented as he remembered having to dodge Mirio's sneak attacks from under the ground as Aizawa fired tennis ball out of a machine at him. The others began to complain as well, all going over how each exercise was too much. And as this happened, Tsuyu Azui stared at her friends before chiming in with the bluntest question she could think of, "Do you think it's because Bakugo was kicked out?" All five turned to her at this, all not responding for a second. They remembered yesterday starting with Bakugo leaving the classroom only to never come back. Then today came and he was still not in the classroom. It was like he was quietly removed, and Aizawa wouldn't say a single word about it. As such, Ochako tilted her head and asked, "Why do you think that, Tsu?" "I don't know." Tsuyu replied while putting a finger to her chin, "It's just it's odd that the day he seemed to have left the class is the same day this all started happening with Aizawa-sensei." The group all shared glances at this, Ida chiming in next, "I suppose. Though considering how Aizawa-sensei was acting yesterday, it didn't seem like that was the issue. It seemed to be when he said he wished to expel all of us." "Do you really think he was going to do that?" Mina added, the group turning to her. "I mean that he did it to that one guy on the first day." Ochako replied, "And we haven't seen Bakugo since. Maybe he got expelled too?" Kirishima leaned back at this, "Dang. Hope that something else happened to Bakubro than getting expelled." The students all frowned at this, all not wanting to acknowledge how naive-sounding Kirishima was being at the moment. That is, except Tsuyu as she bluntly said, "I think he finally got in trouble for that awful attitude he has." Kirishima slightly glared at the girl, but his glare had no push to it. He knew the girl was always blunt, which was added as Tsuyu continued to speak. "Besides, even if he did get expelled, I don't see it stopping someone like him." Everyone shared a glance at that, all knowing that Tsuyu was speaking the truth. And before they knew it, they were back to eating, soon finishing just as the lunch bell rang out. They still had a half of a school day ahead of them, and they knew it wasn't going to be easy. Meanwhile, another hour passed as Izuku swung through the city, sighing to himself as he continued to stare at his tracking device. Landing on a nearby rooftop, he pulled out his phone at this, only to now see the time. He knew evening was coming, but the hours had passed by really quickly while web swinging. Over the past few hours, Izuku had been mindlessly sweeping the city, trying to get any signal, only to run into petty crime after petty crime. He had stopped 2 muggings, a purse snatcher, and a car thief. Granted, they were all simple things that he probably should have left up to the police, but he also knew what Nizu had told him a day ago about his status as a vigilante. The voice of the stoat rang out in his head as he remembered something Nizu said after Izuku had reported beating Grizzly. "Now, even though I want you to help me take down the kingpin, I don't want you to stop being a vigilante. Don't think you just have to do what I say and go where I tell you to go. Trust your own morals and abilities, as they are just as important to any vigilante as they are to a hero." Izuku couldn't help but think that those words were a bit manipulative in a way, as his mom had warned him. She could tell Nizu wanted a lot from Izuku, and was against putting a ton on the teenager's plate. However, Izuku assured her that he could handle it. Or, at least he believed he could handle it. As such, he was now staring at his phone, letting out a small sigh before saying his thoughts aloud, "Still nothing. Maybe I should go for a snack." He tapped the phone a few times, humming to himself, "What's around here that's good? Huma." Izuku shined a grin under his mask at this, "There we go. It's a bit far, but web swinging will get me there lickety-split." The teen paused himself for a second there, wondering why he suddenly said such words before shaking his head. Pushing up the bottom of his mask, he tapped in a few numbers into the phone and spoke up, "Hey there, is this Eddie's Pizza? I'd like to place a to-go order." Another hour or so later. "I see. Thank you, Mr. Murdoch." Inko responded into her cell phone before ending the conversation. She put the device into a pocket before turning to Himiko, the girl currently on the couch, going over some schoolwork she had missed when she had left school for some time. "Anything new?" "No, not really." Inko replied as she sat down beside her. "Looks like Mr. Murdoch is friends with that principal, Nizu. He's agreed to help get even more evidence against your parents." Himiko didn't respond to that, the girl boredly looking at the papers in front of her before writing on the bottom of one of them. She then took the papers and stacked them, letting out a sigh before slumping down on the couch. "Done." "Oh? Good." Inko giggled as she took the pages. "I'll take to the school tomorrow. After that, you should be able to do everything else online like Izuku." "Meh," Himiko muttered, only for Inko to hand her a bottle. The girl took it and began to drink, feeling the red liquid go into her system. She began to blush next as she glanced away. "Thank you." "Of course." Inko chuckled as she put the papers away. "Now, about what we discussed earlier dash. I don't wanna." Inko let out a long sigh before shaking her head. "Himiko. Dash. Bam. 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 A suddenly banging hit the front door, making the two turn to the sound. Both were wondering what it could be, only for the answer to suddenly ring out. "Deku. Get your hide out here now." As that noise screeched out into the room, the two inside had completely different reactions. Himiko went almost wide-eyed before blurting out, "Who the heck is that?" And as she asked that, Inko's expression darkened. Himiko watched as the woman that had been so kind to her, who almost always showed this kind, though sometimes weary smile, suddenly morph her face into something else. Something Himiko had seen before on others, but never imagined it on Izuku Midoriya's face. Granted, she had seen the woman angry, especially when she talked back to that Aizawa guy a few days ago, but nothing like this. This wasn't just anger on her face, it was pure hatred-filled rage. Himiko opened her mouth, ready to ask if the woman was okay, only for Inko to hiss out, Bakugo. The word made Himiko's mind come to a stop. The name sounded familiar, only for a click to go off in her brain. Katsuki Bakugo. The guy she had described as somehow a former friend for Izuku. And by friend, she meant a bully that beat Izuku for over a decade and convinced Izuku to kill himself. Not only that, Izuku was going to do it only to get bitten by a spider that gave him superpowers. It was quite the coincidence if one thought about it, but that wasn't on Himiko's mind at the moment. Instead, it was the sound of the front door getting hit repeatedly. Bam! 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 Get out here right now! Himiko opened her mouth to say something again, this time asking if she should handle the door beater, only to see Inko slowly ascend from the couch. Her face gave the old saying, if looks could kill, a run for its money as she slowly made her way to the door, only to glance back at Himiko. Don't. Let me handle this. The girl stared at the woman for a second, only to now notice she had a knife in one of her hands. Flinching at this, she put the weapon away and nodded, got it. Thank you. Inko replied as she spun back around and slowly walked up to the front door. Taking a deep long breath, the woman could feel her whole body tensing up for a second before grabbing the doorknob. As she did this, the memory of that day swam through her head. The day Izuku confessed everything that had happened since Katsuki got his quirk. How that spiraled into a seemingly infinite case of abuse and violence, one that led to today. One that she was now partly responsible for, as she told Nizu all about the teen and his horrible tendencies. And with a small click, the woman twisted the knob and pulled the door back. There, she found herself standing in front of what could only be described as a blonde ball of pure anger and fury. Rage was the one word that the teen in front of her symbolized, and it was something she was feeling inside herself as well. Auntie. Katsuki let out a low growl before taking a deep breath. The scowl on his face faded, showing an almost neutral expression, though there was a hint of anger there. The very motion made a click ring out in Inko's head. This was how Katsuki hid his abuse. He could calm himself at the drop of a hat to make sure no one saw. As such, the teen slowly asked, "Where's Izuku? I don't need to talk to him." Privately. Inko wanted to cross her arms and scowl at the teen, but felt she would do exactly what he just did, but in her own way. Instead, she slowly raised an eyebrow at this and replied, "Oh? And what will you two be discussing?" Katsuki opened his mouth to respond, only to catch himself. His scowling expression tried to reappear, as if he wasn't expecting Inko's response, only to recover as he responded, you know. Guy stuff. Inko could feel her eyes narrow at this, almost wanting to call him out on everything on the spot. Instead, she took a deep breath and said, "He's not here." Bakugo's expression switched back to the one he had at the start, only to let out a long deep breath again. "Okay. Where is he?" "I'm not telling you." Inko instantly said before slowly leaning down, "And you are not going near him ever again." Katsuki's face showed a mix of anger and bewilderment at this. To the teen, Auntie Inko was always this weak, calm-minded soul that was always nice to him. He honestly barely acknowledged her existence, but that was mainly because of his stupid hag of a mother and that stupid creepy stalker Deku. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare even talk to her, as she was so beneath him that it was nothing but a waste of time. That was not what he was looking at right now. For as she said those words, her face changed. It was something he had never seen from her. It was a face of pure anger. One filled with fury, rage, and hatred. He didn't know she could do that. As such, he opened his mouth to respond, only for the woman to cut him off as she stated, "Be quiet." A small explosion popped in Katsuki's hand at that. How dare she say such a thing to him? Doesn't she know who he is? And as a growl escaped his breath next, the teen replied, "Where is he? I'm not telling you, as you will never go near him again." Inko instantly responded, the woman leaning down even further, "And before you ask, I know now. I know everything." Katsuki just blinked at that. "What are you talking about?" "You heard me." Inko hissed, "I know everything. I know all about what you did to my son, how treated him, how you think you had the right to hurt him, how you beat him, and how you told him to kill himself." Katsuki went wide-eyed at this, a parade of mini-explosions reflexively popping in both of his palms. Growling and hissing spat out of his mouth, and his right eye was twitching. The sight to most would look like an animal ready to charge at its prey and rip it apart. And as this interaction happened, Himiko had gotten up and tiptoed over to the door, making sure to stay out of the teen's sight as she listened. Then she felt it. Killing intent. She had felt it plenty of times while on the streets, and while she expected to feel some of it from Inko, she felt nothing from the woman. Just anger. That made sense, as she knew Inko wasn't the killing type. But this Bakugo. His anger was real. A flame that was ready to burst and take everything with it. And the killing intent inside? It was growing. Only for it to vanish. Like a faucet being turned off. Bakugo took another deep breath, his expression going neutral again as he said, "I don't know what you're talking about." "Is that so?" Inko replied, the woman observing every bit of the teen as he continued to glare at her. "And why would my Izuku lie to me?" But that question fell on deaf ears as Bakugo asked again, "Where is he?" Izuku let out a long sigh as he exited Eddie's, a big grin on his face. That was good. He chuckled to himself as he began to walk down a sidewalk. Letting out a small yawn, he took out his phone and saw that it was almost evening time now. Wonder where I should go next. I could do another sweep of this part of city. Or should I call it a day if I don't find anything? The teen then remembered Nizu's words about taking it slow at this, only to shake his head. No. I need to focus. I have to do this to become a hero, and so I can avenge Mr. Lee. Nothing else matters. Putting his phone away, the teen glanced around before ducking into a nearby alleyway, the teen turning invisible next as he scaled up one of the alleyway's buildings. As the vigilante reached the top, he almost instantly changed into Spiderman, the teen doing a quick stretch before checking his web shooters. Looks good. Time to go web swinging. Cricking his neck next, the teen leapt off the building, firing a web line before moving into a fluid aerial swing. The teen arced himself perfectly, his swing going just above the cars below before angling upward, Izuku letting go of the line as he was sent flying. He did a small flip before firing another web line, soon tugging at it as he began to swing again. Block after block, street after street he did this, his body flipping and flying at speeds others would love to be able to do. And as he did this, another hour passed, the teen continuing to swing around before hearing a small beep. Going wide-eyed at this, he glanced down at his tracer detector, grinning under his mask as he thought, finally. Landing on a nearby rooftop, he watched the device beep a few times before following the signal, the teen swinging over a street before walking over a different roof. There, he saw where his tracer had gone. He was currently in what looked like a more dirty district, a type of downtown-looking sort of place. It was a place filled with trash, a few homeless wandering around, and not many buildings that were in use. And right outside of a rather large yet abandoned-looking building was the semi from yesterday. Squinting his eyes, he saw the tracer was still attached to the bumper of the truck. He had a feeling no one would notice it. It was so tiny and well, as he had learned over these days of being a vigilante, most thugs weren't that bright. As such, he turned invisible and swung over to the semi, landing beside it while trying to not make any noise. Quietly tiptoeing over to the truck's bumper, he removed the tracer and put it into one of the hoodie's pockets. Keep you for later, he thought before glancing inside the semi. Its back door was already open, but that was because there was nothing inside the truck now. Guess they already moved the guns inside. Turning to the nearby building, he glanced up and saw it had some high windows, the teen zipping over to the wall as he began to wall crawl up to the glass. As he did this, his invisibility ran out, but the teen's spider sense didn't ring out, meaning no one had saw him. A second later, he was staring into the window, only to blink at the new sight before him. It was just another warehouse filled with boxes. There was nothing special inside, no drag lab or some kind of motor pool like had seen with the Masked Men or Tombstone's gang. Just another warehouse. Odd. Why would they transport the guns here? Izuku thought to himself as he watched a few thugs walk around, the teen staring at the sight. The building was empty except for the thugs, just a few tables and one motorcycle sitting in the middle of the room. There was a crate or two, but nothing like how many that had been transported away yesterday. It was like it was just an abandoned building that you would see on a movie set or something. Strange. There's nothing here. But if there's nothing here, why park the semi here? Izuku mentally asked before glancing back at the semi. Did they drop the guns off somewhere else? He looked back at the building. Should I just go in and beat these guys? I mean, they aren't doing anything. As the vigilante stared through the window, 3 more thugs entered the building. And as they strode in, the men inside all turned to them, some flinching at the sight. The first of the trio was a man wearing a bowler hat, a basic suit, and a low frown on his face. Behind him was another suited man with a brown Stetson hat, and the third was a big man with an impressive handlebar mustache. Who are those guys? Izuku thought as he watched the front one of the trio begin to talk to the thugs inside. It looked like he was telling the thugs some orders, the teen squinting his eyes at the sight as he tried to read their lips. What are they? Danger. Look! Up there, yelled a voice, making Izuku almost flinch. He glanced away from the window, only to see one of the thugs now pointing at the vigilante. It's Spider-Man. Oh. Izuku muttered, remembering he was no longer invisible. And as this happened, the thug pulled out a gun and pointed it at the vigilante. He began to pull the trigger, only for the teen to leap off the building. Spider sense, don't fail me now, he thought as he fired a web line, the webbing instantly hitting the gun before the teen yanked it away. What the dash, the thug yelped as he felt the webbing pull him slightly as well. And as he tried to keep his footing, Izuku landed on the semi from before and ran on its rooftop before leaping off, firing another bit of webbing. The liquid smacked the thug's face a second later, making him scream, ugh. Sorry pal, but you were trying to shoot me. Izuku commented as he landed in front of the thug and uppercut the man, knocking him off his feet. A second later, webbing covered the thug, the teen then glancing to his right. And the sight before he was not pleasant. About 10 thugs were now staring at him, only for the trio from before to walk through the group, the one in the bowler hat gesturing to them to move aside. Well. Looks like the boss was right. The bug followed the semi, just like the boss thought he would. The front member of the trio from before commented as he glared at the vigilante. We're getting paid well tonight, boys. I couldn't agree more, partner, the Stetson-wearing man adding, his right hand shapeshifting into what looked like a lasso. Izuku could feel himself backpedaling at this, as the big mustache man also walked up to the side of the bowler hat man before cracking his knuckles. The bowler hat man glanced back to the other thugs. Get going, boys. We'll handle this. You got it, the others yelled back before spinning around and cutting into a sprint, some going back in the building while others ran away. And as this happened, the bowler hat man reached around his back before pulling out what looked like a small gray metal stick. He then pressed a button on it, making it extend into a pole with bladed edges on both ends. The man spun the pole around once at this, the motion looking like he had done it all his life as he spoke up, time's up, bug. Today, the enforcers are gonna squash you. Himiko Toga stared at the woman beside her on the couch, Izuku Midoriya. The mother was letting out long breaths, her face morphing back to its normal form as she tried to shrink into the couch. A few minutes ago, the one called Katsuki Bakugo had left. The teenager had never gotten inside the building, but it didn't really matter. The confrontation that had happened was all that needed to be done. As such, Himiko continued to stare at Izuku, the girl slightly shivering as she watched Izuku try to calm down. And as another minute passed, Izuku slowly said, I know what you're going to say. Himiko flinched at the statement and tone, the woman letting out another long sigh before turning to the teen, and you're not going to tell Izuku a thing. Got it. But Himiko tried to say, only for Izuku to turn to her with a large frown. Himiko. Please. Izuku took in a deep breath, slow exhaling a bit later, just don't. I know what you're thinking, and I know what you want to say. But don't. The woman closed her eyes, remembering her conversation over Bakugo with Nizu. She knew Himiko didn't understand, but Izuku knew her son. She hated how much she knew her son when it came to Bakugo. Himiko frowned back before her eyes glanced over to the front door. She let out a low hum at this. I just don't get why that guy is important. He's beyond important to Izuku. In the worst way possible. But he is. Izuku instantly replied while looking away, trying to hide the snarl on her face, and despite how much I hate it, it's something we can't just immediately fix. She looked back at Himiko, seeing the frown staying on her face. Taking another breath, she added, I know. And I'm really glad Izuku wasn't here. After all, if Izuku found out about the agreement I did with Nizu about Bakugo. Izuku muttered off at that, making the teen bite her lip. Even now, Himiko couldn't believe someone so explosive and rude could ruin such nice people like Izuku and Izuku. Bakugo didn't seem like her parents, ones that manipulate and try to control every bit of your life. He just seemed like like a bully. And yet, with just one interaction, Himiko saw Izuku show a side she never expected from the woman. The kindest person she had ever met looked like she was ready to kill. Something that she knew would ruin her life, yet the expression was there on Izuku's face. Not only that, as Himiko remembered what Izuku said to Nizu those 3 days ago and comparing it to what she had just saw, she still couldn't believe it. And as another minute passed, she noticed that she had her knife in her hand again. She must have reflexively taken it out again. The girl began to fiddle with it in her fingers, only to turn and see Izuku taking out her cell phone. The sight made her almost flinch before asking, Who are you calling? I'm calling Principal Nizu. Izuku replied as she kept tapping the phone before putting it to her ear. A few seconds passed, only for the woman to say, Hello sir. Sorry about the late call, but let's just say we need to talk. Meanwhile, Izuku could feel himself wanting to backpedal as he stared at the trio in front of him. All three looked like trouble, something he knew all too well. But this felt different. His brain had already caught that this was a trap. Granted, not a great one since Izuku knew he could probably run away. Just leap onto the nearby semi, fire a webline. And swing away. But as he stared at the trio, he felt a tingle down his spine. The hair on his neck stood up, the teen feeling a slight shiver, as if a cold chill struck his whole form. Before him was a trio that were all pouring out killing intent. They were here to kill him. Not only that, but they were also here to kill for a paycheck. After all, they said they were going to get paid if they killed him. And as he collected his thoughts, Izuku knew only one thing. These men must somehow work for Hammerhead, who works for Kingpin. That thought alone made the teen's eyes narrow behind his mask, gritting his teeth as he straightened up and asked, "So you three are the enforcers?" "That's right, Bug." The bowler hat man replied, "Name's Fancy Dan." He pointed to the two behind him, "That's Montana and Ox." Dan then spun the double-pointed spear before aiming it at the vigilante, "And you are dead." "Right." Izuku responded in a slightly snarky tone, mainly to help calm himself. "Okay Izuku, think. These guys were waiting for you, which means they could have help coming. That could be bad." Izuku thought as he gripped his hands into fists, but even if they are, they're still thugs working for Kingpin. That means I'll have to fight them eventually. Taking a deep breath, Izuku crouched slightly, his fists now sparking with electricity as he said, "All right then. Let's dance." Dan shined a grin at this, "Nice." And with a slight flex of his feet, the thug charged at the vigilante. Izuku almost flinched at the sight, Dan now instantly in front of the teen before moving his spear. Spider sense ringing out, Izuku quickly ducked under the attack, only to see a foot coming straight for his face. Thwack. Oof. Izuku grunted as he felt the foot smack his chin, the teen stumbling back as his spider sense kept ringing. Blinking at this, he then saw Dan move the spear again, Izuku sidestepping as the weapon came for the vigilante. And as this happened, Izuku fired a webline to his left, the webbing hitting the semi before yanking on it. Pulling himself away from the thug, his spider sense continued to yell at him as Izuku felt his vision fully return. There, he saw what looked like the end of a lasso about to go for his neck, making him backpedal just in time. "Whoa! Ox! Get around the semi. Montana, with me." Dan ordered as he charged at the teen again, Izuku responding by pointing both his wrists at the thug. 2 globs of webbing came next, only for Dan to spin his spear in front of himself, smacking away both shots of webbing. He then sidestepped at this, Montana now appearing as his left arm turned into a lasso. The man gripped the rope with his right and twirled it once before slinging it at the wallcrawler. "Oh." Izuku thought as he saw the lasso going for this head again. Spider sense still ringing, he reflexively fired a glob of webbing at the rope, smacking the lasso back. Montana responded by turning the rope back into his arm, getting rid of the webbing as Dan moved his spear at Izuku again. However, Spider sense took over the teen as this happened, Izuku quickly dancing around each attack. And as he dodged 2 more moves, his spider sense rang out again. Danger. Izuku could feel something go straight up his spine, making him turn around to see the one called Ox. The brute towered over the teen, and before Izuku could even respond, the man began to use his quirk. Ox was already a massive man, but his body began to grow, horns coming out of his head, his entire body growing a dark coat of fur, and his face changed to one of an ox. Raff. Ox roared as he moved both his arms down at the teen, Izuku quickly sidestepping just as the attack came. What followed was a resounding crack. As Ox's fists hit pavement, chunks of gravel now flying off the pavement from the impact. The sight made Izuku want to gulp, only for his spider sense to ring out again. Glancing to the left, the end of a spear was now coming straight for the teen's head, Izuku ducking under it a split second later. This was followed by Izuku turning and pointing his wrist at Dan again, firing another glob of webbing. But as the webbing came out, Dan instantly spun his spear, swatting the webbing away. Izuku then fired 2 more bits of web, only for both to be smacked away as well. Dan spun the spear one time before moving again, Izuku stumbling back as he tried to dodge. And as the spear just missed the teen's head, spider sense rang out just as a giant fist slammed into Izuku's side. Ugh! Izuku yelped as his body went flying, his form smacking the warehouse wall. He let out a grunt of pain at this, closing his eyes just as his spider sense started to ring out again. Opening his eyes, the teen saw Ox now charging at him horns first, the vigilante flinching before leaping upward. The teen did a small flip before landing on the warehouse's wall just as Ox slammed into the building. He could feel the impact from the charge, but he kept a firm grip on the wall until. Danger. A lasso's end grabbed the teen's hand, making him gasp as he felt the rope now tug on him. "Come down here, varmint!" Montana yelled as he started pulling. Feeling the tugging, Izuku just turned and grabbed the lasso, giving it a sharp yank. The pull made the Stetson-wearing thug almost fall over, yelping out as Izuku's tug made him stumble into Ox. "Whoa! Hiya!" exclaimed another voice, Izuku's spider sense ringing out as he reflexively crawled to the left. A split second later, Dan's spear slammed into the wall, Izuku gasping as he saw Dan leap up and grab the pole. With agility so fast that Izuku didn't know how to react, Dan leapt off the pole and planted a foot on the teen's face, kicking off him a second later as the blow knocked Izuku off the wall. "Ugh!" the teen yelped as he hit the ground, rolling for a second while Dan landed back on the pole before pulling it out and landing a moment later. And as this happened, Izuku scrambled to his feet, only to feel a shiver go down his spine. "Danger! Got you!" roared a rough, rusty voice. A second later, Izuku felt his whole form tense up as Ox appeared in front of him and grabbed the teen, quickly vicing him into a bear hug. "Now to crush you! Yah!" Izuku cried as he felt Ox tighten the hug, the squeeze causing Izuku's pain receptors to fire on all cylinders. The bear hug's tension lessened a second later, only for Ox to squeeze again, making Izuku cry out, "Ah! That's it, Ox! Wring him out till there's nothing left!" Montana exclaimed as his right hand turned into an even longer lasso. "And once you're done, let's lynch him." "Agreed," Dan added as he casually spun his spear on his right hand. "And then we'll skewer him for the boss." RRRRGH. Izuku ummed out as he felt the squeeze again for the third time. And as this happened, the teen's brain suddenly shifted as certain words came out. "Two problems with that." "Oh? And what's that?" Dan chuckled as he spun the spear one more time. "1. You should never kill a guy while you have bad breath. Ox here needs a breath mint." Izuku quipped out, making Ox growl as he squeezed again. RRRGH. And 2. Izuku's arms, which had been stuck in the hug, tensed up for a second before the teen straightened his hands up and grabbed Ox's arms with the ends of his fingers. "You're right where I want you." Venom shock. Zap. Before the trio could react, electricity pumped through Ox, making him scream out an AAAHHHHH before letting the teen go. And as the other two saw this, Izuku surged lightning through his right arm and slammed it into Ox's stomach, more electricity pulsing through the thug. "Raph! Night-night, bull boy!" Venom uppercut. Izuku yelled as his electrified fist slammed into Ox's chin, instantly knocking him off his feet. The giant hit the pavement a second later, only for webbing to cover him before any reaction could be made. "OX," the other two exclaimed before Dan charged at the teen, "You're gonna pay for that." "No, I think I'm done here." Izuku growled as he aimed his wrist at the man. "Time to web you mooks up." Thwip, thwip, thwip. 3 strands of webbing shot out as Dan charged, the man swatting the first 2 away with his spear, only to duck under the third. He then began to move his spear at the vigilante, only to hear Montana yell, "Hey! Get it off!" Glancing back, he saw that the third glob of webbing had hit Montana's eyes, making him stumble around. Venom punch. Izuku roared as he did a quick right jab at Dan's turned-around form. But as the punch came, Dan easily sidestepped the blow. Izuku responded by moving a left punch at the thug, only for Dan to spin around it with ease before moving the spear at the teen's head. Danger. The teen reflexively ducked under the weapon, only to sidestep next as Dan continued moving the spear at the vigilante. And as he did this, Izuku found himself backpedaling as he trusted his spider sense to guide him. 1, 2, 3 moves came next before the teen pointed his wrist at the thug, webbing coming out a second later. But as this happened, Dan just spun the spear again, swatting the liquid away with ease. Izuku then moved another punch before Dan just raised a hand and smacked the punch away before ducking under a second jab from the teen. This was followed by another move of the spear, Izuku sidestepping it before a foot smacked his face, making the teen stumble back. "Ha!" Dan laughed as he spun his spear around himself before pointing it at the vigilante. "You're strong, but your punches are slow. You don't know how to fight, do you?" Izuku didn't respond, instead just concentrating on regaining his footing before glaring at the man. His mind went over everything that was happening, his eyes glancing over to see that Montana had just ripped off the webbing. Staring back at Dan, Izuku bit his lip as his thoughts began to flow. "I don't get it. Anything I try, he just easily dodges. But it's not like Chameleon. He hasn't used his quirk, so it must be something with his body. A mutant-type quirk perhaps? He doesn't seem to be manipulating anything about his body." As that last bit went through his head, Izuku went wide-eyed behind his mask. "Wait, is that it?" And as Izuku mentally talked to himself, Dan charged as he moved the spear again. But as this happened, the teen let his spider sense take over, causing him to tilt his head to the right just as the spear came for his face. Dodging the blow, Izuku responded with another quick jab, only for Dan to easily sidestep the punch. Izuku followed this by moving 2 more jabs, Dan just standing still as his body reflexively flexed left and right, dodging both attacks. This was met with another move of the spear, Izuku ducking under it before firing another bit of webbing at the thug's face, only for him to sidestep the glob, evading it with ease. But as this happened, Izuku backpedaled for a second, his eye glancing to the left to see Montana just standing there, lasso ready. It looked like he was waiting for an opening. With that in mind, Izuku stared back at Dan before speaking up, Your quirk is all about your reflexes, isn't it? Dan raised an eyebrow at this, spinning the spear in his right hand as he heard the question, only to chuckle. He shined a small grin next as he replied, Not bad. Been a while since someone figured it out. So I'm right then? You are. Dan laughed before pointing to his head, My quirk enhances my reflexes. It almost lets me turn my body on autopilot. He pointed the spear at the teen again, and that's why you'll never hit me. And as those words hit Izuku's ears, the gears in the teen's brain began to shift. A hidden grin appeared in behind his mask, only for the vigilante to instantly disappear. Ha! What the where'd he go? He can turn invisible, Dan. Montana exclaimed, Remember the file the boss gave us? Oh yeah. Well, he still can't hit me. Dan commented as he glanced around, Just come on out, bug. But as he said that, Izuku just tiptoed around the man and wall-crawled up the warehouse's outer wall again. And as he did this, he reached into his hoodie and refilled his web shooters, the teen almost chuckling to himself, Why do I keep forgetting I can go invisible? Guess it's 'cause the guy's right. I still don't know how to fight well. He glanced back down at the 2 thugs as they looked around, both yelling at the wind. If I can't hit him one-on-one, I'll just hit everything instead. Izuku thought as he pointed his web shooters slightly upward, the teen's brain clicking before he turned visible again. Despite this, the 2 thugs didn't look up, making him smile as he mentally said, I've been wanting to try something like this. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The teen began to spray his webbing, lightly tapping the shooter's triggers compared to the usual hard tapping he would do. He started to move his wrists left and right, quickly making a net of webbing that began to fall down on the 2 thugs. Ha! Was what both said before Montana was covered in webbing, instantly tying him up while Dan tried to swat it all away with his spear. And as he did this, Izuku pointed his wrists at the man. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Dan spun around as the webbing came for him, only to swat away one strand of sticky liquid as the other 2 grabbed his spear. And with a firm tug, Dan felt himself stumble, reflexively trying to maintain his balance, only to step on the previous net of webbing. His shoe now firmly stuck, he tripped and hit the sticky ground face first. MMPH, he muttered out, trying to move as more webbing now hit his back, Izuku making sure the man couldn't move. Smiling at the result, Izuku turned to see Montana still trying to get off the webbing from before. Slightly laughing at the sight, he hopped down in front of the man just as he ripped the webbing off his face. Hey there, cowboy. Fancy meeting you here. You stinkin' varmint. I'll dash. Nope. Izuku chuckled as he tapped the thug's shoulder, electricity instantly surging through the man's body before he fell over, instantly losing consciousness. The teen glanced over to the other 2, now seeing Dan still struggling under the webbing while Ox was still knocked out. Izuku fired some webbing over the thug just to keep him secure before shooting out a web line and yanking himself upward. Landing on a nearby rooftop a second later, the teen pulled out the phone Nizu had given to him as he stared at the sight he had just made. This was a trap. Those guys were totally trying to kill me, which means that hammerhead guy must see as a threat. He tapped the phone screen, soon making a call. Here's hoping Nizu can get someone here to arrest these guys tonight. A few minutes later. A long yawn escaped Izuku's breath as he finished his call with Nizu. Turned out, the stoat was not in the best of moods, but was happy with Izuku's results. He had informed the teen that the ones called the Enforcers were a team of villains that usually work for Hammerhead and other Kingpin minions, mainly doing what Nizu called the dirty jobs. As such, he told the teen he would see if he can get someone over to arrest the trio, and then think of their next move since tonight's hunt led to a trap to kill the wallcrawler. After this, the teen leapt off the building and fired a web line, soon swinging away. But as he did this, a figure stepped out of the alleyway below him, watching the vigilante web swing into the night. Seems to be another failure, the figure sighed before walking out of the darkened alleyway, revealing themselves to be a man in a white suit, wearing a purple mask. Behind him was a bald man in a full black suit with a lightning zigzag pattern on it, electricity flowing off his face. I still don't see why you didn't let me go in there and fry him, Rose, yelled the electric man. Patience Electro. And call me boss while we're working. Rose replied as they walked up to the three webbed-up enforcers. Seems you all failed tonight. MMPH. Dan muttered out, being the only one conscious. Rose responded by shaking his head before snapping his fingers. A second later, 3 vines shot out of the ground, cutting the webs around Dan. The thug let out a load of spit before standing up, wiping his face for a moment before glancing around. Where is he? I'm gonna skewer that bug. He's gone. Rose chimed in, making Dan turn to him, grimacing at the sight as he just realized that Rose was the one that just released him. Oh. Hey boss. Dan squeaked out, Rose snapping his fingers in response. Vines appeared around the thug, instantly cutting away the rest of the webbing. Be quiet. Rose growled as he pointed to Montana, wake your buddies up. Spider-Man called the police, and if you don't want to go to jail tonight, we're getting you all out of here now. GG got it boss. Dan saluted for a second before running over to Montana. And as this happened, Rose turned to Electro, you're up next. Let me set up a trap and the bug is yours. Electro shined the biggest grin at this, chuckling at the notion before Rose glanced back at Dan, watching him wake up Montana. The sight made him shake his head, crossing his arms before whispering to himself, and I still need to find that girl. Why do I get the feeling this is going to become more complicated soon? A group of 6 pairs of footsteps rang out in an alleyway at this, the one in front saying, come on. The other 5 followed the leader, the group taking turn after turn in the dark alleyways hidden in the night. And as they took another right, the thug at the start came to a stop at a faded red door on the side of what looked like a rundown building. Cracks, mold and rats infested the alleyway they were in, but the thug just shined a grin and pulled out a small key in his pocket. In here, he said as he opened the door, gesturing for the group to go inside. Seconds later, a light was turned on as all 6 zipped into the building and closed the door behind them. After getting their bearings for a second, the thug spoke up again, all right, everyone got the goods? Yeah. Got 'em. Yup, were some of the responses as the thug walked into the middle of the room. It was a dimly lit area, complete with several empty shelves, a few tables and some old folding chairs. Good. We'll stash it here for tonight. Hammerhead wants this dash. Wham! The thug's voice came to a stop as the sound of the door they had just entered rang out, its frame slamming the wall it was connected to. They all spun around at this, only to see a blur zip into the room. What the dash, the leader thug tried to say, only to let out a yelp as he suddenly felt his back hit the floor. Ugh. BLAM. 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 The thug went wide-eyed as 5 loud piercing ringing noises hit his ears, making him close his eyes and move his hands to his head, trying to block out the sound. But as his hands covered his ears, he felt something push down on his face, making his eyes open up and see that it was a bottom of a boot now placed on his face. His pupils stared at it for a second before glancing up, now seeing the foot's owner. It was a woman with long silver hair that was wearing a bodysuit of the same color. In her right hand was a pistol that had a thin trail of smoke coming out of its barrel. Not only that, the woman was also wearing a glare that made the thug squirm under her foot as she spoke up, listen up trash. I need information, so I'm giving you 2 options. Either you're going to tell me what I want to know, or you'll end up like your friends. The thug blinked at her, only to slightly lean his head back, his whole body now truly feeling the cold hard floor under himself. And as he did this, his eyes went wider than they had ever been. For just a few feet away laid 5 bodies, all 5 wearing bullet holes in their heads. So you gonna talk? She chimed in, making him glance back up at her as her foot went slightly back, now pushing down on his chest as she pointed the smoking pistol right at his temple, or am I gonna waste this gun's last bullet on you? Tink. 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 That was the sound of a fork tapping a plate as a silver-haired woman finished her breakfast. She was wearing a frown as she took a sip of some water next, the lady growling as she leaned back in her chair. Spider-Man, she whispered while crossing her arms, staring at a folder laying on the table. Inside was all the information the commission had given her on her target, and it was both a ton and very little. The woman's hero name is Silver Sable, and she was not in a good mood. Granted, she was rarely in a good mood, but she had a feeling today was not going to go well. It began with what happened yesterday, as she had begun to search for the vigilante known as Spider-Man. She had started by going to his most recent crime scene, searching it over with cautious eyes before calling up the HPSC. The woman had realized it was a warehouse ran by the commission, meaning it was a place for dirty business for the organization she works for. That was normal in this day and age. Heck, it was normal before quirks, as there was no such thing as a clean organization. At least, in the woman's mind as she called the commission. It was here that she learned exactly what Spider-Man was after, gun smugglers. A simple crime for a vigilante to go after. As such, she quickly began her work, spending all yesterday asking around in seedy pubs and back alleyways where all the scum hung out. After a few beatings questions, she found that the smugglers worked for the villain Hammerhead. This fact led her into following a small group that was stashing a few guns in a safe house, which she instantly broke into and killed them all. Well, all but one, as she did need information. And the information was not what she wanted, the woman hissing as she remembered what the thug had told her. I don't know why Hammerhead wants to move this stuff around, honest. He just said that he thinks someone might be moving in on his turf. What followed that was a bunch of crying, boo-hooing, the thug peeing his pants, and then the scum confessed that the only reason he was a criminal was because he didn't like manual labor. In other words, he was scum because he had nothing better to do. Typical. She did let him go though, mainly due to him making a bigger mess in his pants after she threatened him again. He swore to do better, and then ran off into night. As such, the woman was back to square one. And with a tiny hum, she pulled out a phone and tapped a few buttons. 3 rings later, a voice picked up on the other end as Sable said, "It's me. I need some info on Hammerhead." The tapping of knee-high black boots hitting the hospital floor continued to ring out as their wearer walked down a hallway. It was the Dragoon hero Ryukyu, the woman showing a flat look on her face as she strided up to a door. Letting a small second pass, she grabbed the handle and twisted it, soon opening and walking inside. There, she saw a nurse standing over a bed, which currently had a small girl with a horn laying on it. "How is she?" Ryukyu asked as she walked to the other side of the bed. "She's not great," the nurse replied as she stared at a pad. "She's still malnourished, but we were able to get some fluids in her." "That's good." Ryukyu crossed her arms as she frowned at the sleeping girl. "Poor thing still won't wake up." "Yes," the nurse sighed as she put the pad down before shaking her head. "Poor girl." Ryukyu didn't respond to that, just keeping her frown as she stared at the girl. She now remembered the phone call she had right before she entered the hospital. It was Sir Night-Eye, calling about an update after he had identified a body near the scene where they had saved the girl. The next words continued to repeat in her head. The man found was one Martin Lee, a villain that recently escaped police custody. There is nothing really on him except that he fought the hero team the Lurkers and Spiderman, and that he is responsible for a villain group you have personally faced, the Inner Demons. In terms of the situation, it was not the most basic case. Most villains in the present day had long lists of criminal activities, or were found to have volatile quirks. On rare occasions, they were found to have extensive criminal knowledge, but that was rare in the era of peace ushered in by All Might. At least, that's what the public were told. Ryukyu knew better. The criminal scene had increased rapidly in the past few years, as if to challenge All Might's era of peace. That face alone was scary, as no matter how many new heroes appeared, the criminal underworld continued to expand and grow 10 times as fast. At least, that's what it seemed like. That is, till Night-Eye said something else. Though I have yet to use my quirk, and I know we agreed I would not use it on the girl, but I can't help but think about our encounter with the Rose the other day to be nothing short of manipulation. The Yakuza were all basically dead except Overhaul before we could even act. That means the girl either didn't see anything, or Spider-Man interfered only with her. Either way, we need information from her. Ryukyu let out another long sigh. Information, she thought as she stared at the laying girl. He makes it sound so simple. The poor little girl is barely hanging on as is. The woman closed her eyes for a second, refocusing herself before reopening her eyes to see the girl in bed begin to twitch. The hero's eyes slightly grew at this, the woman gesturing to the nurse as she just about to leave the room. Seeing this, the nurse spun around and saw what the hero is motioning to. Walking back over to the bed, the two women switched their faces into big smiles. "Hello there," the nurse said first as the girl's eyes began to flutter open. The little one replied, their mouth popping for a second before their eyes fully opened. There, she saw two kind smiling faces, at least, that's what most would describe it as. However, the girl didn't understand, and instead let out a screech before trying to sink into the bed. Tears began to form in her eyes as she yelled, "AAAHHH. Oh dear." The nurse gasped before grabbing the girl's arms, only to feel a light tug. "Hold on there. Please don't cry." But her words fell on deaf ears as the girl began to squirm. "No, please don't do that. You dash." Ryukyu chimed in by putting a hand on the girl's forehead, the motion making the girl turn to glance up at the woman. She saw the smile on her face again, tears slightly blocking her vision before Ryukyu leaned down and said, "It's okay. Don't cry. We're not here to hurt you." She blinked at the sight, only for the girl to whisper out, "Are really?" "Yes. I just want to help." Those words rang a bell in the girl's head. And as if the world shifted around her, the woman's kind smiling face turned into a certain green-haired teen's face, the same smile on it as well. It then went back to Ryukyu, the girl blinking at the sight as she stopped squirming. The nurse let go at the same moment, only for the girl to ask the pro hero, "Who are you?" "My name is Ryukyu." The hero's smile grew as she then asked, "What's your name?" "Eri." "That's a wonderful name." Ryukyu instantly replied. "TT, thank you." Ryukyu giggled for a second before rubbing the girl's head, shifting her hand through the girl's long hair. "It's nice to meet you, Eri." It's nice to meet you too," the girl responded before glancing over at the nurse. The nurse soon responded with their own greeting and name before Eri looked back at the pro hero. "Where am I?" "You're in the hospital. We've been taking care of you after we found you on that rooftop." "Rooftop?" Eri asked, Ryukyu nodding in response. "That's right. And we've been trying to get you better ever since. How are you feeling?" But those words fell off in the girl's head. It was as if Ryukyu wasn't there as she began to glance around, a frown beginning to show on her face before the nurse chimed in, "What's wrong?" Eri responded by shifting her head left to right again. A few moments passed at this, only for her to glance up at the nurse and ask, "Where's Spiderman?" A thin trail of smoke touched a certain room ceiling as a sighing voice talked into a cell phone. "Yes, young Midoriya. It seems the police found no one from your fight last night." The voice's owner leaned back in a chair, letting out a puff of smoke before adding, "That can only mean that the Kingpin is already registering you as a threat. I honestly didn't think he would react, but it seems I was proven wrong. It's been a while since that last happened." "I see. I'm sorry this is happening, Mr. Nizu." "It's no problem, young Midoriya. All this means is that I'll have to have you switch tactics." Nizu replied as he put a cigarette in a nearby ashtray. The stoat wore the most contemplative face he had worn in some time. He always tried to show a face of neutral expression when in public, but he was all alone in his office at the moment. As such, he put a paw to his chin as he began to say, "Tell me, how is your condition today, young Midoriya?" "Well, I'm not 100%, but I can go out as Spider-Man today if you need me to." "If that's the case, we'll wait till tomorrow." Nizu instantly responded, only to add, "And before you say anything, this is part of my strategy. There is no need for a piece on the board to not work when it should." "But don't." Nizu reached into his pocket and pulled out a second cigarette, soon lighting it as he replied, "You see, young Midoriya, in order to take down our foes, there are times where we must wait before striking. If the Kingpin did set up a trap for you like the enforcers said, then we need to pace ourselves. Make sure we can still ruin his operations without falling into another trap." There was a moment of silence on the other line, only for Izuku to speak up, "Okay. I understand. Sorry, I guess I was just being impatient." Nizu shined a small grin at this. "It's fine, young Midoriya. Now, before I go any further, I would like to inform you that the materials you ordered should get to you in a few days." Izuku's voice perked up at that. "Great. Heh." Nizu chuckled while letting out a puff of smoke. "Now, on to other business. As I stated before, the ones you encountered were the enforcers. They have a small rap sheet, just like Hammerhead, and are well known among the underground scene. They're rejected thugs that have hopped around multiple gangs until the Kingpin took over." "Sounds like trouble. And you said they're C rank?" "Correct." "Okay. I'll add them to my notebook later." Nizu chuckled again at this, remembering when Izuku had shown the stoat all the notes he took. It was so sad that a boy like him was born quirkless, which in turn let such a hidden gem be hidden away due to rampant quirkism. The stoat shook his head before saying, "Your notes aside, I need to do my daily work at UA today. As such, I will be texting you your next assignment shortly, which I will want you to do tomorrow night. Is that okay?" "Sure. I don't mind taking a day off to rest. That fight with the enforcers was a doozy." "I'd imagine so." After all, Nizu began to say, only to hear something. Knock. Knock. The stoat turned to his office door, only to see the frame open. Here, 3 individuals walked in. It was the 3 pro heroes Midnight, Present Mike and All Might, and all 3 were wearing giant frowns. The sight made Nizu want to sigh, as he had a feeling he knew where this was going. Taking a small breath, he spoke into the phone again. "It seems I'm about to have an early staff meeting today. I'll speak with you later." "Understood. I hope you have a good meeting, sir." Izuku replied before a click went off in the stoat's phone, signifying the call was now done. "You have no idea," Nizu thought as he put the phone down and took a long, deep breath. He closed his eyes for just a second before reopening them and staring directly at the trio, considering. "Your expressions, I suspect this isn't a social visit. What seems to be the issue?" "Shoyuta." Midnight and Present Mike instantly responded while All Might said, "Aizawa." The stoat wanted to let out the longest sigh at this, but kept his composure as he took out another cigarette and began to light it. A small puff escaped his mouth next as he then said, "Let me guess. You disapprove of his current teaching methods? It's not teaching, and you know it." Midnight snapped. For the past few days, he's been basically torturing those first years with constant combat and rescue exercises, some that third years would have trouble with if they had to repeatedly do it. He keeps telling us that it's necessary for the first years so they can pass their finals, and we all know that's a load of bull. Shoyuta never goes that far, and we want to know why. The woman gestured to the other two pro-heroes. "We all agreed that you had to be behind this, as Shuta's been acting strange the past 2 weeks or so, and you're always part of whatever he's been doing recently." "Yeah." Present Mike added while crossing his arms, his usual smile now showing an extra-large frown. "I've never seen him this angry. I mean, he can get mad, especially if he's fighting some really scummy villains. But nothing like this." "I also agree." All Might chimed in. "I will admit, the top 4 have been helpful, especially the Osborne kid, but it's not enough with how Aizawa is acting. I know I am the least experienced teacher here, but even I can tell the man is going too far." Nizu let out another puff of smoke, soon resting the stick on his nearby ashtray before smiling at the trio. "I figured it would come to this. If you're wondering what's going on, let's just say Aizawa does not approve of something I'm trying to do, and in response, well, let's just say I do agree that his reaction is going a slight tad too far." "A slight?" Midnight yelped, only for Nizu to flash his paw at her. "Calm down. There's a reason why I'm letting this happen." Nizu shined a big grin at this, one that made the trio instantly shiver. The expression the stoat was now wearing was one they were all familiar with. "It's his scheming face, and it always means trouble," as Nizu added. "As for why, let's just say I'm teaching Aizawa a very important lesson. That being said, let me hear all your complaints and we'll figure out a better solution." Izuku felt his back sink into his desk chair as he put his notebook away. He had just finished his entry on the enforcers, which he had to admit was not much, but he felt there wasn't much to the villains in the first place. As such, he stood up and stretched, glancing over at the room's clock. It was still morning, and his mother had already left for the hospital for the day. Spinning around, he exited his room, only to see Himiko Toga at the dinner table, the girl looking over some textbooks, alongside a laptop. It was Inko's, but the woman was letting the girl borrow it for her classes, as she still had to catch up on her homework. Seeing this, he slowly strided over to the table and sat down, Himiko glancing up at him. "Hey Himiko. How's it going?" "Bleh." Himiko replied while sticking her tongue out, making Izuku chuckle. "Not good?" "No." Himiko grumbled as she glanced back down at the textbooks. "I hate all of this." "Well, it's something you have to do." "Sorry." Izuku added as he stared down at the textbook the girl was reading. "English, huh? Yet I'm not good at it." Himiko sighed as she turned to the computer and typed a few words. "But I'll get it eventually." "That's the spirit." Izuku shined a small grin at this before taking one of the books in hand. "Need me to help you?" Himiko shook her head. "No." She then turned to him. "Besides, don't you have your own classes?" "I've already done the next 3 weeks of homework." "TCH, show off." Izuku chuckled again, only for Himiko to then ask, "So are you going out as Spiderman today?" "Nope. Mr. Nizu said I should rest today." The teen slumped back into the chair. "That and I actually don't know my next target yet. He said he'll back to me on that later." Hearing this made the girl roll her eyes before glancing back at the textbooks as she muttered, "Typical hero. Only goes after what they want to go after and leaves the rest to rot." "Hey! That's not true!" Izuku yelled, making the girl slightly jump at his voice's higher tone. She turned to him again with a slight glare, making the teen frown. "Come on Himiko, you know that's not fair. Mr. Nizu is helping me become a hero, so I have to follow his orders." "But aren't real heroes supposed to just go out and save people? If you want to be one, why aren't you doing that right now?" "I can't go 100% all the time Himiko. I'm only human." Izuku replied while shrugging, only to see the frown on her face slightly grow. The teen knew that she didn't like heroes. On the day she confessed everything, she had told him that she had gone to both the heroes and police over her issues with her quirk and parents, only for both to reject her. This was followed by the assault, where the boys she attacked barely survived. They hadn't really talked about that, as that was followed by Detective Naomasa interviewing her, getting her a court case, and a therapist. He knew she had started going, and was getting help. But it was this moment that reminded him of that day with Nizu. She showed that she still hated heroes, as they had all betrayed her, and she had to be saved by a vigilante. But Izuku had not been around her for the past few days. After all, the past 2 were scarred by the villains Grizzly and the Enforcers, and before that was the insane day where he tried to save Eri. That thought led to another, making him mentally facepalm. I forgot to ask Mr. Nizu about Eri. Darn it. You okay? Huh? Izuku blurted out, only to rapidly shake his head. I'm fine. I was just lost in thought. He then crossed his arms before adding, say if you don't mind, could I ask you something? If it distracts me from this homework, sure. Himiko muttered as she for a small container filled with blood, the girl taking a sip. I know you hate heroes, but well. Izuku twiddled his thumbs for a second as he tried to form the right words. Could you ever give them another chance? Himiko glared back at him, her eyes shifting into a cold stare before taking another sip of blood. She then leaned back in the chair, her fangs rubbing her lips as she replied, why should I? I mean, none of them. Listen, and I had to have a vigilante save me. You saved me. She gestured to the teen. Heck, I don't know why you want to be a hero. You do 10 times more good things than a typical hero does. Her voice darkened at the word hero, only to see a mystified look on Izuku's face in response. What are you talking about? Izuku instantly said, the girl now seeing something Inko had told her time and time again as Izuku's biggest problem. He couldn't take a compliment. She still didn't get how he couldn't, but he showed repeatedly that he couldn't as he added, I barely do any good. Heck, I barely do 1/10 of what a pro hero can do. The teen glanced away. I failed last night, and I almost failed the night before. I still can't get anything right. Himiko wanted to say, you're joking, right? But she knew that wouldn't work. Heck, even when she saw Nizu compliment the boy, a pro hero that Izuku obviously admired, he still showed that he didn't believe it. It was like looking in a mirror for the girl. She had been told all her life that she was a monster, that her quirk made her a villain. And it made her believe she was worthless, just like how Izuku was thinking right now. But there was also an exception for her. After all, Izuku and Inko had appeared in her life. And with their words, with their actual compliments and kindness, she didn't think like that anymore. Well, she still felt those words in the back of her head, and she now that due to actually having blood to drink on a regular basis did help with her brain fog that usually affected her, but still. She needed that kindness, and they had given it to her. Izuku though? She didn't know what he needed. He needed something, but she knew that she didn't know what it was. Instead, she just sat there, staring at the teen as he kept talking himself down. The girl knew that if she tried to interrupt him, he would just make excuses, so she continued to sit and stare. That is, till a memory rang out in her head. It was something Inko had told Nizu before Izuku got home that night. It was about the agreement between the two over another person. The two had gone back and forth as Himiko watched, though her eyes were mainly on Aizawa, who continued to look more and more angry as they decided the fate of one of his students. And then she remembered yesterday evening. The student had come directly to this house, a blonde teenager with what looked like a permanent scowl on his face. Anger, hatred and fire were in his eyes, and the boy was resonating something that worried Himiko. Made her worry for Inko as the woman faced the boy. There was killing intent oozing off the teenager, as if he was ready to kill the woman, all because she wasn't giving him the answers he wanted. He wanted Izuku, something that even now, she just couldn't understand. The boy didn't look like much, but according to Inko, he had done basically the same amount of damage to Izuku as her parents had done to her, if not more. That alone seemed crazy considering how the boy looked. But still, why did that teenager, this Katsuki Bakugo, want Izuku so badly? How had he hurt Izuku so badly? And though she remembered what Inko had told her, what the woman said to not do, to not mention or even remotely imply about meeting Bakugo, she opened her mouth and asked, Hey Izuku, have you ever been bullied? Izuku had still been putting himself down when those words left her mouth. The sentence hit his ears a second later, making him stiffen up for a second before slowly turning to the girl. And though he had tried so hard to kick this habit, he began to stutter out, what did you just say? Himiko flinched at the response. In that moment, she knew she had messed up. She knew she wasn't supposed to say anything. But her mouth decided otherwise, though her brain tried to stop her as she fumbled her next few words. You see. She did a small gulp. I just thought you kinda reacted when I said that, and I thought it reminded me of me. She tried to glance away, only to see a big frown appear on Izuku's face. The teen bit his lip at this, only to reply, yeah. Let's just say, quirkless don't really get to have friends. He glanced away instead as he added, it's just part of being quirkless. Don't say anything else. Change the subject? Change the subject. Himiko's brain yelled, only for the girl to let out a small, oh. Yeah. Change it. Change it now. Himiko's brain screamed, the girl trying to think of something else to say. However, the image of Bakugo continued to appear in her head, words forming around the boy in her mind. She opened her mouth again. BZZT. Izuku put his hand in his shorts pocket and pulled out his phone. Oh. Looks like Mr. Nizu sent me the next target. Yes. Himiko mentally cheered before asking, what is it? Some warehouse on Abton Street. Izuku commented as he read Nizu's text before switching to the GPS on his phone and plugged in the address, wonder how far that is. A moment later, the teen let out one word, huh. Is it far? No. Izuku shrugged as he put his phone away, web swinging will make it easy. I'll just probably need to leave right before evening tomorrow. He glanced back down at the textbooks. Now, would you still like some help? Himiko flinched for a second before rapidly nodding, yes please. Later that day. It's time. Seriously? Yes. The voice replied as the individual flicked a light switch, light now shining over the room. Both walked into the room at this, the first being the teen known as Phineas Mason, also known as the Tinkerer. The one behind her was another teen called Farrell, who was raising an eyebrow as he watched Mason walk up to a table in the room. So what happened? You just told me a few days ago that we shouldn't go for the score. Simple. I found a better target. Mason responded as she turned on a computer, soon pulling up an image. It was a picture of a map and a building. It's the perfect starting point. Not only will it let me get the ball rolling, but we'll finally have to stop relying on that stupid support lab of UA's. Really? But what about Dash? Just finished it. Mason chuckled before spinning around in a chair, and that includes your equipment too. Granted, I'm still working on my other project, but if my calculations are correct, and they always are, our current stuff will be enough. Nothing will be able to catch us. Farrell shined a huge grin at this, sweet. When we starting? Mason leaned back in her chair before resting both hands behind her head, tomorrow night. Ochako Uraraka let out a long sigh as she sat down at her classroom desk. If she was completely and utterly honest, the girl was miserable. For the past few days, UA had been the bane of her existence. Heck, she was pretty sure it had been for the entire class, as the school had been dishing out a platter of pain to the students. The one doing this was their homeroom teacher Aizawa, who continually had them to do multiple rescue operations as much as he could. They were of the worst variety, obstacle courses where they had to clear them to save a civilian in a little amount of time, only to find out the teacher had lied to them. He would say that the course was just a ruse, as there were actually multiple civilians, and more obstacles he didn't inform them about. This was repeated over and over, all the while repeatedly telling them that they weren't fast enough, weren't strong enough, and most importantly, weren't taking things seriously. Not only that, but he also gave them random battle scenarios, ones that always happened when All Might wasn't available to help teach. But it wasn't just the hardships that were the issue. The class had noticed that this had started after one of the students, Katsuki Bakugo, had been called up to the principal, only to never come back. Aizawa wouldn't tell them why this happened, and then began the tirade of brutal exercises. After the first 3 days of this, one of the students, Denki Kaminari, finally spoke up about it, only to get detention for speaking up. Aizawa informed them that this was also part of being a hero. He told them that in rescue operations, talking back to superiors only led to issues, and true pro-heroes should just do actions instead. He followed this with saying, it's okay to go against the superior if it saves lives, but you don't talk back about it, which didn't exactly go over well with the students. This was all because of one thing, the final exams. Aizawa had told them time and again that this was all to prepare for it, and to show how not giving up would help them become better heroes. However, this forceful teaching didn't exactly do what the teacher wanted. As for the day before, Ochako and the other students were all talking about it at lunch, some saying they were ready to quit UA if it went this far. Mina stated she felt sick after all the rigorous teaching. Jairu, Tsuyu, Denki, Kirishima and Toru were in the same boat, all feeling down from how far this was going. Even Tenya, who Ochako could tell was honestly the most scared of Aizawa, though this was probably because of his incident with the hero killer, was now showing signs of his limits. But as the girl watched the others walk into the classroom, most disheveled and tense from what their homeroom teacher was about to do to them yet again, she saw a new sight. For the first time, there was no gossip as everyone sat down. No talking, no interruptions. And no smiling faces. Seems like everyone is dreading the class now. Ochako thought as she slumped down in her seat. And as that thought exited her brain, the class door slammed open one more time. The students all turned to see their homeroom teacher, his face showing a look of pure, raw hatred. He was angry. Really angry. From the time they first met Shoyuta Aizawa, they knew he was a man that liked hiding his emotions. But not today. Figures. He hissed as he trudged up to the class's podium. The one day you all are actually in your seats and not gossiping like a bunch of dash. He cut himself off with a growl before glaring at the class, his right hand gripping the podium as he added, "Well, homeroom is now starting, and before we begin, I have an announcement to make." Those words made the whole group shiver. Denki and Mina's eyes were shrinking, gulping as they saw the man give everyone death glares before saying, "Due to circumstances, we won't be doing any rescue operations or battle scenarios today." Almost the entire class went wide-eyed at this, the only ones not doing so being Todoroki and Shinso. That is, till Aizawa continued, "I was planning to use the past few days of exercises to show you what it's like to be a true pro hero and give you another lesson on that today, but circumstances have changed." The group almost blanched at this, surprised at the statement, though some were thinking it could be a lie. Though as this thought went through their heads, Aizawa then said, "As you know, being a pro hero means you have to save lives, something you're still learning. However, because of things out of my control, I will be stopping the lessons for a few days." A huge line of sighs came out of the students at this, Aizawa's right eye twitching at the sight, everyone seeing that and tensing up as he added, "But don't think that means you get to relax." He pulled out a textbook out of nowhere and slammed it onto the podium. "We'll be doing lectures instead." The students started to squirm at that, only for Aizawa to finish with a big snarl. "First lecture today will be on vigilantes and vigilantism, and how it both is a crime and how it affects heroes as a whole." The end of a pencil tapped a notebook as Izuku stared at the pages before him. He had just finished his entry on the enforcers, and had also completed his entry on Martinly. Despite what he thought, he still put the man's entry in the villain notebook, sighing that he had to do that. Leaning back in his chair next, the teen placed the notebook on his desk before his eyes glanced over at the rest of his equipment. His web shooters were full, several cartridges ready and waiting to be used. A pile of notebooks was now sitting on the side, all writing over villains, moves, powers, and quips that he was still having problems figuring out. Beside that was his computer, which still barely ran with the rest of his equipment. But as he stared at the wooden frame, his eyes went to a certain sight, a vial that was originally connected to an injector dart. "Oh yeah. I never got to talk to Mr. Nizu about that." Izuku thought as he casually picked up the vial and looked it over. Strange. Mr. Nizu didn't even acknowledge it when he was here. Was he too distracted by me? Then again, I forgot it was here myself. I was too busy with thoughts about Eri and Mr. Lee. He put the vial back on a small rack before sighing, remembering that day again. It was such a mess, between fighting villains, trying to save a little girl. And Mr. Lee dying. It was like everything bad rolled into one. As such, he closed his eyes, thinking back as he went over all the information in his head. "Let's see that I still need to find Mr. Lee's killer. I also need to do these missions Mr. Nizu is giving me, specifically to take down the Kingpin, something Mr. Lee was also after. There's also Eri." He opened his eyes at this, only to find himself now staring at his Spiderman mask, which was sitting right in the middle of his desk. "Eri, Mr. Nizu said he can't seem to contact Ryukyu. Should I go as Spiderman and ask her myself? I bet I could look up her agency and everything." But as that thought went into his head, he remembered something else, the bounty. Nizu had told him that all pro heroes would know about his bounty by now, and they would compel to act against him. In other words, with the exception of just a few, Spider-Man was alone in the world right now. Just like Izuku Midoriya was back when he was quirkless. All alone, as usual. Some things never change, he thought as he took out his phone, staring at the location Nizu had given him yesterday. Humming at the sight, he put the phone down and grabbed his mask, nodding to himself. "I'll figure out the other stuff later. Tonight, I focus on the Kingpin." Meanwhile, Class 1A let out a long sigh as the majority of them walked into UA's cafeteria. Over half still looked as miserable as they had been the past few days, in particular the students of Mina Ashido and Denki Kaminari. Granted, they were all glad that today had no physical activities, but were still drained due to the constant glaring and lecturing from their homeroom teacher. As such, they slowly got their food and sat down, their usual group colliding on a single table. And as they began to eat, Tsuyu Azui spoke up first. "So, is anyone else wondering why Aizawa-sensei suddenly stopped doing his rescue exercises?" Her voice slightly dipped at the end of her question as she stared at her classmates. Some turned to her, most showing frowns while glancing at each other for a second. Silence followed for a bit, only for Mina to chime in, "I dunno if I wanna know." "Same." Denki ummed as he slowly put a fork of food in his mouth. "I'm just glad Aizawa-sensei let us off today. Like I get being heroes is gonna be hardcore sometimes, but I don't know." "No kidding." Jiro added. More silence followed this, the group all just eating their food slowly. It was as if all the life had been drained out of the group, and none wanted to talk about it. Minute after minute passed at this, lunch soon halfway over as the group began to finish their food. And as they did this, a certain student walked up to them and asked, "Whoa, did someone die? You all look like you just left a funeral." They turned to see it was the third year, Harry Osborn. The redhead was something of an enigma for the class. Having just met him a few days ago, he had helped out with only one of the rescue exercises since then. The class had quickly found out that the third years were all different in their own ways. Miria was kind in class and brutal in training, Tamaki was silent yet seemingly unbeatable on the battlefield, and Nijire. Well, she was kinda the same both in class and in the exercises, though more motivated when it came to hero training. As for Harry, he seemed super friendly in class, only to be surprisingly sharp and distinct on the battlefield. Harry had mainly helped in battle exercises, but unlike his other third years, his quirk was extremely simple. It was very powerful, allowing him to help out most of the class, but he only helped out on one of the battle days and had the other third years do the rest of the training. Turns out, he was called up by his internship, which was something the third years were constantly on and off about compared to the other years. As such, Mina replied to him first as she said, "You could say that. Aizawa-sensei has been on the warpath recently." "Yeah." Denki ummed out as he finished the last bit of his meat before flopping over on the table, "It stinks." "I see." Harry responded before sitting down at the table, "Sorry to say, but I had Kan-sensei for year one, so I don't know what you mean. I have heard the horror stories though. What is he doing exactly?" Tsuyu spoke up at this, telling the teen exactly what they had been going through, making the third year flinch before replying, "Ouch. Sorry it's been that bad." "It's not your fault." "I know." Harry added before putting a hand to his chin. He hummed for a second before saying, "Well, hate to say it, but us students can't do much about the teachers. That's just how UA works. That being said, sounds like you guys need to relax, which is probably why he's giving you a day off from training today. He said it wasn't his idea, Karo." Tsu instantly replied. "Oh." Harry almost stuttered out before biting his lip. A few moments later, a thought entered his head as his expression switched to a small smile as he asked, "Say, how about this? Any of you got any plans for the weekend? That could definitely help." They all shared a glance at this, most showing a face that said, "I want to sleep all weekend because of how miserable I am right now," but no one said anything. Instead, they all just sat there, barely able to even emote as they sunk into their seats or finished their food. That is, till Ochako pulled out her phone, blinking at the tiny screen for a second before speaking up, "Well, I got one thing we could do." Several hours later, Izuku felt himself grin under his mask as he swung down a street. This feels so good," he thought as he fired another web line, yanking on it as he took a soft left turn. The teen had been web-swinging for about an hour now, having left a bit before evening. If he was being honest with himself, he was beyond excited to go out and beat some villains despite the disaster that had been his encounter with the enforcers. Though that memory led to another, as he remembered Nizu had told him that the villains he was facing would have help that would hide from the vigilante. I'll deal with it when I get there," Izuku mentally told himself as he took another turn before glancing down at his phone. "I should be close." A few minutes of web-swinging later, the teen stared around as he saw the sight before him. He was outside of the Muzurifu district, landing in a small, mostly run-down-looking place that was in the edge of the Shizuoka prefecture. Dirty, trash-filled alleyways lined the streets, showing the teen that once again, the place where he lived wasn't as pretty as he usually thought it was. "Looks like it's another rundown place. Do the heroes not patrol around here?" He landed on a nearby rooftop, the teen's eyes shifting around until he saw a warehouse that looked like a picture Nizu had sent him. It was large, looking like it could fit a few semis, but not as big as others he had seen before. Curiously, there was only one car outside of the building, and he hadn't seen any people around for a few minutes of web swinging. The teen put his phone away at this, soon checking his web shooters as he refilled both before looking back at the warehouse and the streets around it. "Wow. This place is a dump," Izuka thought as he stared down at the dirty roads. "Mr. Nizu told me that this whole side of Shizuoka is basically owned by the commission. But I barely saw anyone coming over." He let out a small hum before whispering to himself, "Mr. Nizu did say the Kingpin has power over the commission. Does that mean he owns this whole part of the district and keeps it hidden from heroes by having the commission tell them to not patrol here?" The thought was scary to the teen, making him shiver before taking a deep breath. Shaking his head next, he did a long gulp before leaping off the rooftop and swinging over to the warehouse's roof. Landing on it, the teen slowly made his way to the edge of the warehouse before starting to wall crawl down its side. There, he saw a window, the teen smirking as he paced himself over to the fixture. Think about it later, Izuku, he mentally told himself as he reached the window. Let's fix this problem for now, and then dash. His thoughts came to a stop as his eyes slightly widened. Inside the warehouse was mountains upon mountains of crates. It looked like you could get lost in a sea of wooden containers, only for his eyes to drift down and see something that made him almost lean his head back. On the floor of the warehouse were two individuals standing over a pile of knocked-out thugs. One was wearing a dark purple hoodie that was hidden inside a jet black leather jacket, the hood of the hoodie over the person's head. Their face was covered with what looked like a metallic silver mask that had glowing purple lights coming out of it. Their hands were wearing thin glowing purple gloves, their glow almost brighter than their mask. The individual was also wearing jet black pants and boots, and had a small backpack on their back, complete with another glowing purple symbol on the container. The other individual was both just like the other, yet also very different. While the one in purple was as concealed as possible in their identity, the other showed a bit more skin on their costume. They wore a red and yellow skin suit, though the colors were dampened, as if to help keep them hidden in the night. The full suit was red, as the yellow parts were a V-shaped chest plate, gauntlets, knee pads and boots. A long golden board was on the person's back, along with a golden helmet. The helmet had a visor that hid the person's eyes, their mouth and nose being the only thing that showed itself as they shined a big grin. Not only that, but the helmet also had two yellow tubes connecting to a cylinder on the person's back that the board was resting on, which the tubes then connected to the individual's gauntlets. What a pair those two are! I've never seen costumes like that before. Izuku mentally gasped as he watched the two open several crates before seemingly yelling at each other. Can't hear anything. Not only that, they already knocked out everyone here. But I don't think they're heroes. Are they thieves? Thinking for a second, the teen just shrugged before deciding to just go in. Staring at the window, Izuku attached his hand to the frame with a slow low breath. He quietly pulled it with his spider strength, the frame slowly opening while the argument going on inside heated up. It's not here, yelled the red and gold one. It is. There's just too much junk in here, the purple one barked back. A low growl came out of the other. Listen, I didn't finish the chance equipment just so we could tick off a crime lord and get nothing for it. We made a deal, and I want dash. I know what you want, the purple one interrupted. I can't help that this place is packed. Just. They pointed at the crates. Just keep looking. Seriously? We could do this all night and dash. The argument faded in Izuku's mind as he watched the two continue to open boxes. Closing the window behind himself, he stared around a bit more, seeing that the place was not only filled with crates and knocked-out thugs, but there was literally nothing else to note in the place. Wonder what they're looking for, he thought before pointing his wrists at the two. Then again, looks like I was right. They're thieves, so I should probably catch them and report them to Nizu. Heck, I'll just web up the thugs here as well and dash. Found it, the purple one exclaimed, interrupting the teen's thoughts. Really? The purple one reached into the crate at this, about to respond until. Thwip. Ha, the purple one yelped as webbing covered them and the crate. What the dash? Whoa, the red and yellow one gasped, only for webbing to smack their feet a second later. What in the dash? Evening. Izuku called out, making the second one glance up at the vigilante still clinging to the warehouse's wall. Sorry to interrupt your thievery, but I'm cleaning this place out tonight. If you don't mind, I suggest you don't resist, as I'm going to get you, and those thugs all tied up for the police. More webbing came out next, instantly hitting all the knocked-out thugs. But as this happened, the purple one yelled out, Spiderman. You won't stop us. Wanna bet? Izuku replied, only to stop for a second as he was surprised how easily that rebuttal came to him. You little dash, the purple one growled before their hands suddenly transformed. 1 second they were normal, only for the next to have them turn into giant silver metal gauntlets that were glowing purple. The hands instantly tore through the webbing, only for a sword to come out of one of the gauntlets a moment later. Die! Danger! Whoa! Izuku yelped as the sword extended with a lance, the teen flipping off the wall right before the sword's tip struck the wall. He landed on a tower of crates at this, only to see the red and yellow one's hands to point at their feet and fire a laser beam out of their gauntlets, instantly destroying the webbing. What the heck? What kind of tech is that? The teen thought as he saw the purple one begin digging into the crate again before pulling out what looked like a small data chip. Got it. Let's get out of here, the purple one ordered, the other nodding in response. On it. The red and yellow one spun around and fired a beam at the warehouse's main door, instantly blowing a hole in the metal frame. They then tapped a button on their gauntlet, causing the board on their back to fall off. They did a small hop at this, the board sliding onto their feet before a thruster appeared on the back of the board. Let's ride. Agreed, the purple one replied as their boots began to glow, wheels appearing under the soles. The wheels began to spin rapidly, and a split second later, the two zipped through the newly made wall. The sight stunned the vigilante, Izuku shaking his head a second later before glancing down at the warehouse below him. His mind went over both his mission and another thought. He had looked up villains who were nothing but thieves in the past, and remembered plenty on how they could also affect things. Granted, he was sure he would have never met a thief quite like the Bandit King, Aji Harima, but he also knew thieves were just as dangerous if left to their own devices. Gotta go after those too. If they have that kinda tech, they could end up as really bad news for the heroes. The teen leapt out the window he had came in from at this, soon cutting into a web-swinging sprint just as he saw the duo began to race down the streets below, only to go up a building like it was nothing. The purple one skated up it like it was rink, while the one on the board went straight up like a rocket. What the heck? Izuku yelped as he saw the sight, only for both to reach the building rooftop and began to race across it. Come back here. And as he began to try and catch up, the red and gold one yelled to their partner, Chance equipment coming online now. Turn on the 360 vision, the other one replied. Got it. The board-riding one exclaimed as his helmet shined for a second, only for them to say, Spiderman is behind us, 7 o'clock. Understood. The purple one responded before spinning around and moving their gauntlet again, a long extending metal sword coming out a second later. Izuku saw the blade coming, quickly firing a web line to the side and yanking it, dodging the incoming blow. And as he evaded this, the teen fired 2 more weblins and pulled, slingshotting himself over the rooftop they had just raced over. Alright you two, that's enough. I don't know who you think you are, but dash. We're the Rocket Racer and Tinkerer, fool, the board-riding one yelled before spinning around, his gauntlets pointed straight at the vigilante. And we're gonna burn you, bug. 2 beams came out at this, Spider-Sense yelling at the teen. And with a flick of the wrist, he fired another web line and pulled, dodging the lasers. And as he did this, 2 more beams came next as the Rocket Racer leapt off the rooftop and landed on another building, the villain firing at the teen at rapid pace. Izuku quickly swung around both attacks, evading them within a hair's breadth before pointing his wrist at the board-riding thief. And I'm taking you down. Izuku exclaimed as he was about to press the trigger. Danger. Not today, yelled a voice, making the teen turn to see the Tinkerer leap up at him, giant metal gauntlet ready to punch the teen in the face. He quickly spun around to fire webbing at the villain, only for it to be too late. Pow! Ugh! Izuku yelped as he felt the blow knock him back, the teen Spider-Sense yelling at him as he was flung back to the rooftop from before. And as this happened, his reflexes took over, causing him to fire a web line and pull on it, yanking himself back into a swing. He shook his head next, getting his brain back on track as he fired another web line, fully web swinging at this. But as he got back into a swing, he saw that both were now 3 rooftops away, about to be 4. Shoot, he mentally yelled as he fired 2 weblins and slingshot himself again, zipping over 2 rooftops, only to see the duo go over 2 more. No. I gotta at least get a tracer on one of them. He fired another bit of webbing, pulling into a short swing as he continued the chase, the teen letting out a series of rapid breaths. Come on, Izuku. Don't lose again like the other night. You have to dash. Danger. Wah dash, the teen barely said before a loud noise struck his ears. Blam. Snap. The teen felt the web line he was holding on to suddenly loosen, making him glance up to see that the webbing he was gripping had just been cut. It was like a sword had sliced it clean in 2, making the teen gasp before raising his other hand and firing another web line, the liquid hitting a nearby building. Blam. Snap. The web line snapped again at the noise, only for Spider-Sense to take over. His sixth sense screamed at him as Izuku stopped looking upward and back at what was in front of him, only to see he was about to smash into a window. Crash! The sound of glass shattering filled the air as the teen's body slammed through the window, the vigilante letting out yelps of pain as he smacked the floor. Ugh, he ummed as his skid on the hardwood, soon coming to a stop. Ugh, he groaned as he shook his head, quickly standing up as he put a hand to his face. What the heck just happened? He shook his head again, his eyes rapidly blinking before noticing his surroundings. He had fell into a large, hardwood room with dim lighting, just a fan with a lit bulb above his head. The teen glanced around at this, only to see no furniture or even people, as if it was just an abandoned room. What the dash? Danger. Ha! Izuku yelped as his spider-sense screamed at him, only to hear another sound. Smash! Turning to the noise, he saw a figure slam its feet through a window, turning it into a mess of glass. The being was seemingly white-colored from almost head to toe, but that wasn't what he mainly noticed. It was the 2 pistols the person was wielding as they pointed them at the teen. Spider-Sense now roaring, the teen let his sixth sense take over, quickly cartwheeling as bullets began to spray out of the guns. BLAM. 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 6 bullets zipped past the teen as he reflexively cartwheeled and flipped around, dodging each lethal blow. And as he did this, the teen's eyes fully adjusted themselves, allowing him to see the individual now attacking him. What the heck? He mentally yelled as the dim light in the room shone over the figure firing at him. It was a tall, silver-haired woman, her outfit the same color as her hair. She had a determined glare on her face, and she continued to fire both guns at him at a rapid pace. BLAM. 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 4 more bullets came, 2 whizzing by his stomach as Izuku cartwheeled again. And as he got back onto his feet, the 3rd and 4th zipped past his left shoulder and right leg, almost grazing the reflexive teen. But as this happened, Izuku's brain clicked, his spider sense fully guiding him as he pointed his wrists at the woman and fired 2 weblins. Thwip. Thwip. The woman muttered out as the webbing instantly struck her guns, only to suddenly feel the strongest pull she had ever felt as her pistols were yanked right out of her hands. Izuku roared as he pulled on the webbing, the guns flinging across the room before slamming into a nearby wall, cracking the wooden sides as both weapons lodged themselves in before webbing covered them as well. There. No more dash, Izuku tried to say before. Danger. Izuku glanced back at the woman, only to see 2 knives coming straight for his face. Spider sense screaming at full volume, he ducked under the first while he moved his torso slightly, dodging the second by a hair. And as this happened, the woman pulled out a 3rd knife and flinged it at the teen, the sharp object going straight for the vigilante's face again. The teen's spider sense yelling at him, the vigilante did a full stretch backward, dodging the attack as it flew over his whole body. But as the teen stood back up, his eyes went wide as he saw the woman's eyes glow blue. What in the dash, Izuku mentally said before blinking, only for his spider sense to scream as he reopened his eyes. Within that blink of the eye, the woman was suddenly across the room, her fist coming straight for the teen's face. Pow! The teen felt the blow instantly, only for a second punch to slam into his chest. This was followed by 3 instantly jabs to his face, the vigilante stumbling back as a 4th hit came to his stomach as she slammed her knee into him. Blaff! He yelped as she moved another punch, spider sense screaming as the teen as he reflexively raised his hand. And within that 1 second, his hand switched to an open palm, catching the fist just as her eyes stopped glowing. What? She gasped before feeling the teen reflexively grip her fist. And as this happened, she began to scream a split second later, "AAAHHH." Izuku had charged his hand with bioelectricity in that moment, making the woman cry out before her own reflexes kicked in, swinging one of her legs straight up for the teen's head. But as she did this, Izuku just backpedaled, spider sense guiding him as he dodged the blow before pushing more lightning into his palm. "Yeah!" She screamed as Izuku pulsed the electricity through before pushing his palm forward, knocking the woman back. She began to stumble at this, tiny sparks now snapping around her body. And as she tried to recover, Izuku's mind and eyes caught up to the scene before him again. Okay Izuku, take a second. Figure out what the heck is attacking you right now, 'cause it sure wasn't those 2 thieves. His eyes fully adjusted at this, only to see the light in the room show the woman before him. Blinking at the sight, he felt himself slightly gulp as he truly noticed what was attacking him. Pretty, he mentally commented as he looked her over, now seeing the woman for who she was. And as he did this, his brain quickly began to move its gears, soon coming to a stop as a new thought came to his mind. Wait, I've seen her before. She dash. Danger. His thoughts were interrupted as he saw the woman's eyes glow blue again. A split second later, she was in front of him again, his spider sense screaming as she pulled out another knife and swiped it at the teen's head. He quickly ducked under the blow, only to see the woman doing a diagonal slice next, causing him to backpedal. But as he did this, she seemed to get faster, moving the knife 2 more times. The teen continued to stumble back, only to get nicks on his chest as she attacked him. And as he felt the knife cut his costume, ready to get skin, her eyes stopped glowing. Reflexes kicked in a second later, the teen moving a kick straight for her face. But as he did this, the woman easily backpedaled, evading the blow before moving her knife again. And as the knife came, the teen pointed both wrists at her, webbing instantly firing out. Thwip. Thwip. Ugh. She yelped, the sticky liquid covering her body. Izuku continued to hold the triggers at this, soon covering her in webbing from neck to toe. Letting out a deep breath next, the teen recovered his footing before letting go of the triggers. And as he did this, he saw the woman begin to squirm under the net of webbing, growling and hissing as she did so. As for the vigilante, Izuku took another deep breath as his mind caught up to the situation again. Okay Izuku, take another breath and collect your thoughts. Exhaling again, his mind into overdrive. Alright. You were chasing those thieves, then your line got cut and you crashed into this place. Then this lady started attacking you, who probably also shot your web line. Wait, this lady. A second later, he stared at the woman as she continued to squirm, his eyes now going wide. No way. It is her. It's Silver Sable, one of the elite heroes of the Hero Commission. She's one of the few heroes that their quirk is unknown to the public, and she's infamous as one of the most powerful underground heroes to ever exist. I've only seen photos of her. Stars appeared in his eyes for a second, almost appearing on his mask before a new thought entered his head. Wait, why is she attacking me? She's a hero and dash. Danger. The stars in his eyes were gone now as his spider sense yelled at him, only to now see the woman's eyes glow blue again. Her whole body shook at this, only for her hand holding the knife to cut out of the webbing, her arm quickly zipping around and slashing the webbing. Before he could barely react, she was free and charged directly at the teen. And as she did this, his reflexes kicked in again, only for his brain to go for something different. For in that moment that she got free, his mind told him to try something else. And within that second, the teen turned invisible and leapt upward, flipping before sticking on all fours on the ceiling. What? She roared as she continued to dash forward, zipping across half the room before spinning around. Her eyes stopped glowing at this, the woman growling as she began to glance around. Her knife twirled once in her hand as she began to slightly move around the room. And as this happened, Izuku just stared at the woman, seeing the death glare on her face as she continued to slowly pace around. It was here that he felt her killing intent, only to notice how different it was compared to others he had felt before. It wasn't bloodthirsty like Stain, or slow and overwhelming like Tombstone. If he was being honest, it felt like the Enforcers, a killing intent that was all about one thing, killing. But unlike them, this was focused, precise, and deadly. It was here that his thoughts came into the picture again, making him realize what he was facing as he mentally asked himself, why is she after me? And why is. His thoughts stopped for a second before his mind clicked over a certain memory. It was when he first made that deal with Nizu, and began discussing the bounty the teen had on his head. You see, the Hero Commission has confirmed you as a threat to the Hero Society, and as such, put a villain ranking and bounty on you. The bounty, he mentally repeated in his head, she must be here for that. But if she's after me, then I gotta dash. He pointed his wrists at her, about to fire another glob of webbing. Only to stop. His finger was less than a centimeter away from the trigger before he pulled his hands back. No, I don't fight heroes. I dash. Coward. Where are you? The woman suddenly yelled, making the teen flinch. He didn't make a sound, but his invisibility almost turned off at the startle. And as this happened, he saw the woman let out a hiss as she asked the empty room, you didn't flee, did you? Flee, he repeated in his head, only to feel a sting in his brain. Ugh. Can't keep the invisibility much longer. Though, maybe she's right. Maybe I should bail. He turned to the window he had crashed through, seeing it was still smashed and mostly open now. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Just go slow, Izuku. With that, he began to quietly crawl on the ceiling, taking small breaths as he tried to keep his invisibility on. And as he got to the window, he glanced back, only to see the woman looking the other way. Gritting his teeth at the sight, the invisibility cut off, making him let go of the ceiling a second later. The sound of him landing made her spin around, only to see the teen leap out of the window. And oh, she roared as she charged at the window, quickly throwing the knife at the same time. But as the bladed weapon flew out the frame, her efforts were too late. The teen fell off the side of the building before firing a web line, soon pulling on it as he cut into a swing. She reached the window a second later, only to see the vigilante swing away into the night. Blast it! She growled as she smacked the wall beside the window. Exhaling a long sigh at this, she bit her lip before glancing back at the room, staring at her pistols that were still webbed up to the side of a wall. Walking over to one of the knives she threw earlier, she pulled it out of the wall and cut the webbing around the guns, soon putting them in her holsters. Accursed vigilante, she muttered under her breath, at least I now see why the commission is having such issues with him. Indeed, said a sudden voice, making the woman spin around and point a gun at the other side of the room. Who's there? She yelled, only to go wide-eyed before narrowing her eyes. You. Hello, Silver, the voice replied as its owner walked into the center of the room. I have not seen you in quite some time. You're looking as lovely as ever. Rose, she hissed as she lowered her gun, what do you want? The purple-masked man just stood there for a second before snapping his fingers, a black rose appearing in his hand before he replied, I'm here to tell you that your hunt ends tonight. Silver felt her body twitch at that, making her growl out, what did you just say? Do not worry. Spider-Man will not escape tonight, he instantly responded. In fact, it is the very reason as to why I am here. You see, I also have plans on killing him tonight. He snapped his fingers again, the black rose disappearing at this. I just need you to not interfere. Fellow commission agent. Ugh. Izuku thought as he swung down a street, what a horrible night this has been. My luck has been terrible since I started going after the kingpin. Letting out a long sigh next, the teen fired another webline before doing a small flip after the swing, spinning next as he then shot out more webbing. Guess I should go home and report to Nizu. Maybe he knows who those thieves are. That and why the commission sent Dash. Danger. What now? He thought just as his swing ended, causing him to let go of the webline as he flipped through the air. And as he began to fire another webline, a loud sound rang out. Kerthom. Yaya. Izuku screamed as a yellow and white bolt of lightning struck his back, instantly knocking him out of the sky. The teen fell like a rock at this, hitting and rolling on a rooftop just below him a moment later. Agoof ugh, he ummed as he rolled, his whole body screaming in pain. Ahahaha, cackled as a voice as the vigilante's body came to a stop. Sparks of electricity crackled all around the rooftop at this as a figure landed on the building, the teen glancing up as he saw the being appear. Oh no, the vigilante ummed out. Evening bug, laughed the man as he came into view. The night's dark sky couldn't hide his features as electricity pulsed all over the man. He was bald with 2 zigzag scars going down his face just like last time, though his suit was purple and still had that lightning pattern on it, just below his neck as always. It was Electro, and he had the biggest grin on his face as he added, so, ready to fry for good? Izuku Midoriya had recently came to figure out several things after he became Spider-Man. He had learned that despite getting a quirk that gave him super strength, ability to crawl up walls, electric powers, and invisibility, it didn't really solve any of his problems. Granted, Izuku felt like that wasn't too much of a change. He had spent all his life trying to become a hero, only to be constantly told he couldn't. Not only that, he had also learned that his usual streak of bad luck that followed him all his life was still in effect, even as Spider-Man. That, and all the beatings he would get for being a weak quirkless loser didn't exactly help him in the fighting department, which was why tonight had been so bad with his encounters of Tinkerer, Rocket Racer and Silver Sable. Honestly, it was a combination of everything now that he thought about it. At least, that was what was going through his head before what could only be considered a bolt of lightning struck his back, making him crash into a rooftop with a rolling thud. This was followed by a marathon of howling laughter, coming from one villain Izuku had honestly already forgotten about. In fact, he wasn't sure if he had put in an entry of him in his notebooks. Ahahaha. I've been waiting a long time for this. Electro cackled as sparks sputtered around his body. Ugh. Izuku ummed as he felt the electricity from before fade from his body. He slowly stood up, glancing back at the villain as the thug kept laughing. That is, till Izuku muttered out, Sparky. And as those words hit the villain's ears, his laughter cut as he glared at the vigilante. I told you before, my name is Electro. Lightning surged all around his body. Got that, bug? Izuku flinched for a second as the last spark shifted through his system, only to straighten himself out. As he did this, his teenage brain took over a second as he replied, no. Gur. Electro hissed as sparks flew off his hands as they turned into fists. Why you little dash? Thwip. Ugh, the villain yelped as a glob webbing smacked his face, covering his eyes. He quickly put his hands to his head, pulling at the goop as he yelled, get it off. Okay Izuku, you got 2 options. Either fight or bail, the teen thought as reality shifted back to normal in his mind. He could still feel the pain from both the blows of the thieves from earlier, along with the fight with Silver Sable. But as he felt this, his eyes scanned the villain over, only to remember his last encounter with the Electric Man. The kid's part of my mission. Was told if I can't bring her alive, I should fry her. This is scum that's willing to kill kids. Izuku's mind told him as he clenched his hands into fists, I shouldn't even think about it. I dash. Raph, the villain roared as he ripped the webbing off, hissing as he glared back at the teen. You're gonna pay for dash. Thwip. Ugh, the thug yelped again as webbing hit his face once more. And as this happened, another webline hit the villain's foot before Izuku yanked on it, instantly flipping the thug, his back smacking the rooftop. Oof. You little dash. Thwip. 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 A whole net of webbing covered the thug next, leaving only his head exposed. And as this happened, Izuku heard a small pst out of his shooters, signifying they were empty. As such, he reached into his hoodie as he began to speak up, stay down. I'm gonna call the police to pick you up, so don't dash. I'm gonna kill you. Electro screamed as a surge of lightning suddenly enveloped his body, making him light up the clear night sky. Danger. Whoa! Izuku thought as he hopped back just as electricity flowed across the roof, some of it surging over the concrete for a second before disappearing. And as it did this, the villain got up while the vigilante refilled his shooters and pointed both wrists at the thug. Thwip! Thwip! Not this time, the villain yelled as lightning surrounded his body, burning the sticky liquid before it could get close. He then pointed both hands at the teen. Die. Tum! Lightning flew out of the thug's arms, 2 giant bolts coming straight for the vigilante as his spider sense rang out. Feeling the danger, Izuku let his spider sense take over his reflexes, doing 2 backflips as he dodged both bolts. And as he did this, electricity surged up and down Electro's body before he let out another roar, this time firing 3 more bolts of lightning. Seeing this, Izuku fired a webline upward and pulled, yanking himself into the air, dodging the blasts. Doing a small mid-air spin next, the teen then pointed his wrists at the villain and fired, webbing going straight for the villain's face. Oh, no you don't, the thug hissed as he crossed his arms over his face, the webbing smacking the limbs before being fried by a surge of electricity. And as this happened, Izuku landed in front of the villain and charged electricity into his right fist. Venom punch, the teen yelled as he threw a right hook, only for Electro to backpedal. The punch barely whiffed, only for Izuku to throw a second venom punch with his left. But as he did this, the thug just ducked under the blow. This was followed by 2 more punches, but the villain just sidestepped both. Grinning at this, he commented, "You're not gonna get me with that this time. I know your game, and you're obviously still an amateur at fighting." He then moved both hands at the vigilante, electricity surging around them. Spider sense screaming at him, Izuku bent his body back, just barely dodging a bolt of lightning that flew out of the villain's arms. Danger! Izuku fired 2 weblins at this and pulled, yanking himself away again as another bolt came out of the villain, only for this one to strike the teen's stomach. "Yah!" he yelped as he was cut mid-swing, making his body smack the roof again. "Gotcha!" Electro cackled before firing another bolt, the electricity zapping the teen all over. "Ayaha!" Izuku screamed as he felt the lightning surge through his body, Electro laughing at the sight before firing a third bolt. "Ahhhhh! H.A. The villain guffawed as he continued to fire bolts of lightning at the teen. And as the 5th bolt hit, the thug let out a cackle before saying, "To think it would be this easy." Sparks poured out of the man as he continued to laugh. "You may have caught me off guard last time, but not tonight. Tonight." What sounded like a crackle of thunder rang out as lightning surged around the thug's right hand at this. "You're gonna fry." He pointed his hand at the teen's face, ready to zap him into the afterlife. Any last words? Izuku felt like his whole body was a blob of pain. Fire, stinging, throbbing, burning. These were all things he was feeling right now. It was like every blow possible rolled up into one. Ugh. Hurts. So much, the teen barely thought, his mind slightly turning to mush as he tried to move, only to flinch as sparks zapped his sides. His body contorted, causing him to stiffen as he felt the electricity continue to constrict his body. Can't move. But as he felt this, his eyes glanced up at the thug, now seeing him light up the night with the electricity pouring off his body. The sight made the teen blink, only for a new thought to come to his head as he heard Electro's words. It was an image, one he remembered from a few nights before. When he fought this man to protect Eri. Eri. He hadn't thought about her all today. Nizu still hadn't gotten back to him about that. Right. Forgot about that. Izuku thought before feeling the electricity surge all over him again. And as it did this, he didn't stiffen. Instead, he just slightly flinched before glaring up at the villain. Can't give up. I want to be a hero, and if I can't beat a thug like him, I have no right to be one. And as that thought went through the teen's head, Electro just smirked and said, "Guess there's no last words." Then again, screaming in pain doesn't always help the vocabulary. Another surge sparked out of the man's right hand. "Let me help you scream a bit more before I put you down." "No thanks." Izuku instantly responded as he jerked his arm to point at the villain. Thwip. Nope. Electro laughed as he raised his right hand, catching and burning the webbing. "Made you look." Thwip. Another bit of webbing hit the thug's foot at this, only for Izuku to yank at it with everything he had. "Whoa!" the villain yelped, his back hitting the roof again. "Oof." A swear word left the villain's mouth next as Izuku pointed his wrist up to a nearby building and fired a web line, pulling on it to help him back up. He felt the spark still in him zap him for a second, constricting his body before flinching once more. And as this happened, the villain scrambled to his feet and roared, "That's it. I'm gonna kill you." Danger. Lightning flew out of the villain at this, Izuku's spider sense screaming the moment it came. And as it flowed, the teen's body started to move again, reflexes taking over as he backflipped, dodging the first bolt before cartwheeling as 2 more came. As this happened, Izuku landed back on his feet, his brain catching up to the fight as he aimed both wrists. Can't do anything fancy. Just take this guy out, Izuku. Thwip. Thwip. 2 globs of webbing came for the thug, only for him to fry both with a single surge. But as he did this, he glanced down to make sure no web line hit his feet, only to look back up and see Izuku charging at him with an electrified punch. Ducking under the jab, the villain tried to counter with another bolt, only for Izuku to sidestep it. This was followed by 2 more punches, both evaded as Electro backpedaled, dodging each blow before firing another bolt, only for the teen to do a backflip, hopping straight over the attack. And as Izuku landed, the teen glared back at the villain as he charged electricity through his body again. Can't hit him. But if I can't hit him, I can't beat him. And if I can't hit him, his thoughts came to a stop as he began to cartwheel to the side, dodging another bolt of lightning. This was followed by 2 more bits of lightning being thrown at the teen, the vigilante hopping side to side to evade both. Stay still. Electro roared as he continued to fire bolt after bolt. I'm thinking .no. Izuku quipped as he sidestepped another blast before firing a bit of webbing at the man's face. In response, Electro raised his hands, catching and frying the webbing in one go. But as he did this, Izuku came to a stop on the rooftop, staring at the villain for a second. I can't think of a safe solution. If that's the case, I got no choice. I gotta just try to bind him with webbing and venom punch him. That's it. Electro growled as lighting poured out of him again. Die. A new stream of bolts flew out of the villain, only to see Izuku dive down and roll across the rooftop before leaping out like a gymnast. And as he did this, he pointed both wrists and fired, a full net of webbing coming out next. Raah, the thug roared as electricity surged out of him, frying every bit of the sticky liquid as it got close. But as this happened, Izuku fired 2 shots of webbing at the thug's feet, making Electro glance down. Oh, no you don't. Not again. He yelled as he fired a bolt down at his shoes, instantly destroying the webbing. And as he did this, Izuku pointed back up at the man and fired another spray of webbing, this one covering the thug's body instantly. What the dash? Venom punch. Electro glanced back up to see the teen's electrified fist coming straight for him. Wait no, he tried to say, only for the blow to make contact. Pow! The fist slammed into the man's face, the hook smacking the thug's cheek as 4 teeth flew out of his mouth from the blow. The webbing wrapping the thug snapped at this, knocking him out of the liquid before his back smacked the rooftop, his eyes going blank as the villain lost consciousness. Yuck! Izuku yelped as he felt one last surge of electricity hit his body, making him flinch and almost fall over as well. Ugh, he hummed as continued to feel the lightning trickle through his form. Hurts. Almost a minute later, he pointed his wrists at the villain. Webbing covered the knocked-out thug a second later, making the teen let out a small sigh. That's it. I'm done for the night. Meanwhile, 2 figures stood on a rooftop a block and a half over, one growling as the other stared silently into the prefecture. As they did this, the moon's light shined down on the building, revealing a purple-masked man and a silver-haired woman. The lady continued to growl as she stared ahead, soon hissing out, "Seems your goon failed, Rose." He did. Such a disappointment. Rose sighed while shaking his head before turning to the woman. "Will you continue your hunt, Sable?" Silver grit her teeth at this, one of her fingers on the pistol on her belt. A small breath came out of her mouth a second later, her eyes turning to masked man as she growled, "No." She stared up at the moonlit night. "Something is wrong. I will handle him next time." She released her finger off her gun before spinning around and walking away, Rose chuckling as he turned to her fleeing form. "Oh? Sounds like Spiderman is a worthy opponent to you." Sable stopped at this, glancing back for a second as she hissed, "No. It is just a disappointment." Rose tilted his head. "Disappointment?" The woman looked away again. "Yes. A disappointment that such an individual is an enemy." She began to move after these words, soon hopping off the rooftop with a single hop. And as she disappeared into the night, Rose just chuckled and shook his head again. My seems the commission president still has her hands full with her. He then put his hand to his chin as his thoughts began to swim through his head. Guess I need to make a new plan. I'll let the police take Electro, as he's too volatile to be used anymore. The man pulled out his phone next. A shame, but it seems I need to go recruiting. Though if Sable is on the case, I better be careful. And that is a score. Rocket Racer laughed as he took off his helmet, cackling while walking into a room with Tinkerer. And as he did this, he turned to the girl, only to see a big frown on her face. "What? We got the chip?" "I know." Phineas growled as she tapped something on her backpack, her purple glowing armor disappearing a second later. She then shimmed her backpack off at this, soon putting it on a desk while sighing. Racer rolled his eyes at this. "What's wrong?" He pulled out the chip while shining a grin. "We got the chip, which means I can get you the gear." Phineas glared back at him while sitting down on a chair, crossing her arms as she said, "Once again, I know. However, what just happened worries me. We just stole from the Kingpin, which no one in their right mind usually crosses. And while that was part of the plan, Spider-Man wasn't. Racer grimaced at this, only to shrug. Well, we knew that the plan wasn't perfect. No plan is. Besides, we escaped him, didn't we? That's just it. Tinkerer grumbled while closing her eyes. I don't understand how we escaped. I punched him once, and then he just suddenly stopped chasing us. She reopened her eyes and put a finger to her chin. Doesn't make sense. Did we get tricked or something? Her partner just stared at her for a second before turning to the helmet he just took off. Well, there is one way to check. He went over to the desk and grabbed a cable. Let's check my helmet's footage. The Tinkerer blinked at this before booting up the desk computer, the two setting up the devices. And after a few minutes of programs, editing and waiting, the duo watched the helmet's footage, only for both to see a silver figure attack Spider-Man as they escaped. What's that? No idea. Phineas responded as she froze the footage and zoomed in, only to see nothing but a dark blur, but I got a feeling it's something we shouldn't get involved with. Just like Spider-Man. Oof. Izuku yelped as landed on a rooftop with a thud, his invisibility cutting out at the stumble. Ugh, he ummed as he laid there, letting out several groans before flipping over, his back now resting on the roof. He stared up at the stars next, sighing as he muttered to himself, another failure. Today, like the past few, had not gone well. In fact, as Izuku thought about it, only the day where he fought the villain known as Grizzly had been a day that had gone mostly well. The rest were stinkers, in particular today, as he found himself in 3 different fights, only to win one of them. Not only that, he still hadn't reported to Nizu, something he was now dreading, as he didn't know what the stoat thought of multiple failures. Granted, he found that Nizu was probably the nicest authority figure he had ever met, especially since his only other experiences with authority figures were teachers that thought he was a waste of time. That should have made him feel safer, but on the other hand, if he was being honest with his current situation, he was kinda too tired to care. Ugh, he whispered as he slowly got up, reaching into his hoodie and pulling out his phone. Tapping it a few times, he found himself staring at a screen with Nizu's name, his thumb over the call button. I can't catch a break, can I? He thought as his eyes scanned over the phone as if he was trying to find some button to change what he was about to do. He closed his eyes next, then again, guess that's just my luck. I always have to take the hardest route to get anything in life. Another sigh exited his mouth as he reopened his eyes, ready to press the call button. You'll never be hero. You're just a worthless pebble. Listen here, loser, if you really want to be hero. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Those words rang out in his head again, making the teen shiver. He could feel tears began to well up in his eyes, making him mutter out, Kaken's still right. I'm still worthless. The teen blinked at this, blocking the tears as he stared at the phone again. Guess I should face the music. And with one more sigh, he pressed the call button. The next day. The sound of fingers tapping on a desk rang out as Ryukyu sat down at her desk. She hadn't been at her agency building in days, having taken several days off to help with the transfer of Eri. Ever since the girl had been found and sent to the hospital thanks to her and several other heroes, she had taken the role of helping the girl. As such, there was a pile of paperwork, helping calm the girl down when she woke up, having to delay meetings with her intern. All sorts of things. But now she was back at her agency. A few rooms over was Eri, who had fallen asleep after entering the agency building last night. The days before had been a struggle with the girl. When she had fully woken up and started to cooperate with Ryukyu and the nurses, they quickly found the girl did not want to trust anyone. That made sense if you had read her file and relationship with Kai Chisaki. Trust would be a true hurdle for anyone who had to go through that. However, it was the girl's insistence on seeing Spider-Man that had been the biggest obstacle. According to what they could get out of the poor girl, the vigilante had saved her, and then cried over Mr. Lee, along with some lady man that killed Mr. Lee. Ryukyu quickly found that this was what interested Sir Night-Eye the most, the man having come over to visit the child the second day Eri had been awake. The man's presence did not help with calming the girl down, but they soon found she didn't really understand the situation she was in, or what happened with Mr. Lee, or Spider-Man. In conclusion, the girl had been trying to forget parts of what Chisaki had been doing to her, and the doctors suspected she might have been using her quirk on herself. It seemed horrific in context, but it did make sense. As such, Ryukyu got approval to set up a room at her agency for the girl and get things going. Night-Eye was against this, but relented after a few arguments with Ryukyu and the doctors. As such, Ryukyu leaned back in her desk chair, sighing as she thought about the past few days. Even now, she knew she didn't fully have Eri's trust, as she still asked for Spider-Man first, then anything else second. That alone was a headache for the hero as she put a hand to her face and rubbed it down to her chin. Spider-Man. She barely knew the vigilante. The only real encounter she had with him was when she grabbed a semi-truck full of masked men he was fighting, only for the vigilante to swing away after taking out most of the criminals. And after Eri had mentioned him, one of the nurses talked about the vigilante, telling the hero that he was very secretly popular, as he had done tons of good and little, if not any, bad. That, at least in her opinion, was strange. Most vigilantes were violent fight-seekers or kids so out of their depth that they instantly get caught. Or killed. It was either or in that department. Letting out a long sigh, she crossed her arms next as she mentally told herself, I don't know this Spider-Man, but it does sound like he does a lot of good. Should I try to find him? Night Eye told me that he has a bounty on his head, and the Hero Commission wouldn't just do that for no reason. Biting her lip at this, she sat straight up and turned on the computer on her desk. The hero soon opened the internet, ready to look up more information, only to see a notification from her email. Now, she usually looked at that all the time, mainly on her phone, but she had set it to auto-reply for the past few days, and most left her alone thanks to this. That is, till she noticed a certain name on an email from yesterday. Nizu? Ryukyu thought as she soon skimmed through the inbox, now seeing several emails on her computer from the stoat. She then opened the most recent one and scanned the message over, only to go wide-eyed. Stupid lighter, commented a certain stoat named Nizu as he continued to flick the trigger of the flame-producing device. He had already clicked it 3 times, but not even a spit of fire would appear. And with a 4th flick, a tiny flame began to burn, instantly lighting the cigarette in his mouth. Skiing in a breath before exhaling a puff, the stoat leaned back in his chair and exclaimed, finally. Closing the lighter next, he put it inside his desk before tapping a few keys on his computer's keyboard. Inhaling a puff of smoke, he pulled up a picture of a beautiful silver-haired woman with a look of pure direct seriousness on her face. Silver Sable, he muttered as a wisp of smoke left his mouth. To think the commission president would resort to using you. He had spent last night talking to Izuku Midoriya, who had informed him that the commission agent had attacked him, but only after encountering a duo calling themselves the Tinkerer and Rocket Racer. This was followed by him escaping the agent, only to fight another villain, a B-rank that he had a file on, Electro. Not only that, the teen sounded scared to talk to him, which the stoat instantly realized was because this was technically 2 failures in a row. Granted, that would be a huge blow to most, but the stoat knew better. As such, he told the teen it was fine, but to also wait in his next outing. After all, if what he said was right and the commission had sent Silver Sable after him, that meant he had to change strategies. It was here that Nizu pulled up another file, this one showing a map and a list. The sight made him lean back, placing his cigarette on a nearby ashtray before muttering, it seems the Kingpin is ahead of me. As soon as Izuku took down Grizzly, they immediately had goons set up at other locations, waiting for Spider-Man. First was the enforcers, then I suspect this Electro was next. Not only that, there were those thieves. The stoat grabbed his mouse and moved it around, tapping the button on it a few times as he opened another document. It was a police report on the one called The Terrible Tinkerer. To be honest, the document itself could barely be called a document, but rather multiple rumors and minor criminal interrogations about a genius inventor that helps criminals at times. Nizu had never actually heard of the individual until last night, but considering what little the police had on them, it made sense as to why he hadn't heard of them. The criminal in question barely seemed to exist. In fact, the most evidence collected was tech taken from the crime scene of the arresting of the villain known as Mysterio. Nizu had asked for some of the tech, but it had all been confiscated by the police. What he could get was scraps, and nothing of use, as the commission had come in and said this was part of the punishment for not catching Spider-Man, which really meant, we want this tech and no one else gets it. How irritating. As such, all he had on the criminal was that they were a weapons dealer, one that dealt in more exotic technology than most. Izuku described their weapons as flashy, yet extremely functional. He stated that it didn't seem like either used a quirk, instead used an extending metal sword and roller blades that allowed them to move at high speeds. That kind of tech was beyond any 2-bit thug or thief, which did not bode well. Not only that, Nizu had nothing on this Rocket Racer. Every database and news outlet had nothing on the name, meaning that either they were very secretive or brand new. And if he was honest, it was always worse when they were brand new, especially if they were packing the tech Izuku had told him about. According to the teen, the thief seemed to have gear that allowed them to move at high speeds on a board, along with gauntlets that fired laser beams. Honestly, it sounded like stuff Power Loader would have his students make as support equipment, as ridiculous as that sounded. Sighing next, the stoat pulled up another document, this one blank as he began to type. Seems I need to make a new case. I suspect Izuku will only encounter those two again through chance alone, considering they had already ransacked the place before he got there. Electro, on the other hand, the Kingpin must have someone planting multiple bodyguards to his locations. He doesn't usually do this unless something is happening. However, one vigilante shouldn't make him panic this much, which means I need to open a separate investigation. Nizu leaned back in his chair at this thought, but if that's the case, he has to have someone setting these bodyguards up for him. It's not Hammerhead, as that's not his MO. And if it's not Hammerhead, that could only mean. He moved the computer's mouse again, tapping the button a few times before a new image appeared. It was what looked like a well-groomed man wearing a white suit, a purple tie and a purple mask. The sight made him grit his teeth, only to reach into his drawer, open it and pull out a new cigarette, this time lighting it. With one flick of the lighter. A small puff came out of his mouth next as he whispered, "Seems a new game is afoot, Rose." He put the stick back into his mouth, grinning as he added, "Time for a counter move." It had been 2 days since the night Izuku had chased the thieves Tinkerer and Rocket Racer, only to tussle with the pro-hero Silver Sable and then fight the villain known as Electro. As such, he had spent all yesterday in bed, resting off the marathon of injuries he had sustained. His mother almost had a panic attack from seeing how badly beaten up he was, especially due to him getting repeatedly zapped over and over. However, the teen did something she didn't expect. He completely complied with resting, and instantly went to sleep for several hours. Izuku would then get up to eat every once in a while, but stayed asleep most of the time over those days. And as the morning sun shone into the room on the third day, the teen woke up with a long yawn before doing a few stretches. Ugh. Still feeling a little off, he thought as he fully stood up, cricking his back as he kept stretching. Several minutes passed at this, the teen yawning again before going to the bathroom and doing his morning business. And as he left that little room, he went to his desk, soon glancing down at the notebook there. Taking it in his hand, he skimmed through it, looking at the entries over villains he had fought as Spider-Man. Still feels unreal that I'm doing this. And yet. He came to a stop at the Kingpin's entry, only to see nothing had changed since he made it after talking to Nizu. The sight made him sigh. I still haven't accomplished a thing since I started working with Mr. Nizu. Can I really dash? Izuku! Breakfast is ready, exclaimed a voice, interrupting his thoughts. Turning to the bedroom door, he replied back, I'll be there in a minute. Taking one last glance at the notebook, he closed it and put it back on the desk, sighing again as he left the room. There, he saw that Himiko was already sitting at the dinner table, almost drooling at the sight of the breakfast Inko had prepared. He wanted to chuckle at the sight before walking over and sitting down beside her. The duo soon thanked the mother for making the meal before digging in, Himiko chowing down twice as fast. But as the meal happened, Izuku saw a certain look on his mother's face. It was one of pure determination, something she didn't show very often. If the teen was being perfectly honest, he had noticed that his mother was more aggressive recently. Not only that, ever since he had come home after fighting the enforcers, Izuku had noticed that Himiko had been more hesitant around him as well. He had planned to ask what was going on, but the question never left his mouth. Despite everything, he decided to continue to eat, his mind instead going over how his last few days as Spider-Man had gone. It was like a loop in his head, just failure and confusion, over and over again. It never changes, he thought as he chomped down on a biscuit. Even with a quirk, I can't catch a break. Guess Gran Torino was right. I am unlucky. He closed his eyes for a second, sighing before eating a bit more of his meal. Then again, at least I have a chance of being a hero now. I just keep messing up. A few minutes of more depressing thoughts later, the trio finished their meal, Inko soon speaking up at this. Alright you two, I need you to come with me today. They both turned to her, the mother staring at Izuku before giving Himiko a slight glance of the eyes. We're going to feast. They're doing a soup kitchen today. But Izuku started, only to see his mother glare at him. His mouth promptly came to a stop as she pointed at the teen. Don't you, but me, young man. You've been running yourself ragged as Spider-Man, and it won't kill you to take another day off. Besides, Gloria told me that Uraraka and her friends are also coming to help, and it would help you both to talk to people your age. Himiko slightly shrunk back at that, knowing how little she knew about being social while Izuku bit his lip. He waited a moment before responding, his mind trying to choose words carefully as he said, but what if Mr. Nizu sends me a new place to check out? Then you can do it tomorrow. Inko instantly replied, Izuku opening his mouth to respond again, only for the mother to flash her palm at him. Don't. I know you've rested the past 2 days, but another day won't hurt you. Yue and Nizu and all of them aren't going anywhere. He wanted to respond, but Izuku knew she was right. He still had time after all. All right. He slowly said, his mother smiling before getting up and walking into the kitchen. The teen didn't turn to Himiko at this, instead getting up as well as he walked back to his room. But if he had, he would have saw the worried look on the girl's face. Instead, Izuku just went back to his desk, his eyes glancing over to the Spider-Man mask sitting on the top of the piece of furniture. And with a long sigh, he spun around and walked over to his closet, picking out an outfit as he left his vigilante costume hanging on a nearby chair. It seemed Spider-Man would not be making an appearance today. A long, piercing groan escaped the mouth of a certain scraggly scarfed man named Shoyuta Aizawa as he stared at the papers at his desk. He was currently grading a set of essays, which were currently getting on his last nerve. The man had assigned his class to do a 500-word essay over the dangers of vigilantism, which he had spent the last 2 days lecturing about. And despite what he considered to be the best lectures he had ever done, it seemed as if the students weren't listening, as this 5th essay was another disappointment. To be fair, his class had stayed a disappointment recently. No matter what he did, no matter how hard he pushed them, they just couldn't seem to learn. It had all started when he had been assigned the case to capture the vigilante known as Spider-Man. What followed was the teacher accidentally eavesdropping on his students one day and finding out they were fans. That was fine, as it didn't really matter to the hero, only for the worst investigation possible to happen. Aizawa had to go out of cover, something an underground hero never does, only to get insulted by old fogies who claim to be retired heroes, kicked out of buildings due to sighing about some quirkless kid, and then yanked around by his boss who for some reason was suddenly interested with a vigilante. A vigilante that was the reason everything had gone wrong with Aizawa's life recently. Now, Aizawa had worked with vigilantes before. Granted, they were usually individuals whose quirks weren't suited for heroics, and they handled really petty crime. However, this one was different. This vigilante took on gangs, hero killers and actually did investigations. And as he had recently found out, the one called Spider-Man was someone who had been given a ton of power, and he had no idea how to use it. Not only that, he was also quirkless, which meant no 10 years of experience like all his other students. That and the kid had records of being a delinquent. Lots and lots of records that Nizu wanted to ignore. And it wasn't just that. Aizawa had lost his best student, Katsuki Bakugo, to the vigilante. Granted, Bakugo needed a lot of work, but unlike the rest of his class, he had drive. He strived to constantly improve, something so unbelievably rare in this day and age. Instead, he had lost the kid so Nizu could get a bounty lifted and put a vigilante in his class. A vigilante that when Aizawa first met, was convinced that the kid shouldn't even touch heroics. He had no years of having a quirk, was a shaking jittering mess, and obviously needed years, maybe decades of therapy. TLDR, everything was a mess for the hero, and in his mind, there was only one individual to blame, Izuku Midoriya, also known as Spider-Man. Aizawa then skimmed the 6th essay, only to see it was Shoto Todoroki's. He was a subpar student. He never fully tried in heroics class, only using half of his quirk. The only reason Aizawa hadn't kicked him to the curb was because of the kid's father, Endeavor. In other words, another problem he had to deal with. Releasing another long sigh, he began to read the essay, only to raise an eyebrow. Despite the subject being about how vigilantism is something you shouldn't do, the words on the paper were not exactly what he expected. The first paragraph introduced the topic, only to start talking about Spider-Man. Aizawa leaned back for a second as he continued to read, now seeing the boy go back and forth on the paper about vigilantism, mainly using Spider-Man for every example in a small written-up debate. And as he finished the paper, Aizawa sighed again and put it on a pile. But as he did this, the groan was heard by another man as they walked into the room. "Something wrong, Aizawa?" asked a voice, the teacher turning to its owner, only to start glaring. "I'm grading papers." Aizawa growled, "What do you want, All Might?" "No need to be rude," the skinny man replied as he sat down beside him. "I was just going to ask you about tomorrow's heroics lesson." "You see dash. I'm not helping you." Aizawa interrupted as he glared back at the essays. The response made the hero glare at the teacher. "Now Aizawa dash. Don't." Aizawa hissed as he glanced back at the scarecrow-like man. "I know it was you that messed up my class, so dash. You were going too far." All Might interrupted this time, pointing at the man, only to cough up a smidge of blood. Wiping it a second later, he continued to talk. "They're children, Aizawa, and you were pushing them too far." "I wasn't pushing them far enough, and you know it." Aizawa replied, his voice hissing and growling at the same time. "You were." All Might responded, "They are just children, and they need to be shown the ropes. You have no need to push them into the deep end on the first year." Aizawa rolled his eyes at this. "TCH, figures a muscle brain like you would think that way." "What does that mean?" "I mean that you're reckless. Always have been, and always will be." Aizawa remarked, his glare returning as he pointed at the man. I don't teach reckless, arrogant snots. I teach my students to make sure that first week they go out there and be actual heroes after graduating doesn't get them killed by some stupid punk with a knife. All Might's already beady eyes narrowed at this, and you believe you should push them harshly because you believe that? That you should just lie to them every time you can? If it helps them become better heroes, yes. I'll do whatever it takes, and I won't apologize for my methods. Aizawa then leaned over at this, his eyes now narrowing. You see, unlike you, I can't just flex my muscles and solve all my problems. I have to use my brain. And my brain is telling me I have to push these kids now, or their first week of being true heroes will end with their heads in a cold case box at the police station. All Might's body almost shook at the response, the already frown on his face growing as he really wanted to change into his muscle form at this. But with a long sigh escaping his nostrils, he then asked, if that is the case, why now? Why haven't you been acting like this since the start of the semester? Aizawa let out a small growl at this, only to glance away. Circumstances happened. The other hero tilted his head at this. The sports festival? I know some things happened, but dash. No. Something worse happened. Something that involves the students and Nizu. Aizawa hissed as he looked back down at his essays, and I will fix it if it's the last thing I do. His eyes stared back at Todoroki's essay, his pupils glaring at one hyphenated word, Spiderman. Well, chuckled a certain snake-headed woman as she patted Izuku's shoulder. Been a while since I've seen your hide around here. How you been? Hey Gloria. Izuku barely replied back, the teen trying to show a smile. Sorry I haven't been around. I've been busy. I figured. Gloria giggled before turning to Inko, showing the biggest smirk her snake face could display. That and Inko here told me how your classes ramped up recently. Inko gave her a grin back, Gloria chuckling again before glancing back at Izuku. Still, good to see you. You too, Himiko. Thanks Gloria. Himiko responded while shining a fong-filled grin. Despite the girl's usual issue with interacting with anyone that wasn't the Midoriyas, Himiko had found that talking to Gloria was very easy. Honestly, it was easy with any person at feast for her, along with the rest of the Midoriyas. Welp, it's good to see you three, but the soup kitchen won't get started for another hour. Gloria turned to Inko while pointing to the building behind her. We're just getting some stuff started, and Uraraka told me that her and her friends will be coming in a bit. We're waiting on them since they're such good helpers. Oh? It's not because they're free help? Inko cheekily asked, making Gloria let out a guffaw. That too. Though we always put it under. Gloria turned and winked at Izuku. Hero training, so to speak. Yeah. Izuku replied, his face showing a slight blush before walking past the snake woman. Gloria and Inko giggled at this before following the teen, the four soon entering the building. It was here that they split up, Inko helping Gloria in the kitchen while Izuku and Himiko went into the main gym area. There, they found the usual residents of the place, Izuku sitting down at a chess game going on between two of elders, Himiko joining right beside him. And before long, over 30 minutes passed. It was here that Izuku and Himiko were now outside of the building, the two discussing a few mundane things when they noticed a certain group walking up to the building. At the front of Ochako Uraraka and Tsuyu Azui, the two in cheerful conversation. Right behind them was Tenya Ida, the tall boy talking to Kirishima and Mina while Jairu walked beside them in silence. After that was a set of floating clothes, signifying Hagakure, who was talking to a newcomer for Izuku and Himiko. This one was a tall girl with long purple hair and a huge grin on her face, the teen skipping in her step with a red-haired older male teen walking right beside her. Who are those two? Himiko asked as Izuku now noticed the newcomers. Dunno. They look kinda familiar though. Izuku commented as he stood up from the chair he was sitting on. Himiko turned to him, only to see a blank expression on Izuku's face as he added, guess we should introduce ourselves. Himiko glanced back at the group, her body slightly shivering before turning back to Izuku. Could you go first? Izuku saw her expression, a small frown appearing on his face before staring at the incoming teens. Despite how much he wanted to show confidence, he knew that Himiko's reaction is the same one he usually has when meeting new people. Biting his lip for a second, he took a small breath before walking down the main steps of the building. Hey Midoriya, called out a voice, the teen seeing it was Uraraka. She was waving to him as the group all turned to see the teen approaching them. Hey Uraraka. Izuku replied as he came to a stop at the bottom of the steps. You're early. The girl shined a big grin at this. Yeah, we figured it'd be best to get her a bit before things started. She pointed to group behind her, that and we got some new dash. Hi there, exclaimed a voice, making Izuku almost jump as the long purple-haired girl suddenly appeared in front of him. I'm Nijire Hato. You're Midoriya, right? Uraraka told me all about you. So, do you just volunteer here, or are you a hero student like me? What do you do here? Why do you volunteer here? Wadash. Bonk. Ow. Hato yelped as hand lightly karate chopped her head, the girl turning to see it was the older red-haired teen, Harry. I told you to stop doing that. And I told you I would stop if you stopped harassing people. I'm not harassing him. I'm just asking some questions. The two began to bicker at this, Izuku blinking at the exchange. He hadn't moved a muscle ever since the girl named Nijire Hato had appeared in front of his face, the teen wondering if she had almost triggered his spider sense. And as this happened, Uraraka leaned over to the teen and whispered, sorry about them. They're 2 third-years that asked to come along today. Reality switching back for the teen, Izuku turned to her and shook his head, oh it's cool. He glanced back at the two, though should we break them up or something? They'll stop bickering soon, Karo. Tsuyu chimed in, Izuku now turning to her as she put a finger to her chin and asked, how have you been Midoriya? We haven't heard from you in a few days, Karo. Oh right. Izuku replied while scratching the back of his head, sorry about that. Things have been a bit crazy on my end. Crazy how, Karo? Can't be more crazy than with us. Jairu added as she appeared beside Tsuyu, especially with our class's dash. Ugh. Mina interrupting the punk rock girl, don't even talk about that. I came here to not think about that. Yeah, same. Kirishima sighed, a big frown on his face. The sight made Izuku rapidly blink as he saw no smiles on the ones that had told him they were his friends. It was here that he realized how miserable they all look. Each one looked like they had just gone through the ringer and a half, as if everything had just gone wrong in their life. What happened? Izuku thought as he saw what looked like a pure fog of depression hit the other teens. He opened his mouth to ask what was wrong, only for the two that were bickering earlier to suddenly reappear in front of the teen. Whoa! Hi there! Sorry about that. Hato chimed in, waving at the teen. She then got into Izuku's face again, so, where do we go to start helping? Do we just go inside, or do we have to sign up somewhere, or do we dash? Let the guy breathe, the other teen added as he grabbed Hato's shoulder, cutting her questions. The red-haired teen was a smidge taller than Izuku, and he shined a big grin as he said, hey there. I'm Harry Osborn, nice to meet ya. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku quickly said, his whole body shaking like a leaf for a few seconds, nice to meet you. Same. So, you help out here, right? Yeah. Izuku slowly replied, his eyes rapidly blinking as he stared at the older teen for a minute. A click then went off in his brain, making Izuku gasp, wait a minute. You were the guy who won the UA Sports Festival last year. Harry laughed at this, that's me. Though he began to scratch the back of his head at this, I got third this year. Tamaki hooped me in the semifinals. Ugh. Same. Hato as she stuck out her tongue, he's just too good at fighting. Harry started chuckling, patting Hato's side for a second before glancing back at Izuku. Hopping in place, the green-haired teen gulped before saying, WWL, let me introduce you all to Feast. Hey Himi he turned to see that some of the group was now talking to Himiko. Guess I'll just do it. He glanced back at Harry, follow me please. The introductions into Feast went by a lot slower than usual. This was mainly due to Hato repeatedly asking everyone too many questions, a problem that Izuku had to admit he had never faced before. Granted, social interaction wasn't something he knew very well, but this was definitely something he didn't know how to deal with. As such, he mainly guided Harry through the place while Gloria and Inko took Hato and Himiko continued to talk with the girls. The sight made Izuku smile, seeing Himiko interact with others her age before turning back to Harry, Kirishima, and Ida. Well, that's just about all that's here. The soup kitchen won't get set up for a few more minutes, so what else do you all want to do? The trio shared a glance, only for Harry to cross his arms and stare back at Izuku. My kohai here told me you want to be a hero too, right? Is that why you volunteer here? Izuku nodded back, yeah. I saw an interview of All Might and he said that heroes don't do charity anymore these days and I wanted to do something like that. I see. Harry shined a big grin at this, that's wonderful. He put his hand to his chin at this, sounds like something we should have learned at school. Guess UA is slacking at that. Say, Osborn-senpai. Kirishima chimed in, Izuku and Harry turning to the teen, Midoriya here is super strong. You should challenge him to an arm wrestle. Oh? Harry raised an eyebrow at that, is that so? Izuku shook his head at this, his face slightly red as he replied, WWL. I kinda did beat him. And his friend the other day. I'm kinda strong and dash. Not kinda, you are. Kirishima interrupted while pointing at Izuku, you could lift anything like it's nothing. It's awesome. I'm not that great. Izuku shook his head again, I dash. Harry glanced between the two before patting Izuku's shoulder, making him turn to the redhead. Well, I've trained with Kirishima here and if he says you're strong, you probably are. Would you mind if I have match with you? Izuku stared up at him, a big frown on his face. The sight made Harry just smile, you don't have to say yes. Izuku blinked at this, thoughts spilling out in his brain, wow. He's really nice. I thought I better not turn him down. Taking a deep breath, he nodded back, sure. I'll arm wrestle you. Though I'd just to warn you, I might hurt you. Harry let out a laugh at that, don't worry about me. He pointed to his chest, I can take any pain. He then frowned at that, well, almost. Izuku and Kirishima chuckled at that before they walked over to a table. Sitting on either side, Izuku gripped Harry's hand with his own. He instantly felt the older teen's grip. Kirishima's grip was rough and jagged, just like his quirk, while Tetsu's was firm and cold. Harry's though it was like it was heated, yet slightly shaking compared to the other two. Kirishima put his palm over both their hands and asked, you two ready? Harry instantly nodded while Izuku did a small gulp before glancing up at Kirishima. The teen's face instantly told everything Izuku needed to know. It was the same face Kirishima gave Izuku when he was about to arm wrestle Tetsu. It was saying two words, don't throw. Taking a deep breath next, Izuku glanced back at Kirishima and slowly said, ready. Alright. On 3. 1.2.3. Kirishima lifted his hand a split second later as the hands gripping each other pushed. It was like two palms slamming into a wall, both applying pressure like they were weights pushing down a person. The push instantly made Harry gasp, letting out a whoa, as he felt Izuku begin to push his hand down. 1 second passed as Izuku's hand began to push Harry's down, the teen already feeling his arm twist as Izuku keep pushing against him. Ugh. He's right. Harry muttered out, you're good. And as those words left his mouth, Harry's eyes narrowed as he added, but I'm better. Izuku went wide-eyed as he suddenly felt a push back. Harry's grip on his own hand began to tighten as Izuku felt Harry begin to push their hands back into the place they had started at. And as he began to push, Izuku felt himself bite his lip as he saw their hands go back to the start. But as this happened, Izuku's eyes went to Harry's face, now seeing a confident smile. It was a smile like All Might's, one full of inspiration, optimism and power. And as he saw that, Izuku's face morphed into his own smile. It was the one that he wore while he was wearing the mask. The one he had on while he was web-swinging. The grin shined at this, Kirishima seeing this and smiling as well as he whispered, so manly. Izuku's eyes then went back to the hands that were stuck in a deadlock, only to tighten his grip. Harry slightly flinched at this, only for Izuku to suddenly push. The force instantly made Harry gasp, only to feel his hand slam into the table a split second later. Izuku had won again. Whoa! Harry yelped as he released himself from Izuku's grip, soon waving his hand as he flinched in pain. Yow! Izuku also flinched at this, soon blubbering out apologies. Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you, I dash. Harry shoved a palm in front of Izuku's face, don't. He put the palm down as he added, don't apologize. But dash. Don't. Harry chuckled, shaking his head. He then patted Izuku on the shoulder, don't apologize for winning. Yeah. Kirishima chimed in, that was awesome. How'd you beat Osborne-senpai so quickly? I thought well Izuku muttered out, only for Harry to stare up at Kirishima. Don't make him nervous. He doesn't have to tell me anything. Izuku turned to Harry at this, his eyes slightly wide as Harry glanced back at the teen. Shaking his head again, Harry added, don't worry about it. He glanced down at his hand and flexed it for a second, though I gotta say, that was rough. You got one heck of an arm. Sorry. I told you to not apologize. Harry repeated before glancing back at Izuku. Still Izuku looked away at this before muttering out, sorry about that. I still don't know my strength sometimes. Harry nodded back at this, it's cool. And thanks for the match. Nice to know there's still someone stronger than me out there. Though I gotta say, they told me you should totally be a hero with your strength. Izuku looked back at Harry, only to see him staring down at his hand, they're not wrong. He looked back up at Izuku, this time showing a new smile. It was one that Izuku knew he had seen before, only for Harry to say, but I get it if you don't want to instantly go down that path. Izuku blinked at this, only to shake his head, no. I want to go down that path. I want it more than anything. The older teen's smile grew at this, then you should just do it. And as those 6 words hit Izuku's ears, Harry's face began to morph in his mind into another's, Martin Lee's. Lee had said something similar to the teen, which had pushed him to go even further as Spider-Man. The words repeated themselves in the teen's head, the face of Harry returning in his eyes before. He did a small nod as two words came out of his mouth, "Thank you." A little later. Izuku had to admit, no matter how many times he went out as Spider-Man, helping others at the feast always felt just as good, if not better. Today was no different as he helped out at the soup kitchen. Him, Kirishima, Ida and Harry had mainly helped with the heavy lifting before helping give out food, the group all lining up and working in an almost perfect sync. Soon, there was a giant line, the group serving everyone they could. Harry and Nijire quickly commented on how busy it was, both surprised at just how much they had to do in such a short amount of time. And as they served person after person for a few hours, Gloria dismissed the teens so they could have their own meal. As such, they soon gathered around a table, all eating and talking up a storm. Inko had also joined them, sitting beside Himiko as she helped the girl talk to the other girls her age. "So, how have you girls been doing at UA? Anything exciting?" Inko asked them first, only for all the girls except Hato to frown. "Oh? What's wrong?" "Meh." Mina ummed, "Let's just say things have been not fun." Inko tilted her head at this. "Why's that? Are the classes hard or dash?" "No." Mina shook her head, only to let out a hum, then again, kinda. "Let's just say our homeroom teacher has gone through a villain arc or something. He has been brutal recently." "No kidding." Hagakure added, "Aizawa-sensei is so not cool." As that name left the invisible girl's mouth, Himiko and Inko almost flinched. They shared a quick glance, having a mental conversation for a second before looking back at the girls. "So this Aizawa-sensei. Why has he been so bad?" "No idea." Jairu replied while crossing her arms, "Since like a week ago, he's been on our cases every day. Especially when Bakugo left." Inko and Himiko felt their bodies trying to flinch as they heard that name, only for the punk girl to continue, "I know nobody in the class except maybe Kirishima liked the guy, but I have no idea why he's so angry that guy left." "Yeah." Hagakure chimed in, "I mean, it's like him leaving made Aizawa-sensei go on a war path. He keeps pushing us more and more every day." The two watched the set of floating clothes scrunch up before flopping over, showing the girl was now slumped down onto the table. "Heck, some of us were thinking of quitting hero classes. I thought for sure Kaminari was gonna bail." "Same." Jairu sighed, "It's like everything just flipped itself on its head. Makes me wish we could figure out why so we could make it stop or something." "Meh." Mina ummed out as she tried to imitate Hagakure, flopping onto the table, "I just want it to end." Inko opened her mouth to respond, only for nothing to come out. She knew exactly what was going on here. After all, everything they had just said was part of the consequences of her own actions. Just hearing about Aizawa made her think back to the night when she first met him and Nizu, the argument that followed, and the obvious disdain the man had for her son. Even now, it seemed that encounter's consequences were still happening. Not only that, the mother knew that her son, the one who had no idea that she was partially responsible, was sitting just a few feet over. Her eyes turned to the girl sitting beside her, Himiko Toga. She knew Toga would be thinking the same thing, and she was right. Himiko's eyes had now switched to Izuku, watching the teen talk to Harry and Kirishima before glancing back at the girls. Though she said nothing about the information the two had just learned, her face told Inko everything she needed to know. Izuku hadn't heard the conversation, but if he heard even one word of it, it would be a disaster in the making. As such, Inko knew exactly what to do next: change the conversation. And with a small bite of her lip, a bulb went off in her head, making her glance back at the girls and ask, "Well, if that's the case, let's talk about something else." She turned to smile at Himiko for a second, the girl noticing the grin before the mother looked back at the girls again. "You girls have any plans tomorrow? It is the weekend after all." Mina and Hagakure shared a glance, only for Tsuyu to speak up, "I don't have any, Karo." "Same here. Just going to do some training." Uraraka added before turning to the others, "How about you all?" "I've been so tired that I haven't planned anything." Mina ummed out, Jairu nodding in agreement while Hagakure's clothes did what the others suspected was a shrug. "I see." Inko turned to Himiko again, "Sounds like they're free. And if that's the case?" The mother watched as the girl just blinked at her, her expression showing just how little she knew about being social. As such, Inko turned to the girls and asked, "You girls don't mind if I ask you a favor, do you?" They all shared a glance before Uraraka replied, "What is it?" Inko put a hand on Himiko's shoulder. "As you all probably know, when you hung out with Izuku last time, Himiko is in the same basket as him. She doesn't have many friends." Himiko tried to say, only to see Inko turn to her with a smile filled with kindness. It was the one she used all those days ago when Himiko first met the mother. A second later, Inko glanced back at the girls. "You wouldn't mind showing her around town, would you? Maybe go shopping and such?" The girls all blinked at this, all turning to each other and doing a small, quiet conversation. Moments later, Mina gave the biggest grin she could as she replied, "Sure. We'd love to." Himiko went fully wide-eyed at this, shocked as she just heard that multiple people would want to hang out with someone like her. The idea was something she believed was impossible. And Inko had just made it happen like it was nothing. The girl couldn't believe it. It was so unbelievable that water began to form in her eyes, the girl blinking the tears away. And as Inko saw this, she mentally shook her head, poor girl. She really is just like Izuku. She turned to the girls, "I hate doing that, as it makes it look like I'm using them, but Himiko needs all the help she can get." Taking a small breath, the woman began discussing with the girls with what they could do tomorrow. Mina and Hagakure perking up at the idea of having fun while Uraraka giggled at the sight. Tsuyu tried to show a smile, Jairu doing the same as they all began to talk. They began to go over what they could do, only for Hato to appear and join in as well. She had been talking to Gloria, asking the woman a pile of questions while eating at the same time. And as this happened, the scene switched to the other side of the table as a question rang out, "So it's true? You work with Xless?" Izuku gasped as he saw Harry nod back at his question. Izuku leaned back at this, "Wow. Even though he's an underground hero, his profile is known for him not liking interns." "Yeah, he's a let's just say he's a rough and tough kind of guy." Harry chuckled while scratching the back of his head. "But he's really helped me out with my quirk." He let out a long sigh at this, well, my quirk wasn't enough for me to win the sports festival this year." "Oh. I'm sorry for bringing that up then." Izuku instantly replied, his face now showing a big frown. Harry just shook his head at this, "It's fine. I mean, I won last year, so it's cool. Besides, Amajiki deserved it after kicking my butt." He leaned back at this, "Speaking of, I totally gotta get Mirio over here sometime. He'd love to help out. Heck, it might be good to have Amajiki come too. It could definitely help him in the talking department." Izuku wanted to ask what that meant, only for Kirishima to speak up, "So Midoriya, what have you been up to? We haven't seen you since we met up at the mall." The teen slightly frowned at that, "Well, let's just say I've been busy. Bunch of classes and stuff." "Same," the teen ummed, like UA is awesome and all, but it's been brutal recently. "Oh? I saw you all react earlier." Izuku said in the nicest tone he could make. "What happened with your class? Is it your teacher?" "Well, it's our homeroom teacher." Kirishima admitted as he crossed his arms, "I don't know why, but he's been really pushing us recently. He says it's for the final exams, but he feels like..." He did a small shrug, "I don't know. It just feels like he wants to punish us." "I am in agreement." Ida chimed in, chopping the air at the same time, "Our teacher has been very strict as of late." He stopped chopping the air at this, the teen slightly looking down at this, "I do not know why, but he has been pushing us considerably. Several classmates have even been thinking of leaving." "Wow." Izuku muttered out, his frown growing before adding, "I'm sorry that's been happening to you all." Harry slightly leaned up at this, "Don't apologize for their teacher. Aizawa is like that with everyone." He crossed his arms at this, "Granted, I don't think I've heard of him going this far, but it's still like him." "You've had him too?" Harry shook his head, "No, but I heard enough about him in my first year." He then shined a small grin, "But let's stop talking about school. What else do you do, Midoriya? Surely this isn't the only charity we could try." Izuku blinked at this, only to start talking about the little odd jobs he would do sometimes at Feast. This was followed by a new conversation, Harry suggesting that they should make a chat and see if they could meet up again. And as this continued, Izuku had to admit that Harry was probably the nicest individual he had met from UA since Uraraka. Before they all knew it, another hour or so passed after this, the group then helping clean up most of the soup kitchen. As this happened, most of the students announced they had to leave early so they could get to the train, the people at Feast thanking them. This was followed by Uraraka telling Izuku one thing, "We should meet up again. I'll text you later." Yeah? Izuku replied as they both shook hands. "Yeah. Same with the rest of us." Harry added as he patted Izuku's shoulder. "That and I totally gotta have Mirio challenge you." "Oh, Izuku glanced away, his face slightly flushed as he muttered out, Why you don't have to do that." "Sure I do." Harry chuckled as he pointed to himself, "I'm his best friend, and I wouldn't be a good hero in training if I didn't recognize a good challenge." He patted Izuku again, "Cheer up, man. No need to keep a frown on your face." Izuku blinked up at the teen, the other hero students all smiling at the interaction. And as this happened, Izuku did a small nod back before saying, "Okay. Thanks, Harry." "No prob. I'm just being a good hero student and all." As those words hit Izuku's ears, before his brain could process what he was about to say, he asked, "What kind of hero are you trying to be?" "Who, me?" Harry pointed to himself, only for Izuku to nod. In response, Harry's grin grew as he replied, "Well, my best friend Mirio wants to be a hero that will save 1,000,000 lives, so I'm gonna save 1,000,001 as the laser hero, Cardiac." The whole group went slightly wide-eyed at this, mainly due to this being the first time they had heard of such a statement. In response, Kirishima let out a "so manly" cheer while the others nodded in agreement and Ida chopped the air. As for Izuku, he felt slightly elated, as he knew he wanted to be like that one day. A few minutes later, Izuku waved goodbye to the hero students, only to feel something shift in his pocket. Blinking for a second, he reached down and grabbed his phone, pulling it out and tapping it. There, the screen shifted to a message, showing one text had been sent from Nizu. "Nizu, good news young Midoriya. I made contact with Ryukyu and she's agreed to let you meet Eri tomorrow. I'll give you the details shortly." As the teen read the text, Izuku shined a big smile on his face. Today's been a good day, he thought as he walked beside his mother and Himiko, the teen putting away his phone a second later. And tomorrow might be better. It was here that his mother spoke up as she saw the smile on his face. "Something good happen?" "You could say that." Izuku replied as his grin grew, "Looks like things might be looking up." The sounds of keys clicking on a keyboard rang out as a certain silver-haired pro-hero stared at her laptop screen. Image after image appeared on the computer, her eyes scanning over each picture that went by. This was followed by her opening several text documents, the woman pausing for a second to sip a cup of coffee before getting back to work. "Spider-Man," she whispered as she continued to type, letters appearing on a document set as a report to the Hero Commission. The woman had to admit, the individual she had fought 2 days ago was not what she had been expecting. After that battle, she had reported to the commission president, the woman very angry that Sable had failed her duty, only for Sable to reveal to the president about Rose's interference. This was followed by a back and forth that Sable could only describe as irritatingly blank. Basically, the commission president had confirmed to Sable 2 things. First, Sable started by telling the president that based on what the hero had observed, Spider-Man could be recruited. She admitted the vigilante had a distinct talent, one that needed to be refined, but it was definitely a diamond in the rough. Unfortunately, this was turned down, as the president declared that if they recruited the vigilante, not only would the commission lose face if the truth got out, which it would eventually since they would have to at some point give the vigilante a license, but also that this truth could break their hold on the hero society. This honestly sounded ridiculous to the hero, but as she continued to talk to the commission president, she realized that it was pointless. Her boss seemed to have a distinct hatred for the vigilante, something Sable already knew about, but found it was possibly greater than she ever could imagine. But that was not all. Despite Sable's complaints about the issue, it was the second thing that was most worrisome. Turns out, the Kingpin has interest in the vigilante, and had told this to the commission president. This was all that she told Sable, but the hero knew better. It was blackmail, something the Kingpin was very good at. At least, in terms of what Sable knew about the man. The hero had offered to go after the villain several times, telling the president she could easily just kill the man, but it was always rejected. Despite how easy it was to insert a bullet into the man's head via sniper rifle, the Kingpin had many contingencies over the commission. This of course included more blackmail, certain deadman switch plans that would expose the commission if anything happened to the Kingpin, and a bunch of other things the villain would do that Sable couldn't even begin to imagine. In other words, the hero was stuck. And so, she stopped typing and saved her report before opening an online video. There, it showed the vigilante she had been hunting, this video being the one where he took on the villain called Mysterio. She watched as Spider-Man slightly bumbled his way through the fight, slowly figuring out how to beat the fishbowl-wearing man. The sight made her lean back in her chair, taking another sip of coffee before muttering, "It seems this will be more complicated than I thought." She put the cup down on the table, crossing her arms as she added, "Maybe." And before she could complete her thought, a small buzzing noise rang out in the room. Glancing down, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a phone, only to sigh as she saw who was calling. "Rose." She whispered before tapping the phone and putting it to her ear. Letting out a long deep breath, she responded with 4 words, "What do you want?" A long deep breath escaped a man's mouth as he stood in the middle of a large room. The man was huge, his form being one of pure raw muscle from the top of his bald head to the bottom of his feet. His fingers flexed themselves for a second as every nerve in his body tingled, his eyes closed as he cricked his neck. And as he exhaled another breath, he opened his eyes to see he was now surrounded by 30 men. They were all muscle-bound, most in fighting positions as they stared at the man in the middle of the room. Sweat poured down their faces as they stared, as they all knew what was about to happen. And with one more breath releasing itself from the man's mouth, he slowly yet firmly yelled, "Begin." "Get him," one of the 30 roared back, only for all the men to rush down the one in the middle. It had begun. "Come," the man in the middle of the room whispered, the first of the 30 reaching him a split second later. Only for a fist to slam into the man's face. Blaff, the first of the 30 yelped as they were sent flying back, their body crashing into 2 others. "Get the boss." Another yelled as 3 more leapt at the man in the middle of the room. "You're gonna lose today, Kingpin," another roared as they threw a punch at the large man. "Weaklings." Kingpin sighed as the 3 from before all leaped on top of the tall man, only for 2 giant muscled hands to grab 2 of their backs, the man flinging them off him a second later. One crashed into the man that had yelled their boss's name while another flew into 2 more thugs, only to be joined by the 3rd man that had leapt onto the Kingpin. This was followed by 3 more thugs slamming their bodies into the Kingpin's back, only to bounce off his giant muscular body. "Worthless." Kingpin growled as another thug leapt at the man, trying to do a kick to the Kingpin's head. But as they were about to strike, Kingpin's right hand grabbed the man's mid-air foot. The thug let out a scream as the hand squeezed the man's foot, crunching sounds ringing out through the whole room as some flinched at the noise. This was followed by Kingpin spinning around, swinging the man like a bat, knocking 5 more thugs away. He then threw the thug into a group of 3 more thugs, knocking them all out in one blow. "He's just one man. We can irk," one of them yelled, only to let out a wheeze as a giant hand suddenly grabbed the thug's neck, soon feeling Kingpin squeeze him like a squeaky toy. Seconds later, the man's body was flung across the room, knocking out 3 more thugs as he barreled into them like a ragdoll. And as this happened, a punch to the face caused another thug to go flying, crashing into the wall on the other side of the room without hitting anyone. This was followed by 3 more thugs all punching the Kingpin at the same time, all hitting his sides, only for one to get grabbed by the shirt and flung into another. The 3rd gasped at the sight, trying to backpedal as Kingpin spun around to face the thug, a resounding backslap smacking the thug's face before knocking him off into another wall. 20 men had fallen, and barely a minute had passed. The remaining 10 all backpedal and formed a circle around the towering man, the Kingpin cricking his neck at the sight. "Well?" he asked as his eyes glanced over each thug, seeing the utter fear in every single face. And as another second passed, one of them yelled, "Get M." All 10 charged at this, some leaping to tackle the man while others prepared to punch and kick. But as this happened, the Kingpin just stretched out his right arm and sweeped it around, instantly clotheslining 3 thugs. His arm came to a stop a split second later, all 3 flying off his arms as the other attacks hit the man's body. 3 bodies leapt onto the Kingpin, trying to topple him over as 3 punches and a kick smacked his frontal body. But the blows did nothing as he reached out and grabbed 2 that were hanging onto him and threw them into the other 4, knocking them over like bowling pins. He then grabbed the final man, yanking him off his body with a single stretch of the arm. The thug let out gasp, only for the Kingpin to release him and grab the thug's neck a second later. "Pathetic." Kingpin commented as he lifted the thug up, the man's face going blue as the Kingpin did the tiniest squeeze. Sighing at the sight, the Kingpin flicked his hand a second later, causing the man to crash into the rest of the down thugs. "Worthless. You're all worthless." Kingpin sighed as he walked over to the edge of the room, a new thug walking up and giving the man a towel. Kingpin took it and began to wipe his forehead, only to barely feel anything. Didn't even work up a sweat. He glared down at the thug that had just given him the towel. "Get rid of them. I want 40 new ones tomorrow." He leaned down at the thug at his next words, "and make sure they can actually fight." "Yes sir," the thug squeaked out as the Kingpin exited the room, the man glancing back at the knocked-out 30 thugs with a gulp going down his throat. And as the Kingpin entered another room, he walked up a nearby desk, glancing down to see a cell phone sitting there. Taking it in his hand, he tapped the screen a few times, only to put it to his ear a second later. This was followed by a voice coming through the device, the Kingpin growling as he said, "Report. And it better be good news." "Yes sir," a voice replied, "as you requested, I was able to get the deal on the shipments. I'll have them delivered to Hammerhead within the next week." "Good. And your other 2 assignments, Rose?" A small pause followed this, only for the Rose to respond, "I am sorry to say that neither have been accomplished. That being said, I do believe this time will be the end for Spider-Man." "Oh? And why is that?" Kingpin asked as he walked around the room and put the towel from earlier on a nearby rack. "Let's just say I believe I've predicted exactly where he'll go next." "Very well." Kingpin sighed as he walked to the other side of the room and opened a door, revealing it to be the entrance to a closet full of clothes. "And the girl?" "Still working on it. I have a lead, but based on the information I've been able to obtain, the girl is under Sir Nightie's protection. She's not at his agency, but he has moved her somewhere that none of my contacts have been able to find. A long pause followed this as the Kingpin stared at a rack of black and white suits, the man's eyes shifting between a few. And as he stared at the clothing, he let out a small hum before saying, "Fine. Continue your search. But know this, Rose." His hand began to slightly tighten around the phone as the tone of his voice lowered. "I will not allow a vigilante to interfere with any of my operations, even the decoys. And as for the girl, I must have her. That power she wields should not be wielded by any other. Understood?" And despite the low, dangerous tone ringing out of the man's voice, the Rose instantly replied, "Understood, sir. I will find her. And kill Spider-Man. Meanwhile. And that is another web cartridge done." Izuku commented to himself as he closed the square capsule in his hand. The teen was currently upside down in his room, his feet sticking to one strand of webbing that was dangling from the ceiling as he leaned over and put the cartridge down on his desk. "Looking good. Now I need to dash." "Hey Izuku, before you go yelped his mom as she opened his door, walking into the room before flinching at the sight of her upside-down son. Her face switched from a neutral expression to anger as she added, "Izuku, how many times have you told you to not do that ceiling hanging thing?" Izuku frowned at the scolding, the teen's eyes glancing back and forth for a second before responding, I think 3 times? "Izuku." Inko growled, crossing her arms at the same time. "Sorry." Izuku replied as his feet let go of the web strand, his body instantly flipping upright as he landed perfectly. "I was just dash." "I know." Inko interrupted, sighing at the same time, "I know you were trying out your quirk and." She shook her head for a second, "Sorry. I'm still getting used to that." "Sorry Mom." "It's fine." Inko took a deep breath next, closing her eyes for a second before saying, "Now, as I was saying before I walked into you doing that, I gotta go to the hospital. So, I need you to help Himiko before you leave to meet that little airy girl you told us about." "Okay." Izuku nodded, "I'll try to help. Not sure how much I can." "You'll be fine." Inko responded as the two walked out of Izuku's room. "Just remember to get home before it gets dark out, alright? Don't go on some Spider-Man vigilante crusade or something." "I will try not to. I am gonna have to be Spider-Man to meet Eri." "I know. I'm just worried is all." Inko sighed again as she shuffled up to the front door before glancing back at her son. "Just remember, don't go overboard. If you get in over your head, call the heroes." Izuku didn't respond with words for that one, instead just nodding again. His mother then gave him a small hug and kiss on the cheek before leaving, the son waving goodbye to the woman. A few minutes later, Himiko walked into the main room wearing a pair of red shorts and a pink sleeveless top, along with some sandals. "How do I look?" "Looks good?" Izuku replied in a very obvious unsure tone. He began scratching the back of his head at this. "Sorry, I'm not good at fashion." "Oh. Okay." Himiko glanced down at herself, scanning her new clothes over. "I think it looks cute." When are you supposed to meet the others?" Himiko looked back up at Izuku. "They said they'd be at mall by noon." Izuku turned his head to stare at a clock on the wall, seeing that was 2 hours from now. "I'm supposed to meet Eri a little after noon, so we should be good." He glanced back at Himiko. "We'll take the train. You cool with that?" "Sure." Himiko nodded, Izuku nodding as well before he went back into his room. Closing the door behind himself for a second, he glanced down and pulled up his shirt. There, he saw that his Spider-Man costume was under his shirt, same with lower part being under his pants. He then looked up and grabbed his mask that was sitting on the desk before equipping his web shooters, hiding them in the long-sleeve shirt he was wearing over his costume. He glanced back a second at the desk at this, seeing several notebooks lying there, along with his hoodie he usually wore. Biting his lip at this, he mentally said, "Since I don't know what my plans will be after meeting Eri, might be best to not wear the hoodie. I'll just keep some spare web cartridges in my pant pockets." Leaving his room a second later, he walked over to the front door, only to see Himiko shivering like a leaf. The sight made him slightly frown before asking, "Nervous?" Why yeah," the girl replied, a slight gulp going down her throat. "Sorry." Izuku shook his head. "Don't apologize. I'm the same way." She glanced up at him, her eyes widening as she watched the one she considered to be her only hero admit something so simple. Himiko wanted to respond to that, but after staying with the Midoriyas, she had found that Izuku really was like her, even if she couldn't believe it sometimes. As such, Izuku opened the front door, the duo soon leaving as Izuku closed and locked the frame behind him. 2 elbows laid down on a firm wooden desk as their owner let out a sigh. They slightly slumped over, their head in their hands as they stared down at the 2 papers below them. One paper was inside an open folder, which detailed a series of investigations over the vigilante known as Spiderman. The other was in a separate folder, which was the very small file on a certain girl named Eri. The paper had almost no information on the girl, just her suspected age, height, and the usually basic info taken from a medical exam at the hospital. The one staring at the paper was the dragoon hero, Ryukyu, who was releasing a long sigh out of her mouth as she took the other paper in hand. On it was several paragraphs over random sightings on the vigilante known as Spiderman. It mainly went over how he had suddenly appeared on the scene one day, only to take on villains that heroes should have been stopping. And as she read the file again, as she had already both folders in and out several times, she had to admit she wasn't a fan of the vigilante. Granted, she didn't usually have an opinion on vigilantism, but even she knew that the teenager, and it was very obvious Spiderman is a teenager, had no right to do the acts he had been doing. But that led her to stare at the other file. Within those few papers in that folder, it went over the little girl she had been taking care of the past week or so. When she was found and taken to the hospital, the hero soon found out that the girl had been malnourished, abused and basically taught nothing. Heck, she was surprised the girl could talk considering how little the girl knew about the world. And yet, this girl was somehow connected to Spiderman. The two cases couldn't be more distant, and yet somehow both knew each other. At the start, Ryukyu couldn't fully believe it. After all, even though Sir Night-Eye had told her that he found evidence of the vigilante at the crime scene where her and some other heroes saved Eri, there was no sign of him that night. Granted, Night-Eye's in turn confirmed to the others that he fought Spiderman, but wouldn't give many details. He barely talked at all about it, which Ryukyu suspected was because of Sir Night-Eye telling the intern to not say anything. The man loved his secrets too much. But then she had received that email. It was from Nizu, someone that she didn't really try to interact with that often, as it always led to trouble, but this was different. This time, Nizu had told her one thing: Spiderman wanted to meet Eri. Somehow, the principal of UA knew Spiderman, which shouldn't have surprised the hero when she started thinking about it, and now she was waiting at her agency building for the vigilante. Even now, she was thinking back about the call she made to Nizu, discussing why he wanted the vigilante to meet the little girl, only to find out that Spiderman had been wanting to meet her ever since that night to check up on her. It sounded nice. Almost too nice. Sighing again, her eyes turned to door of her office. Getting up, she walked out of the room and went to the guest quarters of the building, soon reaching a certain door. Creaking it open, she glanced inside and saw the girl known as Eri, who was still asleep. Seemed she was going to sleep in today, something Ryukyu missed doing sometimes. Closing the door back, the hero spun around and walked back to her office, her mouth opening as she voiced her thoughts. I hope this works. She then pulled out her phone, staring at a text message from Sir Night-Eye. The content was something that made her face form the biggest frown, as she knew it was about to get very complicated very quickly. And with one last glance back at the guest room door, she bit her lip as she whispered, I hope today goes well for you, Eri. She looked back down at the phone again, cause I have a bad feeling about this. Some time later, Ryukyu's bad feeling walked off the bus, a smile on his face as he remembered what he had just done. One train trip ago, he had dropped off Himiko with a few of the girls from Class 1A, the teen waving them off before getting on the train again. There, he rode for a good while before getting off himself, Izuku now walking up to the street where the Dragoon Heroes Agency building was. He stared up at the place, a large brown building with a banner showing off the hero on its front. So cool, he thought as he continued to stare, his smile growing before glancing around. But I can't just go in as Izuku Midoriya. Mr. Nizu said I shouldn't show Ryukyu my civilian identity due to my bounty. That last thought made his smile disappear. He still couldn't believe he had such a thing, especially since he was convinced that he had barely done anything as Spiderman despite so many others telling him otherwise. After seeing no one was really around, mainly just civilians walking the sidewalks, the teen turned to a building across the street from the agency and saw a small alleyway to its left. That'll do. Slowly walking over to the alleyway, he glanced around again, making sure no one was watching before turning invisible. While crawling up the building next, he quickly made his way to the top and while still invisible, switched to his Spider-Man costume before putting his regular clothes under his suit. Reminding himself that his web cartridges were in pant pockets, he switched them to a small pocket he had in his costume before checking his shooters. Looks good. Now, Mr. Nizu said I have to meet Ryukyu through her agency rooftop entrance. Looking back at the agency building, the teen fired a webline straight at the roof. Smiling at the sight, he tugged on the webline before attaching to the roof of the building he was on before smirking to himself, always wanted to try this. Let's see how good my balance is thanks to this spider quirk, he mentally chuckled before starting to walk on the webline, only to shine the biggest grin under his mask as he easily walked over the street on just a thin, barely visible webline. So cool. A few seconds later, he was on the agency building roof, the teen noticing a small entrance with a door. Walking up to it, he knocked on the door and waited a few seconds. The teen could feel a bundle of nerves racing up his back as he waited, knowing he was about to talk to a top 10 pro hero. It was so cool. Almost too cool, as he then facepalmed himself. You idiot. You forgot your hero autograph book, he mentally yelled at himself, only for attention to instantly be diverted. Creak. Removing his hand from his face, the sound of the door creaking open rang out, causing the vigilante to backpedal. A second later, his eyes went wide as he saw the number 9 hero, Ryukyu. The woman was just a bit above his height despite being several years older, and was wearing her traditional hero costume. He could feel a definite presence from her, not something that would trigger his spider sense, or any kind of killing intent, but rather a presence of strength. True strength, and not just normal power, but something more. This was a true pro hero before him. Hello. She slowly said, jolting Izuku back into reality as he now saw that she was scanning him over. The woman was wearing a slight frown, her unhidden eye narrowing as she looked Izuku over from top to bottom. Hi. Izuku squeaked out. Hi. She raised one eyebrow at this, her frown still there before she asked, so you're Spider-Man, yes? Izuku felt a lump go down his throat as he replied, why yes. A second of silence followed, only for her to say, I see. All right. She spun around and gestured to the teen, follow me. Blinking under his mask, the teen didn't move for a second before beginning to follow, soon closing the door behind himself as he entered the building. He then saw they were at the top of some stairs, the hero quickly making her way down. Staring at the sight for a second, the teen began to follow, whispering to himself, wow. So cool. One story down later, the hero opened a door and Izuku followed, only to find himself in a room that looked like a traditional Chinese layout in a distinct coloring of red. Decorations of golden dragons were on the pillars of the room, complete with a large desk that the hero quickly went around and sat down at. Following her, he made his way to another chair in front of the desk, only to see the hero nod to it. Sitting down, he glanced back up at the hero, his body almost flinching as he saw her stare at him for a second. It was like she was scanning him all over again, her gaze deepening before she spoke up, so it really is you. Even though you haven't shown your quirk or anything, I can tell. You're Spider-Man. That's me. Izuku squeaked out again. She did a small nod, relax, I'm not gonna do anything. She leaned back in her chair at this, though I will say, I do have some questions. For starters. She reached down and pulled out her phone a second later, quickly tapping it till it showed the text she had received from Nizu. How do you know Nizu? I had a feeling she was gonna start with that. Izuku thought as he stared at the phone. Last night, Nizu had told Izuku that he wasn't allowed to say anything about their mission against the Kingpin, as the HPSC has heroes and their sidekicks in their pockets, which meant they could be Kingpin's pockets too. Nizu assured Izuku that Ryukyu wasn't one of them, but that didn't mean her employees weren't. The teen had noticed that no one else was in the office, but that didn't mean no one was listening in. In other words, he had to be careful, which was something he would admit he was not good at. That's a long story. Izuku slowly replied, one well He was already messing up, and he knew it. Thankfully, Ryukyu had already caught on as she interrupted, don't. She let out a long sigh, putting a hand to her face and rubbing it, I can tell that you don't want to talk. If Nizu wants secrecy, he'll get it no matter what. That being said, there are still things I need to know. Her gaze switched back to the glare as she placed her phone down on her desk. I'll start with this instead, how do you know Eri? Izuku felt his mouth recover at this as he asked, is she here? Answer my question first. Well. Izuku leaned back in the chair, his mind going over that night. It was here that he realized he still didn't really have a story to tell. In fact, he could barely think of what to say again. And as his mind went over this, he went over just the beginning, the first encounter with the girl. Taking a second to collect his thoughts, the teen began. He told Ryukyu how it had been a chance encounter, one where he found her running down an alleyway. After that, he told her about the attack from Electro, the hero now taking out pencil and notepad as she wrote down the villain's name. And as she listened, her glare began to falter as he finished telling her about his encounter with the electric villain. But as that part ended, the teen suddenly clammed up. She could tell despite not being able to see his face that something was really wrong. Then well, I got into another fight, he slowly said after a few minutes of silence. Well. What's wrong, she asked, her glare now fully gone. There was a look of worry on her face now, the teen noticing this as he felt himself slightly soften as well. Well, Spider-Man, gasped a third voice, only for Izuku to feel something slam into him. Surprised his spider sense didn't go off, he glanced down to see a certain white-haired horned girl. She looked up at him with wide eyes. Is it really you? Eri? Izuku replied, the girl nodding back. He then smiled widely under his mask as he put his hand on her head. Hey there. I came to visit. Really? Izuku nodded back, that's right. He chuckled, only to feel her tighten her grip around his leg. Whoa! He then saw tears begin to form around her eyes as she whimpered out, I missed you. Oh. Izuku whispered out before leaning down and hugging her. I'm so sorry. Ryukyu watched the exchange with widened eyes. After all these days with Eri, she had never seen the girl express so much. It was like looking at a totally different individual. The sight just made her blink as the girl glanced up at Vigilante and asked, what happened? Why did you disappear like that? Well, that's Izuku tried to say, sorry about that. After what happened after you got knocked out, I couldn't just go back to you. But why not? They said they found me without you. Eri asked as she continued to cling to his leg. The teen chuckled as he patted her back before helping her readjust the hug. Well, let's just say I lost a fight after you got knocked out and well, after I saw that Ryukyu was going to save you instead, I decided to leave you with her. Izuku replied, Eri blinking at him as Ryukyu's eyes glanced between the two. She had a feeling there was still a lot left she didn't know. He then put a hand on her shoulder, only to hug the girl again. I'm sorry I left. Some stuff happened after you were knocked out, and well, I failed to help you. He released the hug and gave her a small bow. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Eri just stared at him, the girl now releasing her hug around his leg. She watched as the teen fully kneeled down and bowed to her, the girl blinking at the sight. That is, till she let out a, okay. I forgive you. She then hugged him again, the teen feeling the girl try to tighten her grip while doing so. Izuku could feel some water forming in his eyes at this, only for Eri to suddenly release the hug as she asked, can I show you my room? The teen slightly flinched at this. Eri turned to Ryukyu, can I? Izuku glanced back at the pro-hero, Ryukyu's eye going between Izuku and Eri. She had never seen the girl show this kind of initiative. Granted, she was still showing her usual frown, and her movements were still sluggish, but she was showing initiative. Shrugging a second later, Ryukyu gestured with her head to a nearby hallway while saying, go ahead. Eri tried to smile at that before tugging on Izuku's hand, follow me. Following the girl a second later, they went down a hallway before walking up to a door, Izuku opening it for her. There, he saw it was a basic bedroom with a nice big bed, some drawers filled with clothes and toys scattered across the room. Walking up to the bed, Eri hopped up on it while Izuku sat down beside her. As they did this, Ryukyu stayed just outside the room, almost closing the door before listening in. Izuku glanced around at this, only to look back down at the girl. So this is where you've been staying, huh? Eri nodded back, Izuku chuckling at the sight. Nice place. Eri looked away at this. Thanks. Ryukyu set it up for me? That was really nice of her. Yeah. Eri slowly replied, Izuku glancing down and seeing the still big frown on her face. I still don't get why she wants to help me, but she's been really nice. Well, that's what a hero does. Izuku chuckled, Eri glancing up at her at this. Izuku blinked as he saw the big frown appear on the girl's face. There was a hint of curiosity in that expression of hers, but he could tell that she didn't know what to say. It was like looking at a younger mirror of himself. Alone in the world, as you were something that others hated for something out of your control. The only difference was he had a bully hurt him while she had a villain hurt her. As such, he knew he had to switch subjects. Standing up, he then asked, say, wanna have some fun? Fun? Eri tilted her head at this, the teen grimacing at the response. Yeah, let me set something up for you. Izuku commented as he pointed his wrists to the ceiling. Eri watched as webbing shot out and stuck to the top of the room, the teen slowly making a webbing swing in the middle of the place. Chuckling at the sight, he spun around and lifted the little girl up, placing her on the swing as he pointed to the two makeshift webbing ropes. Hold on to these, alright? Okay. Eri whispered as her tiny hands grabbed hold of the webbing. And as he saw her tighten her small grip, Izuku smiled under the mask before giving her a slight push. The little girl gasped as she felt herself start to go back and forth, only to let out a wee as he continued to lightly push the swing. There we go. Fun, isn't it? Izuku chuckled as he continued to swing her, the girl trying to form a smile on her face as they did this for a few minutes. Yeah, Eri replied as she swung back and forth. And as the girl continued to have fun, a certain pro-hero's eyes stared into the ajar crack of the room's door. The sight made her smile, glad to see a spark of happiness in the girl that had been so reclusive and hidden ever since she first met her. A few minutes passed at this, Izuku soon letting her down as he sat back down on the girl's bed. He then glanced up at the clock Eri had in her room before looking back at the girl. So, what else do you want to do? Eri looked up at him, her smile trying to form slowly fading as she then whispered, well could I ask you something? Izuku nodded back, sure. Are you better now? Izuku tilted his head at this, what do you mean? Well she glanced away at this, the frown reappearing on her face, I know how you were last time we met. You know, with Mr. Lee and all. Right. Izuku felt himself flinch at that one. He had to admit, the girl cut like a knife, though she had a point. Last time he saw her was when Martin Lee died, then she got knocked out a little bit later before getting rescued by Ryukyu. And as that last memory went through his head, he patted the girl on the shoulder as he decided to be honest and say, I'm still recovering, but I'm okay. I'm sorry. Eri muttered, looking down at the same time. Izuku shook his head. Don't be. He then turned to glance around the room, seeing a few stuffed toys. Pointing his wrist at one, he fired a web line and tugged on it, slinging the toy into his hand before looking back at the girl, say, why don't we have some more fun? Eri blinked at him for a second before slowly nodding, okay. And so, another hour or two passed, the teen playing with the girl. Ryukyu watched as they did this, the two no longer talking about hurtful topics or memories, just a teen helping a little girl figure out what fun is. The sight made her smile, only for another hour to pass and Izuku saw the girl was starting to get tired. Knowing it was a little early to go to bed. And almost too late for a midday nap, the teen told her he had to get going. With that, Eri hugged him again as she whimpered out, I don't want you to go. Izuku could feel his heartstrings strain at that. He slowly gave her a hug back, I'm sorry, he said before whispering into her ear, don't worry, I'll come by another day. Until then, be good, okay? Okay. Thwip. The sound of a webline firing out of a web shooter rang out as a certain teen did a small diving swing across a four-way. Woohoo, he exclaimed as he completed the swing and fired another shot of webbing. It had been an hour ago since he had left Ryukyu's agency building, the teen feeling the wind hit his face as he swung around. I feel great, he thought as he swung down another block. And as continued to do this, he felt a buzz go off in his pocket. Glancing down, he pulled out his phone, seeing it was another text from Nizu. This time it was a list of locations, the teen blinking at it before seeing at the end of the text that Nizu wanted him to call as soon as possible. Guess I could do that right now. Izuku commented to himself as he adjusted his swing before landing on a nearby rooftop. There, he put the phone to his ear as he called the principal. A few rings later, a voice crackled through the device. Hello young Midoriya. Did you enjoy your time with young Eri? I did. Thanks for that. Izuku sat down at the edge of the rooftop. So that I saw that list you sent me. Indeed. Did you look up any of the locations? Izuku shook his head, no. I decided to call you first. I see. Very well. Give me 1 second here. Izuku could hear the sound of a lighter clicking before an exhale sounded out. Nizu started talking again a few seconds later, so, as with these locations, this is part of a new plan I have devised for you to use to fight the Kingpin. The teen blinked at that, what do you mean? Well, as you can probably tell, the last few let's say, missions I've had you done have resulted in nothing but traps. As such, I did some digging, and it seems a certain agent of Kingpin's is using these locations to catch vigilantes like you. Really? Oh yes. You see, every location, even the one where you chased down that semi you bugged, are all Hero Commission-owned places. As such, I found that one of the main Commission agents seems to be tasked in eliminating you. Izuku blanched at that. The Hero Commission was going that far for him. A small-time vigilante. No way, he thought, why would they go that far? I've barely done anything. Judging by your silence, you're probably a bit baffled. Well, yeah. I mean, why would they go that far? Because they wish to eliminate every threat, even the smallest ones. Oh. Yes. Oh. Nizu chuckled, the stoat leaning back in his office chair and taking another puff of smoke. After the past few conversations with the teen, he knew it was best to not compliment him, as it seemed to confuse the young man. Instead, he found the more sideways approach was needed. As such, I have a new plan. To start, I want you to scope out the final commission location that I originally wanted you to go for. Izuku opened his mouth to interrupt, but Nizu was quicker, I know what you're thinking. However, this time I want you to only scope it out. If anything seems fishy, do not engage, as it means it's just another trap, and we will not spring it. Okay, that sounds good. Izuku replied before glancing down at the phone, staring at the list of locations. And the rest of these? I'll tell you after you scope out the commission area. If something happens, I want the next plan to be as flexible as possible. Izuku shrugged at this. Alright. I get ya. I knew you would. Nizu chuckled. Now, when would you like to start? Izuku stared at the phone for a second, his mind going back to Eri as she had told him that he was her hero. Maybe that's all I need. Letting out a deep breath, he slowly replied, I'll do it tonight. Alright. I look forward to hearing from you soon. The principal instantly hung up, the teen blinking at the phone. Nizu always seemed to do this, always quick and to the point. As such, he put the phone away and began to start swinging again, his thoughts swirling as he passed down a block. Better get myself some supper first before hunting tonight. I'll delay going home till I'm done with this last location. He then fired another webline as memories of earlier went through his head. Eri. I'm glad you're alright. Here's hoping you have more happy days ahead. BZZT. BZZT. That was the sound of a phone vibrating as a somewhat short woman with sea green hair going down to her shoulders. She had a big smile on her face, complete with an orange bandana on her head. The rest of her costume was rather simple, a blue sleeveless shirt with puffy shorts, gloves, and boots. Her eyes shifted around as she felt the vibration go off in her pant pocket, the woman currently walking down a hallway filled with others. Good morning, Ms. Joke, a passing person said as they waved to the smiling woman. Here to see a patient? Yes, the pro-hero responded back, doing a small nod. She then saw the individual, who was a nurse, about to reply, only to shake her head. Don't worry, I know who I'm visiting. Alright. Good luck to you, the nurse replied before walking away, Ms. Joke glancing back at the medical worker for a second before fast walking to the end of the hall. She took a quick right next, slipping into a nearby hallway bathroom. There, she put her hand in her pant pocket and pulled out her phone, sighing as she saw she had just missed a call. Blast it. Doesn't he know this job is already hard enough without the constant updates? She growled, her grin disappearing as she tapped the phone a few times before putting it to her ear. What? Now, no need for anger. I was just calling for an update. I know, she groaned, rolling her eyes. Why don't you just leave the investigating to me? I'm going to check this hospital for that stupid girl and I'll tell you when I find her. Chameleon. Shut it, Rose, the shapeshifter hissed, their face starting to morph before going back to Ms. Joke. I'm already ticked off that I have to use my quirk like this. You know I hate impersonating heroes. It's the easiest way for you to get all the info. Those idiot doctors and nurses respect heroes too much to I know, she interrupted. I just hate it. Don't worry, I'll get it done. I know you will. I'm sorry. Rose replied, a second of silence following. Before he continued to speak, well, regardless of your hatred for the job, please update me when you can. I'm about to finish my other project, and if I can find the girl now, it'll fix everything. I know. Chameleon repeated, biting her lip for a second before asking, wait. What's the other project? And when she heard those next words come out of Rose's mouth, she knew he was grinning as he said, oh, just something I like to call, the end of Spider-Man. It had been just a little over an hour since Izuku had left Ryukyu's agency building. Since then, the teen had switched back to his regular clothes and got himself some supper at a nearby ramen place. After this, he decided to board the subway, as he knew he couldn't just go web-swinging on a full stomach, and the subway would be faster to get to his destination. Despite telling the teen where Ryukyu's agency building was, Nizu didn't seem to be considerate over the fact that the location he wanted Izuku to investigate was on the other side of the city from Ryukyu's place. As such, Izuku spent most of the time on the train staring at his phone, his eyes scanning over each area Nizu had sent him. The commission location Mr. Nizu sent me is part of a condemned district, mainly several abandoned buildings. Didn't know we had stuff like that around here. Then again, I found a lot more grimy alleyways than I thought I would while web swinging, he thought as he opened a browser and began staring at pictures of the location. All they showed was blurry, low-quality pictures of broken buildings. The street address Nizu had given him didn't even have a picture, just some pics of the nearby blocks. After a few more pics, he decided to put the other locations in the browser. The first one made him raise an eyebrow, only for him to put in two more, their locations also making him pause for a second. This is, he mentally said as he continued to put in more locations, Mr. Nizu wants me to investigate a pub, a car shop. Looks like there's a warehouse or two, that makes sense. But then there's a Chinese restaurant and a mattress store? Why would he want me to investigate that? The teen leaned back in the train chair, sighing as he put his phone away a second later. He let out a long breath as his mind went over the day, remembering how happy he was with Eri, trying to make her happy. It made him feel like a hero. Something he thought he would never feel like. You'll never be hero. You're just a worthless pebble. That is, till those old thoughts went through his head again. It was like a loop, a cycle that kept repeating over and over for the teen as he slumped over in that train chair. The smile that was trying to form on his face began to switch to a frown, only for him to shake his head. Don't think like that. I gotta stay positive, he thought before pulling out his phone again. His eyes just barely registered the device as he tapped it a few times, only to see he had gotten a text from Ochako. Uraraka Ochako, hey there. Himiko wanted us to tell you we'll be at the mall for a bit longer than we thought. That and we might go out and eat afterward. Izuku blinked at the text before responding, basically saying, okay, I'll tell my mom, before sending another text, this one to his mother. And as he did this, the train's announcer rang out, saying the next destination. Realizing that it was his stop, Izuku got up from the seat, sighing as he put his phone away. Well, here we go. I hope this time it goes well. I just hope Mr. Nizu is wrong about this. Man, today is a long one. Izuku thought as he landed on a rooftop, the teen now in costume as he slowly walked to the edge of the building. As he did this, he glanced up and saw the sun was still up in the sky. He had believed most of the day would be over now, as he had spent that time with Eri earlier and the long train ride, but it seemed time wasn't moving as fast as he thought. The teen then let out a small yawn as reached the edge before glancing down at his target. The building was about as basic as you could get. Essentially, it was a car garage, complete with a second floor that looked to have a room or two judging by the two windows he could see. He stared down at the two big garage doors, both closed with a thug standing in between. He was glancing around, looking like he was ready for something to happen. This is already starting to look like a trap. Izuku mentally told himself as he glanced up to the car garage's roof, the sight making him bite his lip. Now do I want to spring it, or just report to Mr. Nizu? Crossing his arms next, the teen's eyes went back down to the car garage, then the sides of the building before going to his small pocket he had made for his costume in case he didn't have his hoodie on. Inside was his phone, which had the text from Nizu telling him to just report it if it looked like a trap. And as he glanced back at the building again, the teen took in a deep breath before whispering, "Don't do it, Izuku. You lost to this guy's traps the past like 0.4 times now. Maybe I should just investigate and report back." He closed his eyes next, his mind repeating 3 words. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. 2 minutes later. And you did it. You moron. Izuku thought as he invisibly landed on the car garage's rooftop, the teen wall crawling down the side of the building before reaching a window just as his invisibility wore off. He quickly refilled his shooters before squinting his eyes at the sight inside, now seeing what he counted to be about 15 thugs, all of them working on a series of bikes. Note to self, look up trouble in the dictionary later and see if your face doesn't appear there, Izuku. The teen mentally insulted himself before pressing his fingers on the window, soon seeing it wouldn't open. No, that would make too much noise. If I want to beat what is probably a trap, I better do it quietly for once. The vigilante began to crawl on the side of the building at this, glancing around for any kind of entrance. And after another minute, he found his answer as he smiled at the sight. Another air duct. Nice. Slipping in with his wall crawling, the vigilante began to shift through the filter, soon reaching the other side. There, he saw he was just over a pair of thugs working on a bike, one under the vehicle while the other was handing the first some tools. Slowly removing the vent cover, the teen slipped into the building, slowly crawling onto the ceiling. Huh? It's just like when I found Tombstone's place. Don't recognize any of these guys, but I bet they would have liked his garage. Izuku thought as he stared at the thugs all doing their work. And as they did this, one of the garage doors opened up, just about everyone turning to the door as a semi-truck began to back into the place. The thug that was standing out front walked inside at this, yelling at the crew. "We're transferring tonight. How many are ready?" The thugs all started talking to each other, only for one of them to reply, "We only got 3 ready." "That's fine," the first thug responded before gesturing to the semi. "Hammerhead wants us to go slow anyways. Says the buyers he's trying to get are being stiff." "No kidding." Another thug spoke up as they began to push one of the cycles into the semi. "At least we're getting good pay." "True." The first thug sighed as he then gestured to a few others. Izuku watched as 3 thugs grabbed a few crates that were sitting in a corner and transported them to the semi. As they did this, a 4th walked over and checked another crate, Izuku squinting his eyes to see what was inside. More guns. Guess this is another smuggling operation. Is that all Hammerhead's guys do? Izuku mentally commented as he continued to watch from the ceiling. Despite how many eyes were moving around, he noticed that no one looked up. He was glad, as he knew continuing to be invisible would hurt his head. After a few more minutes, he watched as 5 thugs now enter the semi's back while loading the last crates and 3 motorcycles. The first thug then gave the rest a wave before heading to the front of the vehicle, soon hopping into the passenger seat. And that's a third of the thugs gone. That's convenient. That being said, the teen reached into his pocket and pulled out a spider tracer, the only one he had packed for the day since he didn't have his hoodie. I'll let them get away for now. Let's just clear this place out today. Putting the tracer in his web shooter, the teen fired the tiny spider onto the semi's bumper, the device instantly clinging onto the vehicle. Smiling at the sight, he then watched the semi start to move away before another thug closed the garage door. His eyes scanned the place next, blinking a few times as he watched most of the thugs get back to work. 9 criminals. He took a deep breath at that thought. Let's do this. The teen stared at the thugs, his mind registering each one. 2 were working on another bike, 3 more all going outside. Izuku watched them go, slowly following them across the ceiling to see them lighting up some cigarettes. A 4th soon joined them for the smoke break, Izuku smiling at the sight before looking back at the others. 2 were at a desk, both debating something while a lone thug walked over to another corner of crates. Okay, this should work. Izuku ceiling crawled over to the lone thug, the teen taking a deep breath before shooting out a web line onto the ceiling before holding onto the webbing. Squeezing the trigger, he slowly lowered himself off the ceiling, the teen now right above the lone thug. And with a bit of sparks flying off his right hand, he reached out and grabbed the thug's shoulder, zapping and knocking him out instantly. Good night. Izuku thought as he caught the thug as he began to fall over before climbing back up to the ceiling with the thug in one hand. One webbing cocoon later, he stuck the thug to the ceiling before glancing over at the rest of the thugs. None of them noticed. Good. The teen took a deep breath before crawling over to the thugs at the desk, one of them pulling out a bottle of whiskey and pouring 2 cups. And as they both took a drink, Izuku lowered himself on a web line. Adjusting himself so he was holding onto the webbing with his legs in an upside-down crossed pose, he grabbed both thugs with bioelectricity hands, zapping both. The 2 flopped over, about to smack the desk before Izuku yanked them, slowly their descents before silently laying them on the desk. Webbing came next, sticking both to the desk before glancing back at the 2 still working on the motorcycle. Just 2 more. Izuku thought as he crawled up to the ceiling again. He made his way over the 2, one working on the vehicle while the other took out a wrench from a nearby toolbox. The thug put the wrench back in a second later, only for webbing to hit the thug's hand, sticking him to the toolbox. What the umph, the thug muttered out before something smacked his mouth. Putting his other hand to his mouth, he now noticed there was a covering a webbing closing part of his face. What's wrong? The other thug replied as he glanced back, only to see the webbing on the thug's face. What the dash? Hey guys, said another voice above them, making both look up to see the vigilante known as Spiderman. He waved at them before grabbing both of their heads, always wanted to try this. With a swift motion, he smacked both thugs' heads into each other, knocking both out instantly. Nice. Another cocoon of webbing came next, sticking both to the motorcycle. And as he did this, Izuku turned to the door that the other 4 thugs had used to do their smoke break. Staring at it for a second, a bulb went off in the teen's head before walking over to the door and wall-crawling up the nearby wall and positioned himself above the door. Sticking to the wall with a smile on his face under the mask, he leaned over and knocked on the door. Hey guys. We got a problem. Izuku yelled, the door opening a second later. All 4 thugs squeezed through the frame, Izuku then pointing his web shooters at the group. What the heck? One of them yelped. Look! That webbing. Spiderman is here, another exclaimed as they pointed at the webbed-up thugs. You got that right? Izuku chuckled, the thugs all hearing the voice and spinning around. Thwip, 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 thwip. For globs of webbing smacked the thugs' feet, sticking them solid. A second later, webbing covered the rest of their bodies, instantly catching them all as they started yelling and squirming in the webbing. The teen hopped down next and zapped each one, knocking them all out. Grinning at the sight, he then watched the group slump over. And that's a wrap. Izuku laughed as he scanned the rest of the room, seeing all the thugs knocked out. The sight made him go wide-eyed, the utter shock of what he just did now hitting him. Wait, I did it. I really did it. Raising his hands up at this, the teen exclaiming, yes. He let out a long sigh of relief at this, the teen. Readjusting himself for a second before. Danger. Well done, said a voice as the teen felt his spider sense ring out. Izuku spun around at this, only to go wide-eyed as he saw a new figure appear in the car garage. In front of another door, this one on the other side from the garage doors. It was a man in a white suit with a purple rose on it while wearing a full head purple mask. The sight made Izuku go wide-eyed, jaw trying to drop underneath his mask. And as he saw the man stand there, the teen felt that order from Nizu ring out in his head. I know what you're thinking. However, this time I want you to only scope it out. If anything seems fishy, do not engage, as it means it's just another trap, and we will not spring it. Izuku's wide eyes now shrunk, the teen gulping as he thought one simple sentence, I just sprung the trap, didn't I? And now the rose is here. He bit his lip at this, another memory appearing in his head as he remembered a conversation he had with Nizu yesterday. Yesterday. The rose? Izuku asks as he leaned back in his room's desk chair, his hand holding his phone to his ear. He's after me? Why? I mean, I know he's one of the top commission underground hero agents, but you told me that Silver Sable is after me. She's more of a soldier compared to him. Within the device, Nizu begins to speak, you're not wrong, but there are two things you need to know. 1. I'm glad you know about the rose. Most individuals, even heroes employed by the commission, don't know about him. This is mainly due to his ranking, as in he makes sure he's not popular, but that's beside the point. Point is, he's not someone most know even exist. There was a slight pause as Izuku could hear the sound of a lighter clicking before the stoat let out a puff. Second, though there is no direct evidence, most underground heroes that deal with the commission also know the rumor involving the man. Rumor? Izuku tilted his head despite no one being able to see him doing so. What rumor? Before I answer that, I need to ask you about the first point I just made. How much do you know about the rose? Izuku blinked at the question before scanning his desk, soon pulling out an old notebook. Flipping through it, his eyes stared at several entries, all of them on heroes before stopping at an entry over the rose. Let's see. Known as the Masked Gentleman Hero, the rose, his quirk is a secret set by the Hero Commission. I suspect it's a kind of botany manipulation quirk based on what little I've found on the internet back when I took notes on him. Izuku flipped a few pages, stopping on an entry of the underground hero Eraserhead. He's like most underground heroes. I can never find much. Nizu slightly hummed at this, I suspected as much. You are correct about his quirk though. Really? Oh yes. Nizu chuckled at the excitement in Izuku's voice, only to take another puff of smoke. However, that is the only good news I can give you about the man. Why is that? Well, it is believed that the rose is the Kingpin's right-hand man. As those words hit the teen's ears, he instantly went wide-eyed as he yelped, What? I know. Nizu responded, cutting off the teen, if you're wondering, it's a rumor that has existed for several years, but never fully proven. But why? Izuku fumbled out, I mean, I know you told me that the corruption was bad, but I know. Nizu repeated, that is why I'm telling you this. It is to warn you of what you are about to do, and also it's why I will only have you investigate one last location owned by the Hero Commission. I believe it is these locations that are under his control, which in turn, have become traps for you. That's crazy. Izuku muttered, his mind going over all this new information. I mean, I can't believe Unfortunately, that is how things are. Nizu interrupted, the stoat putting his cigarette onto his desk's ashtray, and this is yet another reason why we must go after the Kingpin. And as those words hit Izuku, he fully slumped back in his chair. Wow. That's a lot. It's just the start. But don't worry, young Midoriya, the smile on Nizu's face could be heard as he said these next words, I believe you can do it. The present. Izuku continued to stare at the purple-masked man, the teen feeling a shiver go down his spine at the mere presence of the man. It was the second time he had encountered a Hero Commission agent, but this wasn't like when he was attacked by Silver Sable. There was no killing intent, no sudden violence. Nothing. Instead, the teen felt nothing. It was like nothing was going on around him, including the individual in front of him. Despite this, the rose just did a small gesture-like bow before speaking up, It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Spider-Man. I am from the Hero Commission. I am called the rose. Izuku interrupted, his body tensing up as he said those two words. The rose came to a stop at that, only to let out a chuckle, I see you've heard of me. Good. That makes things easier. He spun around at this, gesturing to the vigilante again, follow me. We have much to discuss. The man opened the door he had just came through at this, revealing a staircase. Walking up it next, Izuku blinked as his mind went over what was happening. He's asking me to follow him? Izuku mentally told himself before glancing around, staring at the knocked-out thugs. I mean, should I? Maybe I should just web up these guys in one package and deliver them to the police instead. Or I could You coming? Rose interrupted, the teen turning back to the man. The rose just chuckled again before adding, don't worry about these scum. I'll have the commission pick them up and put them in jail. Though. He put his hand on his chest pocket, pulling out a small rose, if you consider running right now, I will have to try and catch you. You do have a bounty with the Hero Commission after all. Izuku blinked at that, feeling himself slightly lean back as he heard those words. Nizu had told him that the Rose would use that as a cover to catch Izuku, something that the teen knew he couldn't get around. And as his mind went over that fact, he took a deep breath and began to follow the man. The two went up to the building's second floor, Izuku soon seeing it was just a room for the staircase and one other very large room. In fact, the second room was just a big wooden and brick-walled area with 2 windows and a large light in the middle of the room. Shadows covered all 4 corners, the light slightly dim as the darkness could easily hide anything. Despite this, there was basically nothing in the room, as if it was designed that way. Here we go. The Rose chuckled as he closed the room's door behind Spiderman, fiddling with the rose in his pocket. Next, the man let out an exhale before continuing, now, on to business. Izuku stared directly at the man, both expressions hidden by their masks as Izuku asked, business? Indeed. After all, you are very important to my business as a hero for the commission. The Rose replied, his tone showing a slight chuckle, you are a high-priority target, one that has made many panic due to your effect on society. Effect? But I'm just a vigilante. The Rose leaned back at this, as if he was surprised before continuing, I see. It seems the situation is. Never mind. The man shook his head before adding, if that's what you think, I'll just move on to the more important part. You see, it's my job to hunt you down for the commission. But I honestly prefer getting answers out of you first. As such, I'll be completely straight up and honest with you. Why are you targeting Hero Commission-owned sites? Izuku continued to stare at the man, his mind going over the question. What do I do here? I mean, he's a hero. Granted, Mr. Nizu said he's dirty and works for the Kingpin. But I can't fight a hero. That's not why I'm a vigilante. He bit his lip at that though. Then again, if I say the wrong thing, he'll probably attack me. Especially if he's after Mr. Nizu as well. But if I don't say anything. It'll probably end the same way. The teen's eyes shifted to the windows. I could probably get away. But then he would just release those thugs downstairs and dash. Well? Izuku felt himself flinch at the one-word question. He had honestly been so lost in thought that he didn't realize how many seconds had passed. And as he tried to think of an answer, the Rose reached for the rose on his chest pocket. Seeing this, Izuku felt his spider sense begin to ring, as if it knew something bad was about to happen. Taking a small breath, he began to reply, well. I'm trying to stop certain crimes. Oh? The Rose paused his hand over the flower, and why would you be doing that? I have my reasons. Izuku responded as he felt his spider sense continue to barely ring. Something was wrong, he just knew it. And I believe you are lying. The Rose instantly replied, his fingers now touching the tip of the rose on his chest pocket, I will give you one last chance. Tell me why you are attacking the Hero Commission. Izuku felt himself freeze up at this. The tingling in his head was still happening, but he knew he couldn't say anything. Nizu had told him to try to keep everything under wraps. After all, if the connection between Izuku and Nizu was found out, it could mean the end of his path into UA. And with another second passing, his spider sense still ringing in his head, Izuku made his decision. I won't fight you. I don't fight heroes. He then pointed his wrist at the hero, but I'm not telling you a thing. I see. The Rose replied as he touched the rose on his shirt, then you must die. Danger. Izuku went wide-eyed as his spider sense flared at this. He spun around and pointed his web shooters at the windows, about to fire a web line to yank himself out of the room. Only for 2 walls of vines to appear, blocking both windows. What the dash? Danger. BLAM. The teen reflexively shifted his head as a bullet zipped past him. He spun around to see that in one of the 4 shadow-filled corners of the room, a silver-colored pistol was now shining in the darkness. This was followed by a second one as both began to fire a volley of bullets. BLAM. 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 10 bullets flew across the room, the teen instantly letting his reflexes kick in. And as the tiny metal barrage began, the vigilante started to cartwheel before doing a few flips, dodging each and every bullet. BLAM. That is, till the 12th bullet came. This one went straight for the vigilante's head, ready to pierce the brain. But as it began its journey, Izuku fully ducked down, dodging the bullet as it flew over the teen and right for the rose. And as it traveled, the man merely snapped his fingers before a wall of thorns instantly spawned in front of him. The bullet smacked the vines, cutting through the foliage, but their path was now diverged by the vines, sending the bullet into the wall behind the rose. Silver. Watch it. The Rose yelled behind his thorny shield. Shut up. Silver Sable roared back as she dashed out of the shadowy corner. The silver-haired woman's eyes glowed blue at this, her body quickly shifting at high speed as she instantly reloaded both of her guns. And as she did this, Izuku saw her approach, gasping at the sight as she began to fire at him again. Blam. 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 4 bullets came for the teen, Izuku quickly flipping back as he dodged them all. And as the 4th exited the barrel, the teen's spider sense guided him as he pointed his wrist at the woman. Her eyes had stopped glowing at this moment as 2 weblins shot out of the teen's web shooters. Thwip. Thwip. Both weblins hit the woman's guns, only for both to be yanked away a split second later. The 2 weapons went flying across the room, smacking another wall just as Izuku landed from another flip. And as this happened, Silver Sable just let out a growl before pulling out 2 knives in each hand and threw them straight for the teen's head. Danger. Izuku cartwheeled again, dodging both blades as they flew across the room and into the rose's vine wall. And as they hit, Silver threw a 3rd knife, Izuku finishing his cartwheel before sidestepping, evading the weapon. But as he did this, his spider sense rang out again. Silver's eyes shined blue, only for her to suddenly appear in front of the teen. What the dash? Thwack. A foot smacked Izuku in the face, only for 2 fists to slam his stomach. This was followed by 3 rapid punches to his face, the 3rd making him stumble back. And as this happened, Silver's eyes stopped glowing as she moved another punch, Izuku's spider sense screaming at this. He lifted a palm, ready to catch the punch, only for Silver to pull back. Seeing this, the teen saw her spin around, raising her foot to kick his face again, making the teen duck under the attack. He followed with 2 thrown punches at the woman, only for her backpedal, evading both with ease. Izuku then pointed his wrists downward, firing off globs of webbing as they smacked the floor. 2. Instantly struck Silver's feet, making her slightly flinch as she realized she couldn't move. And as this happened, Izuku opened his hand into a palm as electricity flowing around it as he reached out to grab her shoulder. I don't want to fight a hero, so I'll just knock her out. He thought as he was just about to touch her. Danger. Whack. Bluff. Izuku yelped as something instantly smacked his face, almost knocking him off his feet. And as he stumbled from the blow, Silver pulled out another knife and cut the webbing. As this happened, Izuku regained his balance, only to a long vine instantly shoot out, this one headed straight for the teen's head. Ducking under this, he was met with a knife now flying toward him, causing him to roll to the side, evading both attacks. But as he did this, his spider sense screamed at him again, only for another vine to appear, this one moving out of the vine walls that were covering the windows. Izuku quickly began to flip around at this, dodging 3 more vines as Silver stared at the sight before turning her head away. She zipped across the room at this, quickly grabbing the 2 guns that had been thrown away by Izuku's webbing. And as she recovered the weapons, Izuku dodged under vine, only for them to stop coming. They both turned to see the vine wall the Rose had created to protect himself was gone, the man standing in the back of the room as he glanced over at Silver. Well? Aren't you going to thank me? Shut up or I'll put this next bullet in your skull. Silver growled as spun around to face Spider-Man again. She pointed both guns at him, the vigilante quickly switching to a spider-like fighting stance as he bent over. Blam. 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 4 bullets fired out of the dual pistols, Izuku quickly side-flipping to dodge each one. They flew by the vigilante, each almost grazing the teen as he continued to flip around. And as this happened, he fired 2 more weblins, ready to strike the guns, only for Silver's eyes to glow. She quickly began to accelerate, dodging both bits of webbing before firing again, 2 more bullets going for the vigilante. But as this happened, her eyes stopped glowing as the bullets left the barrels, Izuku spinning and evading both with ease. Blasted little dash, Silver growled as she heard her guns click, only for 2 more weblins to appear on the guns. She felt Izuku try to yank the weapons away, only for her to pull back. But as she did this, the yank from the teen was too much, causing her to gasp as he slung both away again. Ha! Gotcha! Izuku cheered as he did this, now you can't bluff. He let out a yelp as his spider sense warned him too late as a vine smacked his face, knocking the teen back. And as this happened, a foot slammed into Izuku's stomach next, knocking the wind out of the teen. Ugh, he yelped before 2 more punches smacked Izuku's face, the teen stumbling back at the blow. Silver moved a 3rd punch at this, only for Izuku's spider sense to scream at him, causing him to reflexively lift up a palm dot and catch the punch. Zap! Yah! The woman yelled as she felt the electricity surge into her, causing her to reflexively pull away. But as she tried to do this, Izuku held onto her fist, the electricity continuing to zap her. Can't let go. Izuku thought as he tried to keep his grip. The teen's eyes were blurry right now, his form trying to get his breath back as he felt winded from all the blows he had just been hit with. Danger. Thwack. Blaff. Izuku yelped as another vine slammed into his face, this blow knocking him over. His back smacked the floor as he released his grip on Silver at the same time, the woman stumbling back for a second. And as she did this, she saw what had happened, her eyes instantly glowing blue at this. Within a split second, her body accelerated, quickly reloading one of her guns before zipping over to the vigilante. And with a firm move, she pushed her right foot onto the teen's stomach, pinning him to the floor. Izuku felt his body try to release a breath of air at the push, his vision slightly swirling as he looked up at the woman. Her eyes were filled with fire, killing intent pouring out of her as she moved her gun to point it at the teen's head. This is the end for you. May you find peace in the next life. Meanwhile, Nizu was in his office at UA, the stoat letting out a long puff. Despite the students being gone for the day, the school was also where the stoat did his main agency hero duties. It had a full setup that allowed him to do just about anything. That and half his staff would usually be at the school anyways. UA was designed from the bottom up to be a hero school, but it was also Nizu's main center for everything he did as a hero. As such, the stoat was currently staring at his office computer, typing away at the keyboard. He was looking over the current grades of second and third years, the stoat knowing they had less than 4 weeks before the finals, and he needed to figure out something. But as he did this, his office door suddenly opened, the stoat's beady eyes glancing over at the individual rudely walking in without even knocking or announcing themselves. He knew who it would be though. For the individual was a tall, scraggly man wearing a long gray scarf around his upper body and a look of pure eye-twitching anger on his face. Aizawa. Nizu chuckled as he closed the documents on his computer before turning to the man now standing on the opposite of the desk. Seeing this, he put his paws in a temple-like gesture as he asked, "Why are you here on what is obviously not a school day?" "I'm here to save my class." Aizawa instantly responded, his voice sour and filled with disdain. "Save your class? Whatever do you mean?" Aizawa replied by reaching into his scarf and pulling out a stack of papers. He slammed them down on the desk, the man leaning over at this as he growled at the stoat, "These are the current essays for Class 1A. "Oh?" Nizu took the top one, only to see the grade on it. It wasn't great, and the stoat glanced over and saw the next few had similar scores. "I see. This is unusual for UA students. Do we know why the grades are like this?" Aizawa grinded his teeth at this. "You know exactly why." "I don't." Nizu instantly countered, his beady eyes glaring up at the man. "I told you before, Aizawa, I won't let you torment your students because you're upset about my decisions on your class." "I'm not tormenting my students. I'm preparing them for being heroes." "You were tormenting them." Nizu repeated, the stoat's eye softening as replied, "You're a good teacher when it comes to making sure the student take their studies seriously, but I won't let you go that far." Listen Nizu, I need control of the class. I need them to realize that heroics isn't a joke." "I know you do." Nizu responded while taking out a cigarette, the stoat lighting it with a quick flick of his lighter. "However, I also believe that the students needed a break. They can't go full throttle all the time like you do." But nothing. Besides, this isn't what you want, is it?" Aizawa stopped at that. The stoat was staring at him now, an almost casual expression on the principal's face. It was something that really ticked Aizawa off at times. But he knew what it meant. It meant Nizu was going to get his way, even if Aizawa did everything he could to prevent it. And this time, Aizawa knew he had too. Letting out a long sigh, Aizawa said a few words you would never regularly hear him say, "You're right." "Oh?" Nizu tilted his head at this, a smirk about to appear on his face. You're right. I was going too far." Aizawa repeated while glancing away for just a second before glaring back at the stoat. "Listen. I want the expelling privileges, and Bakugo. I need both in order for my class to work. And I told you before, you're not getting either." Nizu responded while letting out a puff of smoke. "You may have your expelling privileges back if your students pass the finals, but Bakugo is off the table." Aizawa's glare grew as he replied, "And I'm fine with the finals deal. I can fix that if I have control of the class. However, I need Bakugo. He's the closest to a pusher as I'm going to get." "And I told you," Nizu let out a puff into Aizawa's face, making the man flinch. "No." Aizawa growled at this, slamming his fist onto the desk. "Nizu, I need him. He's the best student I've had in years, and you're wasting him away in general services. He has the right to be a hero, unlike that vigilante snot, Midoriya." Nizu leaned back in his chair at this, and I'll say it again, no. After all, did you not hear Inko Midoriya's testimony over the boy and how he tormented her son? Aizawa let out a loud groan. That was the ravings of a biased parent. Naomasa confirmed she was telling the truth. And Aldra confirmed she was lying. Aizawa instantly countered, "Listen Nizu, I need that kid." "No." Nizu put the cigarette in a nearby ashtray. "You need Spiderman, which is something I'm currently working on getting you. And as that name entered Aizawa's ears, his teeth began to grind. His eye twitched at the mere mention of the one that had constantly made his life miserable recently. And with a hiss, he responded, "No, I don't. I don't need some arrogant, lazy delinquent that can barely function. What that kid needs is therapy. And I say he doesn't need such a thing." Nizu crossed his arms at this. "I say that I believe Spider-Man has the potential to become the greatest student we'll ever have here at UA, perhaps even surpassing All Might." As Aizawa heard those words, he felt his stomach twist in a knot. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You can't be serious," he spat as the hero watched his boss just glare up at him. I believe in Izuku Midoriya. I've seen what he can do, what power he wields. And the potential that is within him." Nizu replied, uncrossing his arms as his beady eyes stared directly into Aizawa's. "He will help me defeat the Kingpin, and he will join your class and become a great hero. A hero that UA will be proud of, and a shining example of what others should strive for." And as those words hit Aizawa's ears, his mind told him one thing: this was pointless. He wasn't going to get his way today. He wasn't going to get his full control of his class today. Today was a failure for Shoyuta Aizawa. But it wasn't over. "You're wrong." Aizawa growled as he stood up straight, his usual slouched demeanor completely gone as he said his next words. "You're going to kill that kid and ruin my class just so you can spite me. I am not Dash. I won't allow it." Aizawa interrupted, the stoat glaring back at him, but the man continued to talk. "I'll gladly go along with your deal over the finals, but I'm taking control back of my class whether you like it or not. That, and I will get Bakugo back from you. As for Izuku Midoriya, or Spider-Man as you like to call him," the man took the papers and shoved them back in his scarf before glaring at the stoat one more time. "You're going to regret not listening to me. I know exactly what that kid is." He shoved the last paper into the scarf as he declared his conclusions. "He's just an arrogant, delinquent snot, and even if his story about receiving a quirk from a spider of all things is true, he has no right to the quirk or being a hero." He shook his head at this. "No, he deserves to be shut down now and put into therapy. Otherwise, you're just going to get him killed by the Kingpin. This is the end for you. May you find peace in the next life." Those were about to be the last words Izuku ever heard. His spider sense was screaming at him at this, his mind going slightly blank as it was still trying to get over getting the wind knocked out of him. His body could move, but his nerves were concentrating on the pain of the foot currently square on his chest at the moment. The one known as Spider-Man was pinned down, and was about to be out. But as this happened, Izuku's blurry eyes began to see something else. He saw that himself and Silver were directly under the only light in the room. And as Silver rested her finger on the trigger, spider sense still blaring in his head, the teen let his reflexes take control. Thwip! What the dash? With a flick of the wrist, Izuku fired a glob of webbing at the only light in the building. It was still daytime outside, the sun still shining, but thanks to the vines covering the windows, the room now sunk into total darkness. Seeing this, Silver blinked for a second before pushing her finger down on the trigger, only to feel something. Zap! H, she screamed as Izuku quickly grabbed her leg with his other hand, zapping her at the same time. Her body lit up as electricity surged through it, the Rose seeing the woman light up for a second. He followed this by summoning a vine to strike the vigilante, only for Izuku to move his hand upward, lifting the woman off the teen. She instantly fell back, her body slamming into the floor before Izuku spun, dodging the vine at the same time. Quickly scrambling back to his feet, the teen turned to where the Rose was, remembering that the man hadn't moved since the start of the fight. Thwip! 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 What the heck? Rose yelped as webbing covered his body, the man just now remembering he had removed his previous vine wall shield, the webbing now sticking him to the wall behind him. He glanced back into the darkness-filled room. Silver, do something. A groan came out next, signifying the woman was still reeling from the electricity blow, making the purple-masked man sigh, useless woman. Seems I'll have to fix this myself. Growling for a second, the Rose summoned a volley of vines to appear around himself, instantly cutting the webbing. But as this happened, the vines over the window shrunk down, disappearing a moment later. And as the sun's light shone into the room, the Rose went wide-eyed as he realized what this meant. Glancing back at the room, he saw Izuku turn to the window and fire 2 weblins. No! But it was too late. With a quick yank, Izuku slingshot himself at one of the windows, instantly smashing through the glass. A wall of vines covered the window a second later, but it was no use. The attack had missed its mark. As for the vigilante, Izuku quickly started web-swinging, trying to run away as fast as possible. He had escaped the trap, and knew he wanted to get as far away as possible. That is, till Silver walked up to the other window and fired 2 bullets. Blam. Smash. The first bullet shattered the window instantly, turning it into a mess of glass. But then the second bullet came out of the barrel. Blam. The tiny metal object flew out of the now open window, zipping through the air in a straight line. And as it continued to fly, it spun as it flew over one building, then two. Ugh. And then it grazed Spider-Man's shoulder. The teen let out a scream as he felt the blow hit him. His hands instantly lost grip, his spider sense blaring as his nerves now throbbed in pain. And before he could react, his body smacked a roof, the teen tumbling on it before hitting the building's edge and falling off a second later. A scream could be heard coming out of his mouth at this as his body fell 2 stories, this whole form smacking the alleyway concrete a second later. Ugh. He hummed as he felt the pain consume him, the teen shaking at the damage he had just endured. He tried to open his eyes at this, as they had closed after getting grazed by the bullet. His shoulder was still bleeding, and the pain kept getting worse. Danger. His spider sense was also still flaring, still screaming at the vigilante. In fact, it was thing that was keeping Izuku from blacking out. And as this happened, the 2 heroes that were trying to kill the vigilante exited the building they were just fighting in. Both had yelled at each other for a minute before Silver declared she would be going after the vigilante, saying she knew he couldn't get away. And as she began to run down the alleyways, searching for the teen, he continued to lay there in the alleyway. Well, Izuku, looks like it's another failure, he thought as he laid there. I just can't get a break. Heck, I can get any of it right as Spider-Man. He felt another surge of pain at this, making him tense up as he opened his eyes. Trying to glance around, he now saw that he was at the end of an alleyway with his stomach on the ground, his back exposed to the world. His shoulder was screaming in pain, and the teen had one of his eyes twitching due to the pain. Feeling the aches and damage, the teen continued to lay there, letting out a few groans. Can't move. Feels strange, pain everywhere, he thought, only for his spider sense to blare again. Guess I'm still in trouble. He then turned his head, feeling a slight tinge of pain doing that as he stared at his injured shoulder. Come on, healing thing in my new spider quirk, do your job. Heal me. I need to dash. Danger. Oh. Izuku mentally said as his spider sense ramped up its alerts. Knowing that meant danger was just around the corner, the teen tried to move but felt the pain again. Okay. That's not gonna work. If that's the case. Closing his eyes next, the teen let out a long breath and turned invisible. A second later, Silver Sable appeared in the alleyway, her gun by her side as she ran down the slim concrete street. Izuku could hear her footsteps as he laid there, still invisible with his eyes closed as she walked up beside him, her eyes glancing around before sprinting away. And as she did this, Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. His invisibility stayed for a few seconds more at this before vanishing, the teen reappearing into the world. And as this happened, Izuku began to try and stand up, only to slightly slump over. Slowly shifting into a sitting position, the teen sank onto the nearby alleyway wall, letting out a groan of pain. Guess my luck hasn't ran out just yet, he mentally told himself before letting out another sigh. He glanced up and saw the sun was still shining, meaning there was still some part of the day left. Just rest a bit, Izuku. Just rest a little bit. He closed his eyes and stayed there for what seemed like days, but it was only a little over an hour. Silver Sable never returned, which was a great relief for the teen. And as he sat there, he felt his healing slowly fix the bullet graze. And after a few more minutes, he slowly stood up, gasping for a second before standing completely up. Despite sitting there, no one had come by. No one had really appeared for some time, something Izuku knew he wasn't going to complain about. However, he also saw that the day was slowly ending, the sun going to soon set. As this happened, Izuku glanced down at his vigilante costume, biting his lip for a second before nodding to himself. Time for Spider-Man to stop for the day. Let's switch back to Izuku Midoriya. Glancing around a bit to make sure no one was watching, the teen switching to his clothes under his costume, putting himself back into his civilian self. It was a bit reassuring, though he was still in unbelievable pain. And yet, he felt like he could keep going. Guess the spider powers were more than he thought as he began to walk down the streets of the city. He soon entered a more bustling area filled with people as he made his way to a train station. There, he took a ride back to Mizurufu, sighing as he left the train. All in all, Izuku knew the day was a bust. Granted, he loved the fact that he had gotten to play with Eri today, but the rest had not gone well. As such, he was now walking down another bit of sidewalk, his face showing the largest frown as he continued to shift back and forth. He felt pain in every step, his body aching as he kept his mind on his spider sense, ready to be warned of anything. The teen knew he was being paranoid, Silver Sable and the Rose were long gone now, but he felt he didn't have a choice. Today just didn't work out. Gotta get home. Then I'll tell Mr. Nizu I failed. Again, he sadly thought as he crossed a street and onto another sidewalk. He flinched slightly as he felt a tinge of pain surge from the bullet graze from earlier. Even with his healing working overtime, it felt like a million needles piercing his body. Granted, this is the first time he had actually been hit by a bullet, this one being a graze, but it still hurt like crazy. And as he continued to walk, his feet slightly stumbling as he took a right, the teen's face started to show less of a frown and more just an expression of pain. He was tired. Very, very tired. Wonder if real heroes ever feel like this? I know All Might never would, but his thoughts muddled out a second later as he thought back to what had just happened. Then again, All Might doesn't have to fight other heroes. As the thought of his favorite hero rang out through his head, the teen continued to stare at the streets ahead of him. Despite him wanting to think about how All Might would tell him to never give up or something of that nature, he felt like today wasn't that day. I'm still so weak. If only I was stronger. Izuku thought instead as he went over another crossing, sighing to himself as he continued down a sidewalk, if only. His thoughts came to a stop as the same words that always haunted him came next. You'll never be hero. You're just a worthless pebble. Listen here, loser, if you really want to be hero. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Yeah, that sounds about right for a Deku like me, he thought as he took a right, this time walking down an alleyway. No matter what I do, nothing ever works out. And as another sigh exited his mouth, he flinched again as he felt the earlier bullet graze still sting his body. He wanted to rub where it was, but his body told him no. Only for his brain to chime in instead. For in that moment, it happened. Danger. His spider sense had gone off. The teen froze at this, ready to cut into a sprint at a moment's notice if it was Silver Sable. Ready to run if it was Villain. But then he heard it. The voice was behind him, probably just a few feet. And it was a voice he knew very well. It was a voice that he had heard all his life, and it was saying one singular word. Deku. My name is Katsuki Bakugo, and I'm destined to become the greatest hero that ever lived. It began when I was 4, or more specifically, when I got my quirk. I call it Explosion. It allows me to secrete nitroglycerin like sweat from my hands, and it's the coolest, greatest, most awesome quirk to ever exist. As soon as I got it, I knew I was destined for greater things. I was born better than everyone else. No one could ever touch me. But then I met him, Deku. Deku is a pathetic, weak, piece of gutter trash garbage freak loser that thinks he can be a hero. And he's quirkless. In other words, he's useless. He'll never amount to anything, he'll never be anything, and he'll never accomplish anything. That's the fate of a quirkless. They're worthless from the moment they're born to the moment their worthless life ends. So why is he a problem? It's simple really. You see, when someone with an awesome quirk like mine is born, people will follow you. They'll worship you, as they know you're better than them. That's what happened in preschool, elementary, and middle school. The kids would flock around me, following me wherever I went and did whatever I told them to. And they should, because I was born better than them. I'm stronger than them. But that also gives you new problems. You see, when people flock to you, they flock to you because you're better than them. Or more importantly, because you're strong. And I'm the strongest there is. I'll never, ever be weak. My quirk lets me be the greatest, and that means I'm the strongest too. That is, till that day. I was playing hero and leading a bunch of extras along with Deku into a forest. I was showing them how awesome I was, how stronger I was to them and how I would become the greatest there is. And while I was doing that, we reached a log over a creek, and we paraded over it. It was supposed to be another moment of greatness, one showing how I was the leader and the best. But as I walked over the creek, my foot slipped. I was just 4 at the time, and it made me let out a weak yelp. A second later, my head hit the bottom of the creek. It sounds painful, and that's because it was. I hated it, and it made me want to cry. But then I heard it. Everyone on the log above me, talking about how I wouldn't cry, how strong and awesome I am and that I would instantly recover. They knew I was better, and they said I had to show it. It was so painful. But they said I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't be weak. And then it happened. Deku appeared before me, having jumped down to help me. I had hit my head and Deku of all people, tried to help me. To save me. He jumped down into the stream and stretched out his hand. And I saw nothing but compassion and worry on his face. It reminded me of All Might. That quirkless loser. A piece of quirkless trash that's lesser than a pebble. Reminded me of All Might. It made me look so weak. And I hated it. I hated it so much. This weakling, this pathetic loser, this worthless extra, tried to help me. He tried to save me. Someone that useless. A quirkless freak who will never accomplish anything, tried to help me. Helped me in my moment of weakness. How could he possibly do that? How could someone so worthless do that? And yet he did. And it reminded me of All Might. I'll never forget that moment. Why? Because I'll never ever forgive him for making me look weak. The present. Deku. Bakugo snarled as he stared at Izuku Midoriya's back. He had been hunting him for days, waiting to meet the teen alone ever since his run-in with Izuku Midoriya. The meeting had ticked Bakugo off. He couldn't believe that nervous, anxious hag actually told him off. But he had taken the telling off with stride. After all, she wasn't his target. His target was Deku. Deku, the worthless loser, had started interfering with his life again. No matter how many times Bakugo made sure Deku wouldn't interfere. Somehow, Deku always found a way to come back. And as Izuku spun around, Bakugo's eyes slightly narrowed at the sight. He hadn't seen the teen in some time, and he did not look well. Izuku's eyes were hazy and low, his breath heavy, and he looked like he was already in pain, as he was slightly clutching his arm. Granted, he didn't really see any sort of injuries on the teen as he scanned him over, but the sight was enough to make him angry. Furious even. After all, it was Deku, and despite the obvious pain the teen was in, the sight of the worthless loser just offended him more. As for Izuku, his mind began to race as he stared at the spiky-haired blonde. It had been a while since he saw Bakugo for him as well, and the sight was well, it was the same as always. Same spiky hair, slouched cocky appearance, the usual scowl on his face, and anger seething out of his expression. A low growl came next through gritted teeth while little explosions popped in the teen's hands. But it wasn't just the usual look of the teen that unnerved Izuku. It was the glare that poured out a dose of killing intent that even the teen's spider sense was picking up. Danger. In other words, his spider sense knew that Izuku was in danger, and Izuku knew this was only the beginning when Bakugo looked like this. The look meant one thing: Bakugo was angry at Izuku. Granted, the teen had no idea why. He knew that ever since he had failed to get into UA, Izuku had basically been taken out of Bakugo's life. But it seemed that wasn't the case here, and despite his spider sense ringing out, the teen slowly opened his mouth and said, hello, Kaken. Been a while. Deku. Bakugo repeated, a bigger explosion now popping off one of his palms. The sight made Izuku flinch, his whole body shivering as he glanced down at the boom before looking back up at the teen. Seeing the fear in Izuku's eyes, Bakugo's scowl somehow grew as he hissed out, been looking for you. Been looking for you for a long time. That made Izuku's eyes go wide. Looking for me? Why? His mind said as he heard those words, only for him to say his previous thoughts out loud, looking for me. Why are you dash? Shut up! Bakugo suddenly yelled, making Izuku's mouth stop moving. The teen began to move again at this, the explosion still popping in his hands as started to get closer. You know what you did to me, and you dare ask me why? Huh? I haven't done anything to you. Izuku sputtered out, his eyes rapidly blinking before feeling his spider sense ring out, causing him to clutch his head for a second. Stop ringing. I'm already in pain, and I don't need dash. You're going to pay for what you've done to me. Bakugo growled as he got closer, his feet loudly tapping the sidewalk as Izuku stopped grabbing his head and glanced back up at the incoming teen. He saw the fury on Bakugo's face, one he hadn't seen in a while. Bakugo was beyond angry, and the killing intent he was pouring off proved it. The sight made Izuku start to backpedal, his arm clutching his wounded arm again as he stared at the approaching teen. What is he talking about? I haven't seen him since Aldera. What did I do to him? The past. My name is Katsuki Bakugo, and ever since I got my quirk, I knew what I was destined to become. I was destined to be the greatest hero that ever existed. So great, the world would forget about All Might. Heck, he would be written out of the history books because I was so great. But in order to become that hero, I had to have an origin story. The best origin story. So, that meant I had to go to the greatest hero school of all, UA. And so, I did. I went through middle school and took the UA entrance exam and got first place. It was easy. Heck, it was a joke. All I had to do was blow up a bunch of robots. They were nothing to my quirk. They were just stepping stones to my greatness. Felt great though. Loved using my quirk to show everyone how awesome I am. And as I finally got into that school, I found that once again, nothing had changed. School was still school. I was once again stuck in a room full of extras, all of them losers that aren't even worth remembering their names. Heck, the teacher was an even bigger loser. He was this hobo who supposedly was a hero, but there's no way. He's not on the charts like the rest. Must be some kind of weird UA thing. Whatever. The first day was boring. Basically, our homeroom teacher had us do a bunch of boring quirk tests. I got second place. I was initially mad, but as I watched what ultimately came in first, I had a feeling it was just a fluke. It was this ponytail girl named something. She could make any object, which let her cheat on a bunch of the tests. I'll easily surpass her. Heck, I won't even have to try. As for third place, which I was hoping would be someone that could maybe challenge me, is this half-and-half looking moron. He has ice powers and uses them a lot. And he's in pain half the time while using him. Another loser, just like the rest, even though he does look kinda familiar. Heck, the whole class was boring. All their quirks were inferior, and some of them had the most stupid faces I've ever seen. It was weird though. None of them seemed to flock to me and I don't know why. I showed all of them how awesome my quirk is. Then again, when the test started, the hobo teacher threatened to expel someone, so maybe they were too scared to pay attention. Figures for a bunch of extras. But it was the second day that actually surprised me. The second day of UA. Bakugo leaned back in his desk, his usual scowl on his face. His homeroom teacher was rambling on about something, the man's name now Hobo-sensei in the teen's mind. Part of him wanted to just close his eyes and fall asleep, as Bakugo knew that whatever the class had in store for him, he would ace it no problem. As such, he let out a long sigh before watching the teacher finish talking and walk out of the room. And as this happened, the students began to gossip, all talking about who the teacher for the next class was going to be. The sight made Bakugo roll his eyes, seeing how excited they were. That is, till he heard that voice. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. It was someone he had heard thousands of times through the television as a kid, making the scowl-wearing teen look up to see his hero, All Might, enter the room. And for the first time since he had gotten to UA, the teen smiled. The smile was small, and most would think it some kind of odd smirk, but it was a smile. Welcome to Foundational Heroics, everyone. To start today, we will be doing. The giant smiling hero pulled out a small card that had the word battle on it. The trial dot of battle. Finally. Bakugo whispered under his breath as the rest of the class began cheering. This was followed by All Might pressing a button that presented a wall of cases before telling the class to suit up and meet him at the training grounds. All Might then pranced out of the room, the sight making most of the class chuckle. A second later, Tenya Ida stood up and went to the front of the class while doing an arm-chopping motion. Everyone, let's line up and dash. Out of my way, Four Eyes. Bakugo growled as he got up and pushed Tenya aside, the teen slightly stumbling as the rest of the class slightly flinched at the sight. The teen grabbed his case first and stormed out of the room, grumbling under his breath. Everyone else just stared at the door that Bakugo vanished behind, only for Tenya to let out a small cough before beginning to pass out the cases. Several minutes later, Bakugo found himself in front of All Might, smirking as he had gotten to the training ground first. He saw that the hero was reviewing some notes, making Bakugo let out a TCH before slumping over to the side of the room. It was here that he saw the rest of the class walk in. They were in all different kinds of outfits, most over the top while others were very conservative. The sight disgusted him. They all looked so lame, like a bunch of extras. TCH. Bakugo growled as the last student walked in. It seems everyone is here. All Might commented before taking out a small box. He told the class to all take a ball out of it, as he was going to have them all participate in random teams. After asking why they were doing that and one of the classmates answering, Bakugo found himself teaming up with Ida. Great. Stuck with Four Eyes. As if this day couldn't get any more annoying. Bakugo thought as All Might announced that Bakugo would be part of the first battle. Tenya then tried to talk to Bakugo, only for the teen to shove him aside as he began his walk into the battleground. A few minutes later, he was standing in front of a so-called weapon, as he and Ida had been chosen to be the villains of the exercise. Well, it seems you and I will be partners here. Now, I know you have been being very rude. Ida started. Shut up. Bakugo spat, making Ida flinch for a second as Bakugo just scowled at him. The teen walked up to the engine-legged boy next, leaning up to his face as his scowl somehow grew. Listen here, Four Eyes. I'm not cooperating with you, and I don't care about whatever you're going to say. You dash. Shut it. Bakugo growled before spinning around and stomping away. You're going to stay here and protect the weapon or whatever while I go beat up those extras. Now hang on. Time is up. Heroes, begin your mission. All Might suddenly announced from the building's speaker system. Finally. Bakugo hissed before blasting his palms, pushing him across the room. Slamming through the door in front of him, he found himself in a staircase, the boy quickly leaping down. He zipped around the building, glancing around for his targets. It only took him a minute till he found them, the students known as Ochako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama. The two gasped as they saw Bakugo appear, Ochako yelling, "Stay back," as Bakugo charged, instantly getting across the room. This was followed by Uraraka moving a palm at the blonde, only for Bakugo to easily duck under her attack before slamming an explosion onto her stomach. She let out a yelp of pain at this, only for Bakugo to grab her face and blast it as well. A muffled scream rang out as she fell back from the blow, only for her to move both hands at Bakugo at this. But as this happened, Bakugo easily sidestepped her attack before grabbing one of her arms, firing an explosion on it, only to then grab the top of her before slamming a knee into her stomach. Spit flew out of her mouth as this happened, Bakugo then firing several explosions into her chest a second later. And as a fourth explosion smacked her stomach, she flopped over, her whole body crumpling under the blows. Bakugo then spun around, glaring at the other hero student as he just stared at the sight. Yuga Aoyama was shivering, his whole body shaking like a leaf as he watched Bakugo slowly walk up to him as explosions popped out of both of his hands. Worthless extras. Bakugo hissed as he got closer, tears now starting to appear in Aoyama's eyes. Bakugo lifted his hands next, more powerful explosions popping out of them as Aoyama started to backpedal. And as he got closer, Aoyama clenched his teeth and moved his body forward, a beam of light coming out of his navel a second later. But as this happened, Bakugo just sidestepped the laser with pure ease before dashing at Aoyama, instantly grabbing the teen's face and slamming several explosions all over Aoyama's chest. Screams of pain began to ring out of this, Bakugo grinning as he continued to blast the student until enough. This exercise is over, the speaker system screeched, causing Bakugo to come to a stop. Ha! Bakugo muttered out, letting go of Aoyama as the student just flopped over, squirming as he laid on the floor. Bakugo then looked up at the ceiling, soon finding one of the building's cameras and yelled, "What do you mean it's over? I was just getting started." "No, it's over," said a voice behind the teen, making Bakugo almost jump in shock before slowly spinning around. There, he saw his idol, the greatest hero of all, All Might. And he was not happy. All Might? Bakugo almost whispered as he saw the large frown on the hero's face. "This exercise is over, young Bakugo," the hero said in the sternest voice Bakugo had ever heard. "You went too far. No hero should have done what you just did." And as Bakugo heard that, his eyes went wide, and his jaw was ready to drop to the floor. Instead, his mouth began to move. "What are you talking about?" Bakugo screeched at All Might, spit flying out of his mouth. He then pointed at the two students, recovery girls' medbots now putting them in stretchers. "Look at what I did. I was just doing what you would do." "What I would do?" All Might growled, a bead of pressure coming off the man. Bakugo felt himself flinch at this, only for his face to straighten back into his usual scowl. "Yeah." He pointed at the hero, spit still sputtering out of him. "I was being a real hero, just like you. You beat villains to a pulp every day. I was just doing what you do, beating them till they can't move anymore." And as those words left the teen's mouth, Bakugo's face switched from a scowl to a grin, confidence now showing from his answer. But as he kept that smile, All Might's eyes just shrunk as he leaned down and continued to glare at the teen. "Beating others like that is not what makes me a hero, young Bakugo." Another pulse of pressure poured off the man at this, making Bakugo backpedal as the hero added, "What you did wasn't acting like a hero at all. And you will be getting a failing grade for this." That was the first time in my entire life I failed at something. I couldn't believe it. It made me sick to my stomach. All Might, the All Might, saying I wasn't acting like a hero? I was acting just like him. I went in and beat the villains to a pulp, just like he does. That's what he does. He beats all the villains, saves the day, and the world worships him 'cause he's the strongest. That's how the number one hero is. That's how it's always been. Heroes only matter because of All Might. And yet he gave me a failing grade. I couldn't stand it. So I swore I would succeed in everything at UA. Make even greater grades than All Might did when he was at UA. I won't follow his footsteps. I'll show him that I'm so superior that he'll start following mine. The present. "Yeah!" Izuku yelped as his back smacked a building wall. Bakugo had grabbed the teen, firing off an explosion before yanking and shoving Izuku into a nearby alleyway. The motion was instant, Izuku unable to dodge as he felt Bakugo then slam his palm into his stomach, creating another explosion that made the teen let out a cry of pain. "You worthless little loser." Bakugo hissed as he grabbed Izuku's collar next before shoving him into the wall again. "You seriously thought I wouldn't figure it out? Wadash. Shut up." Boom. AAA irk. Izuku tried to scream before Bakugo slammed a palm over the teen's mouth, the tiny sounds of popping ringing out as Bakugo pushed Izuku further into the building wall. The blonde then leaned up to Izuku's face, hissing and snarling as continued to push the teen. "Shut it. And don't you dare think of screaming, you little weakling. You seriously thought you could try to ruin my life, my origin story, and get away with it?" Bakugo pushed the teen again, Izuku wincing as Bakugo continued to speak. "I wasted over a decade putting you in your place, and you still think you can ruin my life? Well, I'm about to show you dash. Stop it." Izuku suddenly yelled, pushing his body forward. His enhanced spider strength was on full display at this moment, shoving Bakugo back as the two collided for a second. Bakugo then backpedaled, his angry expression faltering for just a second, only to come to a stop. Izuku let out a series of rapid, haggard breaths at this. Pain was surging everywhere on his body now, his nerves firing on all cylinders as his eyes twitched as he stared at Bakugo. The spiky-haired teen's expression switched back to fury, killing intent pouring out of him again as explosions popped on both of his hands. "Oh, you are gonna pay for that!" Bakugo roared as he moved his right hand at the teen. Danger! Reflexes kicking in, Izuku quickly sidestepped, dodging the attack before ducking under a second swing from Bakugo's left hand. This was followed by two more swipes, Izuku backpedaling to dodge each. And as this happened, Bakugo let out a snarl, figures the quirkless weakling can still run away like usual. "Stop this Kaken, I don't dash. Don't call me that." Bakugo screeched as he charged at Izuku, moving both arms at the teen. Spider sense screaming at him, Izuku started to shuffle left and right, dodging two attacks before a third slammed into the teen's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. "Oof!" Izuku ummed, only to let out a "ugh" as a second explosion smacked his face. This was followed by a third, only for Izuku to duck under it. Spider sense now guiding him, Izuku spun around the teen, Bakugo losing sight of him in that split second. This was followed by Bakugo spinning around, explosions firing every second as he blasted everything around him. But as he did this, Izuku just backpedaled, dodging every attack. "What the dash?" Bakugo muttered out as he saw Izuku suddenly dance around every blow. "Listen Kaken, I don't know dash. I told you to not call me that." Bakugo screeched as he charged at Izuku, the teen starting to backpedal again. But as he did this, pain flared in his right arm, the still bullet graze stinging every nerve. Izuku clutched his arm at this, only to see an explosion coming straight for his face. Spider reflexes kicking in again, the teen sidestepped the attack before dodging two more blasts, only to feel his back hit something. It was the alleyway wall, his spider sense now screaming at him to start climbing the wall to get away. But Izuku didn't do that, as the pain flared again. And as it did this, Bakugo reached the teen. "Urk!" Izuku felt Bakugo grab his collar, pulling it upward as his other hand starting popping with explosions. And as the other hand started to go for Izuku's face, the teen muttered out, "LL listen. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't done anything to you. Promise. Shut up. Don't you dare lie to me." Bakugo screamed before lunging his free, explosion-filled hand, Rayura. The past. The UA Sports Festival. They say it's the single most watched event ever, even more popular than the Olympics. Of course it is. It's where true heroes are shown to the world, and I will be on the top of the podium. I am Katsuki Bakugo, and I am the winner of this year's first-year class UA Sports Festival. But if I'm honest, the festival was a bust. It was the most boring thing in the world. To start, the first event was some stupid race, which I won without even trying. Even that pathetic Endeavor wannabe, half and half, who everyone said would win, was nothing compared to me and my awesome quirk. Same with the second event, a stupid teamwork exercise that was so pointless, I don't even remember who I teamed up with. Red hair and I don't know. It was the third event that I was waiting for, the fighting tournament. After all, the greatest heroes are fighters. The true heroes are the ones that fight villains. That's all that matters. But that was a bust too. Turns out, all the classes are filled with weaklings and extras, just like middle school and elementary. All sheep and no wolves. That's not to say I didn't mind having the crowd see how awesome I am. After all, I told them from the start that I was going to win, and they saw me do it. I showed the world that I was the best, and they should only look at me. Too bad the fights weren't perfect for just that. To start, I had to fight round cheeks again. Like last time, she rushed at me with that same expression. It made me so angry to see that. That expression of I don't know. It just reminds me of All Might. Why would some extra like her remind me of him? As for her plan for trying to beat me, she lifted a ton of pebbles and tried to fling them at me with her quirk. It was easy to counter. Heck, I didn't even try, only for her to still stand after doing that. And that's when she showed me that expression again. That never give up look, the one that makes me so angry. I hate it when people look like that in front of me. Don't they realize they'll never beat me? Why won't they just give up and accept they're nothing but extras? And so, I charged at her, dodged a swipe of her hands, and blasted her stomach with a few minor explosions. And as I did this, that teacher, the Midnight or whatever, the one that looks like a HKR, started whining that I was too rough. What a joke. If they're that weak, they shouldn't be here. It was the same with the next two fights. Orange Ponytail was simple. I just charged at her, toughed up through her giant hands, then blasted her face a few times. She was out and bleeding within seconds, only for HKR teacher to whine, saying I was too rough. So, I threw Orange Ponytail out of the arena. The next fight was even easier. It was this eyebags guy with a villain brainwash quirk. It was what All Might would call a 1-2 smash with this loser. I just charged in, ignored all the insults he was trying to say, which were all pathetic compared to what I would say, and then blasted him off the arena. I literally popped him like twice and he fell over. What a weakling. Though the HKR teacher said I was still too rough with him. No idea why. He was a weakling, and had a villain quirk. He shouldn't be here. And then there was the finale. It was icy hot. Or half and half. Or dot something. Turns out, he's Endeavor's spawn, which is why he looked so familiar. However, the apple fell far from the tree. I was hoping he would give me a good match, but all he did was fire a bunch of ice pillars, which my quirk tore apart with ease. After that, I just tackled him, blasted him a few times, then got called out for being too violent before throwing him out of the arena. Once again, it was too easy. It's like I didn't have to try. But then they chained me to a post in the award ceremony, saying I was too violent and angry, or whatever. Even All Might, who gave me the medal, said I went too far. Again. What the heck? I was just replicating what he would do. Whatever. At least the crowd saw how awesome I was. Granted, they were usually booing, but that's because my fights were too easy. I couldn't even really show my true strength against such weak extras. But I won. And that's all that matters. The present. Boom. 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 That was the sounds of explosion after explosion hitting Izuku's already injured shoulder, making the teen scream in pain. However, his screams were muffled, as Bakugo pushed the teen up against the wall with one palm covering Izuku's mouth while the other did the damage. As such, an explosion flared onto Izuku's stomach, making Izuku's eyes go wide in pain. I know it was you. Bakugo roared as he did yet another explosion, Izuku screaming into Bakugo's palm. Izuku's spider sense was screeching at this, the teen trying to move despite just how much pain he was feeling. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. He was sure he was seconds from blacking out, only for the explosions to keep him awake as Bakugo continued to pound away at him. And after a few more blasts, Bakugo leaned up and released Izuku's mouth as he hissed, "Tell me how you did it. How did a quirkless freak like you get in contact with UA? How?" Izuku's right eye started twitching as he tried to respond, his mouth shivering and shaking as he muttered out, I have no idea dash. Don't lie to me. Bakugo roared as move another explosion into Izuku's stomach. The boy let out a glob of blood out of his mouth at this, the liquid splattering all over Bakugo's face. Ugh. You little dash. He then grabbed Izuku's collar and shoulder threw him into the concrete, Izuku's body smacking the pavement shoulder first. Specifically, the injured one, causing him to wince and flinch in pain. This was followed by Bakugo wiping his own face before leaning down and grabbing Izuku's collar again, yanking him back up. Kaken, I'm serious. I don't dash. Don't call me that. Bakugo growled before smacking his forehead onto Izuku's, his eyes showing a fire filled with hatred as he added, You somehow ratted to that stupid gerbil that runs UA, telling him that I'm somehow too violent. The last words spat out like they were covered in venom. What a load of bull. I'm the greatest hero, and yet you convinced him that I'm not. I didn't dash. You did. Bakugo screamed as he pushed Izuku into the wall again, the teen letting out a yelp of pain. Seeing this, Bakugo let out an explosion on the bleeding shoulder, making Izuku cry out again. And as the pain surged through Izuku's body, his brain trying to keep him from blacking out, the teen just slumped over in Bakugo's grip. Seeing this, Bakugo slammed another explosion into Izuku's stomach, waking the teen up as he let out another yelp. And you're going to pay Deku. A little over a week and a half ago. Principal Nizu wants to speak with you this morning before regular classes start. That was what Hobo-sensei had said before making me leave the classroom. Why did the principal see me this early in the day? It better be me moving up in the school, 'cause it's too early for this garbage. Not sure how long it took, as the school is like a maze sometimes, but I soon reached the principal's office. Knocking on the door, I heard a stupid cheerful voice telling him to come inside. I opened the door, only to glance in first, soon seeing the principal behind his desk. Greetings young Bakugo. The weird gerbil thing said as it pointed to a chair in front of the desk, please, take a seat. I'm currently getting some tea going, though I suspect you're not a tea drinker. I didn't respond to that as I walked over and slumped down in the chair, my eyes glancing around the room. Everything was fancy looking. Like some rich snot's place. After a few more minutes of that, I looked. Back at the what is it, a rat of something? Whatever. Point is, I stared at him with my usual glare, hoping he would get on with it already. I want to go back to class and start some heroics. It's the only fun class we have. Instead, he just sat there and continued to make some tea. And after making me wait even more, he just sipped a few times with a tiny cup before staring back at him with his tiny, beady eyes. The sight was unnerving. I don't know why, but it was. That is, till he started speaking, "Thank you for waiting." He let out a small chuckle next, only to take another sip before adding, "Now, you're probably wondering why I asked for you to come to my office on this fine morning. Yet I am." I slowly replied. "I see." The dog thing chuckled again before putting the teacup down. He then stared directly at me, and I could feel something coming off of him. It was weird. Like, it was some kind of intimidation thing. Not sure what it was, but it was powerful. It made me almost flinch before starting talking again. "I'm glad you don't mind me getting to the point. We'll start with something simple. Due to recent circumstances, along with certain evidence that has both been provided to me and investigated by me, as of today, you will no longer be in the heroics course." What? That was all I could say or even do. I'm pretty sure my eyes were wide at that, but I had no idea. The little furball just shined a grin at this before saying, "I understand your confusion, but you see." He then reached into his desk and pulled out what looked like a folder. "We here at UA are very lax about our how you say, profiling of students. This is because unlike most schools, we try to give all kinds of opportunities here. We've had plenty of students that if not for their age, would be considered to be villains due to their records, still be students and graduate to become heroes thanks to this system." The principal then folded his paws at this, glaring straight at me as he said his next words. "However, that doesn't mean we don't take students' past seriously. We do, and due to recent developments." I could feel a tingle in my brain as he said these next words, "That includes you, young Bakugo." And as he said that, I knew exactly how to respond. "What are you talking about? I haven't done anything wrong." The gerbil shined that grin again. "We both know that's not true." I opened my mouth, but he flashed a paw at me, and before you say anything, whatever you say won't change a thing. Tiny pops began to ring out on my palms, only for the principal to just keep smiling as I growled, "I haven't done anything wrong." "You have," he replied, "even if you believe you haven't. That's why I'm sending you to general services. You dash. And if you're wondering why, it's because of your time at Aldera." He interrupted me, his eyes somehow, and I really don't get how he did this, started to shrink and squint, more precisely, "your time as a bully." That final word hit my brain at this, and nothing more. Bully? Me? I'm not a bully. I'm a hero. I'm destined to become the greatest hero that ever existed. And he calls me a bully? Why? I never bullied anyone. I just showed them their place. That's not bullying, that's. And then my brain hit exactly what I was looking for. The cause of why this was happening. Regularly, I would start screaming at the rat, telling him off and how he had no right to do this. I mean, I'm Katsuki Bakugo. I'm a big deal. I'm destined to become the greatest hero that has ever lived. But then it hit me. I knew exactly why this was happening the moment he said that. There's only one person that would try to ruin my origin story after all. Granted, I'm not sure what the hamster thing said after that. All I knew was two things. 1, I was no longer in heroics. That won't do. I'm destined to become the greatest hero to ever exist. I was born better than everyone else, with an even better quirk, and a greater purpose than any of those extras. I will become the greatest hero that ever existed. And 2, it was all Deku's fault. The present. I swear it. I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku muttered out, his mouth dripping blood as Bakugo fired another explosion in the teen's chest, making Izuku wince and spit up another bit of blood. The teen's eyes were watery, one rapidly blinking while his body was slightly limp as Bakugo continued to push him into the wall. Pathetic. Bakugo hissed before tightening his grip on Izuku's collar. Now, tell me the truth. Did you, or did you not talk to the UA principal? I. Izuku sputtered, his eyes half watery as his vision began to spiral in and out of consciousness. And as Bakugo began to pop another explosion in his palm, Izuku's spider sense told him one thing, talk. I know him. I've talked to Mr. Nizu. Izuku almost whispered, only to see Bakugo ready to attack him again. Wait. Why should I? You're trying to ruin my life. Boom. Ugh. Izuku yelped as an explosion hit him, only for Bakugo grab his collar again. Yanking him up to his face, Bakugo let out a snarl. I'm done talking. Bakugo hissed, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to call UA, you're going to tell them that I should be in heroics, and then. Izuku could swear he could see skulls in Bakugo's eyes as he said these next words, you're going to take my advice from back then. You're going to take a swan dive off a roof, and pray for a quirk in the next life. He then pushed Izuku back into the alley wall, making Izuku yelp in pain as he whispered, got it? I'll call Mr. Nizu, and tell him. Izuku sputtered, only to feel another explosion to his gut. Speak up, you quirkless trash. Bakugo roared as he smacked another explosion on the teen. After letting out another yelp of pain, Izuku continued to speak, I swear I'll call and get you back into heroics. Izuku whispered out, lips shivering and shaking as he said his next words, and then I'll take a swan dive? Bakugo growled as he leaned his head up to the teen, their foreheads about to touch. Well, I'll do it. I swear I'll. And then it happened. All hope had been lost in the teen. All Izuku Midoriya's life, he wanted to be a hero. That's all he wanted. He had been born quirkless. He had been born without powers in a world filled with them. As such, he tried to use his mind to advance in that world. But it didn't work. UA rejected his mind, his only weapon at the time. However, fate had other means, as a certain spider entered his life and bit him, giving him the power he had wanted for so long. A power that led him into becoming the vigilante known as Spiderman, one that went out to beat villains and save lives. He had finally obtained what he had wanted and started to become a true hero. But that was all for naught. For in that moment, the world had caught up to him in the shape of one Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo had always been there, in the back of the teen's mind. He was always looming, telling the teen how useless he was, how unfortunate his life was, and how Izuku Midoriya had no right to exist. He had no right to be anything more than useless. Worthless, useless, nothingness. A Deku. And in that moment, Izuku said those words. I'll take a swan dive off a roof. Izuku's body smacked the ground next, his form limping over as Bakugo stood over him. Gone was the scowl, the anger, the hatred, and the overwhelming killing intent from the teen. Instead, it showed a smile. Bakugo had got what he wanted. He finally had his way back into the hero course. All it took was finding Deku. Good. Bakugo chuckled before moving his foot into Izuku's limp body, making the teen flinch. Bakugo then stood up straight, his scowl returning as he growled out, call the principal and make sure I'm back in the hero course by tomorrow. It's what I deserve for my hero origin story. He spun around at this, slowly making his way out of the alleyway before glancing back. Oh, and if that doesn't happen, you better have taken that swan dive. And just as Shoyuta Aizawa had predicted, Nizu's sending of Bakugo to General Services had consequences. Because Nizu did not listen to Aizawa, the one called Izuku Midoriya had his story end. The teen had done some good as the vigilante known as Spiderman, but all things eventually end. For in that alleyway, as Katsuki Bakugo walked away with the biggest, happiest grin on his face, ready to return to UA and get back into the hero course where the world would worship him as the greatest hero to ever exist. Laid the battered, beaten and broken Izuku Midoriya. His body was still, sinking into the blood that was slowly seeping out of his mouth. And in those last moments, he reached into his pocket to do Katsuki Bakugo's demands of calling Nizu, ready to pull out his phone. Only for his head to slump down on the concrete, and his eyes to close. He was done. He couldn't even move now. The pain of the beating and the grazing bullet wound was too much. All he could now was close his eyes, his world going black as more blood began to seep out of his mouth. But one thought went through his mind as he laid there, I can't even do a phone call. I guess this is all a worthless Deku like me can do. With that, he fully closed his eyes, his body going completely still. For this was the end of the one called Izuku Midoriya, also known as Spider-Man. It began on another sunny day as one 15-year-old Ochako Uraraka stared up at the building before her. To someone her size, it was an intimidating thing. The gate alone for the school towered over just about anyone, as it looked like it was made for someone with a gigantification quirk. She blinked at the sight as she stared up at that gate before taking a deep breath, steadying herself as she prepared to walk in. The last few weeks had been hectic for her. It had started when she took the UA entrance exams. She had been slightly confident in her abilities, mainly her quirk, which allowed her to remove gravity from anything her 5 fingers all touched. With this ability, she was able to make quick work of the exam, which was all the examinees fighting a horde of robots. Her quirk disabled them all with ease, allowing her to easily rack up points for the first half of the exam. But it was the second half that got to her. As she took down a few more robots, a giant machine called the Zero Pointer appeared. Its entrance caused a piece of rubble to go flying, ready to land on the girl, only for a long tongue to wrap around her stomach and pull her out of the way. The very motion shocked the girl, and after she found out where the tongue came from, that being a girl with long green hair. The two then teamed up as another examinee got stuck under rubble while the Zero Pointer went on a rampage. It was the saving of this other examinee that got her into UA. Turns out, the exam had a hidden rescue point system, and her and the tongue girl got a bunch of extra points for helping the examinee. Not only that, she had also just found out that All Might, the #1 hero, was going to be one of her teachers. That fact was crazy, as she never expected to be taught by him. As such, she was now walking into that massive school, ready for her first day of class, only to hear two voices screeching at each other as she reached the classroom door and opened it. Seeing the sight before her, she realized that one of them was familiar, as she remembered it as a kid with glasses that yelled during the exam over UA not giving all the information, or something like that. The other was a blonde spiky-haired kid that looked like cross between a Pomeranian and an explosion. "Take your feet off that desk right now," exclaimed the glasses-wearing kid while chopping the air. "Oh yeah? And why should I, Four Eyes?" spat the blonde back. In response, the glasses kid pushed up his frames and replied, "Since you seem to not have manners, let me start over. My name is Tenya Ida and I'm from the Some Private Academy." "Some, huh? That means you're an elite snot." The blonde leaned up at this, growling under his breath, "So, think you're better than me, huh? Better than you? I was just introducing Dash." "You do," the blonde screeched as an explosion popped off one of his hands before shining a big grin, "you elite piece of garbage. I'm gonna enjoy blowing you to smithereens." Ida gasped at this. "You'd threaten your own classmate?" "I'm not threatening, I'm showing you your place, trash." The blonde roared as more explosions popped off his hands. "Want me to give a demonstration?" Ochako could only blink at the sight. It was like watching a rabid dog and screeching cat yell at each other. She wondered if she should try to break them up, only to feel something tap her foot. She spun around and glanced down, only to let out an eek, before backpedaling into the classroom. Below her was what looked like a giant caterpillar, only for her to realize it was a sleeping bag with a disheveled-looking man's head to pop out of the top of it. The sight made her think only one sentence: "Why do I get the feeling today is gonna be a weird one?" The next day. Turns out, she was right. Yesterday was weird. After being introduced to the talking sleeping bag, their teacher, Ochako found herself doing some quirk exercises at the whim of the teacher. It wasn't a pleasant experience, as he did threaten them with expulsion, but she put her work in and got middle of the class. After that, she went back to the changing rooms, where she formally met the rest of the girls in the class. She quickly became friendly with Tsuyu Azui, or Tsu as she liked to be called, along with the others, as she was the one that helped her in the entrance exam. If she was honest, the class seemed to be mostly friendly. Granted, there were a few outliers, mainly the one called Katsuki Bakugo, who snarled and growled at everyone. There was Shoto Todoroki, who just sat silently and non-responsive, but everyone else was nice. The only other outlier was one that was expelled, a small boy with grape-like hair that well, Ochako felt she didn't need to know the name considered how he acted yesterday. As such, she was now waiting at her desk as their homeroom teacher told them that heroics class was next, causing everyone to start whispering, wondering who the teacher could be. That is, till a booming voice rang out as it entered the room. "I am here." Coming through the door like a normal person. And there he was. All Might. The greatest hero of all, one that been the #1 hero on the charts for years. The class all cheered at the sight, Ochako included. Only Bakugo and Todoroki didn't show any excitement, just a vicious grin on the former. "Welcome to Foundational Heroics, everyone. To start today, we will be doing." The giant smiling hero pulled out a small card that had the word "battle" on it. The trial of battle. The word made Ochako's eyes shrink. She had gone into heroics for rescue, not battle. The idea seemed well, it wasn't pleasant. Gulping at this, she watched as the teacher revealed the cases for everyone's hero costumes before leaving, Bakugo then grabbing his and pushing Ida out of the way before Ida could respond. The student then had the rest get their costumes in an orderly fashion, Ochako taking hers as she made her way to the locker room. "Battle, huh?" she thought as she let out a long sigh. "I want to be a great hero, so I hope I can do fighting good too." Her mind went back to the class as she began to change. "Just hope I get an opponent that I can fight. Hope I don't get that Bakugo guy." She started to put on her costume at this, only to grimace as she felt how tight it was, "Or maybe I won't get to the grounds at all. Here's hoping this goes well." A few minutes later. Just my luck, her mind sighed as All Might revealed the first fight. It was her, paired with someone named Aoyama, going against Ida and Bakugo. The very notion made her gulp in despair. Now, she knew that this battle was not going to go well. After all, when she took a small glance at her other classmates, they were all grimacing in response. Just about everyone was wearing a frown, the sight not making things any better. This was followed by her watching Bakugo and Ida leave first, as they were chosen as the trial's villains, before leaving with her own partner. Aoyama was well, he was what she would call one note. She meant no offense, but she quickly noticed that the teen loved being flashy. Even when she asked him for a plan, All he could give her was the flashiest options he could think of, something she knew wouldn't work against Bakugo. As such, she decided to take over, telling him that they would have to go in together, as Aoyama would hang back and fire lasers at the enemy while she tried to grab the enemy and remove their gravity. He gave her an approving pose at this, agreeing to her plan with surprising ease before the two heard All Might exclaim in the speakers, "Time is up. Heroes, begin your mission. Here we go." Ochako whispered before taking a deep breath, steadying herself with closing her eyes. A second later, her eyes opened to show a determined glare, the two teens walking up to the building and going through the front door. She told her partner to be silent, and they slowly made their way to a nearby stairway. Going up one floor, they walked out and began to survey the area. "There you are," roared a voice, making the duo turn to see a certain spiky-haired explosive blonde. And then, it began. It was like a small, tiny explosion at the start. Something unseen and barely heard, but it was enough. The teen before them roared like an animal, his eyes sharp like a beast as he charged at the duo. The sight made Ochako yell out, "Stay back," as Bakugo sprinted across the room. Explosions littered behind him as he leapt at the two. He had crossed the room in an instant. The very sight made Ochako gasp, her determined glare gone as she saw his explosive hand going straight for her face. Her eyes went to Bakugo's face for a second and saw exactly what the exercise said she would be facing in future. It was the look of battle. Of violence. "Reiha!" Bakugo screeched as he moved the palm right into Ochako's face, the girl ducking under it before swinging her own palm at the teen's face. But as she did this, Bakugo just ducked under it, his movements like a focused animal before slamming his second palm into her stomach. "Augh!" she yelped as the explosion instantly surged pain through her body. Every nerve sparked at this, only to feel a second palm smack her face. "Boom! MMPH!" she muttered out, her scream muffled as the explosion consumed her face. Her whole head was already turning bloody from the blows, only for her to close her eyes and move her hands forward. But as she did this, though she could not see it, Bakugo just sidestepped the attack before grabbing the top of her head and slamming a knee into her stomach. "Bluff!" she spat, liquid flying out of her mouth as the blow made her begin to black out. She tried to open her eyes at this, her whole body screaming in pain as she then felt another explosion hit her chest. 3 more explosions soon fired into her stomach, though she didn't feel a single one. She was already knocked out at this, Bakugo letting her go a split second later as her body instantly fell over. Ochako Uraraka was down. Defeated in mere seconds in the first battle trail. What followed was Bakugo turning to Aoyama, the teen shivering at the sight. The instant takedown had created a wave of fear that consumed the teen, making him unable to even try to summon his quirk. "Worthless extras." Bakugo growled as he began to walk up to Aoyama, the teen now tearing up at the sight. And despite trying to fire a beam of light from his navel just a second later, it was pointless. Bakugo easily dodged it and got to the teen as well before giving him a beating. By the time Ochako woke up in Recovery Girl's infirmary, the battle trials were over. She soon found out that her and Aoyama were the only ones to suffer true injuries in the trials, the rest getting off with just minor bruises. The old lady complained over and over how Bakugo was being too violent, and All Might should have stopped the fight sooner, but Ochako didn't listen. Instead, she slowly got up from the bed, only to see Tsuyu was standing right beside the bed. The girl asked her if she was alright, and despite wanting to lie, Ochako told the truth. Turns out, the second day of UA was even worse than the first. A little later, she returned to the main classroom, where some of the classmates greeted her before they did the final classes of the day. And as this happened, only one thought went through the girl's head. Here's hoping tomorrow is a better day. The third day of UA. Ochako was wearing the biggest frown she could produce as she walked into the classroom that morning. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling today wasn't going to be good. It definitely didn't start well, as it began with her getting attacked by the press while trying to go to school. That was something she didn't expect so early in her path to become a hero, but it also didn't give a good first impression. As such, she was one of the last to enter the classroom before sitting down, sighing in exhaustion as she took off her backpack. And as she pulled out a book, she noticed that her homeroom teacher had just entered the room. 8 seconds for you all to quiet down. Still too slow. Villains would have killed half of you at the very least. Aizawa growled as he walked up to the podium. Stop being irrational. But we all literally just got here, she thought as she watched the man let out a long yawn, showing he had literally just woken up. Aizawa then pulled out a folder of papers out of his sleeping bag, grumbling as he stared down at the files before slowly saying, anyways, I took the liberty of watching the footage of your battle trials. Overall, they're pretty bad. Almost everyone flinched at this, some about to speak up while others shivered in their seats. However, the teacher continued to speak, "We'll start with the first fight." Ochako wanted to shrink into her seat at this, doubly so when the teacher turned to glare at her and her partner, Uraraka and Aoyama. "Both of you need to be more aware of your surroundings. You barely did anything in the trials, and that's why you lost. Heroes that don't act aren't heroes." Ochako and Aoyama both shrunk back at this, the two not really wanting to respond. As such, Aizawa turned his head to the other side of the classroom. "Ida, you're too stiff. You keep up that act and you'll run out of energy before you get started. Stop it." "I understand, sir." Ida instantly replied. "Right." Aizawa grumbled before his eyes settled on the fourth student of that battle, Bakugo. The blonde glared back at the teacher, "Stop acting like a child." Everyone went wide-eyed at this, some whispering as Aizawa began to tell off the second battle's participants. And as he did this, Ochako could only think, "That's it. He tried to kill me and Aoyama. With what Tsu told me, if it hadn't been for All Might, I. But as she thought that, she watched Aizawa continue to berate everyone, even Todoroki, who instantly won his match. Seeing this, she shrunk in her seat again as a new thought went her head. Then again, maybe he's right. I couldn't do anything. I guess being a hero is harder than I thought. 2 weeks later. It is said that time will pass by so fast, you'll never see it coming. That was the same for Ochako Uraraka. Just as she had done the battle trial, school life passed her right by. First was a villain incident at the USJ, which All Might handled all by himself. This was followed by her finding out about Feast, and meeting another teen named Izuku Midoriya. She had tried to become friends with him, though it was just the start of a friendship. Not only that, she had also found a new part of heroics to try, charity. However, those 2 weeks were done now. They zoomed by for the girl, but now they felt like nothing compared to what was going to happen today. Today was the UA Sports Festival, an event she had waited and wanted to do so much that she still couldn't believe it was happening to her. She couldn't wait to compete, some of her classmates remarking how her expressions changed as she told them how pumped she was for the festival. But she didn't care, as she knew what wanted. She wanted to win. As such, she went into the race with her head held high, ready to take on all the competition in one fell swoop. She even had gotten her own cheering squad in the form of Feast, though she knew they would be rooting her from the center and not the crowd at UA. She didn't mind that though, as it felt great to just have people believe in her. And as these thoughts went through her head, she quickly found the festival's first event starting, an obstacle race. The event wasn't perfect for her, but it was enough. Using her quirk, she was able to avoid most obstacles and ended up in 15th place, not a perfect position, but one that showed she was not behind many in her class or Class 1B. With that in mind, she found herself having to team up with others as the second event started, a cavalry battle. She was good with teaming up with others. Heck, she liked it, as she felt that being friendly with others would be a must when she became a hero. With this in mind, she found her options to be lacking. For one, the person who got first in the race was given 1,000,000 points, which was given to Katsuki Bakugo. The rest of the class all went up to him, begging to be part of his team, with the exception of Todoroki and Ida. Seeing this, she asked to be part of Todoroki's team, which he accepted after also recruiting a Mei Hatsum. She had gotten rejected by Bakugo, only to just go up to Todoroki with the bluntest statements Uraraka had ever heard, which Todoroki seemed fine with. This was followed by the cavalry battle itself, a pulse-pounding event. In it, Todoroki kept himself at pace with Bakugo, only to find he could never grab the headband off the explosive teen. Bakugo, just like when she had faced him, was always one step ahead. In the battle, Bakugo easily beat every cavalry team except Todoroki's, the son of Endeavor soon seeing the opponent he was facing and deciding to just pick off other teams as Bakugo kept beating the others. In doing this, the team found itself at second place, just barely passing third and fourth, but still securing them a place in the final round. But it was here that time began to slow down for the girl as she watched Midnight declare the final round to be a fighting tournament only to announce her first opponent. "Our first match will be Ochako Uraraka vs Katsuki Bakugo," the heroine exclaimed as she waved to the audience. Uraraka felt her stomach drop at this. Oh no. Not again, she thought as her eyes reflexively moved to her opponent. The blonde was growling, looking like an animal as he glanced around the stadium. It seemed like he was looking for something or someone, and the expression on his face showed he was not happy about doing it. But what that wasn't on Uraraka's mind. Instead, all she could think about was what happened last time she fought the teen. Memories tried to stir, as she could only remember part of the fight, which was basically just a beatdown. The very thought was almost too much alone, and that was before she even got in the ring. She didn't remember what happened between being announced to fight Bakugo and going into the arena. The time had passed instantly, Ochako only knowing that she had to face him again. And as she did this, she slowly walked up to the ring in her gym clothes, nervous sweat already going down her face. This was it. This was the moment she had been waiting for. The moment to show the world what kind of hero she could be. All she had to do was win. Win against what was probably the strongest member of their class. And as she entered the ring, she saw her opponent just staring at her with the most vicious expression ever. It was like staring down an animal, a beast ready to go on a rampage. The very sight made her shiver all over, her body telling her to run. But she knew she couldn't. Heroes don't run. They stand and fight their problems head-on. As such, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath just as she heard Midnight ask, "You both ready?" "Ready." Ochako replied as she opened her eyes switching to the closest determined glare she could give. "Just start the fight already." Bakugo hissed, explosions popping like crazy in his hands. "All right." Midnight nodded before raising her hand. "Let the first match of the final round begin." The heroine swung her hand down at this, only for Bakugo to instantly charge across the battlefield. Explosions appeared behind him as he got close, quickly swinging his right hand at the girl. But as he did this, Ochako ducked to the side, dodging the sweeping blow as she began to touch the ground. Pebbles flew everywhere as Bakugo's explosions followed him, the blonde spinning around to follow Uraraka. Boom! 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 The sound rang out as he kept chasing her, Ochako zipping left and right to dodge every blow. And as she did this, she touched more and more rubble, lifting every bit up as he continued to try and hit her. "Get back here, you worthless trash," he roared as he kept trying to hit the girl. But as this happened, Ochako lifted the last bit she could before raising her arms in defensive position. This was followed by an explosion smacking her, knocking her across the arena. "Ha! You weaking extra. Just give up, you pathetic dash," Bakugo yelled as he saw his blow push the girl, only to see her put her fingers together. Glancing up, he now saw a whole rain of rocks about to fall on top of him. And as they began to descend, he raised one hand up and unleashed an explosion. Kaboom! And in that one instance, it was over. The teen instantly destroyed her attack like it was nothing. No. She felt her eyes water up at this, ready to start flowing tears as she saw the teen shrug off her big technique. And then he glared at her with a look that could only be described as pure arrogance. With a small tch coming out of his mouth, he began to speak. "Seriously? You thought something that weak would even touch me?" He raised both palms upward, explosions bigger than the blonde now blasting off of him as his eyes shrunk, his expression now going dark as he hissed, "Seems you need to be shown your place, you worthless extra." Ochako felt it now. The feeling Aoyama had felt when he had watched Bakugo beat her before. The sight of pure hopelessness. Of facing true talent, one that was like an unclimbable wall to others, and realizing you don't stand a chance. And as she saw this, her whole body shivering like a leaf, her eyes trying to form tears. She clenched her hands, closed her eyes, and took a deep, long breath. Exhaling a second later, she reopened her eyes and shifted into a fighting pose. She knew she had no chance, no ability to really fight him now, but that didn't matter. She had to try. But as she did this, something changed. Bakugo, who was showing an expression of pure arrogance, shifted. No longer was there confidence, but rather anger. True anger. Bakugo was angry. You weakling," he whispered as explosions began to pop constantly off his palms. "You're shivering in fear, yet you still think you can take me on. You're just like Deku." "Deku?" she mentally asked as she heard those words before. "Die!" Bakugo screamed as he charged at her, Ochako's stance breaking as the explosive teen instantly zipped across the arena. She tried to raise her arms to defend herself at this, but it was too late. An explosion hit her face a split second later. And she was out like a light. "I feel like a truck ran me over," she thought as she slowly stumbled out of Recovery Girl's office. The heroine had approved her to leave, having healed most her injuries, though the fatigue was definitely there. It also didn't help that she truly felt like she had failed. She had always wanted to win the UA Sports Festival. It was one of her biggest dreams besides space and being a hero. To be on that podium and showing the world who she could be. The very thought seemed like a dream come true, like something straight out of the movies and into real life. Instead, she had received a one-sided beatdown on live television. And it wasn't pretty. Her fight made her look pathetic, as one Katsuki Bakugo tore into her, and he made it look easy. She couldn't even touch him. He just went in, destroyed what little she could do, beat the snot out of her, and did with a grin on his face. Heck, the beatdown was basically worse than when she fought him back at the battle trials, since she couldn't even remember this one. And now, she was left with nothing but failure. Again. Just like last time, the path of a hero beat her up and spit her out. Guess that's just how things work out, she thought as she slowly made her way down a hallway. The sports festival was already over, the award ceremony having just finished about half an hour ago and Ochako was the last in line to leave. It seemed that the girl recovered slower than others. Or just had less energy. It was here that tears began to fall down her face as she remembered what had just happened. No matter what she did, she still couldn't get to where she wanted. She still failed to get on the path of the hero. She just kept falling short, and she could feel her heart clench at that thought as water began to hit the floor below her. That is, till she heard a voice behind her say, "Young Uraraka." Blinking at the voice, her ears hearing those words. And yet, they sounded off. Like she had heard the voice before, but she hadn't. She glanced back, only to see someone she had never seen before. The man was tall, yet lanky, his body looking like a scarecrow in human form. His hair was golden, slightly pointed, and his eyes were dark. They had a calm, yet direct expression in those eyes, and his presence. It felt like a monolith, no, a symbol was standing behind her. The girl fully spun around at this, staring up at the man as he walked up to her. He showed her a long serious frown, his eyes staring straight at her, as if to look into her very soul. And then, his mouth began to move as he said, "Do you have a moment? I wish to speak with you." Thud. Ow. That was the sound of one Ochako Uraraka as her body smacked a wall before slumping over, the teen letting out a small groan as her behind hit the floor. She ummed as she began rubbing the back of her head, only for her ears to hear a long sigh coming from across the room. Glancing up, she stared at the figure before her. It was a very short, very old man in a light gray suit with a yellow-colored cape, boots, gauntlets and belt. He was also wearing a black domino mask, and was leaning on a wooden cane. The old man rubbed his chin as he stared at the girl now getting up from the previous blow. "Still nothing, eh?" he asked as he watched her continue to rub her head. "Yeah." Uraraka replied as she stopped rubbing. "Sorry, Gran Torino. I still can't activate it." "It's fine, kiddo." Gran responded as he walked up to her. "We've been going at it for 2 days now and there's still nothing. You sure that blonde buffoon gave you his quirk?" The girl stayed silent at the question, not a bit of her body moving in response. The question made her think back to when this all had started. It had been over a week ago, just after the UA Sports Festival had ended. A few days ago. Ochako wasn't sure what to think as she sat down in that room. Just a few minutes ago, a tall blonde scarecrow-looking man had asked her to follow him, stating he had an offer for her. She didn't know why she decided to follow this person she had never seen before despite him feeling very familiar, but she went along with it anyways. There was just this presence with the man, like she was looking up at a living legend, filled with and strength beyond any normal mortal. That is, till they entered a small room with chairs and nothing else. And as they sat down, Ochako watched the man give her a long, deep stare, as if he was looking into her very soul. It was a judgmental glare filled with power, strength, knowledge and precision. The very act felt like it was going to pierce her mind, body and soul. And yet, as she watched him stare, she couldn't help but feel hope. As if the very symbol of good itself was looking at her as well. And with a long, deep breath, the man spoke up, "My apologies, young Uraraka. I wanted to make sure." "Make sure?" Ochako parroted back, "What do you mean?" The man leaned back, his posture straightening before replying, "I wanted to make sure you were the one I was looking for." "Looking for?" Ochako responded while blinking at the man, only for the question that had been bouncing around her mind to finally come out of her mouth. "Say, who are you?" The man just smiled in response, only for a puff of smoke to consume him. And within a split second, Ochako let out the biggest gasp as she watched this thin, sickly scarecrow of a man turn into the symbol of peace, All Might. And now, she was doing an internship with All Might's former teacher, Gran Torino. To be honest, her first impression with the old man had not gone well. It had started with her finding what looked like an abandoned building, only to open the front door and find an old geezer laying on the floor, covered in blood. The sight made her let out a scream, waking the old man up, which was followed with her finding out the blood was actually ketchup. It made her really want to beat up the old man. After that, Gran introduced himself and had her try to summon her new quirk, One for All. It turned out, when All Might had asked to meet her in the isolated room, it was to ask her to be his successor. Now, she didn't believe for a moment she was worthy of such a thing, instantly questioning him why he would even consider her. But then he began to talk, telling her how he had watched her defy the odds over and over. In particular, how she tried to fight Bakugo, someone that no one else in the tournament even remotely tried to fight. He just went in and instantly beat them, and then insulted them for even getting in the ring with him. But she hadn't done that. She tried her best, and though she failed, he told her the one thing that mattered: you went against all the odds. Even though you failed, you didn't stand there like the others. You tried against something you knew you couldn't beat. She felt the statement was wrong, as she felt most of her class would do the same. However, she had also been knocked out since that fight, and missed the rest of the tournament. Turns out, Bakugo beat everyone to a pulp with ease, even Todoroki, the one most believed would win the whole festival. Bakugo had just charged through the students' ice attacks and tore into him, the fight almost ending instantly. Only Ochako had actually tried against Bakugo, and in response, All Might believed she was the heroic spirit he was looking for. Even when she asked, "But why me? I'm just a teen with a gravity quirk. I can barely fight," the hero just shook his head before shining his signature smile. "Young Uraraka, you have the heroic spirit in spades. I've been searching for some time, and out of all the hero students here, you are the one that tries to defy the odds the most." The statement made the girl tear up, only for the hero to then ask her to inherit his quirk, one for all. This was followed by several questions, which he mostly answered, as they were all about how he had a quirk that could pass down to another person. He then showed her his injuries, the sight making her want to slightly throw up, and then asked her the question. And though she felt she should say no, her mind went back to the fight she had just done with Bakugo. How she lost and was beaten with ease. And how that could paint a picture for the future. And with a deep breath, she nodded and said, "Yes, I'll do it." Her response made the hero give the biggest grin. And then gave her a strand of hair to eat. It wasn't pleasant. But despite all that, including eating the hair, which she really wanted to vomit out but didn't, and despite wanting to go even further as a hero. The new quirk had given her nothing. No matter what she tried, she couldn't get one for all to activate. No lightning, no strength enhancement, no change to her own quirk, nothing. Not even a single spark would appear. It was like the quirk wasn't even there. Now, she knew she had the quirk. After eating the hair, she felt something roar inside her a day or so later. It was something strange, yet immensely powerful. It was like a smashing tide of power swirling inside her body when it first appeared within her, only to suddenly calm down. Like a maestro stopping the trumpets, trombones and cymbals of an orchestra, only to switch to one tiny flute. And though she felt that quirk, that power now roaring inside of her. She then found a new problem. The quirk stopped roaring. It stopped responding altogether. It was like a wall appeared between her and the quirk, and there was no key or climbing equipment to get around it. As such, she was now sitting at a table in Gran Torino's office, sighing as the two waited for some food to finish in the microwave. Seeing the frown on her face, Gran spoke up, "Hey." She glanced up at him, the old man showing a small smile. "Don't be so depressed. I know I spent the past 2 days smacking you around and well, that probably doesn't help your mood, but there's no need for the doom and gloom garbage." His grin got slightly bigger. "We'll figure it out. I promise." She slumped down in the chair at that, her mind going back to the UA festival again. Despite suddenly becoming some successor to the greatest hero on the planet, she couldn't help but think back to that failure. That loss against something she knew she couldn't beat. As such, she muttered out, "But what if I don't figure it out?" "You'll figure it out." Gran instantly responded, making her glance up at him. She saw a stiff glare on his face, though there was also a bit of a smirk as well. It was confidence. Pure confidence. "Why are you so sure I will?" she asked before realizing what she was asking. His smirk turned into a grin as he replied, "Simple. It's 'cause you got the heroic spirit, just like that blonde buffoon Yagi." His grin turned into a neutral smile at this. "Let me tell you something I once told Yagi back when I was training him. You see, the idiot was like you at times, constantly depressed. But he needed to be. Because that was part of how everything works when you're trying to be a hero." Ochako tilted her head at this. "It's okay for a hero to be depressed?" She couldn't believe that. She loved seeing the smiles the heroes would bring to others. "That's right." Gran nodded, the girl leaning back in response. "After all, that's just another part of being a hero." "What do you mean?" Gran closed his eyes, taking a solid breath before opening his eyes and saying, "The path of a hero will have you go to your lowest point, but that's not what matters. What matters is what you do to pick yourself up and move forward. That is true start of the path of a hero." The old man put his cane on the table, his face now showing a wistful look as he added, "Once that happens, you'll figure out how to be a true hero. I guarantee it." A few days later. In the end, I still couldn't get it. Ochako thought as she slumped down in her desk. The internships were now over, the girl sighing as she stared down at her hands. She could now see tiny sparks in them, signifying she could summon something of the quirk. But it wasn't enough. It was only a tiny pulse, a little bit of lightning, but nothing else. "Guess it still won't work for me." That was all she really knew the past few days of the internships with Gran Torino. After giving her that advice, he had her go on patrol with him. Seeing how Ochako wasn't ready to summon her new quirk, he decided to have her patrol another district he knew would have less crime for now. As such, the two ended up dodging the hero killer incident, though she learned all about it through her phone later. This was later shown when she got back to school and tried to console Ida, who she saw was in rough shape after the incident. As for the rest of the internship, Gran mainly had her do exercises, and pushed her to try new things. Overall, she felt she learned a lot, but it was still almost too much for her. But now she was back in class, and after her homeroom teacher came in and grumbled about how the internships were all messed up and told the class that they have better learn something, he had All Might come in. The hero had them go to a new part of the school where he set a rescue training exercise for the class, most of the students cheering at the idea. It was basically an obstacle course with the objective of rescuing a civilian, this one being All Might, at the end of the course. Ochako watched as the first few did the exercise, all competing on who could get to their heroics teacher first. And as the first group got done, Ochako stepped up to be part of the second group. She found herself with Momo, Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Bakugo. The girl began to do stretches as they all stepped up to the starting line, Ochako and Tsuyu smiling and nodding to each other. That is, till Bakugo hissed out, "Just stay here and watch a real hero save the day, you worthless losers. In fact, don't even try, weaklings." "Hey Bakubro, there's no need dash," Kirishima whispered before. Boom! Ack, the teen yelped as Bakugo popped a small explosion into Kirishima's face. "Bakugo!" Ochako barked, only for the teen to glare back at her. Normally she would glare back, but as she saw the expression on his face, she flinched. The sight was one of pure rage mixed with true anger, and his eyes were like a rabid animal's. "Shut it, round cheeks, or I'll kill you, you Deku wannabe." His voice went low halfway through, as if it was coated with venom before he glared back at the obstacle course. Ochako opened her mouth to respond, only to feel someone grab her shoulder. Turning to the sensation, she saw Tsuyu, who shook her head, silently telling her it wasn't worth it. "Yet outright, thanks Tsu," she whispered, Tsuyu nodding back before hearing the signal from All Might. "Go!" With that, all five charged into the obstacle course. Ochako instantly turned off her own gravity, allowing her to quickly leap into the air. Soon flipping around a maze of pipes and mounds, the girl with two quirks soon took the lead. Right behind her was Tsuyu, who hopped around just like a frog, her body allowing her to easily cross any chasm and wall. But as the two got about halfway across the area, the duo heard a loud banging sound. Glancing back, Ochako gasped as she saw a giant metal pipe coming straight for her. Ducking under this, the pipe flew over the girl, only for another shape to appear. It was Bakugo, the explosive teen catching up to the two. They turned to see the teen's expression on his face, only to see a look that could only be described as a rabid animal. "Out of my way, losers!" He roared as blasted two giant explosions from his hands, the blasts instantly smacking the metal pipe below him. Bang! The metal pipe flew off its handles at this, Ochako gasping as she saw spin into her. "Eep!" she yelped before she tried to duck again, only for the pipe to smack her side. "Aya!" she cried a split second later, the girl instantly falling. "Ochako!" Tsuyu yelled before spinning around and firing her long tongue at the girl. She quickly caught the teen, instantly trying to pull her back before Uraraka landed in the hard concrete below. And as this happened, the two other students behind them appeared, both diving to help catch Uraraka. And as this happened, the rest of class watching a monitor all gasped at the exchange. They knew Bakugo was reckless, but to do something like this. Not only that, Bakugo landed in front of All Might just a few moments later. There, the teen shined the biggest grin he could. He had gotten to the hero first, just like he deserved. But as he did this, he saw the expression on the hero's face. It was not one of pride or even recognition. It was disgust. "Young Bakugo, what did you just do? Why did you attack a fellow student in a rescue exercise?" All Might asked in a low, deep tone. Bakugo raised an eyebrow at this, genuine confusion on his face. "I didn't attack someone. I was getting to the person in trouble first, just like a true hero. Attacking fellow students is not being a true hero, young Bakugo. I didn't attack them. I was just making sure I get here first." Bakugo barked back, only to feel a sudden shift. It was like a wave of pressure hit his whole body, making him shiver as he watched the hero walk up to him. "And you believe that makes you a hero?" All Might replied before stopping right in front of the teen. "Why is that?" "'Cause I was doing what you would do," Bakugo screeched, explosions popping off his hands before pointing at the hero, repeating what he had done in the battle trial before pointing at himself. "I was being the best of the class. I was showing them that I'm better than them, just like you show all the other heroes." And as that statement hit All Might's ears, his expression hardened, his body language stiffening as he glared down at the teen. His signature grin was gone, now replaced with a frown as he leaned down and said in a gravely voice, "I don't lord over my status to anyone, young Bakugo. I am a hero and nothing more. Wah dash. You will get a failing grade for this, young Bakugo. What? Bakugo screamed, but I did nothing wrong. You did everything wrong. All Might instantly responded, Bakugo opening his mouth again, only for the hero to flash his palm at the boy, don't bother. You failed, and that's final. And as steam began to rise out of the teen, All Might turned to see the other four all arrive at the same time. They had altogether helped Ochako get there, the sight making the hero smile and nod. Good work. You all pass. They all grinned at this, Ochako trying to as he began to help them back to the start of the course before having another group go. In the end, only Bakugo failed, the teen growling and hissing the entire time as the rest of the class stayed away from him, including Kirishima. And as the exercise ended, All Might took Ochako aside as he had the rest of the class go clean up in the locker rooms. As he did this, the hero asked the girl, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ochako replied while staring down at the floor and rubbing her arm, "Sorry I messed up the obstacle course." "It's fine. It's not your fault," the hero sighed as he said his next words, "that young Bakugo he needs a few extra lessons." "No kidding." Ochako muttered before looking up at All Might. She saw that his grin had returned, and he was smiling as hard as he could. "So young Uraraka, did Gran help you out?" She did a small nod, "He did. Still can't summon one for all, but he helped in other areas." "I see." The hero patted her shoulder at this, "Then don't worry about it. You'll be fine." "But dash." All Might shook his head, "Don't worry. All for One will activate for you when it wants to. Until then, just continue your studies." Uraraka blinked at the statement, only to nod. She couldn't think of any words to say, but the presence of the hero was enough. A minute later, she headed off to the locker room, ready to go back to class. The present. The past few days had been a wreck for the teen. It had started when Katsuki Bakugo had left Class 1A. She wasn't sure why he left, as the rescue exercise had happened days ago. Basically, the principal called for him one day, and suddenly her teacher got really angry with the class. He went full on aggressive teaching mode, pushing all the students to their limits and more. Every day was torture, as he had them do multiple hero exercises a day that would make the third years fall apart, and then he had the third years join in helping. Which was mainly them attacking the class while they did the exercises. All in all, it was a rough time to be Ochako Uraraka. She still couldn't summon her new quirk, her homeroom teacher had gone full hostile mode, and now she was about to do something she wasn't completely good at, hanging out with friends. Now, she had done that plenty before in previous school years, but this was still a new class for her. Not only that, today was going to be all girls, as no guy could come due to just about any reason. Thankfully, she knew she wasn't the only one that was going to be nervous today. After all, a girl that wasn't a hero student would be joining them, Himiko Toga. She had met the girl a week or so ago, but hadn't really talked to her much. To be honest, the only reason she knew her was because of Izuku, who had also declined the hangout today. He said he had to go do something today, and Himiko insisted that he would have to go do it. As such, she was now sitting on a bench at the local mall, waiting for the group to arrive. She had not expected to be there first, but considering all who were going to be joining today, with the exception of Tsuyu, she could see her other classmates being late. Thankfully, it wasn't going to be a problem as she glanced up and saw most of today's group walk up to her. In front of Tsuyu, the frog girl showing her usual blank expression while Jairu walked up beside her. The punk girl had her head slightly turned as she walked, as she was talking to the third companion of the group, Himiko Toga. The blonde was slowly replying to the girl's questions, her eyes shifting back and forth as she looked like she was muttering every response. "Hey girls!" Ochako cheered as she waved to the trio, all walking to her in response and saying their usual hellos. As they got there, Ochako turned to Jairu, "Where's Mina and Toru?" "No idea. I thought they'd beat us since Yamamo didn't want to come." Jairu replied. "Who's Yamamo?" Himiko chimed in. "Another girl in our class, Karo." Tsuyu bluntly responded. "Oh. What is she dash?" "Hey girls," exclaimed another voice, making them all turn to see Mina and Toru walking up to them. The pink-skinned girl was shining the biggest grin she could as she strode up to Himiko and slung an arm around her. The motion made Himiko shiver, the girl now wanting to shrink as she stared at the beaming grin on Mina's face. "You ready to have some fun?" You're scaring her, Karo." Tsuyu cut in as she removed Mina's arm from Himiko, "Sorry about her." "Oh come on, I'm just being friendly." Mina chuckled before patting Tsuyu's shoulder. "Sides, we need to get to know our new friend more before we take her shopping." "Shopping?" Himiko responded, only to see Mina's grin somehow get wider. "Oh yeah. Shopping. And before Himiko could react, she soon found herself in what could only be described as a shopping montage. The girls quickly took her to every clothing store in the mall, having her try out just about everything. Even the more conservative members of the group had to admit that Himiko looked good in just about everything, making the montage go even longer than Himiko thought possible. And as hour after hour passed, the group soon took a break to have some supper at the mall's food court. It was here that they began to talk about their classes, Himiko asking how they were compared to how depressed they were yesterday at feast. Turns out, they were still depressed about class, only for Himiko to admit something. Truth is, I don't get the hero stuff. What do you mean? Mina asked as she took a sip of her drink. Well, Himiko glanced away while taking a tiny bit of a burger. I know Izuku wants to be a hero and everything, but I don't get it. Like, every hero I've ever known are nothing but fakes. Fakes? Ochako responded, only to see Himiko nod. Yeah. The ones I know don't really help anyone. It's why I don't want to be one. The group all shared a glance at this, even Toru, as frowns appeared on every face before Tsuyu turned to Himiko. I'm sorry you feel that way, Karo. I know that some heroes aren't the best, but I'm sorry they were bad to you. It's okay. I just wish I understood why people want to be them. Himiko sighed as she put down her food. That's why I figured out what I want to do. Oh? And what's that? Jairu asked next. I want to be a nurse, like Inko. And as she said this, she saw smiles all appear on the girls' faces. The sight made her go wide-eyed, as she saw what they truly were. They were genuine. No lies or deception, just true and kind smiles. It made her want to cry, tears now trying to form in her eyes before she rubbed them a second. That's wonderful, Karo. Yeah. That's a great goal. Toru added as her clothes did a bunch of poses. Ochako did a small nod. Yeah. I'm glad you figured something out. TT thanks. Himiko replied while still rubbing her eyes. What made you want to become a nurse, Karo? Himiko turned to Tsuyu at this, her face showing a semi-frown as she replied, well you see, when Izuku and Inko helped me out with my quirk issues, I knew I had to repay them. But no matter what I do, I can't seem to help them. All I do is just mess up everything. It scares me how much I mess up. She glanced down at her food again, but after trying to help them and failing, I realized something. Both of them love helping others. So I decided I want that path too. Sure, I'm scared that I'll mess up just like I have been when trying to help them, but I still want to do it. The girls all nodded at this, Tsuyu replying, that's great, Karo. Thanks. Scared you'll mess up, but you keep trying, huh? Ochako thought as she repeated in her head what Himiko just said. And as those words went through her mind, a click went off in her head. With that, Ochako rose up from her seat, the girls all turning to her. Her face slightly flushing at this, she slowly said, I'll be right back. They all watched her spin around and run off, soon connecting the dots as she went to the nearby mall bathroom before going into a new conversation. As for Uraraka, she quickly raced into the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. She stared at her reflection, seeing the anxiety and hesitation on her face. But as she did this, she remembered what Gran Torino had told her. The path of a hero will have you go to your lowest point, but that's not what matters. What matters is what you do to pick yourself up and move forward. That is true start of the path of a hero. The true path, she whispered as she stared at her reflection, only to add, my path. As those two words left her mouth, it happened. A jolt in her body, like a gear turning to start a system as she felt something new. She knew it was inside her, she knew it the day after eating that hair. But she could never truly feel it. Never feel what it was, or what it meant. But now that it was there. Inside, almost consuming her, but enough. And 1 second later, her eyes went wide as she stared at that mirror. Before her was Ochako Uraraka, but her whole body was consumed in lightning. Her form tingled and sparked, the sight making her rapidly blink as she glanced down at her hands, seeing the energy charge around them. Looking back at the mirror, she saw the flow hit her hair, making it look wavy, yet it was still her hair. So that's what I was missing. I was scared, and I still didn't think I deserved the power. I kept trying and failing. But I need to accept that's going to happen. She stared at her hands again, only for the lightning to start calming down. Her whole body shook at this, nerves of pain now sparking as she felt her body try to withstand the power she had just summoned. But despite the pain, she shined a small smile as she whispered, I couldn't believe in myself. That's my lowest point. She clenched her right hand into a fist before raising it up at the mirror, lightning now sparking around it. Her grin began to grow as she added, and now I move forward. A few minutes later. Hey! Ochako called out as she walked up to the group, the girls all turning to her. Sorry about that. It's cool. Jairu replied as she twirled one of her earlobes, we were just talking about bailing for the rest of the day. Toru's clothes began to shift into what looked like a pose. Yup. Time to go home. Mina let out a small yawn. No kidding. The mall can really tire a girl out. You said it, sister. Toru laughed before hugging Mina, the two now giggling up a storm. And as this happened, Ochako turned to Himiko, who was talking to Tsuyu. Both turned to her a second later, Uraraka smiling at the duo before her eyes stared at Himiko. So, did you have fun today? Himiko rapidly nodded in response, her eyes almost tearing up as she replied, yes. She turned to the rest of the group and did a small bow. Thank you all so much. They all smiled back, Tsuyu patting Himiko's shoulder. Of course, Karo. We were happy to hang out with you. Yeah. Mina added while moving out a thumbs up. You're all too kind. Himiko added before letting out a small sigh. Still, wish Izuku could have come. He needs this as much as I do. Mina did a small wave. We'll invite him next time when we have some more boys to hang out with us. Totally. Jairu chimed in, sides, nothing wrong with a girl's day out. Yup. Toru cheered. Himiko's face switched back to a big smile, unable to contain her happiness in the moment. She had never felt this way, this much happiness in her life before. It felt wonderful. Like a new lease on life. But as she thought that, Mina snapped her fingers and said, Say Himi, why don't we send something to Izuku? She reached into her backpack and pulled out what looked like a long stick. I got my selfie stick. Let's send him a pic. Himiko just blinked at the sight, Tsuyu instantly picking up what this meant. You don't know what a selfie is, do you, Karo? Or do you not have a phone? The teen turned to the frog girl, only to show her a guilty-looking frown. No to both. I figured, Karo. Tsuyu bluntly replied before turning to Ochako, you got Midoriya's number, right? Yeah. Uraraka responded, all the girls turning to her. Seeing this, she added, he gave it to me to inform me when Feast would be rooting for our class in the UA Sports Festival. Huh? Too bad that ended in disaster. Jairu commented as all the girls but Himiko frowned at the memories of the event. But before Himiko could ask why they were reacting that way, Ashido grabbed Himiko's shoulder and shined a big grin. Let's not think about that. Oka. Hand over your phone and we'll take a pic of us to remember how awesome today was. The girls all shared a glance before Ochako gave Mina her phone. Setting it up on the selfie stick, the group huddled up next, Mina struggling to get Jairu to agree. She reluctantly stayed on the outer part of the group as they all smiled, though Tsuyu's was hard to tell, and then took a picture. Taking the phone off the stick a moment later, they all stared at the pic and giggled, Ochako soon sending it to Izuku at Himiko's request, along with the message, hope you had a good day like us. With that, they began their trek out of the mall. There was nothing but smiles and laughter as they left, Himiko now thinking back to what wonderful memories she had made today. And as she left, she thought only about one thing, I want to do this again. Here's hoping Izuku can hang out with us as well. Her mind went to when he had left earlier that day, the smile on his face as he left. She could see the pain on his expression, but she knew he was happy with what he was doing. Still, it made her think, hope Izuku got that pic. Maybe it'll help cheer him up. BZZT. 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 Ha! That was the singular thought of one Izuku Midoriya. He thought this because he felt something in his pocket, the teen now stirring as he felt the phone stop vibrating. Who's? His mind began to swirl, memories forming in his head as his brain went back to what had just happened to him. It was like a jumbled mess, a sea filled with murky mud, dripping and slowing the mind down. He could barely concentrate, as it felt like he was barely alive. That's right, he thought, Kaken. And then it hit him. The memory slammed into his brain. Weak. That was all he could think of. Kaken is right. I'm so weak. Just a Deku. Nothing had changed in his mind. Nothing at all. He had tried so hard, but Bakugo had shown him that Izuku Midoriya was still nothing in this world. The very thought made him want to cry, for tears to pour out of his eyes, and ask only one question, why? Why was I born so weak? But as that question entered his head, he felt something. Something odd. This entire time since he felt that vibration from his phone in his pocket, he had kept his eyes closed. And as he did this, he found he wasn't in the position he thought he was. It felt like his body was in some kind of strange shape. His hands were holding onto something, and his legs were folded, both touching what felt like webbing. Webbing that his hands were hanging onto. What the why am I he began to think as he tried to open his eyes. His pupils felt heavy, as if they were just now waking from a deep slumber. And as he tried to motion them to reveal themselves to the world, his mind began to turn again. Gears shifted in his brain as he started to remember what he was doing. That's right. I gotta call Mr. Nizu about Kaken and. Then he felt it. His whole body shivered, clenching up only a second later. It was like a jolt tingling through his whole body, wrapping around him like something warm. Very warm. And powerful. His eyes slowly opened, trying to look at the world around him. Only to stop. His whole form froze up, his arms, legs and head all staying perfectly still. The only thing that moved was his eyes, as they kept getting wider and wider. In fact, they were so wide that if you could see his face, they would look like they were about to pop out of his skull. He wasn't sure how long he stayed frozen like that. It could have been hours or mere minutes. But it all stopped when he opened his mouth and whispered. What in the world? In front of the teen was a window off of a skyscraper, one that was perfectly reflecting the teen in the now night sky. It took him a second to realize he was upside down, hanging onto a web line, but that wasn't the strange part. It was what the teen was now wearing. And it was something he had never ever seen before. Reflected in the window before him, Izuku saw he was not in his civilian clothes, nor his Spider-Man costume. Instead, he was in something new. The clothing was a pure black suit, one that covered him from head to toe, all of it as jet black as you could see. There were only two things on the suit that weren't that color, the eye lens, which were white like snow. And a giant white eight-legged spider on the chest. The sight made the teen just stare at the reflection before him before glancing up at his upside-down body, seeing that it was what he thought it was. He was in an almost pure black Spider-Man costume he had never seen before. Izuku let go of the web line at this, flipping right side up before placing his hands and feet on the side of the building. His spider powers now suspending him there, he continued to stare at his reflection before releasing one of the hands and looking it over. And as he did this, he flexed his fingers on that free hand, only to see the suit suddenly react. Tiny black veins vibrated all over his hand, calming down a second later. He glanced back at the reflection again at this, staring at the giant spider on the chest of the costume, only to see it shake and vibrate as well for just a second before settling down. But the teen didn't say a word, he didn't produce a single thought. All he could do was stare and say one single word. Whoa! Two shining bright lights shone off a pair of glasses as a man in a white lab coat stared at the monitors before him. He was leaning forward as he glared at the screens, several levers and buttons around him all moving and being pressed as he continued to stare. On the screens was image after image of people, the individuals being of all kinds of shapes and sizes. Some were old, some young, some with mutant quirks, others looking as normal as they could possibly be in this quirk-filled society. And yet, as he stared, he watched each and every individual all do the same actions. They were all strapped to a chair before a person in a full hazmat-looking suit walked up and placed a spider with a tattoo on its back onto the individual. The animal would crawl up the person before standing still, leaning back, and then moving its teeth into the person. There would be some cry of pain, though the lab coat-wearing man couldn't hear it, nor did he care to hear such a thing. After this, the person's face would contort a few minutes later, and then slump over dead. 1, 2, 5 dead now, the lab coat man commented as he stared at the monitors, his mouth moving in silence before letting out a long sigh. All 30 dead. All failures. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his face with both hands as the keys on the keyboard before him began to be pressed in quick succession. Screen after screen turned off, soon showing all but one monitor. This one didn't show a person strapped to a chair, but rather an image of a news report. A report on the vigilante known as Spider-Man. Seconds later, the lab coat man stopped rubbing his face before staring at the monitor, the sight making him growl. How? How did you survive the spider bite? I thought for sure I had figured it out by now. Clicking his tongue next, the man's chair spun around, causing him to now stare at the rest of the room. Before him were several giant glass tubes along with a few large glass boxes. Inside the boxes were tattoo-wearing spiders, all in a small little makeshift area for them to spin their webs. As for the tubes, all were filled with murky-looky liquid, but nothing else inside. The sight made the lab coat man sigh before his eyes turned to the final tube in the room. Unlike other tubes, this one had no liquid in it. It had no creature, or well, anything in it at all. Just a few specks of dust, along with a certain anomaly. There was a teeny-tiny, itsy-bitsy crack near the very bottom of the tube. The sight made the lab coat man bite his lip before leaning back in his chair again. He motioned his head next, his chair spinning around again as he stared back at the screens. However, the monitors now all showed images of Spider-Man, most being parts of news reports. The sight made the man put both of his hands together, all fingers touching as he whispered, "You truly are the ultimate anomaly. Even now, I don't understand how you exist. And yet, I know you're the solution. You're everything I've been looking for." The chair spun around again, the lab coat man's face now shining a big grin as he stared back at the empty tube with a crack in it. But before he could say anything, the door to the room opened, making him glance to the side to see another individual walk in. This person was wearing a distinct formal suit, along with a large frown on his face. Any progress? No, the lab coat man replied before looking back at the empty tube. But, I have a feeling things will be picking up shortly. The suited man walked up to the side of the chair, his frown still shining on his face. You do know I don't like waiting. I know. To be honest, I usually consider myself a more patient man, but... The lab coat man sighed as he leaned back in the chair again. This time, I honestly can't wait to see how it turns out. Doing a small turn of the body, the suited man's tone slightly heightened as he then asked, and there's no way this can be traced back to us, correct? No, the lab coat man responded as the grin on his face began to grow. Everything is already in motion. All we have to do is, wait and see. What is this? That was the question that left Izuku's mouth and continued to repeat over and over in his mind. The teen was still sticking to the building that was reflecting his form, the sight making the vigilante look himself over again and again. He flexed every finger at this, watching the black suit on him react to every movement, every motion as tiny things that looked like veins shuddered at his flexing. It was like a small vibration consuming his hand, his fingers almost blurring as he continued to stare at the movements the black veins made. And after a few more flexes, he glanced back at the window, staring at his reflection. The eyes were big and white, both slowly shrinking as he squinted, but not fully changing. Only the edges of the eyes moved, showing just the tiniest of reactions. Blinking at the sight, the teen glanced down at his chest, his eyes scanning over the large white spider logo on the costume. Nice spider, he whispered as he patted the suit with his free hand before looking at the suit's reflection again. Wow. I never thought a full black costume would look this good. Must be the white spider with it. Or the eyes. As those words left his mouth, gears began to turn in Izuku's brain before rapidly shaking his head, the teen almost wanting to smack himself. Now's not the time to admire some new suit, Izuku. Think. Why are you here? Heck, how did you get here in this? He glanced back at the reflection, his eyes scanning the suit over, this really cool-looking suit. Putting his free hand to his chin, the teen's mind began to race. Let's see, I was trying to get home after that fight with the rose and silver sable. They were chasing me, so I switched out of my costume. Wait. He glanced down at the new suit. I wasn't wearing this before, whatever this is. I wasn't even in my Spider-Man costume. Where's my clothes? And as if on cue, the black suit suddenly began to shift, the chest area peeling away to show his civilian clothes underneath the suit. The sight made the teen gasp, only to reach down on his shirt and pull it up to see his Spider-Man costume was still underneath those clothes as well. No way, he whispered before releasing the shirt, only for the black suit to start reforming over his chest, covering his civilian clothes. He could only blink at the sight, the teen now speechless as he watched his clothes disappear under the black suit. Wow! Glancing back at the reflection again, he stared at the suit before closing his eyes. Okay. So this, new suit, which feels alive, seems to just, make me a new costume. A really awesome looking costume. But how did I get here? His mind went back to the start of his thoughts, only to feel himself tense up as he remembered what happened next. That's right. I ran into Kaken and he beat me up. With his superior quirk and everything. The thought made him let out a sigh, reopening his eyes at this. And as he stared at his reflection, another thought entered his head, though, why was he after me this time? I mean, besides his usual wanting to put me in my place? He said Mr. Nizu had done something, but I never mentioned Kaken to Mr. Nizu. The teen's mind stopped at that, sighing for a second before spinning around and staring at the city below as he stuck to the building. Glancing down at his hands, he saw them vibrate again, little black veins shifting around before sitting still. Then I was gonna call Mr. Nizu about Kaken, but then what? He put his free hand to his head, rubbing it. What happened? All I know is that I was gonna call Mr. Nizu, and then. And it was here that his brain came to a complete and utter stop. He remembered now why he could never be a hero. He remembered that despite everything he tried, every good thing he did, he could never truly accomplish his goal. That was what Katsuki Bakugo had shown him. The very thought made the teen want to curl up in a ball and cry, tears flowing before he would go up to a roof and take a swan dive. Even now, I'm still weak. That was the thought that still haunted him. Why couldn't I have been born stronger? And as that next thought entered his head, something happened. At the time, the teen did not notice, but within his very mind, something began to shift. He could feel a slight tingle go through the top of his body, the teen not noticing new tiny black veins shifting and moving around his head. And as this happened, Izuku felt something. He felt his whole body shake, the feeling being something akin to the new black suit clenching around his whole body. It was like it was tightening, almost shrinking into him as Izuku let out a gasp. Whoa, he yelped, only for the suit to stop. It instantly stopped reacting, the teen glancing down at the suit again before flexing his fingers. What was that? He flexed his fingers again at this, feeling another surge from the suit before it relaxed just moments later. Blinking at the feeling, his mind switched to something new as he thought, maybe I should figure out what this is first. Flexing his fingers again, he felt it not react this time, making him nod before adding, I better take some notes. He reached back to where his hoodie pocket usually would be with his Spider-Man costume, only to feel nothing. Oh yeah. Forgot about that. Figure something like this happens right when I don't wear the hoodie part of my. His thoughts came to a stop as the suit began to react again, making him let out a small gap before feeling something appear behind him. Spinning around to look back at his reflection, he now saw that the black suit was showing a hoodie around it, though it looked like it was connected with tiny veins. What the dash? Izuku muttered out before reaching and tugging at the ends of the hoodie. Now how did that happen? Did I just think of the hoodie and the costume did that? And as he let go of the hoodie part, it suddenly shrunk back into the suit, making the teen flinch before glancing back up at his reflection. It was gone, the suit back to its normal black self with a large white spider on the chest. The sight made him blink. Before putting a hand to his chest, what, are you? You're not just a costume. You seem to be alive, but you feel like you're just clothing. You're obviously not a quirk, and where did you come from? He flexed his fingers again, only to stare at his wrist before touching it. Say, what about my web shooters? I know I was holding on to some webbing earlier. Thwip. Whoa! Izuku gasped as a sudden web line shot out of one of his fingers. The sight made him flinch, rapidly blinking at the motion before leaning down and staring at the finger. How did dash? He then pointed his finger at another building, only for a web line to fire out of it a second later. Gasping again, he aimed all 5 fingers next, only for all 5 to fire out weblins as well. No way. He looked back down at his wrist, this time tugging at the suit. A second later, the black veins vibrated around his wrist, soon peeling away to show his normal hand, and no web shooter. This thing can make its own webs? He whispered with amazement in his voice. Cool. He then leapt off the building, firing a web line from his finger before doing a small dive, doing a small swing before landing on a nearby rooftop. And as he did this, he cut into a sprint as he leapt off the building, only to feel himself go flying. Whoa, he yelped as he leapt over an entire building and landed onto the next one, the teen rolling as he stumbled his landing. What the heck was that? Izuku thought as he shuffled back up, I could never jump like that before. He glanced down at the suit, flexing his fingers again. Did this suit do that too? Wait a minute, could this thing? His thoughts came to a stop as he ran to the edge of the rooftop. Glancing down, he saw several parked cars on the street, including a fire engine, the sight making him smile. Slowly crawling down, he made his way to the firefighter's truck and put one hand on the bumper. Pulling up next, he gasped as he saw himself easily lift the whole thing with one hand. Wow! Izuku thought before putting the truck down. He glanced back down at the suit, a grin forming under the mask as he said, this is something else. Just what are you, and how did dash? Phoom! The sudden noise shook the street, only for the sound of a loud ringing noise to blare out. Turning to the racket, the teen blinked before pointing and firing a web line. Time to test this new costume out. Just a few seconds ago? Phoom! Smash! That was the sound of a shockwave slamming into 2 glass doors, both shattering to pieces as a guy in a purple and gray vested outfit with 2 large metal gauntlets over his hands stood over the frames he had just destroyed. As his feet crunched at the shattered glass next, he glanced back and yelled, Come on, Beetle. The heroes will be here any second. Shut up, Shocker, yelled a voice as a figure suddenly landed beside him. The person was wearing a metallic silver and purple-colored suit with an insect design for the helmet and light green-colored wings. On his hands were reinforced gauntlets, along with an engine on his back. Just get the jewels already. Remember, all I am is your ticket out of here. Yeah, Shocker grumbled as they walked inside the building, the man flicking a nearby light switch to reveal it was a jewelry store. Pulling out a bag next, the thug shined a big grin as he added, let's get a few thousand richer, huh? The Shocker then fired another shockwave, shattering the reinforced glass around the jewelry before both began to put away the valuables into the bag. Both began to laugh as they easily put away each bit, both grinning before Shocker tied up the bag and slung it over his shoulder. He turned to Beetle and patted his shoulder, see? That wasn't so bad. No heroes or cops. Don't jinx it. Beetle replied as the two spun and began to leave the building. But as they did the full turnaround, both came to a stop as they saw a certain figure hanging upside down over the broken entrance doors. It was a certain vigilante in a new jet black suit with a giant white spider logo on the chest, along with white eye lens. The teen just hung there, his hands holding onto a single strand of webbing before speaking up, hey fellas. You do realize those jewels aren't yours, right? Is that Spider-Man? The beetle asked before turning to his partner, only to see pure fear on the thug's face. Shocker? Oh no, not you again. Shocker yelped as he pointed both of his gauntlets at the vigilante. Why can't you leave me alone? Izuku blinked behind his mask at this before releasing the web line and flipping over, landing in front of the duo. Do I know you? Leave me alone. Shocker yelled in response as both his gauntlets charged up. Tum! 2 shockwaves blasted out of his gauntlets, the vibrations pushing Beetle slightly back as he felt the attack cross the room. The waves instantly hit the vigilante, only for the suit the teen was wearing to vibrate intensely, and then settle down. It was as if the shockwave just went through the vigilante. Huh? That was refreshing. Izuku commented as he glanced down at himself for a second. It was like a massage over my whole body. He looked back at the duo at this, now seeing the still pure fear on Shocker's face while Beetle's was still covered by his insect mask. The sight made Izuku point a finger at Shocker as he then remarked, "You should get a job doing massages." Thwip! A strand of webbing instantly shot out of his finger and struck Shocker's chest, the thug gasping before Izuku yanked on the line, instantly flinging the thug across the room. Irk, he yelped before a fist slammed into his face, knocking him out. You know, after you get out of jail. Izuku added before glancing over at Beetle, so, wanna surrender, or dash? Die! Beetle roared as he pointed his arm at the vigilante, spider sense ringing out for the teen as a laser shot out of the costume a second later. Sidestepping the attack, the thug's jetpack began to turn on next as his light green wings flared. I figured that was gonna happen. Izuku commented as he fired 2 weblins at the insect masked man, both hitting the thug's chest. But just as he was about to pull on the lines. Danger! Wham! Ugh! Izuku yelped as the beetle's jetpack activated, the thug then charging straight into the vigilante like a rocket. The blow knocked the teen off his feet, rolling over the shattered glass as he let go of both webbing strands. He continued to roll at this, soon exiting the building before doing a quick hop back up. Okay, that didn't work. He muttered. Before glancing up, now seeing the thug fly off into the city. The sight made Izuku feel something shiver over his entire body, making him glance down to see the suit vibrating and flowing around him for a second. Humming at this, he looked back up at the fleeing villain and fired 2 weblins. Pulling on them next, the teen slingshot into the air, soon cutting into a certain web-swinging sprint. I can do this. I can still do this, he whispered to himself as he fired another webline and tugged, only to feel himself fling into the air. Holy all might! I've never been able to swing that strongly like that before. Within a few seconds, he found himself already catching up to the flying thug, the sight making Izuku smirk under the mask. With a well-aimed finger, he fired a new webline that struck the beetle's back, only to land on a rooftop a split second later. Gripping the line with both hands, he pulled with all his might as he yelled, "Time to reel you in." Yak! The villain screamed as his whole body was suddenly yanked back, his jetpack still boosting him before he felt another pull. This one sent him flying down, the thug trying to look back and see what was yanking him, only to see a certain black-suited vigilante pull the web line one more time. And with his jetpack still going, the yanking of the line caused the thug to spiral out of control in the air before spinning straight down at the vigilante. The villain already motion sick from the sudden movements, he didn't react as a fist smacked his face next, knocking his insect mask right off him. Slam! The thug crashed into the rooftop next, webbing soon covering the villain and his jetpack as the device started to sputter before turning off due to the damage of hitting the roof. Seeing this, Izuku continued to web up the villain before walking over and lifting him up, soon web swinging off the roof with the thug in tow. Let's put you with your other jewel-robbing buddy for the police. Izuku commented as he continued to swing. And as he did this, he glanced down at the suit, watching it pulse and shift as he continued to fire webline after webline. The sight made him smile. Wow! That was easy. He thought as he went down another street, I gotta say, this feels good. Real good. He stared down at the suit at this, his smile under the mask growing as he then said, you know, I still don't know what you are or where you came from, but I think I'll keep you. Izuku was shining the biggest grin on his face as he walked up to this home. He was now in his civilian clothes, which he had to admit, felt very odd wearing. When he had switched from the black suit, it just sort of vanished into his clothes. It was like it was still there, somewhere on his back, but not completely. Despite this, he did know one thing. He felt good. Heck, he felt better than good. He felt strong. He felt really strong. And it wasn't just that. The teen was smiling. After this crazy day, complete with meeting Eri, then fighting Silver Sable and Rose, only to encounter Katsuki Bakugo. And yet, the day had passed through the teen's mind and, he didn't think about it anymore. It was as if it was done and over with, and he felt great. He looked up next, seeing his home in the distance as he walked down a sidewalk, only for a new thought to go through his head. Oh yeah. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, glancing down at the device next. He saw he had a text, tapping the screen before seeing a picture from Ochako, showing Himiko with all the girls. They were all smiling, the sight making him grin. Looks like Himiko had a good day. With those kinds of smiles, I wish I could have seen that on Eri today. He thought before thinking back to his time with the girl, the memory making him smile even more. I should go see her and show her my new suit sometime. He then glanced back down at the phone, the teen soon tapping the screen again. It began to vibrate, only for a voice to ring out of the device. Good evening, young Midoriya. Hello, Mr. Nizu. Izuku replied as he put the phone to his ear. Just wanted to call you and give you an update. Oh? Have you already checked the location? I have. It was a trap, just like you said. Izuku commented as he glanced back and forth before crossing a street. I sprung it and escaped. There was a small pause on the phone before Nizu responded, I see. Are you alright? I'm fine. Izuku replied in the blankiest tone, Nizu blinking at the response. He had never heard the teen sound so nonchalant. But as he heard that, the stoat made a small smile on his face. Strange, but it sounds like the teen is finally getting some confidence. Good. Nizu thought as he put down a cigarette he was just about to light. I see. Nizu chuckled as leaned back in his desk chair. So, what did you think about the other locations I sent you? They're, different. At least, a few of them. Izuku added as he opened the text while talking into the phone. I know. Nizu laughed. So, when do you think you can go after those locations? Izuku stared at the previous text, only to feel something on his shoulders. Glancing to them, he saw tiny black veins appear and vibrate before vanishing back into his clothes. The sight made the teen smirk as he looked back at the phone. I can start tomorrow. What's the plan? I like the confidence. Very well, let me tell you what you'll be aiming for. The teen listened to the principal for a few seconds, nodding his head for a bit. The teen continued to smirk as he talked to the stoat, the vigilante walking across another street before reaching the sidewalk in front of his home. And as he got there, his conversation with the stoat began to come to an end as he said, Got it. I'll start tomorrow. Thank you, young Midoriya. Nizu replied with a slight half-chuckle, Is there anything else before I hang up? And as that question entered Izuku's brain, memories of the entire day swam through his head. He remembered helping Himiko meet the girls, his time with Eri, the encounter with Silver Sable and Rose, and then Bakugo. Izuku opened his mouth at this, only to close it. He didn't know why, but at that moment, he felt off. Like his whole mind was off-kilter, shaking and tilting as he thought about that moment. That moment of weakness. That is, till another thought went through his head. I'm strong. The teen smirked again as he said, Nope. I'm good, Mr. Nizu. Very well. Good night, young Midoriya. With that, the phone call ended just as Izuku put the device away and walked up to his front door. Opening in a second later, the teen slowly made his way in. As he did this, he saw his mom sitting on the couch, talking to Himiko. The two turned to see the teen, both blinking as they saw the big smile on his face. Hey you two. How's it going? Izuku. Inko exclaimed as she got up and hugged the boy, Izuku hugging back. Hey mom. Sorry if I worried you. It's fine. Inko replied as she released the hug before looking him over, Don't see any scratches on you. Did going out as Spiderman go well tonight? It went more than all right. Izuku chuckled before turning to Himiko, How was your day? The girl responded with a fang-filled grin, It was a lot of fun. Thanks for helping me meet them. No prob. And I'm glad you had a fun day. Izuku glanced back at his mother, you don't mind if I turn in for the night, do you? Inko raised a brow at this, Have you finished your homework? The next 3 weeks of work is done. Izuku instantly countered, the teen showing a huge smile at this. The sight made Inko almost backpedal, only to quickly nod back. All right. Make sure to get plenty of rest. I will. Izuku spun around and grabbed his room's door handle, twisting it with a simple flick of the wrist. Izuku? The teen glanced back, Ya mom? You doing okay? His mom asked, only to see Izuku fully spin around and shine the biggest grin. It was so big that she could have swore the boy was someone completely different than her son. She couldn't remember seeing him look this happy. And yet, she knew it was him. Especially when he replied with 3 simple words. I feel great.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.